Hello everybody and welcome to the third round of the 2021 IAME Euro Series from the gorgeous Siete Larghi circuit at Castelletto di Branduzzo, an hour from the gorgeous city of Milan in northern Italy. It is the third round of the 2021 IAME Euro Series. Jake Sanson here with you as we prepare for action and drama once again in the X30 Euro karting scene. Some amazing competitors in this field, and across the three classes of mini, junior and senior X30, we have really made some brilliant days over the course of the last 24 hours because there's quite a few interesting names that will start from the front end of the field. It's a bit of a shake-up in each of the three classes. We caught up with our pole position sitters yesterday. In the mini X30 class, it was Matt Corby of Switzerland. In the junior category, Federico El Rifai of the United Arab Emirates. And as you can see, the man in pole position for the senior X30 heats, Spain's Maximus Meyer.
It went very well during qualifying and also during the first heat. I started well, then somebody passed me on the second lap. I tried to overtake on the final tour, but I was passed again in the same place.
Before quali, we were doing some quali runs. I was fast, but not full. And in quali, I just managed, to get in the right position, get the right toe and right lap all together, and yeah, it was fast enough to go pole. In the first heat, started pole but went down to fourth, but because I'm still getting used to it, so definitely for the next couple of heats, trying to maybe remain in first position.
Qualifying was a bit of a gamble really. It was dry and track after the rain earlier on in the day, so we went with the slicks obviously and just found a perfect line really throughout the whole session, always adapting, and it just all planned out well towards the end. I feel really confident going into tomorrow really, after this afternoon's race heat, winning it. Yeah, again, really confident going for tomorrow. I think we can do a pretty good job like this last heat and quali, so we'll try and keep it up, step it up a ladder for Sunday.
So a fabulous opportunity for these three youngsters to put on an excellent show this weekend. Federico El Rifai in the junior, Maximus Meyer in the senior, and young Matt Corby in the Mini X30. It's definitely been an interesting start to the weekend. It's going to be mixed weather through the course of the weekend as well. We had some rain through qualifying yesterday, and there's already a prediction that it could return tomorrow morning. So there's all sorts of drama and intrigue on the way. But at the moment, it is 24 degrees Celsius air temperature and getting brighter all the time. The sky is perfectly blue and clear. It's a dry start, so that is what everybody wanted to see. And the competitors on the front row of the grid, well, it's Maximus Meyer, number 219, to the left of your screen for Fusion Motorsport, pole position from Spain. Alongside him is the reigning world karting champion, Callum Bradshaw, who has made the return, obviously, in 2021 to the X30 racing scene. He adores racing in this paddock. It really is great fun. And as many competitors will tell you up and down this particular karting paddock, X30 racing in the IAME fold really does breed the greatest racing drivers in the world. There's a big history of it, and a lot of them are still here competing, of course. Eliska Babičková will start from third position. The young Czech female doing a great job for the TEPZ racing team. She is there in third position on the starting grid. Samba Lota of Belgium will be there on the second row, and he has been really rapid over the course of the 2021 season thus far. From the Netherlands, it is Daan Steenman who will line up in fifth position on the PDB Falcon. And then alongside him, it'll be Lewis Mackey for Fusion Motorsport in the 221. It's going to be a fabulous race battle. The senior X30 category very well represented over the course of this weekend. 87 drivers who have come from far and wide. 89 drivers, I should say. And 11 of those are of the female contingent. Really does go to show that in 2021, the karting world is becoming even more and more diverse and inclusive. Excellent stuff, and great to see so many strong competitors from all over the world. The grid for qualifying Heat A versus C, and it's Max Meyer in pole from Callum Bradshaw. Eliska Babičková and Samba Lota are on the second row. Then Daan Steenman and Lewis Mackey. From Sweden, Matilda Olsen, and she's alongside Guillaume Barberine of France. Malo Bollier and Enzo Levesque make it an all-French row 5. Sita Van Meert is there, and she's beside Laurence de Certua. Luna Claret of France is doing well. She returns to the IAME X30 Euro Series fold, and she lines up alongside Andreas Devatsoglu, the Greek star. Then it is Enzo Lacruz alongside Yanis Stephen Haydens, Liam Hiesemans and Lucas Talman, Lazar Latigo and another female star, Tanya Müller of Switzerland. Then in behind we have Petra Babichkova, who is the younger sister of Eliska Babichkova. Then Mika Vos, Marshad Al-Mashad, the Kuwaiti star for Birolot Middle East, Gustav Jonsson, Giuseppe Guerrieri, Alessio Mario Abate, keeping things very well represented for the Italian locals, Ferdinand Winter of Germany, and then Mark Kimber of Great Britain, who's had a horrible, horrible time so far in terms of time qualifying. Had to start right from the back of the grid in every heat. Max Sjolanda of Sweden, and then the young Greek ace Yanis Dimos will take up position at the back of the grid. Now, I'm not entirely sure what's happened to Marshad Al-Mashad. It's showing that, unfortunately, the young man from Kuwait does not appear to be out on the circuit, whether that's an issue on the transponder or whether that is to do with having a mechanical or technical problem. Not entirely sure. But certainly there is a little bit of a difficulty for one of the competitors in the field, and that is the 381 of Marshad Al-Mashad. It's going to be a really interesting battle from here on in, because Max Meyer will want to hold on to this opportunity, having started from pole position for the first time in the course of the 2021 season. But round 3 of this IAME Series category in the European Brigade, drivers really have come from far and wide. Pretty much all 6 continents represented in this field on a regular basis. And we're certainly going to get to see some of the best drivers in the world battle away together. So Maximus Meyer and Callum Bradshaw on the front row of the grid. Are we going to get the perfect start? It's all up to the clerk of the course, the race director, Martin Bean. If they come through, it is a go straight away. No problems at all. Up to the first corner. Maximus Meyer cuts right across, goes for the move. Eliska Babichkova going into second place, or at least tries to, but she can't quite take it on the chin from the world champion Callum Bradshaw. So Bradshaw hangs on to second place. Balota tucks in for 4th place. Is everybody going to get through the S's without incident? A couple of drivers hopping over the curbs, and there's 2 karts involved in a little incident towards the back. That is the 231 tagging in there rather sadly with Petra Babichkova. That is Max Yolanda. So Max Yolanda and Petra Babichkova down at the back of the field after their little melee. Callum Bradshaw swarming around behind Maximus Meyer, already starting to look for a way through onto the inside of the hairpin. Is he going to go for the move? Yeah, no waiting around from Callum Bradshaw. Straight into the lead past Max Meyer. So the British driver, who is the reigning world champion in karting, is there in first position at the end of the first lap. Maximus Meyer in second place, already started to take him on. Then it is Eliska Babichkova from San Balota. Then Steenman, Mackie, Levesque, Lesertua, Barberin, Stephen Haydens, Van Meert, Talman, Olsen and Bollier. What a great start then for Matilda Olsen, who drops out of the top 10. But she's got plenty of time to make her way back up the order. And those 2 that were caught up in the earlier incident, Max Yolanda and Petra Babichkova, are making their way back up the fold. Now, is there an opportunity here for the lead change? Yes, there is. Max Meyer and Eliska Babichkova gets in there too. And Sam Balota almost managing to squeeze past Callum Bradshaw in the same breath. Now Balota gets through in the next hairpin. So Callum Bradshaw down to 4th position, desperately trying to make sure that Dan Steenman doesn't get through as well, because down to 4th place is not good news for Callum Bradshaw at all. So Max Meyer takes back the lead. Eliska Babichkova in a second place now. She's being hustled by Sam Balota, the Belgian star. They're going to continue on their way. There goes Steenman on the inside of Bradshaw. So Steenman gets there, but on the exit they come together and spins around. Callum Bradshaw spins and goes off. Manages to rejoin, but Steenman and Bradshaw coming very close together. Then they end up banging wheels too many times for good measure. And Callum Bradshaw is pitched into a spin. Well, the reigning world champion clearly wanted to take no prisoners, and unfortunately he's the one who's come off worse in the opening race of the day. My goodness, not even world champions are exempt from problems, so a big issue there for Callum Bradshaw. Now we've got Sam Balota closing up on Eliska Babichkova. That battle for second place has only just got started. Max Meyer controlling the pace out front from pole position. Onze Levesque has now got himself into 4th place. And then we've got Laurence Lesertua, 5th position from Lewis Mackie. So some big battles already early doors in this race as Eliska Babichkova and Sam Balota go to battle for second place. Balota trying to get close in behind, has not quite been able to make the move so far. But still, the duels are very tight at the top end of the field. Laurence Lesertua, the Belgian, in 5th position, has managed to get up to 5th place. Here comes Balota on the inside line in the hairpin. No problems at all getting past Eliska Babichkova. But Babichkova will have another opportunity later in the race, no doubt. As through they come again. Max Meyer, Sam Balota, Eliska Babichkova and Enzo Levesque. And then we have Laurence Lesertua from Guillaume Barberin. Oh, Dan Steenman has a mechanical problem. I wonder if that's damage that was caused by that incident with Callum Bradshaw. So Dan Steenman down in 11th position. Want to have a look and see what sort of damage. Oh, he's missing his front fairing. Well, that will be enough. That would do it. Unfortunately, you're not allowed to continue if the front fairing comes apart from the kart. So that is it. Game over for Dan Steenman. No wonder he's been shown the mechanical flag, because that is quite clear. So Laurens de Sertois, there he is, having closed up on these two. Babičková and Levesque now having a great tussle for third position. Is Levesque going to make the move? Oh, it's a late one, but he does manage to get there. And de Sertois nips in the bud as well. So a nice overtaking move. Excellent stuff. A really good battle already starting off, as now de Sertois is going to try and make his bid to get past Levesque. So Onze Levesque and Laurens de Sertois. Eliska Babičková still hanging on there in 5th place. She's still got plenty of chances to move her way forward. But Max Meyer, Sam Balota, Onze Levesque, Laurens de Sertois and Eliska Babičková. Then it's Guillaume Barberin in 6th place from Lewis Mackie, Janne Steven Aidens, Lucas Tarman, and then the two lady drivers, Sita van Meert and Matilda Olsen, battling away for the 10th position mark, the Belgian and the Swede. So they come through on the far side. Marlo Bollier with the new fastest lap of 49.6, much quicker than they were posting in qualifying yesterday in the drizzle. So now they are really starting to get some good battles in. A very tight and technical circuit this. Drivers would prefer it compared to some of the other circuits if they were a bit wider. I was talking to some drivers yesterday. Some of the straights not quite as wide as they are in other places, but it definitely makes for very entertaining racecraft. You really have to dig deep and do your homework around this place. At the end of this lap, there will be 3 to go. 9-lap heats for the X30 seniors. It's already turning into quite the squabble out at the sharp end of the dais. But Meyer is trying to clear away and leave them behind. Sam Balota in 2nd place. Levesque is into 3rd, up from 10th on the starting grid. De Sertois is into 4th place, up from 12th on the starting grid. So great work from Laurens de Sertois. Oh, he runs wide there, though. That was a big mistake, and that's going to put Eliska Babičková right on his tail by the time they get to the hairpin. And de Sertois is very aware of it. Keeps looking over his right shoulder. Stop thinking about what's going on behind you, mate, because that is an invitation which Eliska Babičková accepts with open arms into 4th place. So no worries there, and Babičková now keeping the kart wide as possible into the braking zone to shut down any attack from Laurens de Sertois. So going from the offensive to the defensive now, Eliska Babičková just trying to keep that kart as wide as possible in the apexes and in the braking zone to thwart any opposition from de Sertois. 2 laps to go. It's looking pretty difficult for her to close up on Balota and Levesque, as they are already 0.8 of a second clear with just a lap and a half to go. So that looks like 3rd position may not be possible, but she's got to keep hungry. You just got to keep yourself in the battle. And she's keeping herself very calm and very smooth there through the S's. No problems at all. Here is the battle for 2nd. Balota versus Levesque. Levesque makes one move on Balota, and then it opens up all of a sudden. It's not quite close enough. He had to think about it, though. You could definitely see he was getting a little bit edgy to try and make the bid into the braking zones for the hairpin. I don't think he'll go for the move just yet. He's still got time on the last lap, and you don't want to throw it in and hope that it goes. You've got to try and make sure that the overtaking move actually sticks. So out in front, Max Meyer is going to make it 2 from 2. And that's definitely the way he wanted his race to go this morning. So the last lap begins. Maximus Meyer in front of Sam Balota and Onze Levesque. And Eliska Babičková, having fought her way back to 4th position in front of Laurens de Sertois, definitely going well in this opening phase of the heats. They certainly seem to have found their niche, the Babičková sisters, in the IAME X30 brigade. All 3 sisters now competing in seniors these days. So here is the last chance for Onze Levesque. Can he get something over on Sam Balota? There is a real chance here, but Max Meyer has absolutely conquered this one. Lost the lead initially to the world champion, wasn't phased, decided to just make himself into a good rhythm and got himself up to the order once again. An excellent run from Max Meyer in this one. Into the final turns, left and right, the final S's, and that'll get the job done nicely. Max Meyer takes the victory in the first race of the day. Sam Balota just hangs on in front of Onze Levesque. Eliska Babičková from Laurens de Sertois and Guillaume Barberin. So it's a perfectly textbook start for Maximus Meyer. He won yesterday's heat. Now he has opened his account with this one as well. And that's an excellent start to proceedings. You don't want to rush things, but you certainly want to give yourself the best possible chance of moving forward. So a very, very good start. And that will do very nicely indeed for the young man from Spain. That's Maximus Meyer doing a cracking job there in front of Sam Balota and Onze Levesque. What an excellent start to the campaign this is this weekend. And just the one retirement from the race in the end. Dan Steenman after his little melee with Callum Bradshaw. Bradshaw did manage to get back on the circuit after that spin and managed to bring it home in 14th place. That's what that spin cost him. So Martin Bean there, just signalling the... I apologise, that's his assistant there, actually signalling the drivers in. They have to complete one circuit, and then Van Veit, Isabella Bas, Luciano Morano, Alex Kobe, and Andrea Carraro. So the field works its way around the course, obviously trying to get in the optimum temperature to the tyres and to the brakes to make sure that the kart is going to be at its race best right from the start. You've got to have full confidence in the chassis when you head down into turn 1, because obviously there's 30 drivers trying to go through the first corner in as quick and as stable a position as possible. There's only room for one to go through in the lead of the race. So Clayton Ravenscroft, winner of the IAME Winter Cup back in 2018, having had an incredible career in this paddock since then. Multiple and serial race winner. There's a great chance, if this weekend goes well, to potentially be a contender for the European Championship title. Has fought for it many times before, but would really love to become an IAME Euro Series title winner. Once you won the Winter Cup, that's one thing. Then, of course, you've got the Euro Series. And, of course, at the end of the year as well, in Portugal, in Portimao, we have an absolutely fabulous opportunity to contest once again the IAME iGames, the international games, where the competitors from the X30 categories will congress once again for a one-off weekend, an Indy 500 style weekend, where it's win it or bin it all the way through the weekend. So Clayton Ravenscroft and Rivaldo van der Westerleken on the front row of the starting grid for Michael Müller, Bart Pluch, Oliver Greenel and Nicolas Mühlbach. It's going to be a very interesting start. This looks like it's very well gridded up, actually, from the competitors as they come off the turn. They're in the tram lines, as you can see. Are we going to go racing? Yes, we do! We're racing at Siete Larghi. And it's a good start from Ravenscroft. Not a bad one at all from van der Westerleken. No dramas in the first couple of corners as the field knits its way through the first turn. And it looks to me as though everybody has just about got that sorted out through the first couple of corners. Eddie Goldstein already looks like he's picked off a couple of karts as they come through. Two karts come together at the back of the field. It's all gone badly wrong for two drivers there at the tail end. Alfie Prince has not had a great start and fallen back, but we've got two karts off. That's Luciano Morano and Andrea Carraro that have come together at the back of the field. So they managed to continue, but it looks to me as though one of them at least has got damage to the rear bumper, so we may well see a technical flag for them. The rest of the field still battling away on the sharp end of the field. It is no change in the top three. It is a change in the top three because Bart Pluch has come up from 4th position to 3rd. But it's still Ravenscroft and van der Westerleken at the sharp end of the field. There is the battle for 5th position, behind Oliver Greenel. And that is Michael Müller and Manuel Sconomilio. So Müller and Sconomilio having a really good battle there in position. Alessandro Kudiska is in front of Drake Jansen. But here comes Bart Pluch right in behind his countryman, Rivaldo van der Westerleken. So van der Westerleken checks over his shoulder, Bart Pluch checks over his. And these two Dutchmen who have not really had many opportunities to race on the same track as each other so far in 2021. And certainly not wheel to wheel anyway. Definitely going to have an interesting one because van der Westerleken has been one of the seasoned campaigners of IAME X30 Euro Series racing, really enjoys his battles here. But right behind him is the young charge, Bart Pluch, who was in his first senior category season. Last year he was in the junior, stepped up to senior in 2021. And watch out behind them, another man who's done just that. Oliver Greenel is closing up on all of them. So Ravenscroft, van der Westerleken, Pluch and Greenel, and Sconomilio, who's got up past Michael Müller. There's the move on the inside from Bart Pluch. He gets through to 2nd place then on Rivaldo van der Westerleken. Good move there from the Thierry Del Rey car. Excellent work as the TD machine, the Mach 1 as it is known, makes its way through into 2nd position. And here comes Oliver Greenel. He's going to pick off a move on Rivaldo van der Westerleken. A cheeky move there into the square right and keeps the car firmly planted to the braking zone for the hairpin that follows to ensure that 3rd position is not only where he's going to be. Has another look straight on the inside, this time of Bart Pluch, and into 2nd place. Great run from Oliver Greenel. Not easy to pick off 2 overtakes in such a short space of time, but Oliver Greenel definitely seems to have pace in this one. And you can see that he's already started to pull out a gap to the man behind him, Bart Pluch. This place is all about tyre pressures, they tell me. If you get it right, you're going to have a wonderful race. If you get it wrong, you're going to be panel beating your steering wheel every lap around, because it's just so difficult to get the momentum and get the flow together. So on the back straight, Oliver Greenel doing a fair job as he continues to run out in front of Bart Pluch. Sconomilio with the fastest lap of the race. He is caught up to the back of Rivaldo van der Westerleken. The drivers continuing on their way through. Have we got a couple of drivers dropping down the field? I think Eduardo Borelli has had a bit of an issue on that lap. Difficulties for him as he has now come around. So So I wonder if Borelli has had an incident out on the circuit, because he was showing up, Edoardo Borelli, as being up in 14th place, and it looks to me as though he may have had some kind of mechanical issue, or certainly something has dropped him out of the fray. Here comes the move from Sconomilio on the inside of Rivaldo and Westerlake, and he is definitely a wild card here this weekend. Knows the circuit better than most of the drivers in the field, Manuel Sconomilio. So he's definitely going to be one to watch out for in this particular battle, as Edoardo Borelli has dropped right down to the back of the field. So something's clearly gone wrong on this particular lap, and I think he may have actually pulled into the pits with a mechanical issue. So problems there for Edoardo Borelli. That will be a difficult one for him to swallow. Now, that's the lead change. I think Greenall has caught and passed Ravenscroft. I didn't see that. I do apologise. So Greenall has now got past Clayton Ravenscroft on this lap. And Sconomilio has made the move on Bart Pluke as well. So Greenall has caught and passed Ravenscroft from a long way back by the look of it. But he's pulled out a great couple of laps. And so Oliver Greenall now leads the race from Clayton Ravenscroft in second. Sconomilio in third from Bart Pluke and Rivaldo van der Westerlake. So Pluke is now trying to defend after his little run from Manuel Sconomilio. Sconomilio is already starting to take on Clayton Ravenscroft. He could have an opportunity on this lap as well. So Sconomilio doing a grand job. Oh, Andrea Carraro is going to be given the warning flag on this lap, the 369. That is unfortunate, and of course that comes with a 5-second penalty that cannot be contested or appealed. Ellie Goldstein sets the fastest lap at 49.50 to front from the Belgian. But Manuel Sconomilio is closing up on Ravenscroft. When is he going to make his bid for second place? He doesn't want to wait too long, because Greenall is already starting to disappear. And at the end of this lap, we'll have 3 to go. Sconomilio running out of time. This may be a turn 1 manoeuvre. Gets off the turn quite nicely. Ravenscroft holds it though through the first corner. But now he's going to have to try again up and towards turn 2. Can he get there? No, Ravenscroft holding it very nicely, parking the car beautifully on the apex. So there's no chance to get through, and that is an off, I'm afraid, for Alessandro Tudisca. So Tudisca has had an off there on the Charles Leclerc chassis. It's all gone badly for him. But Manuel Sconomilio surely with a chance here to go for Ravenscroft. He doesn't make the move happen in the hairpin. He'll come off the left-hand flick. Is this going to be the chance into the hairpin? Yes, it is, and Sconomilio's going to pounce. No worries there, gets the move on Sconomilio. Excellent bit of work as he makes his move onto the inside line. And that puts him into second position in front of Clayton Ravenscroft and Bart Pluke. So Oliver Greenall leads the way. An excellent start to proceedings from his point of view. So really good racing. Sconomilio in second now from Ravenscroft, Pluke, van der Westerlake and Arnold Milizia, who's worked his way up into sixth position. So good driving and good racing so far. Manuel Sconomilio is just not going to have enough time to close up on Oliver Greenall before the end of this one. We've got a lap and a half to go. And I'm afraid Oliver Greenall, for his benefit, is already 0.8 of a second clear. Here's the battle further back. This is Milizia and Michael Müller. So the Swiss driver hustling the Frenchman all the way through. But it's a good run so far from Arno Milizia on the ASD Auto Europeo kart. That's the teammate, of course, of Danny Caronini. You've got several drivers within one team in this category, in this sport. You don't just restricted to 2 or 3 drivers. You can have as many as you want, essentially running in the awning. So Oliver Greenall comes through to start the final lap. A good run so far from him, ahead of Sconomilio. Fastest of all in the third sector, the Italian, but still not quite having the time to catch up. Oliver Greenall sets the fastest lap of the race by 1,000th of a second to Manuel Sconomilio's time, who is a couple of tenths of a second quicker than Ravenscroft and Pluke. So very, very quick indeed from Greenall and Sconomilio, the 2 fastest drivers out there. They've been trading fastest laps for the last few laps, actually, Greenall and Sconomilio. But I think it's going to be Greenall that does hang on from Sconomilio as they continue to work their way around the course. Into the final couple of quarters for Oliver Greenall. Perfect start for him, working his way up from 5th position on the starting grid. The British ace definitely unlocking some pace this morning out of the final turn, and Oliver Greenall takes the checkered flag in this heat. Good job from him ahead of Manuel Sconomilio. And then in third place it is Clayton Ravenscroft from Bart Pluke and Rivaldo van der Westerlake. Good start so far. That is exactly the kind of direction they wanted this race to go in. It's a terrific beginning, a nice opener to the first couple of heats of the day. We've had some tension, we've had some good racecraft, but it hasn't all been plain sailing, that is for sure. And the competitors are trying to find the absolute maximum that they can out of each opportunity. You only get 5 heats if you're a senior X30 driver. You only get 3 in mini X30 and junior X30. So there are not many chances to grab a hold of your rhythm and grab a hold of your consistency and make good use of it. So a tough battle in the offing for the competitors. And now it's obviously going to be an opportunity for them to come in and chill out a little bit. And then we will have the Junior X30 drivers heading out on circuit next up. So here is the provisional result from that race. Oliver Greenall taking the victory in front of Manuel Scoramilio. Clayton Ravenscroft in third place from Bart Pluch and Rivaldo van der Westerlijken. Then it is Arnold Milizia and Michael Müller. Rick Janssen is 8th place in front of Senna van Solen, and the hard-charging Clarissa Dervic. She fights back to 10th place. Beautiful job. Also a great recovery from Ellie Goldstein up to 11th place. Matteo Lovisi in the TV kart doing well in 12th place in head of Nicholas Mühlbach, and Andrea Volbato doing a great job to recover as well. Luis Alves and Belen Vandenberg. Alex Kobe did a great job for up to 17th place in the end from Kevin Bejenin. Then Valentino Baracco and Sami Dahri from Oli van Veit and Charles Roussin. Samuel De Filippi and Isabella Bass. Francisca Queiroz in front of Andrea Carraro, Alfie Prince, Luciano Morano, and after his earlier spin, Alessandro Tudisca. And then, of course, we had the retirement earlier on from Eduardo Borelli of the ASD Auto Europeo squad. Unfortunate that things came undone. That means at the moment that the only two drivers that are unbeaten from the weekend thus far are Max Meyer and Pedro Hiltbrand. They are the two that are battling for pole position in the Senior X30 pre-final tomorrow morning. Next up, it is the Junior X30 Brigade. So, of course, the junior drivers don't have as many heats over the course of the weekend that they can take on. The junior drivers only split into 4 groups, which means they will get 3 races each against each of the opponents that they can battle with to determine who is going to get pole position for the pre-final. And don't forget, there are 36 places available in the pre-final and final tomorrow. So you've got to be in the top 30 today to guarantee a place. Then the rest of the drivers from 31st downwards in the rankings will obviously then fight in what is called the second chance heat. And the first 6 drivers across the finish line will be the ones that progress through to tomorrow's pre-finals and finals. One of the drivers who's certainly been doing a good enough weekend to keep himself out of that fray at the moment is young Vinnie Phillips, who's been battling away in the top 10 of the category. Brilliant job so far from the Strawberry Racing man. We caught up with him yesterday morning.
Yeah, good. I've just been out for my first practice session. It was good. Yeah, we was quite fast and just getting back to use of the track. I was here last weekend for the little club round, and yeah, I won that. So I've come back to this weekend with a lot of confidence. So yeah, we've settled in quite well, and yeah, we're having some laughs in the team. So yeah, it's been a good time. Yeah, it's quite a physical track. Like compared to Zuera, it's not. Haven't got many long straights, so yeah, it's quite physical, this track. Yeah, you have quite a lot of overtaking spots on Castelletto, so yeah, you can overtake many corners. It takes a lot of confidence to overtake and get to the front and put your head down and try and pull away. I'll hopefully at the front to try and pull away and yeah, try and win the race.
Excellent work then from Vinnie Phillips so far this weekend, the young gun who's been working his way up into the Junior X30 category for Strawberry Racing. Great pace in the qualifying session, right up at the sharp end in very difficult conditions as the track was still obviously drying. And this circuit is not particularly long, so you really need to get a decent lap time out of the bag pretty early on to make a good impression. The man who starts pole position for this particular heat, which is qualifying heat B versus C, is the man we took an onboard lap with earlier in the broadcast. That is Antonio Apicella for the Team Driver Racing Kart squad in the Kart Republic chassis. It is essentially the Italian customer squad for Kart Republic. Alongside him on the starting grid for Fusion Motorsport, Will McIntyre, continuing his Birolart roots by keeping himself in the Fusion Motorsport fold this weekend and returning to IAME X30 Euro Series once again. And of course, 2 years ago at this very event when he was a mini in the Kart Republic chassis for Team Driver Racing Kart, he was a winner. So he knows this circuit very well indeed, and obviously wants to continue his karting journey with another few victories in the bag. And from second on the starting grid here at Castelletto di Branduzzo, he's got a great shot at that. Third position on the grid, the feisty, furious, and very, very silent Frenchman, Théophile Nile, who doesn't really have a massive flamboyance in terms of personality, but my goodness, is he quick when he gets behind the wheel. Théophile Nile, one of the serial opponents in the drivers in the field, and came out of the blocks, of course, at Marienburg. Nobody could quite figure out where he found that pace, and it was only a wet final at Zuera that really halted Théophile Nile's charge from getting to the podium, but other than that, he would have been absolutely lightning there as well. So Théophile Nile definitely with a great chance to deliver something pretty special from third position on the starting grid. Fourth on the grid, it is the Chinese ace Yan Puchu, who continues his karting journey as part of the Mercedes Junior Driver Program. And he is there in fourth position in the Argenti Motorsport colours and the Kart Republic chassis. Great to see Yan Puchu continuing his journey in fantastic fashion. Gaspard Lagaye is the next man on the grid. Fifth position for the Spirit Racing driver on the Cosmic chassis. And alongside him on the starting grid in the number 104, the CRG, is Aaron Garcia. And he will be there in the sixth position of the starting grid on the outside of row 3. Vinnie Phillips will be there in 7th position on the grid. We've just heard from him on the broadcast. And the Strawberry Racing driver looking very, very competitive over the course of this weekend thus far. He lines up alongside Noah Montero, who's going to be a very interesting one to watch in junior. This is his first season, of course, in the junior category. And straight in at the Victory Lane karting team on the Red Speed chassis. He has stepped up to junior. And the Portuguese star definitely looking like he's got the same sort of talent that his father, Tiago Montero, is able to execute week in, week out in the world of motorsport. Another famous father who is in the paddock these days is Marc Genet. His son, Eric Genet, is there in 9th position on the starting grid on the inside of row 5. And Eric Genet definitely has been turning some amazing pace over the last couple of weekends. Really great to see him regularly now pushing for the top 10. Arthur Poulain will line up in 10th position on the starting grid on the Cosmic chassis. And Arthur Poulain definitely giving us plenty of entertainment and excitement through the course of the last few weekends. It's an all-Italian row 6. Andrea Pirovano and Alessandro Minetto will be together on the 6th row of the starting grid. The Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, respectively. From the United Arab Emirates, it is Iko Segret that lines up in 13th place for the KR Sport team on the Cosmic chassis. Beside him, it is the Italian Ronnie Stefani, who is there on the Tony Kart factory kart. Thomas Strauven is next up, the Belgian star for Strawberry Racing. Good to see him continuing his journey through in junior. And then alongside him on the grid, it is the young Hungarian ace, Martin Molnar, who's really hoping to become the country's next big star. They're obviously in the limelight this weekend with the Hungarian Grand Prix at the Hungaroring. So Martin Molnar will want to give the Hungarians something to shout about over the course of this weekend in IAME Euro. The Russian star is next up for Energy Course. That is Yaroslav Trukin. He will be there together alongside Griffin Forrest Peebles, who is there on the 9th row of the starting grid. And then we have Henry Jocelyn, the British driver, will be there 21st on the number 21, I should say. 19th is actually where he starts on the grid for the Mick Barrett Racing team. And alongside him on the grid, it is the Romanian Dinu Stroescu, who will be 20th on the grid in the number 91. Paul Caios for the Alonso kart brand on the FA Racing España team. A very tricky qualifying for him. He lines up alongside another man who didn't quite get the lap he wanted, and that is Sam van Voskulen, who will line up 22nd on the grid, the Dutchman. Then it is Chi Zhenru, the Chinese driver, lines up alongside Thibaut Jalard, the Belgian. And then we will have a few more competitors up on the far side of the field. Aaron Ferrazzano, the Belgian, lines up alongside the Romanian talent Eric Enash. And then from Bahrain, we have Luca Horton, the privateer. He lines up alongside Jan Peral, the Spanish talent. And then it is Sjerd Venden Munikov. The Dutchman will line up alongside his countryman, Henk Voigt Jr. Alessandro Cocci is then 31st on the grid alongside Francisco Macedo, the Portuguese driver. And at the back of the grid, after having his times disallowed in qualifying, Ethan Ischer, the Swiss driver, very fast in time qualifying. Expect him to fly through the pack. And Arthur Valsort of Belgium had a similar fate before him. So again, more overtakes are going to be on the way from the Swiss and the Belgian. So 7 laps of the course for the juniors this time, as Antonio Apicella almost doesn't get out onto the starting grid at all. That was a bit of a fright for him. But now he will be able to join up. And of course, it's 1 out lap and 1 formation lap. If you are out of position at the start, you have until the red line at the edge of the circuit near the end of the configuration to regain it. Antonio Apicella and Will McIntyre from Teofil Nal and Jan Puchu. Gaspar Lagaye and Aaron Garcia from Vinny Phillips and Noah Montero. Eric Gene and Arthur Poulain from Andrea Piravano. And Alessandro Minetto, Iko Segret and Ronnie Stefani. Thomas Strauben and Martin Molnar from Yaroslav Trukin and Griffin Forrest Peebles. Henry Jocelyn and Dino Stroescu. Pod Kaios and Sam Van Voskulen. Chi Zhenru and Thibaut Jalard from Aaron Ferrazzano and Eric Anash. Luca Horton and Jan Padal from Sjerd van den Munnikov and Henk Voigt Jr. Alessandro Cocci, Francisco Macedo, Ethan Ischer and Arthur Valsort. So 34 drivers in this junior heat. There are 34 more to come in the heat after this one, and there are only 36 karts that can start the pre-final and final tomorrow. So for the drivers today, this is their final day to get into that pre-final and final. Other drivers may choose at the end of this race that they're obviously just going to have a nice early night, and then they'll come back tomorrow to watch. But this is their last chance to book their places. They had some heats yesterday afternoon, of course. You can catch up with everything that took place over the course of yesterday and this season, of course, on the website, IAMEEuroseries.com. And you'll be able to follow all of the action from all of our competitors. Will McIntyre just making sure that the number 100, Antonio Apicella, does line up on the grid alongside him. So Antonio Apicella is there on the front row of the starting grid. Teofil Nal and Jan Puchu is there on the second row of the grid, with Gaspar Lagaye and Aaron Garcia, who will be running together in formation. So the competitors come through, and they're obviously in their 2 rows. They have to stay in their grid formation as they come onto the start-finish line, and they have to be very careful how they start the race. They are obviously guided through the final couple of corners, but it's very important that they stay in their 2 tram lines. You can see the tram lines now appearing out of that penultimate turn, and they have to stay in that all the way round in the hope that they're going to get a decent start. Will it be a good getaway? Yes, it is, and we're racing up to the first corner. Apicella with a good start. McIntyre trying to keep it right round the outside and hope that Teofil Nal doesn't come through on the inside line. He does not. So a good start then from Will McIntyre in behind Apicella. Apicella drifts a little bit wide. McIntyre already trying to start the opportunity to move up into the lead of the race. Teofil Nal in 3rd position. Everybody nice and comfortable through the first 5 corners. Down the back straight, and it's Apicella, McIntyre and Nile. 4th place for Jan Puchu. Oh, a bit of an opportunity from Teofil Nal. It comes knocking on the inside of Will McIntyre. It's determination from Teofil Nal and resolution from Will McIntyre that keeps him in front of Jan Puchu and Gaspard Lagaye. But Teofil Nal is obviously trying to unlock that raw pace that we saw from him in the season opener at Marienburg in Belgium, and of course last time out at Zuera in Spain. But now there's some big opportunities again as up the inside. Vinny Phillips has a look, and on the grass, trying to recover. Gaspard Lagaye runs wide. No contact there at all. Just a little bit of intimidation from Vinny Phillips, and that was enough to put Gaspard Lagaye wide. So an absolutely calculated risk there from Vinny Phillips. It forces the hand of Gaspard Lagaye. He drops down in front of Ronnie Stefani, who is down in 11th position. So a bit of an issue there from Gaspard Lagaye. A little knock in confidence brought on by Vinny Phillips. Here's the move again from McIntyre. Straight back on the inside of Teofil Nal. Don't even think about it. I've got this. I'm going to have 2nd place. Nile is going to try and come straight back at him. But Will McIntyre is absolutely wise to that manoeuvre. Up to the hairpin once again, and McIntyre closing right up on Antonio Apicella. He really wants to take on the Italian, who knows this circuit very well indeed. Teofil Nal, though, definitely a big talent to watch for the future for the 2N racing team. This satellite operation, a very small operation, but Teofil Nal definitely the kind of talent that France is hoping is going to go all the way to the top. Will McIntyre tucks in behind Antonio Apicella once again. Apicella, the race leader at this moment in time, down the back straight. Now can Antonio Apicella ride this crest of confidence? McIntyre's going to go for the move in the hairpin. He doesn't want to get anywhere near Teofil Nal. He wants to lead this one going away. Nile gets up the inside of Apicella as well. So that did not take long at all, as McIntyre and Nile both deal with Apicella. And on the inside, that is Vinny Phillips getting past Jan Puchu. So an excellent run there from Vinny Phillips as he overtakes the Mercedes junior driver. Jan Puchu of China in 5th position. Vinny Phillips is right in there in 4th position, trying to hunt down Antonio Apicella, the man who started this race from pole. Vinny Phillips definitely has good confidence coming into this race, and the kart looks pretty balanced and poised throughout the lap. So Teofil now trying to make it, and there goes Phillips. He's not waiting around at all. So Vinny Phillips up the inside of Antonio Apicella, P3. Nice work with the S's, left, right, and onto the back straight now. So Will McIntyre in front of Teofil Nile. You do get the sense that Nile is going to try and make the bid here on Will McIntyre into the hairpin. He has to think about it. He's not quite close enough. Watch for the next right-hander though, Will, because this is where Teofil Nile's definitely going to try and unlock the overtaking move. Here he goes, up the inside. Predictable, but absolutely authoritarian from Teofil Nile. McIntyre coming straight back at him. No chance. I want this win. Excellent work. They've only got 7 laps of battling in this category. So if they're going to make an overtaking move, they better get on with it. But as far as Will McIntyre is concerned, he's kind of hoping that Teofil Nile is backed up into Vinnie Phillips at this point. Phillips has got a chance here. Up on the inside, surely Phillips will make the move. He goes for it on the inside line, and Vinnie Phillips in a second place. So it's McIntyre, Phillips, and Teofil Nile. So Teofil Nile, third position now. What is he going to be able to do from there as Vinnie Phillips bangs in the fastest lap of the race at 50.852. Not waiting around on the inside of Will McIntyre into the square right-hander, and he takes the lead and now defends. Vinnie Phillips holds the lead. Excellent work as he manages to go for the overtaking move. He's still holding the inside line. He does not want Will McIntyre to have another sniff of this victory, and he's still holding it as he comes into the hairpin. Keeps the car wide enough to the apex that there's nobody going to pop it on the inside line. Excellent work so far from Phillips to counter-attack on Will McIntyre. They come onto the home straight. Third place from Teofil Nile, then Apicella, then Chu. A bit of a gap back to Aaron Garcia from Pirovano, Poulain, Montero, Lagaye, Minetto, Stefani, Jenny, Straven and Jocelyn. Excellent racing so far. They continue to battle away. Onto the back straight now. Vinnie Phillips still with a controlling interest in this race, having made up 6 places from 7th on the grid to lead it. McIntyre second, Nail in third place, and Apicella in 4th, in front of Jan Puchu. This is definitely going to be a really interesting challenge from these two. What are we going to see? Oh, there's the move from Jan Puchu on the inside, gets the run on Antonio Apicella, and then defends into the next left hairpin, so controls the place, and that could be the move sorted for 4th position. McIntyre hasn't given up on the win, and just in time because they've only got 1 lap to go. Here they are, Phillips versus McIntyre. Not the first time these two have been racing against each other. And so Vinnie Phillips and Will McIntyre continue their battle in the Junior X30 category of the IAME Euro Series here at Castelletto de Branduzzo on the Siete Rarghi circuit. Back straight. Down to the braking zone. Phillips bangs in a 50.67 to assert his lead. McIntyre still pushing, not giving up yet. Through the hairpin, the right-hander. Back on the power, through the left. There might just be a chance. Vinny senses that there's going to be an opportunity for Will McIntyre to come through. He's going to be careful on the exit of the hairpin. Close the door. Keeps it nice and planted. McIntyre won't want to throw away a second-place finish if he has to settle for it. So Vinnie Phillips has got the job done here, through the left and through the right. Excellent work from Vinnie Phillips out of the final turn. That's the checkered flag. That'll do. Vinnie Phillips making a great job of this first heat of the day for the juniors. McIntyre through in second place. Teofil Nile has to settle for 3rd position. The Frenchman has finally been caught, it seems, in terms of raw 1-lap pace. And everybody who was scratching their head trying to figure out how on earth they were going to catch Teofil Nile in 2021. Well, now they know. They've been able to do it here at Castelletto. It's not plain sailing for the Frenchman anymore. But a great job it is for Vinnie Phillips in the 87. He's going very slowly round on the lap, it has to be said. So Vinnie Phillips obviously just cruising in as we watch Will McIntyre and Teofil Nile. But Vinnie Phillips has the victory after a brilliant run after 7 laps. Fought his way back beautifully. Teofil Nile almost got the fastest lap of the race there away from Vinnie Phillips, but wasn't to be in the closing stages. Vinnie Phillips takes the win then in front of Will McIntyre. 3rd place goes to Teofil Nile. And then behind them, it all gets very interesting indeed. Jan Puchu in 4th position ahead of Antonio Apicella and Aaron Garcia. Andrea Pirovano and Arthur Poulain. The top 10 completed by Noah Montero and Gaspard Lagaye. Then it is Ronnie Stefani in 11th position. He finishes up in front of Thomas Strauven and Alessandro Minetto. Henry Jocelyn was in 14th place in front of Eric Genet. Dino Struescu, the Romanian, making his debut, 16th position there in front of Paul Caios Rivero and Jaroslav Trukin of the Energy Course team. In 19th place, it is the Hungarian Martin Molnar in front of Chi Zhenru. Then it is Griffin Forrest Peebles ahead of Thibaut Jalad. Sam van Voskulen is ahead of Ethan Ischer. Then Arthur Valsort and Luca Horton from Francisco Macedo. And then we have Aaron Ferrazzano, Sjoerd van den Munnikhoff from Jan Paral, Eric Enash, Henk Voigt Jr., Alessandro Cocci, and then Iko Segret was the lone retirement from the race. Didn't quite make the full distance of the 7 laps after retiring at the end of lap 4. So, fascinating battles then, and Vinnie Phillips ahead of Will McIntyre. That definitely gives us a bit of an indication as to just how much gusto Vinnie Phillips has coming into this one. Great to see, and some good determination, I'm sure, to come from him as things continue to progress. So, the grid for the next one is going to put the original pole position sitter back to the front. Federico Rifai, who was very fast indeed yesterday. And the Italian, who is based these days in the United Arab Emirates and carries that flag, is there on the front row of the starting grid. Alongside him is the number 34, or at least it is going to be the number 34, Andy Rattel. His card has not quite come to the grid yet. I'm sure it will very shortly. And the man who starts from 3rd position, he's had a very hectic summer so far, Tomas Stolchimanis, the Latvian for the Energy Course team, as he has now brought his way to the IAME X30 Euro Series for the first time. It's his first weekend in the category. He's had a very busy campaign so far. We caught up with him to see how he's settling to life in the IAME X30 Euro Series paddock.
It's been 3 weeks around the world, around the Europe, 2 weeks in Zuera, and now we managed to come here, and then it's for me holidays. So we drive very good here for the best 100%, and then go home. We weren't thinking that we will drive here. We drove in Zuera and it was going very well. So our boss managed to say to us to come here, and we had no choice. We had to come. The track is very good for me. It's not bad, like normal track. I don't know. It's not that wide, the straight. So yeah, I like wider straight. Yes, of course, may change setup and then it will be very good. This is actually my first race with X30. First time driving with X30 and also IAME Euro Series. It's quite not the same. The bottom is very good for this engine, and need to confirm that and work hard. I think I can get also in top 3, but it's from situation and all these things. But I work hard and I think it will be not bad weekend.
A very talented young man, Tomas Stolchimanis. As I mentioned, he's had a very busy summer so far. Was competing just 6 days ago for the win in the last round of the European Championships at Zuera. An absolutely amazing opportunity for him now to continue his development as a junior racer in IAME X30 Euro. So the competitors obviously doing a fine job. Coming into the weekend, very close and ultra competitive this weekend. So many drivers in each of the categories. It's really wonderful to see just how many racers have descended on this gorgeous Siete Larghe circuit. They obviously wanted to end their summer campaign before they all go on holiday on a high note. 89 competitors in the senior class alone. 67 of them in junior this weekend and 54 in mini, which is a new record for us for the mini category. So we're very, very delighted to have welcomed so many esteemed drivers from so many corners of the globe. Excellent to see. Now, let's talk you through the grid for this coming heat. Federico Rifai, as we mentioned, will be in pole position for the KR Sport team, the young man from the United Arab Emirates. And having his cart now placed into position, the KBK competition driver, Andy Rattel of France, will find himself in second on the starting grid on the front row. Very good to see him there after some brilliant performances yesterday. Tomas Stolchimanis, who we mentioned, the Latvian, will line up in third position on the grid on the inside of the second row alongside the Baby Race Academy driver, and that is Sebastiano Pavano, the Italian. So Sebastiano Pavan will be there in the second row of the grid in fourth place. Fifth on the grid is going to be the British driver Bart Harrison. So Bart Harrison will be there together in position. He is obviously trying to continue his charge forward, having won the last 2 consecutive IAME Winter Cups in the junior category. He would now love to add the Euro Series title to his collection of trophies. He's there on the 5th position of the grid for this one. Adrian Benito, the Spanish driver, lines up on the 6th position of the starting grid on the outside of row 3. Then we got 2 very fast contenders on the 4th row of the starting grid for Japan. It is Kanato Lee, although of course he runs under a British license, Kanato Lee. And then alongside him on the grid, it is the Irishman Finn McLaughlin, who rather similarly runs under a different country's license. He is registered and licensed as a British driver. Ivan Arias, the Spanish contender, lines up on the 5th row of the grid on the inside line. And then on the outside line, it is Riccardo Cirelli, the Italian, who is there in 10th position on the starting grid. He's definitely going to be one to keep an eye on. Very quick, those two, in their Kart Republic chassis. 11th on the starting grid, it is Elia Papacena. So Elia Papacena will be wanting to push his way forward as the Swiss driver goes up alongside his countryman, Kevin Rabin. So two competitors from Switzerland, obviously wanting to go very high up through the field. Then we have on the 7th row of the starting grid, Patrick Fabroni on the Paralin chassis. The Italian will line up alongside Kimi Duron, the Frenchman, who is there for Victory Lane karting on his Red Speed outfit kart. Then it is Thibaut Ramakas, one of the newest recruits to the Junior X30 category. Still barely looks like he's out of minis, really, Thibaut Ramakas, but what an incredible turn of speed he's already starting to execute. Alongside him on the grid is the Italian star. How confident he is coming into the weekend.
Yeah, they've been going good. For the first practice this morning, we've ended up on a high. We didn't go new tyre, and most other people did. So, yeah, and we still got pole. So next session, hopefully we can get even better because next time we're going new tyre, and then for quali, new tyre again. So hopefully top 3 or even first, maybe. Last weekend it wasn't too good. And this weekend, now we're up high, and now last year it's such a difference between now and then. So last year we would have been bottom 3, and now this year we're top 3. So it's a big improvement for me. It's nice and warm, the track. It's always nice, hot. It's a great track to be at, and yeah, there's so much grip, and through the first corner, it's just amazing, but it's hard to hold on through the first corner. And the last chicane, it's just a very hard track, and we've got the 2 chicanes. They're pretty hard and they look easy, but they're not as easy as it looks. Well, hopefully top 5 or even maybe top 3.
Excellent to hear from young Jesse Phillips, and the keen-eyed Formula E fans amongst you will of course know that he races for the Oliver Rowland Motorsport team, which is in their 2nd European campaign. And it's a fabulous start to the season for them, doing a great job towards the sharp end of the field. So Luna Flusha and Jesse Phillips will be on the front row of the grid for this one. 3rd position on the grid will be young Ben Smith, who took a heat win on the road yesterday, but sadly had it taken away from him after receiving a 5-second penalty for what was judged as a bad maneuver. Hopefully he'll be able to bounce back and grab some heat wins again today, and there's only 2 more chances for him to do so. David Kozma, one of the newest faces in the field. He is the young Romanian charge who will line up in 4th position on the grid in the 981. And it'll be very interesting to see what he can do. A very good start to his IAME Euro Series journey, incidentally. Alongside, next up on the 3rd row of the grid is the firecracker that is Tiziano Cugnini, the Swiss ace, doing a brilliant job in the Cosmic Chassis. Definitely one of the title contenders heading into 2021. A slight issue in the last of his heats where he was taking a victory in Zuera. He showcased his speed and just got a little bit over-eager when his front fairing looked loose. He adjusted it. And unfortunately, as everybody knows, that is the end of your race weekend because you cannot adjust your front fairing position. It's a mistake, but he will learn from it. He's still full of beans and full of vitality. He knows that he can't do that again now, so he will continue with his racing journey. We all make mistakes, and we all have to learn from them. So a brilliant grounding, and he's got plenty of excitement and confidence. He knows he won't make that mistake again, so he can focus on his racing with no pressure. Alongside him on the grid, Sascha Van Bosch, the vice winner last year. Finished up in the 902 in fantastic fashion at the end of the 2020 campaign as the number 2 in IAME Euro Series, and of course managed to capture the Winter Cup at the beginning of the season. So fabulous opportunities for Sascha Van Bosch to continue his journey forward. Hugo Marti on the 4th row of the starting grid, the Spanish driver lining up alongside the very feisty Thomas Pradier, the Frenchman, who will line up there in 4th row of the grid. Raoul Thanthanen, who is always very quick on one lap, just needs a little bit more pace in terms of his consistency through the races, and he will be very much unbeatable. Alongside him on the grid for the CRG It is Mattia Prescianotto, who, of course, is being captained and coached all the way through the weekend by KZ2 star Natalia Balbo, who is there with the team this weekend. 6th row of the starting grid, Gioli Carré, who is lining up in 11th position on the grid, and Gioli Carré lines up beside Martin Marquez, the newest recruit in the Fusion Motorsport awning. So it'll be an interesting one to see what Martin can do, the Portuguese star. Riccardo Repetto lines up on the 7th row of the starting grid, the Italian, and alongside him on the starting grid will be the young man from the United Arab Emirates, Zain El Hamossani, on the Kart Republic chassis for George Gibbons Motorsport. Will be interesting to see what they can do from the 14th row, or 14th position, I should say, of the starting grid. Then it is Aaron Crier, who lines up on the 8th row of the grid alongside Giovanni Toso. And then we have Keir Wright on the CRG, who lines up in 17th position alongside Romeo Melo, the Portuguese driver on his Biralat chassis. And then we have Luke Taal, a very difficult qualifying session indeed for the Dutchman, who has become accustomed to running at the sharp end of the field. Still one of the youngest drivers in the field. Don't forget, it was pretty much exactly 12 months ago to the weekend that Luke Taal made his debut in the championship. And so now he approaches his second full season of racing. Luke Taal will line up alongside the Italian Pietro Bagutti, who is in the Energy Course kart, and he will line up 20th on the starting grid. Chiara Batig is next up, the Swiss driver, and beside her it is Leonidas Peruzzi, who is the new driver within the Oliver Rowland Motorsport fold, the young man for the United Arab Emirates. Jonathan Landstrom, the Swede, who had a rather frustrating opening heat yesterday, couldn't get out until 20 seconds after the rest of the field had gone by. And so the Swedish driver, who's always a great charger towards the front end of the field, had a rotten qualifying followed by a rotten heat. So hopefully the Swede is going to turn his fortunes around today. Noah Baglin, another of the strong contenders for the Oliver Rowland Motorsport team. He lines up there in 24th on the grid, again, after rather unfortunate circumstances in the qualifying session. Couldn't get a decent lap together in the end. Then it is Nicolas Arai on the Lenzo kart. He lines up alongside Antonio Giulietta. And then at the very tail end of the field, the rather frustrated Italian Alberto Junior Fulgori, who was unable to get a lap time in qualifying, came out of the pits for his time lap and spluttered to a halt. Couldn't get anywhere at all beyond the second corner. So rather unfortunate for Alberto Junior Fulgori, but hopefully second corner. So rather unfortunate for Alberto Junior Fulgori, but hopefully to do the same thing here this morning. 6 laps of the course for X30 Mini. That's the equivalent of 7.5 kilometers, just over. And obviously these youngsters are as young as 7 years old. You are allowed to start competing in the year you turn 8. So a very exciting competition for these drivers. And some of them are literally just taking their first steps in motorsport, never mind in European competition. But once you get to a certain level and you've had a few opportunities in your club races and whatever back home, you can step it up and go for an international license. One famous incident of that is the man who you'll hear from in the next race, Roman Kamyab, who started his career in this paddock in the IAME Euro Series at Salbury in 2019, the last time we visited in the season finale 2 years ago. And he had only been karting for 3 months before he came into the European Championships at the IAME Euro Series, I should say, rather than the European Championships. But a fascinating start for a lot of these youngsters as they now head out onto the circuit for X30 Mini qualifying heat B versus C. You only get 2 qualifying heats in rotations for X30 Minis, but 54 drivers this weekend, definitely the most we have had over the course of a weekend thus far. So excellent stuff. Luna Flusha and Jesse Phillips on the front row of the grid from Ben Smith and David Cosma. Tiziano Kuznini and Sasha Van Bosch from Hugo Marti and Thomas Pradier. Rolf van Tharen and Mattia Prescianotto from Gioli Carrera and Martin Marquez. Riccardo Repetto and Zain El Hamossani. Aaron Crea and Giovanni Toso from Keir Wright and Romeo Melo. Luke Taal and Pietro Bagutti. Then it is Chiara Batig, Leonidas Peruzzi, Jonathan Landstrom, Noah Baglin, Nicolas Arai and Antonio Giulietta. And then Alberto Junior Fulgori at the back of the grid. So 27 drivers, and there are obviously 54 in total this weekend in the X30 Mini category, and only 36 places available in the pre-final and final tomorrow. So every driver still with a good chance to get through, but they've obviously got to make it work over the course of the day. You can't afford a poor result, so you just have to try and trust your instincts, stay as consistent as possible, and hope that mistakes do not start to creep in. But the X30 Mini drivers, they all have excellent supports and excellent people in the paddock helping them out. I obviously mentioned for Mattia Prescianotto, a little bit of jostling there on the back straight between a couple of the drivers. I wonder if that was just a little bit too close for comfort for a couple of the competitors in the field there. It looked like 2 of the teammates that Fusion Motorsport as well, just getting a little bit too close to each other. That could have been very interesting. I wonder if that was Sascha van der Bosch and Ben Smith just getting a little too close to each other there. I was going to mention that the drivers do have some incredible support down there in the paddock. Obviously, I mentioned Natalia Balbo coaching Mattia Brescianotto this weekend. Obviously, W Series racer Jessica Hawkins regularly helps out with Roman Kamyab in the Mini X30 category. And also, of course, the former karting world champion Colin Brown is in the paddock doing his thing as a driver coach. So you all get amazing stars and some big names from the world of motorsport helping out these youngsters on the sidelines. You couldn't have better learning coaches. Here we go. We are racing up to the first corner. Good start from Luna Flusha, but a better start from Jesse Phillips. He cuts across from around the outside and takes the lead. Great start from Jesse Phillips. Absolutely lightning out of the blocks. And Luna Flusha's trying to defend her position. Drops back into third place behind the 947 of Ben Smith. But what a start from Jesse Phillips. That's the first time this weekend we've seen some from second on the grid charge their way through to take the lead up the inside. That's a big lunge. Oh, a couple of drivers having a little bit of a moment. That's Sascha van der Bosch trying to make his way through, and that's Luna Flusha taking the lead, I do believe, on Jesse Phillips. We've had an off at the final corner. That's a CRG going out of the race. That is Giovanni Tozo. So Giovanni Tozo, unfortunately, is off the circuit. So it's going to be stationary yellows at the final turn, I think. Well, does Luna Flusha think we're under yellows? I don't think we are under yellows. She's seen a yellow flag. She thinks we're under yellows. We're not under yellows. It's a yellow flag in one corner. The race is underway. It's green flags around the course. Everybody thinks we're forming up again, but we're racing. What a bizarre situation. So we are in lap 2, and the field has come around again to continue racing. They thought they were under full course yellows. They weren't under full course yellows. So the race has been brought to red flags, red flags, red flags. So the race has been stopped. And that is as a result of essentially the drivers getting confused out there. They thought they weren't under green flag conditions, but we were under green flag conditions. So a very strange situation. I've never seen that before. But the competitors clearly feeling that, you know, they obviously mistook the situation because the race was definitely under green. So a very tricky situation. And for Giovanni Tozo, now he may have a chance to get started again. I'm not sure if he's going to be allowed to take his opportunity to go racing once again. But we were definitely under green flag conditions. Jesse Phillips went into the lead. I wonder whether it was Jesse or whether it was Luna that got confused and thought we were under yellow flag conditions. A couple of drivers were waving to each other. So a very strange situation there for the youngsters in X30 Mini, who are obviously now going to have a conversation with the clerk of the course, Martin Bean. He's clearly going to remind them, look, when there's a green flag, when the lights go out on the start-finish straight, you go racing. It's as simple as that. So the drivers are all escorted out of their karts. Well, the drivers are being instructed, you know, by the officials to stop their kart out on the circuit. They've got to get out of their kart and they've got to have a conversation with the race director. A little bit of confusion. Maybe it's the heat, or maybe it's the intensity of the fact this is the third round of the championship, or whatever it is. I don't know. But certainly a little bit of over-eagerness, a little bit of confusion perhaps. But a slight difficulty there for the competitors in the Mini X30 Brigade. Doesn't happen too often, unfortunately, but there we are. Martin Bean just reminding the drivers. Now, when the lights go out, you do actually have to go racing. You do know that, right? Just the headmaster talking to the students in the classroom. And obviously they have to make sure that they get things done correctly. These incredible youngsters. It's quite baffling to think that, you know, these are guys aged between 8 and 12 years old, still in school, and yet this is an incredible passion for them, an incredible hobby for them as well. They get to go racing at this level. And so the drivers will be there on the start finish straight. They will obviously get the chance to go racing again. And now the big question is going to be, what about Giovanni Tozo? Now, Giovanni Tozo obviously had that mechanical problem. Will he be able to take up his place on the starting grid again? I think he will, because it's going to be a full restart from what I gather of things, as we didn't complete 2 laps of the course. So I would not be at all surprised if this race was completely restarted, which means that Giovanni Tozo in the CRG would be able to take up his position on the starting grid again, having had that mechanical problem. Now, if he can get his kart started, then he should be all right to you should be able to go racing again. So we'll have to keep an eye on it. But the Mini X30 drivers obviously a little bit confused on the start of this one. You've got to remember that there's a lot of pressure on these youngsters, and this is not a sport like football or tennis or cricket or rugby or anything along the lines of that, where you get practice matches and practice games behind closed doors, where everything is obviously a little bit laid back and everything's a little bit chilled and you can make mistakes behind closed doors. In racing at this level, all of these incidents happen under the microscope of the cameras. So these guys are under a massive, intense pressure for these mistakes and things to creep in. But I think that was just a miscommunication and a misunderstanding from the competitors at the front end of the field as to whether we were actually racing or not. We were. So the contenders are obviously getting the little reminder from race director Martin Bean, and then we'll be able to go racing once again. Now, what is also going to happen here is that the drivers are going to be able to return to their karts, but they will return to their karts in the positions that they started in originally. So they will be able to take up their positions on the starting grid once again, and that is definitely very good news from their point of view. So they'll all be able to get back into their positions. So Luna Flusha and Jesse Phillips will be able to return to the front row of the starting grid. There go the drivers. They'll be reminded there by Martin Bean. It's not an easy job to coach and administer to all these youngsters. Got to remember that these guys are still only, as I said, 8 to 12 years old. And this is quite an incredible opportunity for them. I have to say, what I wouldn't give as an 8-year-old to be there on the starting grid of an IAME Euro Series race. And look at that, you know, the camaraderie and the friendship and the sportsmanship between these drivers. Jesse Phillips wandering over to wish good luck to Luna Flusha, a driver in another team, and yet they still, you know, they love each other, these guys. They're great racers. They love hanging out with each other. They're all very much kindred spirits. They have a great affection for each other. Great friendships are built in this paddock, and these friendships last years and years and years. You're friends with each other in the karting days. You're friends with them for life. You've only got to look at chaps like Alex Buncombe and Jensen Button, who grew up in the karting world together as youngsters, and they are still great mates to this day. And these sort of friendships, they last a lifetime. You really do build friendships that will go on for decades to see as racing enthusiasts. And it's wonderful, these guys. They have such a great friendship and a great bond with each other. And that's the kind of bond that's going to continue for a long time. So the drivers will take up their original positions again on the starting grid for this one. Luna Flusha and Jesse Phillips will be on the front row. Ben Smith and David Cosma will be together on the second row of the grid. Tiziano Kuznini alongside Sasha Van Bosch, Hugo Marti and Thomas Pradier, Raul Thantharden and Mattia Prescianotto. That's the order they will go back in on their original starting positions. If you've only just joined us and are wondering why we're under red flag conditions, well, there was a slight miscommunication on the start of qualifying heat B versus C. The race started and a couple of people were not entirely sure as to whether we were actually racing or not, because it's quite hard to see when the lights go out on the main straight here, especially in the glare of the sun. So there was a slight miscommunication and the drivers felt we weren't racing, slowed up, restarted, despite the fact that we were under green flag conditions. So the race will now restart to its full length of 6 laps. The drivers will have a really exciting battle of it in front of us now as well, because all of the contenders will be there in position once more. And they are ready for the battle to continue. And it's going to be a really exciting one in Mini X30. The last few drivers at the back of the grid are just getting into their positions, and then they will go around for another rolling lap, and then we will go racing once again. So Martin Bean just gently reminding the drivers of procedure, and then they'll be able to go out and race once again. So 6 laps of the course. It is a 1.256 kilometer circuit here at Siete Larghi, one of the most popular venues in the IAME Euro Series calendar, and it's pretty much a staple of the category. Almost since the start of the championship back in 2016, we have gone to Castelletto every single year. It's a wonderful venue. We love the race circuit here, and it's a lovely end of summer atmosphere as well, or at least end of racing summer atmosphere, because we tend to come here and then a lot of teams and drivers will take a few weeks off before they go racing again in the end of the month. In fact, that's kind of what we're going to be doing as an IAME Euro Series paddock. At the end of this weekend, we obviously take a few weeks away, and then we will return for the 4th round, the final round of the IAME Euro Series 2021, when we go to Karting Genk in Belgium, the home of champions, they call it. And it's going to be a very exciting place to end the IAME Euro Series season. That will take place on the final weekend of August from the 26th to the 29th. And of course, all details of that can be found on the website, IAMEEuroseries.com. For those racers who are watching along thinking, I want to do this, well, head onto the website, IAMEEuroseries.com, and all the details to get onto the grid are there. So Luna Flusha and Jesse Phillips will take up their positions on the front row of the starting grid, the Spanish driver alongside the British driver. And then it will be Ben Smith alongside the new recruit to the field, the Romanian star David Cosma, who will be their 4th position on the grid in the 981. And then Tiziano Cugnini alongside Sasha Van Padbosch, 2 of the big stars of this paddock, and did a fantastic job over the course of 2020. 2021, they'll want to be competing for victory all over again. The Paralin, starting 7th on the grid for this one, is Hugo Marti. Great to see him up the front end of the field, having worked his credit through the midfield in the last couple of seasons. And then alongside him on the grid, the 971, the Frenchman Thomas Pradier is going to be one to keep an eye on from the 4th row of the starting grid. And then rounding out the top 10, Raoul Thinthaden of the Monlau Competition squad, and the treble 9 starting in 10th position, Mattia Prescianotto, who did a great job yesterday in the CRG to work his way up into the top 5 of his heat. So expect a lot of overtaking maneuvers in this one and a lot of great battles from the drivers in the field. So all the contenders will get themselves ready for the action. Luna Flusha just getting herself into position, ready for the race to get underway again. There's a few drivers at the tail end of the field who are just trying to get themselves in position. We've got a cart waving at the tail of the field there. I wonder if that is Alberto Junior Folgori. It's obviously very hot for the drivers out there on the starting grid as they try and get themselves ready in formation. It's air temperatures of 28 degrees Celsius now. That just gives you an idea of how quickly the temperature has rocketed. From the start of the day, when it was 24 degrees Celsius, it is now 28 degrees Celsius, and that's just the air temperature. The track temperature will be in the high 40s. And let's not forget as well that obviously these guys are sat there in full race suit, helmet, gloves, underalls, all sorts of difficult situations for the drivers to cope with, but they are now getting ready once again for the great battle. The thing is, once the drivers get out onto the circuit and the engine starts and they're driving, the temperature becomes of secondary importance. They all want to go out there and go racing. The last couple of drivers getting put into position there in the middle of the pack. The engines rise and the competitors head out onto the circuit once again for a rolling lap. Looks like Hugo Marti can't get away. Now he's been able to get the engine started, thank goodness for that. And the last man to try and get away is Giovanni Toso. Now, Giovanni Toso had problems before, so hopefully Giovanni Toso can get the kart started again. They're going to try. You've got to get there under your own steam. You've got to try and get out on your own steam. If you can't get moving, then you're going to have to be moved off the circuit. But it's not good news for Giovanni Toso. I'm afraid the Italian, who already had a mechanical problem and couldn't start the race initially, the problem has returned. And a rather fed up Giovanni Toso can't quite believe his misfortune. So whatever the problem was, it is terminal. That's such a shame for the Italian. Had a really good opportunity in this one and was given a second chance by the race essentially being red flagged. So had a second chance to make it work, and unfortunately it hasn't happened. So they only get one formation lap this time, because obviously the tyres have already been worked up in 2 laps, and now they'll go racing. This time, hopefully we will have a full clean 6 laps. But when those lights go out, we are racing, and we will be green flag conditions right from the off. Is this going to be a good start this time? Let's find out. Yes, we are racing, and up and underway we go. Luna Flusha and Jesse Phillips having another cracking run this time to the first corner, and Luna Flusha holds it. Into second comes Ben Smith. Jesse Phillips is still there, but in 4th position now as Tiziano Cugnini launches forward, tries to get into 2nd place, can't make it happen. David Cosma creeps up into 4th place in front of Jesse Phillips as the field continues to duel away. Cosma and Cugnini got very close together, and I think there was a little bit of wheel banging between the two, but now Jesse Phillips is going to try and make his way through on the inside of Cosma. Can't quite make it happen, and now he's going to try and make his bid on the inside into the hairpin. Has to shut the door. Thomas Pradier gets through instead. So Pradier is through into 5th position. But a very tricky scenario as the drivers now trying to make up one by one a position. Sasha Van Padbosch side by side with Mattia Prescianotto. Prescianotto still trying to work his way through on the inside, but it's Luna Flusha from Ben Smith at the front end of the field so far. No problems at all for those two. There is the battle from Jesse Phillips in front of Thomas Pradier again. So Phillips gets back into 5th position in front of the Frenchman Pradier. And up into the first corner. It is Flusha, Smith, Cugnini, Cosma, Phillips, Pradier, Prescianotto and Martin Marquez. The start is apparently under investigation. So that'll be someone creeping out of their tram lines a little bit too hastily. We'll have to find out who that is later. But the drivers are working their way up through the field pretty quickly now. I noticed that at the Energy Course team, there are a couple of drivers that are using James Hunt tribute helmets, namely Pietro Baguti and Alberto Junior Fogori. They were both running very similar style helmets in tribute to James Hunt, which is quite nice. Luna Flusha and Ben Smith having a great battle at the front end of the field. Second place is Ben Smith, but for how much longer? Here's David Kozma getting through past Tiziano Kuznini and into third position. The Romanian gets past the Swiss, but meanwhile out front it is still Luna Flusha, who is wearing very proudly the Alonso kart colours on her overalls, despite the fact that the kart she's driving is in Fusion Motorsport colours. And Ben Smith there in second position. Kozma and Kuznini having a great run in third and fourth, and then in fifth place it is Jesse Phillips ahead of Brescianotto and Pradier. Then Sasha Van Padbosch in eighth from Bagland, Baguti, Juntaren, Repetto, Crea, Tal, Marquez and El Hamosani. So a good start to the race for Flusha and Smith. They're just trying to stretch away from the rest of the field now, the two Fusion Motorsport teammates. This is pretty much how it went in yesterday's qualifying heat as well. So the battle continues. Luna Flusha with a win yesterday. Ben Smith with first on the road, but then obviously a 5-second penalty after the race. So that dropped him down the order. But Luna Flusha has already got one win under her belt. She'd quite like to get another one if she can. And this time she'd quite like to do it on the road rather than have it handed to her in the steward's office afterwards. So Luna Flusha out of the final turn. Smith is still pushing very hard though. And with 3 laps done and 3 to go, Ben Smith will definitely want the victory, especially after losing it yesterday. But Luna Flusha is still holding her ground. The two teammates still just trying to stretch away, give themselves as much of a gap over David Kozma as humanly possible. And then in the final couple of laps, they will start to battle away with each other. Luna Flusha on a 55.924 compared to Ben Smith on a 55.925. A thousandth of a second difference between the Fusion Motorsport teammates in terms of one lap pace. This is the battle further back. Is up the inside. That's Sasha Van Bosch gets on the inside of Jesse Phillips, and Thomas Pradier goes with him. So Jesse Phillips now trying to hang on in front of his teammate. That is Noah Baglin. So Noah Baglin gets up into the position, and so the Oliver Rowland Motorsport teammates might be able to work with each other. Well, Jesse Phillips gets back on terms with his teammate, gets back through. Baglin is there on the exit. They're trying to communicate with each other. Come on, let's team up, let's work together. We can push through on the final 2 laps, and we can make up some places if we just team up and work together. So that is exactly what the Oliver Rowland Motorsport twins will do. Jesse Phillips and Noah Baglin going through the field together by the look of it. Are they going to have enough time to make an impression? Nicholas Arai is out of the race as well, by the way, unfortunately. Luna Flusha leads the race in front of Ben Smith and has set the fastest lap of the race in the process as well, to extend the gap by just 0.07 of a second. Not a lot between them, but they continue to challenge away between each other. Luna Flusha in front of Ben Smith. Here's the move on the inside as Baglin decides to go for the move on his teammate Jesse Phillips and almost opens the door for Pietro Baguti. Baguti is trying to get through on the inside line there. You can see the James Hunt tribute helmet of Pietro Baguti on the Energy Course chassis. And just in behind him, you've obviously got Riccardo Repetto on the CRG chassis. So Riccardo Repetto trying to get him to move on the inside line and hasn't been able to do so far. Into the final lap then. Come the leaders. A step back to go a step forward. Luna Flusha takes the victory. Well done to Luna Flusha. Excellent racecraft. Knew she was going to lose the position initially to Ben Smith, but she had a game plan and she got him in the second hairpin. Excellent work. Luna Flusha has now got 2 wins over the course of this weekend. This is exactly what she wanted here at Castelletto. And this is an excellent run from Luna Flusha. She gives a hand signal of appreciation, a thumbs up to Ben Smith. I don't think Ben will return the favour. Ben thought he had her, but no. Luna Flusha is a very smart cookie. She's going to make this one very much her own. Excellent stuff from Luna Flusha this weekend. She's had these opportunities in the past and the pressure has sometimes got to her, but not on this occasion. She is iron steel this weekend. Excellent work from Luna Flusha. Ben Smith in second place. A good run from David Kozma to work his way up into third place along with Tiziano Kuznini. Excellent recovery drive again from Mattia Brescianotto. So Brescianotto working his way to 5th position in front of Sasha Van Bosch and Thomas Pradier. So here is the provisional confirmation then. Luna Flusha in first position in front of Ben Smith and David Kozma, Tiziano Kuznini and Mattia Brescianotto, Sasha Van Bosch and Thomas Pradier. from Noah Baglin, Pietro Baguti and Jesse Phillips. Aaron Crea and Hugo Marti in front of Ricardo Repetto and Raul Thuntharen. Then Zain El Hamosani and Alberto Junior Folgori. Kier Wright is in front of Martin Marquez. And then we will obviously, just in behind him, have Luke Tal in front of Gioli Carrera. Chiara Batig is in front of Romeo Mello, Antonio Giulietta and Jonathan Landstrom. The last one home, Leonidis Peruzzi. And the retirements, well, there were only two. Nicholas Arai, who was out on the second lap. And rather sadly, Giovanni Toso, who couldn't start the race at all with mechanical difficulties. So a very tricky scenario then from the X30 Minis. But once they did get underway, Luna Flusha able to get a brilliant victory. And that's 2 out of 2 now for Luna Flusha. And the confidence that gives you at this level when you are in the X30 Mini category, your first win in the qualifying heats, it changes everything massively in terms of your confidence levels. So that is going to send her sky high in terms of her ability to deal with the problems in order to have the pressure. It's wonderful. So the category is going to be continuing on with the next race. Let's hear from the man who will... Oh, I'm trying to see if we've actually got time to move on to the next one, because obviously we're a bit delayed in the previous one. We may have to come back to the interview of Roman Kamyab a little bit later on, because I have a feeling the drivers are about to be sent out onto the circuit. But the man who starts from pole position is the Swiss driver Matt Corby. After an excellent run in time qualifying yesterday, the Spirit Racing driver will be in pole position, and he can be very happy indeed with how he's got there. The excellent Swiss lining up in pole position for this one. Roman Kamyab in second position on the starting grid. The man who did such a spectacular job last time out at Zuera in the wet, and certainly one of the favourites this season for the IAME Euro Series title. Dan Aleman in third position. It could be an interesting one to watch out for, along with Maxim Bobrishov, who lines up there in the second row of the starting grid in the 974 for the George Gibbons Motorsport team. Rodrigo Seabra, the Racing Wolf, they call him, the Portuguese, in fifth position on the grid for this one. Alongside him on the grid is Bogdan Kozma. And the Romanian is definitely going to be trying to keep it as close to the front end of the field as David Kozma just did. David just got a third place finish, of course. So Bogdan will obviously want to get a similar sort of performance. Sandro Perez will line up 7th on the starting grid on row 4. Alongside him will be Tamas Yenda. And then Jason Bralic alongside Denny Babicek in the top 10. So excellent stuff so far from the Mini X30 drivers. And there are another 27 of them in this battle. They all want to be at the sharp end of the field. The Mini X30 drivers obviously ready to go and in position. But it's not going to be easy to predict who's going to get the win in this one, as the drivers obviously got very close together in yesterday's heat. We had 2 wins, obviously, from Luna Flusha, but we've also had some interesting battles from the competitors yesterday as well. In X30 Mini, we also had an excellent job in the heat yesterday. It wasn't just Luna Flusha that got the victory. It was also Roman Kamyab who got the job done from second on the grid. So he's obviously proof of the fact that you can start from the outside of the front row of the grid and take a heat victory. And Roman Kamyab will be hoping that he can get the job done in this one as well. If that ends up being the case, then both Luna Flusha and Roman Kamyab will come into the final heat later on this afternoon unbeaten, which is going to make things very interesting in the final heat, because obviously only one of them can take a race victory, and it'll have to be either Flusha or Kamyab that does so. Battling amongst themselves may mean that neither of them gets the win, of course. So could be very interesting to see how it all plays out. So as the competitors are being brought in, let's hear from Roman Kamyab in second position on the grid about his chances here this weekend.
Yes, it's been going very well. I'm quickest in all my sessions, so I'm having a good feeling about this weekend. So is quali coming up to today, and I think I can get a P1 result. Yeah, I think it's really good. Yes, for sure. And apparently on Sunday in the morning it might rain, so I might get a bit lucky and have a nice wet race, or it might dry up, and both ways is good for me. Yes, there's a lot more rubber on the track, so if you go offline it will make you go very wide, or you would lose a lot of grip. So you have to be very careful with the line you take, and you have to be quite aggressive with the moves you make. There's a lot of overtaking spots, so it's quite easy, but if you want to gain a few positions in one corner, you have to be quite smart. I think this can be a victory because in practice I've been very fast, I think I can get another good gap, or maybe my teammate pushes me and we have a good last few laps battle. But yeah, I think I can take the victory.
So now the contenders are getting ready once again in X30 Mini. Great to hear there from Roman Kamyab, one of the stars of the X30 Mini category in 2021, and surely a contender for the title this season as well. But alongside him on the grid, the man who got pole position from time qualifying, Matt Corby of Switzerland. And he'll be there for the Spirit Racing team from the front of the grid, hoping to convert this pole position into a race victory. X30 Mini qualifying heat A versus D. The formation lap will begin. They have an out lap followed by a formation lap. The drivers head out onto the circuit, and we can talk you through the grid in full. Matt Corby and Roman Kamyab from Dan Aleman and Maxim Bobrashov. Rodrigo Seabra and Bogdan Kozma from Sandro Perez and Tamas Genda. Jason Bralic and Denny Babacek from Senna Munier and Tristan Ili-Krizan. Marius Barryberg and Manuel Miguez, Eloan Bianemi and Arthur Wang, then Eva Dorstein and Marie Barryberg from Roberto Bas, Quinten van Leuven, Luca Fedorenko, Max Murray, Bosco Arias, George Nassar, Harrison Mackie, Lorenzo Campos and Christian Velchu. So far, Luna Flusha has won both of her heats. Roman Kamyab has won one of his, and that is why he is able to be second in the rankings with 0 points scored. It's also done on countback. If anybody ties for points at the top end, it goes down to their fastest laps from time qualifying. Somebody at the end of the pit lane there unable to get going. That looks like Max Murray, I believe, in the KR Sport machine. So unable to get started on the first out lap. So hopefully Max Murray will be able to take up his position at the end of this lap in the rotation, because obviously they have an out lap and an additional formation lap. So hopefully Max Murray will be able to get started at the end of this lap. Clearly a mechanical problem that meant he couldn't get started initially, but now hopefully Max Murray will join up in position and will indeed, I do believe. The KR Sport team hoping that Max Murray can get started. He's certainly trying to get started on his way out of the pits, but it doesn't look as though the kart is quite going to be able to make it to the starting line. So slight problem there for the KR Sport driver. He's going to pull straight back off the circuit, out of harm's way, and what a shame. Max Murray will not take the start of this heat. That's unfortunate for the young man from United Arab Emirates. He's lost an opportunity there. There's nothing much more painful than the chance to start taken away from you. So Matt Corby and Roman Kamyab on the front row of the grid from Dan Aleman and Maxim Bobrashov, then Seabra, Kozma, Perez, Genda, Bralic and Babacek. Let's see how they go from the start line. Is it going to be a clean start? No, it's a false start. False start. So the drivers will go around again. And it is not a race start this time. So the repeater light has come on. That's how you can tell when it's a false start or not. So the drivers will obviously have to form up in their positions once again. But the yellow flags are around the circuit. So obviously the drivers will then take up their positions out on the circuit once again. And as you can see there, Matt Corby just weaving the tyres and the brakes up to temperature, yellow flags. So the drivers know that the race has not actually started. So now once again, Matt Corby and Roman Kamyab will form up in their two rows. And this time it is an opportunity for the drivers to restart. But it's rather unfortunate for poor Max Murray, who had a great chance in this race to work his way up through the field. And it's a rather dejected looking young Scot, who is based these days out in the United Arab Emirates, of course, unable to emulate his brother Sebastian, who was out in his kart a little earlier on in the day. So the competitors come off the final turn and onto the main straight. Is this going to be a good start this time? Yes, it is! Up to the first corner, and Matt Corby has not got the best of starts at all. Kamyab is going to take the lead as around the outside he tries to hold it from Maxim Bobrashov, and Bobrashov has made a reasonable start here into second position as the field works its way through the first couple of corners. It's a great start from Kamyab. He holds the position. It's not the greatest of starts from the inside line this time. Corby not getting a good start at all and drops to fourth position behind Bogdan Kozma. So obviously it's going to be an interesting and intriguing start from here on out, but the drivers are working their magic to try and assess things on the inside line. So Matt Corby there in fourth position. And up in fifth place now, that looks like one of the contenders up in the sharp end. I wonder if that's Tamas Genda that has moved his way further forward. So the Hungarian, I think that is, trying to work his way up through the field. The start is under investigation. Not entirely sure who it is that's being investigated, but that clearly means that somebody was out of the position at the start. So Roman Kamyab takes the lead at the end of the first lap. Then it's Bobrishov, Kozma, Corby, Babicek, Seabra, Genda, Ilie, Krizan and Bralic. A fascinating run. As up the inside, that is Danny Babicek trying to get his way on the inside. The 932 of Denny Babicek trying to work his way forward. It hasn't quite worked out for him yet. So Denny Babicek just in there behind Matt Corby and loses the place to Rodrigo Seabra. Seabra now in 5th position on the Oliver Rowland Motorsport machine. A bit of a twitch there from Matt Corby, the man who was starting at the front end of the field. The pole position man has now got Rodrigo Seabra bearing down on him. Seabra makes the move on the inside line. Corby makes the move instead, and Seabra goes with him up to the inside of Bogdan Kozma. So Corby is up to 3rd, Seabra is up to 4th, and Babicek is on the tail of Kozma now as they battle away for 5th and 6th positions respectfully. At the end of this lap, there's only going to be 4 to go. So Seabra still pushing Matt Corby very well here indeed, as Bobryshev is now closing up on Roman Kamyab. So Roman Kamyab leads, Maxim Bobryshev in 2nd place, then it's Matt Corby, Rodrigo Seabra, Kozma, Babicek, Genda, Trizan and Jason Bralic. So this could be a really interesting run as they continue on their charge. There's Seabra in front of Kozma onto the back straight. Kamyab leads the way. So Roman Kamyab obviously trying to get away from Maxim Bobryshev and Matt Corby, but Corby is definitely stepping up the attack, unlocking that same sort of pace we saw from him in qualifying. So he's going to try and close up on Maxim Bobryshev and go for the move at a 2nd position. Rodrigo Seabra has a little bit of pressure now from Bogdan Kozma and Denny Babicek. He's now trying to close up on the leading 3 drivers. He just needs to keep pushing on that far side of the course. So Matt Corby getting close in behind Maxim Bobryshev at the end of the 3rd lap. We'll be at the 3rd distance point, at the half distance point, I should say. So Kamyab still leading over the line, but Bobryshev, Corby and Seabra very close together. Kozma is not far away either. So now it's time for the opportunity, and up the inside, Matt Corby has a look at Maxim Bobryshev. They're going to be side by side. Bobryshev will not let him have the line, and Seabra is going to get through into 3rd place. Good run there from Rodrigo Seabra. He anticipated that beautifully. So Matt Corby can't get the move at a 2nd, and now Seabra's having a look at 2nd place. Maxim Bobryshev chops right across. Corby catches the curb on the inside line. That's enough for Bogdan Kozma to get into 4th position. Maxim Bobryshev is defending valiantly here very early on, and that's given Roman Kamyab an amazing lead now of nearly a 2nd over Maxim Bobryshev. Just a little bit too hasty, perhaps, as far as Rodrigo Seabra is concerned. Now he plants it up the inside and gets into 2nd place. So Rodrigo Seabra gets into P2, gestures to Bobryshev. Come on, we need to go after the race leader. But Bobryshev tried again to get through on Seabra. Seabra would not crack the whip. And so Bobryshev, there in 3rd position, now has pressure from Kozma. And then Matt Corby is in 5th, Babicek in 6th. So Kamyab is 1.2 clear. Bobryshev back on the inside of Seabra. Seabra decides to let him go. There's no point getting hit up in a silly battle. If you've got a chance to go for 2nd, you may as well try and take it. But Seabra knows that there's a long game in this one. 4th place, Bogdan Kozma is in the mix now with them. Seabra looking for a way to come past. He's going to have some support potentially from Kozma. Bobryshev shuts the door. So Seabra is still there in 3rd position as they continue to charge forward. Is there going to be a move from Seabra? Yes, there is. Rodrigo Seabra back through on Bobryshev. Is the door going to be left open enough for Corby? No, it's not. For Kozma, sorry. Kozma tried to get through. Now Babicek is going to go on the inside of Matt Corby. That was a little bit hasty. He's not going to get through. So Roman Kamyab is going to make it unbeaten. 2 out of 2 here, out in front of Rodrigo Seabra. The Oliver Rowland Motorsport driver is going to get his best finish in the IAME Euro Series up to this point. The Portuguese driver has been threatening to do this for a while now. And Rodrigo Seabra has managed to get a little bit clear of Bobryshev. Is there going to be a launch on the inside from Kozma? No, there is not. So Bogdan Kozma can't quite get alongside Maxim Bobryshev. 5th place for Matt Corby. Onto the back straight. What can Corby do? Because he's definitely going to give Kozma a little bit of support. Can they both dive on the inside of Bobryshev going into the hairpin? Bobryshev trying to hold on to this position. Is there going to be a lunge from Kozma? No, there's going to be a lunge from Matt Corby. Corby gets into 4th position. Is there going to be a chance to go for Bobryshev before the end of the lap? I think he's going to run out of chances. He's only got one more serious attempt now coming up to the hairpin, and he's too far back for my money. So Kamyab, Seabra, Bobryshev is going to be the top 3. Excellent run from Roman Kamyab. He really has run away and hidden at the lead of this pack out of the final turn. Roman Kamyab is going to make it 2 out of 2. Good job there. Rodrigo Seabra gets 2nd. His best result in the IAME Euro Series thus far. Maxim Bobryshev in 3rd place from Matt Corby. A good race from him in the end. A solid P4 in front of Bogdan Kozma and Denny Babicek. So excellent work so far then. A really solid start to the day. But for Roman Kamyab, 2 wins out of 2. He can be proud of that. Excellent work from the British driver. Supreme effort from Rodrigo Seabra, the Portuguese driver, to fight his way forward after a difficult start to get into 2nd position. That is exactly the kind of result that can be the catalyst for a massive confidence boost. Rodrigo Seabra can be quite happy with the way that worked out. Maxim Bobryshev in 3rd place from Matt Corby and Bogdan Kozma. Then Denny Babicek ahead of Jason Bralic. Sandro Perez, Tamas Gender and Dan Aliman in 10th position. Excellent stuff so far. But an excellent display from the X30 Minis. A really good, feisty, but clean and smooth race. That's as it needs to be at this level. And here is the provisional classification. Roman Kamyab in 1st position ahead of Rodrigo Seabra and Maxim Bobryshev. Matt Corby and Bogdan Kozma from Denny Babicek and Jason Bralic. Sandro Perez and Tamas Genda and Dan Aleman and Tristan Iri-Prizan. Marius Barryberg and Senna Munier in front of Eloan Bianami and Manuel Miguez. Harrison Mackie, Arthur Huang and Lorenzo Campos. Then behind them it is Luca Fedorenko in front of George Nassar. Bosco Arias and Roberto Bas from Quinten van Leuven and Christian Velchu. Eva Dorrestein ahead of Marie Barryberg. And sadly, the one retirement from the race was the man who was unable to take the start. That is young Max Murray. So a rather dejected Max Murray walks in after what has been a very frustrating start to his afternoon. And that is definitely not the way he wanted things to progress. The X30 seniors are about to get underway once again for senior qualifying heat 7. And it'll be A versus D that goes out on circuit next. The seniors will be next on track. They really have had to deal with the elements in Senior X30 this weekend. It's had a pretty tricky weekend thus far in terms of weather. It's been dry, it's been hot, but it's also been wet and slippery. So a very interesting weekend in the offing for the Senior X30 drivers. And it's only going to get more intriguing as the battle continues on. There's going to be more opportunities for some great battles. And now we get to see one of the battles we've been waiting for this weekend. The Fusion Motorsport teammates and the 2 Spanish charges, Maximus Meyer and Pedro Hilprand, sharing the front row of the grid together. Both of whom have taken a pair of brilliant victories over the course of the weekend. Now only one of them can take a race win in this morning's heat. But Max Meyer and Pedro Hilprand are both going to give us plenty of drama and entertainment. The senior qualifying heat will get underway, A versus D. And this is a wonderful quaff of drivers that are going to get out onto the circuit. Maximus Meyer and Pedro Hilprand on the front row of the grid. Someone in trouble. That's one of the victory lane carts. I think that might be Andreas Hebert. No, sorry, that's Alexandro Mono in trouble. Here is the grid, though. Max Meyer and Pedro Hilprand from Eliska Babichkova and Ivan Bataya. Dan Steenman and Teresa Babichkova. Matilda Olsen and Kalai Atkins. From Malo Bollier and Alexandra Zancanado. Sita Van Meert and Jaime Sanz. Luna Clere and Robbie Avidan. Enzo La Cruz and Henki Kalteren from Liam Hiesemans and Matteo Segre. Lazar Lartigo and Alexandro Monod, Petra Babichkova and Hugo Arendi, Marshal Al-Mashad and Andreas Hebert, Giuseppe Guerrieri and Kalian Babatsaliev, Ferdinand Winter and Fahid Al-Khaled from Max Yolanda and Luca Bertinelli. So 30 drivers, and this is the one heat over the course of the weekend where all 3 Babichkova sisters will meet at the same time. Eliska Babichkova starting 3rd, Teresa Babichkova starting 6th. And rather sadly, down in 19th on the grid, 21st, I should say, on the grid, Petra Babichkova. But she has plenty of opportunities to fight her way back through the field. And will no doubt be taking them. The TEPZ racing team, obviously, of the 3 Babichkova sisters, all coached by former world champion Danny Curl. With the nice team of very professional mechanics they have in that little fold. They're getting faster and faster all the time, which is why the Babichkova sisters find themselves 3rd and 6th on the grid for this one. Ivan Bataya, there on the AC Motorsport kart in 4th position. Dan Steenman, P5. Watch out for Matilda Olsen, having returned to the Strawberry Racing team. Start of the season with Fusion Motorsport, but claims she missed the team at Strawberry Racing too much. and so she has returned to the fold for the second half of the season. And Maximus Meyer and Pedro Hiltbrand will go off the front row of the starting grid as we see. Eliska Babičková, looks like Mashad Al-Mashad is not going to be able to get out onto the circuit, which is unfortunate. So clearly something has gone awry at the end of yesterday. Not quite sure what it was, but sadly it looks as though his weekend may have come to a premature halt. Out of the final turn, are we going to get a clean start from the grid? Looks like it's all going to be okay. Yes, we are racing, and a good start from Pedro Hiltbrand on the far side. He's going to draw alongside Max Meyer, but on the inside, Meyer's going to have it. Eliska Babičková going to try and get into second place, side by side. Hiltbrand still trying to carry the run round the outside, and skates up the inside of Eliska Babičková. There's been a crash behind, and a wheel parts company with one of the Kart Republics that's gone off there at turn 1. It's gone off at turn 2, sorry. A cart has come off the road, as Babičková battles away there in with her sister. Teresa is just in behind Eliska now as they battle away for position, but Taya and Hiltbrand have managed to get one over on Eliska and Teresa Babičková. There is the kart in trouble. It is the 275 that's gone, I'm afraid, out of the race, and well done. That is the Kart Republic chassis. And that is game over for Jaime Sanz, right up in the sharp end of the field, but too many karts into too small a space, and Jaime Sanz, I'm afraid, is out of the race. So into the lead, Maximus Meyer in front of Hiltbrand, Bataya, Babičková, Atkins, Olsen, Bollier and Van Meert. An excellent start to racing so far then in Senior X30. It is Eliska ahead of Teresa at the moment. The 16-year-old sibling ahead of the 18-year-old sibling, but the two drivers charging very hard indeed down the back straight. So this is going to be an excellent run from the two sisters, because they can now team up and go together as they battle their way. Teresa's going to take the advantage though. Passes her sister Eliska. They run in 4th and 5th position now. So up the inside, well, apparently not, because Eliska wants to get back on terms with Teresa Babičková, and that's going to bring Kalai Atkins into the battle. And now up the inside, there goes Matilda Olsen. Atkins runs deep, and as a result, Matilda Olsen's going to get the inside line. No, Atkins gets there on the outside. Excellent recovery from Kalai Atkins. A lesser driver would have let that go and be conceding the corner. Atkins get the pressure onto the far side and held onto the position. Excellent stuff. Looks to me as though Petra Babičková is making up some decent overtaking moves as well in the middle of the field and trying to get her way up into the top 20. So some good battles early doors. Eliska Babičková in front of her sister Teresa as they run together. 2:37 and 2:20. There goes Teresa Babičková on the inside, back again on her sister. So 4th and 5th, these two. Is Eliska going to get there? Look, Teresa Babičková banging the helmet as she tries to gesture to her younger sister, come on, let's do this together. Stop racing me, let's work together. So a slight little argument between the two sisters there. Now Matilda Olsen has got past Kalai Atkins as she comes up into 6th position in front of the Jamaican. Marlo Bollier going well in 8th place. Up to 9th has come Sita Van Meert, and she in the EGP kart is running in front of the battle for 10th place up the inside. That is the charge forward. As up in the inside, that is a great battle from Henki Kalteren. Kalteren trying to shake off Zancanaro and Avidan as they run battling close together with each other. Hiltbrand just keeping himself nice and tidy behind Max Meyer. This must be big pressure building now for Maximus Meyer. That's a world champion you've got on your tail. He won the title back in 2016, don't forget. It must be very tough to know that your teammate is closing in, and not only that, but he's one of the gods of the sport of karting. Excellent stuff from Max Meyer and Pedro Hiltbrand. These two Spanish drivers and teammates in the Fusion Motorsport camp now get to battle together out on the course as they come through the final chicane and onto the main straight again. What will Max Meyer do about Pedro Hiltbrand? Once he gets going, he's very hard to thwart, is Pedro Hiltbrand. Fastest lap of the race comes from Matilda Olsen. She bangs in a 49.5 on that lap to close up on the Babičková sisters. They all look like they're on exactly the same machinery. Technically they are, of course, because they're all Tony karts, but obviously they are in two different teams. Matilda Olsen for Strawberry Racing and Teresa and Eliska Babičková for the TEPZ Racing team, the family outfit from the Czech Republic. So let's see what Pedro Hiltbrand can do. Is he going to make the move on Meyer? Thinks about it, decides not to just yet. We're on lap 5 of 9, so he's still got a little bit of time. Doesn't want to catch Max Meyer battling him and then end up losing so much time to Ivan Batalla, the Spanish driver who is there in 3rd position as well. The AC Motorsport driver doing a good job on the EKR chassis. At least they are the EKR factory outfit for AC Motorsport. Ivan Batalla is still technically on the Kart Republic machine. And let's see if the battle is going to be well and truly joined as they come off the turn. Hiltbrand closing up on Max Meyer as they go down the back straight. This is going to be an interesting one. Will Hilbrand make the move into the hairpin? Don't see him making the move into the right. He doesn't. Is there going to be a chance, though, as he slingshots out to go for the hairpin? No, he doesn't. He's still working with his teammate to pull clear. Max Sjolander gets the fastest lap of the race. Sjolander is way down in 22nd. Up the inside, Hilbrand squeezes through, gets the move done. Excellent overtake. That was as late as you like on Maximus Meyer. Caught him out there. Caught me out as well for all intents and purposes. So Pedro Hilbrand leaving it as late as possible to go for the move on the inside of Maximus Meyer, but that means that the two drivers still battling away for the lead of the race. Interesting how they've both gone for very differing front fairing options as well on the different differences of Nassau panel, I should say, sorry. Pedro Hilbrand going for the more traditional flat Nassau, whereas Max Meyer is using the curvature where the air flow basically goes through the hot dog bun gap, as it's known in the sport. Matilda Olsen has now split the Babichkova sisters. She's got past Eliska. Now she's going after Teresa. Matilda Olsen all over the back of Teresa Babichkova. How brilliant it is to see as many drivers at the front of the field that are winning as men. Excellent stuff. And Matilda Olsen pushing hard here on Teresa Babichkova. 4th, 5th and 6th, these three. Trying to chase after Hilbrand, Meyer and Bataya. Can Matilda Olsen get one over on Teresa Babichkova? They come out of the final hairpin and final chicane, sorry, and it certainly looks as though Matilda Olsen's got a good run. This could be a move up at a turn 2. They go through the very fast right-hander. Can Olsen line up a move on Babichkova? She's not quite close enough yet to make that big. So she just keeps it nicely in position for the moment. Up in the air, 2 wheels on the deck and 2 in the air for Teresa Babichkova as they go over the curves. Hilbrand, now that he's got into the lead, has extended the gap with the fastest lap of 49.3 from Pedro Hilbrand. We watch for Matilda Olsen trying to get closer. She thinks about it there. She did have a little look at Teresa Babichkova, thought better of it, suddenly realised I'm not quite close enough to make that lunge, so I'm just going to have to wait a little longer. They are catching Ivan Bataya though, so they may want to team up. Olsen on the inside, decides against it, goes for the move. Matilda Olsen into P4, now trying to take Teresa and Eliska Babichkova with her for good measure to close up on Ivan Bataya on the last lap. And the last lap does begin now. Hilbrand has gone clear. Teresa Babichkova launches up the inside of Matilda Olsen. Watch for Eliska Babichkova getting through as well. So Teresa and Eliska Babichkova both managed to get one over on Matilda Olsen there. Excellent racing from the ladies there in front of Kalai Atkins. But Pedro Hilbrand continues to lead the way in front of Maya Pataya and the Babichkova sisters ahead of Matilda Olsen, Kalai Atkins, Kouteren, and then it is Sita van Meert in 9th ahead of Marlo Bollier. Excellent stuff so far, though, from Pedro Hilbrand. If anyone was going to have to beat Maximus Meyer, I suppose it had better be a teammate. I suppose it had better be a man that everyone in Spanish karting looks up to. Pedro Hilbrand, the world champion from 2016, still loving life, still taking prisoners, and still driving beautifully. He gets the win here at Castelletto. Another win in the bag for Hilbrand. Meyer in 2nd place. Ivan Bataya in 3rd from Teresa and Eliska Babichkova. Kalai Atkins managed to grab 6th off Matilda Olsen in the final lap. Great racing to the line. Plenty of drivers giving it very much gusto to the end of the race, but Pedro Hilbrand at an average speed of 90.21 kilometres over the 11.3 kilometres of distance around the race. Excellent work from Pedro Hilbrand. He can be very happy indeed with the way that race has panned out for him. It puts him into a very solid position moving forward. So Pedro Hilbrand, obviously a great start to his weekend. And it looks as though he's unstoppable in his current rhythm and flow, wearing the Charles Leclerc overalls. This, of course, is a Birolart Group kart that he is on in the Charles Leclerc chassis' 2nd season of competition. So Pedro Hilbrand takes the flag and the victory that goes with it. You can be very happy with that. An excellent Senior X30 race, some amazing and phenomenal speed and some great racecraft all through the field. Pedro Hilbrand takes the fastest lap on the last lap of the race and the race victory from Maximus Meyer and Ivan Bataya. Teresa and Eliska Babichkova 4th and 5th in front of Kalai Atkins and Matilda Olsen in 7th. Then Henki Kouteren and Sita van Meert making it 4 ladies in the top 10. Marlo Bollier in 10th place. Then Alexandra Sancanado and Matteo Segre. Enzo La Cruz and Robbie Avidan, Hugo Arendi and Luna Claret. She was ahead of Alexandra Mono and Liam Hiesemans. 19th for Max Sjolander, Kaloyan Vabatsaliev in 20th place. Petra Babichkova unable to make as much progress as she would have liked. Dan Steenman down in 22nd on the grid. Andreas Hebert and Luca Bertinelli from Giuseppe Guerrieri, Fahed Al-Khaled and Ferdinand Winter. And then Lazar Lartigo out. Hami Sands and Marshed Al-Mashad unable to take the finish. Hami Sands obviously with that crash at the start of the action. So 28 degrees Celsius conditions now as the temperature continues to climb. But it's definitely getting very busy out there on the circuit, isn't it? Drivers really putting in an excellent and phenomenal show out there in position. So let's see if we can hear from one of the drivers that's going to be taking to the grid coming up next. We've obviously had it very tight-knit through the course of the previous race, but now we're going to hear from one of the competitors in the field, a regular in the IAME X30 Euro Series paddock. We will hear from Clarissa Dervic next up. She's going to be starting in the midfield battle. And the Spanish driver doing a fantastic job over the course of the season. A bit of a tricky qualifying, but let's hear what Clarissa Dervic has to say about her progress so far this weekend.
Since Wednesday, and we've been trying a lot of stuff. Sometimes it went, well, not so good, but I think we're getting there. I didn't find it so easy to find the right setup. I think we've got it now, but it's a very high speed. You need a lot of grip, and I think that's the most important thing. Indeed, it's very difficult to find a rhythm. I think there's a few overtaking points where it's easy, but you still have to think about it because the other ones from behind can come right through you, and I think if you think it right, you can do it. Well, I hope I can finish in the top spots, but yeah, I hope we're up there, but just getting better every single heat will be pretty good for me.
Clarissa Dervic, one of the 11 female racers in the Senior X30 field. It's wonderful to note that it's over 15% of the Senior X30 grid that are women these days. It used to be only one or two, and now there's a whole host of them. It's not going to be too long before the IAME X30 Euro Series field becomes a 50-50 gender split, which is exactly what we'd love to see. Be great to see the representation being more even as the motor racing weekends continue to progress. Now, good racing so far from that heat that saw Pedro Hiltbrand take the win over Maximus Meyer. For the next one, it's two more drivers on the front row of the grid. Danny Cadanini lines up on the front row of the grid of this one alongside Clayton Ravenscroft. There you can see the qualifying heat provisional results for A versus D in the previous race. Hiltbrand from Meyer and Bataya. The Babichkova sisters, Teresa in front of Aliska. Kalai Atkins just managing to snatch sixth away from Matilda Olsen in the end of the race. Henki Kalteren from Sita van Meert and Malo Bollier. Then Alexandra Zancanaro, Matteo Segre from Enzo de Cruz, Robbie Avidan, Hugo Arendi, Luna Claret, Alexandra Mono and Liam Hiesemans. And then the second half of the field, Max Siolander in front of Kaloyan Vabitsaliev, Petra Babichkova and Dan Steenman from Andreas Hebert and Luca Bertinelli, Giuseppe Guerrieri, Fahed Alkhaled and Ferdinand Winter. The one retirement from the race there, the two retirements from the race, Lazar Lartigo and Jaime Sanz, who had that big accident at turn 2 in which the wheel parted company from the Kart Republic chassis, and Mashad Al-Mashad, the Kuwaiti, who has not been able to get started for either of his two heats earlier on today. So unfortunate for him, the young man from the Biralat Middle East squad has so far not taken to the start of either of his races. I just want to see if there's been an update after yesterday. Didn't see anything major from him. Laurence de Certua had an exclusion yesterday. I wonder if something has happened to Mashad Al-Mashad's kart at some phase for whatever reason, but he has not appeared to take up the restarts of either of his races this morning. So hopefully he is okay. We will catch up with that little note a little bit later on, no doubt. Right, so we continue on with the next heat, and it's going to put Clayton Ravenscroft in pole position and Danny Cadanini, the Italian, alongside him on the front row of the starting grid. Two major players in this field, and certainly two major contenders for the front end of the field. Michael Müller will be alongside Aaron Walker on the second row of the starting grid, the Swiss driver beside the British driver, and then it will be Oliver Greenall beside Gianluigi Palego, as those two drivers will run close together from the start. Alessandro Tudisca will be alongside Hugo Trichard, the Belgian and the Frenchman. And then to round out the top 10, we're going to see Alfie Prince of Great Britain line up in 9th position on the starting grid. And then beside him will be Kamal Agar of the United Arab Emirates. And then on the 6th row of the starting grid, it will be the Portuguese driver Luis Alves, who lines up beside Cian Shields, the Flying Scotsman himself. 12th position on the starting grid for the Dan Holland Racing Team, Beren van der Berg and Matteo Salomon on the 7th row. And then it will be Senna van Solen, the Dutchman, on the 8th row of the grid alongside the Spanish talent Santiago Valve, who is still in his first Senior X30 campaign. He was one of the stars of Junior last year, of course. Then we have Edoardo Borelli, the Italian, on the 9th row of the grid. Beside him will be Noah Maton, who will certainly be hoping he goes further into the race than any of the other contenders, than his previous race see him go. Clarissa Dervic, she lines up on the 10th row of the grid alongside Andrea Barbieri. And then we have Matteo Luvisi in the TB kart on the 11th row of the starting grid alongside Jaden Post, the Dutchman, on the Tony Kart chassis. On the 12th row of the starting grid, it is Kevin Bejenin, the Frenchman, beside Eloy Gonzalez. So Eloy Gonzalez will be there on the 24th position of the grid. Francisca Quiroz is there, 13th row of the grid alongside Benjamin Pack. And then we have Isabella Vaz, 14th row of the grid alongside Adrien Margiulio. And then the Irish racer will be next up in the mix on 29th on the starting grid. That is Alex Kobe. She did a great job in her earlier heat to try and charge her way through the pack and make up some overtaking moves. So hopefully this heat coming up is going to be a similar story. So obviously we're here in the third round of the IAME Euro Series 2021 on the Siete Larghi kart circuit in Castelletto di Branduzzo, just an hour away from the city of Milan in northern Italy. Wonderful place this, and it is proper karting country. The sunshine is baking onto the circuit now. The air temperature at 28 degrees Celsius. It's dry today. There is expected rain tomorrow morning, which could make the pre-finals very interesting indeed. But at the moment, it is very much mosquito weather. A few of us have definitely been caught out in a bad situation. I myself could definitely look like a goalkeeper for a darts team in certain lights. So I'm sure many of us have been coping in various different situations and circumstances. But the racing is still biblically good, which is excellent. We've seen some amazing overtakes over the course of the day so far. And the drivers have definitely come out of the blocks fighting fit. They want to get some good overtaking moves and some great racecraft. They've been itching to get going for a while now. This third round of the championship here at Castelletto di Branduzzo, it's always a very popular one. We always love returning to this wonderful location. And Siete Larghi, of course, the Italian for 7 lakes. That is the beautiful backdrop behind the circuit, where we see some wonderful wildlife at night time, and obviously a few casual jet skiers and some nice architecture around the nearby towns as well. So it's a wonderful setting and a lovely backdrop to some great racing. So 9 laps of the circuit once again, and 11.3 kilometers around this circuit. And it'll be Clayton Ravenscroft on the inside line, Danny Cadanini on the outside line, each man hoping to be the one that beats the other to the first corner, because it will set up a tough challenge for them in qualifying Heat B versus F, the X30 seniors continuing in fine style. So out onto the circuit they will go, and it's going to be Clayton Ravenscroft in front of Danny Cadanini, all alongside each other at least. Michael Müller and Aaron Walker, Oliver Greenell and Gianluigi Palego, Alessandro Tudisca and Hugo Trichard, from Alfie Prince and Kamal Agar, Luis Alves and Kian Shields, Beren Vandenberg and Matteo Salamone, then Senna van Solen and Santiago Valve, Edoardo Borelli and Noah Maton, from Clarissa Dervic and Andrea Barbieri, Matteo Levusi and Jaden Post, Kevin Bejenin and Eloy Gonzalez, from Francisca Quiroz, Benjamin Pack, Isabella Vaz, Adrian Margiulio, and the last one at the back is Alex Kobe. The drivers working their way forward around this circuit. There's a lot of overtaking opportunities if you want to dig for them, but it's only a 1.256 kilometre circuit, and it's not as wide as some of the others that we have in the field. So it can be very interesting for drivers to go for overtaking moves. A lot of the competitors find the challenge of this place really rewarding. Did I just see a CRG 2 wheels up in the air on the formation lap? Really started to push it early doors. We haven't even started racing yet, and already drivers are trying to find the limits. They're obviously using this outlap and formation lap to warm up the tyres and brakes to get them to the optimum temperature for the start. They've got to have full trust in the kart as they head through turn 1, because it is going to be flat on the throttle for the leaders. There might be a little blip of the throttle for drivers in about 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th downwards, just because of the traffic that ensues. But you need to have full confidence in that kart going through turn 1, so they obviously work the tyres and brakes up to a decent race pace temperature so that they can have full commitment into that first corner of the first lap. So Ravenscroft and Caranini, Müller and Walker, Greenell and Palego, Tudisca, Trichard, Prince, Agar, Alves, Shields, Vandenberg, Salamone, Van Solen and Valve. And the rest of the field charging in behind them. Should see plenty of overtakes through the course of the field. Ravenscroft backing them right up. And he has to, of course. He has to make sure that they are out of position and they get themselves into their rows on the grid. Is this going to be a good start? Well held by Ravenscroft. Now we're racing. Carinini chops straight across to tuck in behind Ravenscroft. A good start then from Carinini as the field swarms through turn 1. Is everybody going to get through? Yes, for the moment they certainly have. Up towards turn 2, the first big breaking point, and everybody tries to skate their way through the chicane. Will everybody get through? Yes, they do. Just about. No, they don't. There's 2 carts at the back that have come together, I'm afraid. It is the 295 Benjamin Pack that tangles with the 227, I think, right at the back of the field there. That's Isabella Bas. So Bas and Pack have unfortunately tangled with each other. They've both got going again, but they are now down at the back of the field. So Ravenscroft leads the way. Aaron Walker has already charged his way through to second position. Great racecraft from him. There is the challenge from the 364. That is Santiago Valde in the Fusion Motorsport colours, trying to work his way through the field and make it up some overtaking moves. Oh, sorry, that's 364 Oliver Greenall. But Santiago Valde is also in those colours, so easy to get the mistaken. Danny Carinini right in behind Aaron Walker. Carinini wants the place back from Walker, but Walker is already starting to think about Ravenscroft in the lead of the race. 4th position for Müller. And then you've got Palego in front of Agar, Greenall, Tudiska, Prichard, Prince, Shields, Alves and Barbieri. So the field works its way down to the back straight, and Aaron Walker's got Ravenscroft lined up. Here he goes to the inside. Thank you very much, mate. I'll take the lead. So Aaron Walker takes the lead of the race and a very exciting start. Here comes Carinini. He's going to make the move on Ravenscroft now. So Danny Carinini gets into second position past Clayton Ravenscroft. For Aaron Walker, this is heaven sent to get into the lead on the second lap. He's rather hoping that Carinini can't get close to him because then he can disappear and take a decent, solid gap. But Carinini passed Ravenscroft quite quickly. And Carinini knows his way around here very well indeed. So this could be a tough challenge now for Aaron Walker to keep Danny Carinini at bay. And Carinini's definitely making good work of it. Noah Mator is coming to a stop on the home straight. Noah Mator in trouble. So I think Noah Mator, rather sadly, is going to pull the cart to a retirement on the main straight up towards turn 1. So Noah Mator very slow as he comes across the line. I'm afraid he's out of it. He's had a little bit of a moment there with Matteo Luvisi, I think. So problems between Luvisi and Mator as they come through very slowly. Luvisi has been able to get going again, but Noah Mator, I'm afraid, is out of the race. So that's game over for the Belgian. Across the line, it's going to be Walker with Carinini right in behind him. And Danny Carinini wants to take this lead away from Aaron Walker. Wins at this phase of the weekend are definitely going to help him out, but then so too will it Aaron Walker. Out of turn 1, Carinini looking for a place to come through on the inside line. Not going to happen yet. He just has to hold back. Out of 3, into 4, left, into 5, right. Using plenty of curve there, Danny Carinini wants to correct the cart and keep it nice and close to the rear bumper of Aaron Walker's cart. Through the left, through the right, and up towards the hairpin now. Will he go for the move? No, he's going to hold his position and keep it there in second place. He wants to stretch a bit clear of Clayton Ravenscroft. Might want to think about it though, because Ravenscroft's catching them. Aaron Walker holds the line and the lead, but certainly doesn't seem to have the ability to extend away from Carinini and Ravenscroft. He's certainly just holding on to it at the moment. Keep these tyres very carefully through the course of the race weekend, of course, so it's not as easy as just bolting on some tyres and hoping you've got grip. You've got to manage them through the weekend. So Walker, Carinini, Ravenscroft, Greenall and Palego, the top 5 running through. Palego's trying to shake off the attentions of Agar and Müller. So Michael Müller, who was up in 4th place at one stage, both Greenall and Palego have managed to get through. Greenall's almost caught up to Ravenscroft now. So Oliver Greenall, who's got the fastest lap of 49.6. This is going to be very interesting. If he can get close to Ravenscroft and make a move for 3rd position, then all of a sudden, this race is going to be about Greenall trying to catch up to Walker and Carinini. And then it'll be about whether Greenall has the ability to find the gap and find the space to move his way further forward into the lead. We've got a cart off in the mid part of the course. That is Matteo Salomone, I do believe. So Matteo Salomone is out of the race on the back straight. That is rather unfortunate for him as Walker continues to hold the advantage. There is Matteo Salomone. His car has come to a stop there on the back straight. So his race is over. He's now going to run to the marshal post. And that is where he'll watch the rest of this race from. But it's Walker ahead of Carinini, Ravenscroft, Greenall, Palego. Kamal Agar is in 6th place. This is all about Ravenscroft trying to hold Oliver Greenall at bay. We've got 4 laps to go, including this one, so Greenall is running out of time to get into the top 3. He'll be thinking about that with Ravenscroft, because you just want to cut his losses and team up with Ravenscroft to try and close up on Walker and Carinini. Walker and Carinini are now starting to battle, so this is where things could get very interesting for Ravenscroft and Greenall. They've got to stay hungry and they've got to stay alert here, because if Walker and Carinini start to duel away for position, anything could happen, any gap could open up, and that will be their chance to go for the win. Well, there's the wheel that parted company earlier on. I wonder if that's Matteo Salamone's wheel that's come off there as well, or is that another contenders from earlier on? So clearly drivers obviously pushing very hard around the circuit this time. Matteo Salamone off the road though, so I think it was his wheel that we were just seeing being recovered there. But Walker, Carinini, Greenall, Ravenscroft, Agar and Pelego in the top 6, having a great duel at the moment. But Walker is trying his best to stretch away from Danny Carinini and just pull clear from Greenall in 3rd, who has now got past Ravenscroft and has already started to drop him. So Greenall in 3rd position, closing up on the leading 2. Ravenscroft in 4th place, there for an afterthought, but could still grab a top 3 if these guys battle as furiously as they are expected to. Walker and Carinini, Walker still hanging on. Müller has got back past Pelego. So Gianluigi Pelego in 7th place now ahead of Shields, Valve and Barbieri. Tudisca, Gonzalez, Trichard, Van Solen, Pirelli, Bejinin and Korisidevich. But Oliver Greenall sets the fastest lap. He's getting close to Walker and Carinini. They really seem to have got a good setup on this car. It works very well for Greenall. But has he got time to do anything about Walker and Carinini up front? That's going to be the main factor of this battle now, as Carinini is right in tight behind Aaron Walker. We'll have to see if there's anything more to come from these two. The battle continues off the final hairpin into the chicane for the last time but one. The last lap board coming out now. And it's all about what Danny Carinini is prepared to do with Aaron Walker. Walker checks over his shoulder. He knows that Carinini's right there. And Greenall's not far away either. Oliver Greenall will want to step up and go for it. So now Walker's got to keep that car firmly planted through the inside apexes through 3, 4 and 5. And as they come through again, it's going to be a very interesting challenge as the competitors continue to charge forward. We seem to have lost a couple. Baron van der Berg and Luis Alves, I think, have gone off the road a little bit further round. So a couple of drivers in dire straits as Greenall makes the move on Carinini. So Greenall has gone for Carinini before. Danny Carinini can make the move on Aaron Walker. And now they're going to be side by side again. Greenall's going to try and shut that door to hold Danny Carinini at bay. Can he shut the door on the exit? Yes, he does. So no problems there. Oliver Greenall snatching 2nd place on the final lap. It's Aaron Walker that's going to take the checkered flag though. So Walker gets the job done. Greenall in 2nd from Carinini, Ravenscroft and Kamal Agar, who fights his way to 5th place in the end. So an exceptional end to the race then from Aaron Walker. He just stretches away and lets Carinini fall into the clutches of Danny Carinini. But it's a great run from Aaron Walker. He can be very happy with that. That's a perfect textbook race manoeuvre. Up from 4th position, chipped away at it. Went with Oliver Greenall in the end, who was able to make up places too. And so the men who were 4th and 5th crossed the line in 1st and 2nd. Not a bad return from the efforts as both drivers make up 3 places apiece. But for Aaron Walker, it's a very solid end to a brilliant end to the weekend. Just having a quick chuckle at Aaron Walker with the name on the side there, Strawberry Racing. That's actually been added in by the entrance. They've obviously found a way to add the emoji of a strawberry into the entry list. That's actually there as part of the entry of it all. So well done to Guy Cunnington for figuring that one out. And now that's there almost permanently amongst the Strawberry Racing team drivers. Aaron Walker taking the victory in front of Oliver Greenall and Danny Carinini from Clayton Ravenscroft and Kamal Agar. Michael Müller and Gianluigi Pelego from Keane Shields, Santiago Valve and Andrea Barbieri. Then Alessandro Tudisca in front of Eloy Gonzalez, Hugo Trichard and Senna Van Solen. Eduardo Borelli and Clarissa Dervich from Kevin Bejinin and Matteo Luvisi. 19th for Alex Kobe, another great run from her to fight her way back. Alfie Prince in front of Adrian Margiulio. Then Francisca Queiroz and Jaden Post. The last driver home is Isabel Abbas. And then we had retirements from Berin van der Berg and Luis Alves and Benjamin Pack going off together. Matteo Salamone had problems and Noah Maton had a problem on the opening few laps. He failed to finish the race as well. So it's looking like a few clean-up jobs around the circuit for this one, as the drivers will have an interesting couple of battles to take in around this particular course. And the drivers will obviously be working very hard in Senior X30 as the day progresses. There is one more Senior X30 heat in the morning session, and that is going to put the 320 Callum Bradshaw, the reigning world champion, in pole position. And alongside him on the grid, it is going to be Rivaldo van der Westerlaken, the Dutch racer who has been very, very strong on his Tony Kart for the Dimes Racing team. Up at the sharp end of the field. It'll be interesting to see what those two will be able to do on the first lap of the race, and certainly on that run to the first corner. Samba Lota will be in third position on the grid for this one, along with Bart Pluch. So there's definitely going to be some interesting challenges from the contenders in this one. But we're going to see some very exciting contenders and battles from the drivers in this one. One man who definitely seems to have had a very difficult start to the weekend and could do with a little bit of a boost is the Belgian talent Ellie Goldstein, who's not had the greatest run from qualifying. Everything was looking A-OK up until qualifying, had some amazing one-lap pace, and then there was no opportunity really to get a decent lap time in, and Goldstein was one of the many drivers caught out. We managed to chat to him on Friday morning before qualifying got underway.
The practice and testing are going very well for the moment. We tested a lot with the chassis yesterday and on Wednesday. So yeah, it goes well for the moment, but we will see in qualifying and qualifying heat. Yeah, it's a difficult track because you have to be consistent and really smooth with the wheel. Yeah, I like this track. Obviously, it's a great track, but difficult for the drivers to be good and to be consistent. Yeah, the X30 in IAME Euro Series is really good and really difficult race because there is the best, I think for me, the best drivers in the world here with a very high level. It's a really good championship to learn in the first year of senior because there is a lot of fight on the track, and yeah, I like it. I don't know yet because I don't want to speak too early, but for the moment I feel good. I feel good with the kart. I feel good with my dad. We work together, but yeah, I feel good for the moment.
So good to hear from Ellie Goldstein, at the time keeping upbeat about his prospects. Now, unfortunately, because of the difficulties he's had in time qualifying, he's going to be starting every single one of his heats this weekend from 24th on the starting grid. Not where we have come to see Ellie Goldstein. Definitely one of the star drivers battling away for the victories through the course of the proceedings. But some very entertaining battles so far from the drivers, and hopefully we will see some good moves from Eddie Goldstein to recover his position and hopefully get into a much stronger situation as the weekend progresses. But Callum Bradshaw will take up his residence on the front of the starting grid as the leading driver from Group C. He was the fastest in his qualifying group, which was affected by rain. But Bradshaw made the most of the situation and was almost a second quicker than anybody else in that qualifying group. So clearly in the wet, Callum Bradshaw definitely has incredible ability. He may get the opportunity again to unleash that tomorrow if the predicted forecast comes to fruition. But he's there on the front row of the grid for this one alongside Rivaldo van der Westerlaken. Samba Lota lining up third position on the grid for this one alongside Bart Pluch. And the Thierry Del Rey kart is there in fourth position on the second row once again. Then it is going to be Lewis Mackey who goes off fifth position. He's been under the radar a little bit this weekend, but I have a feeling this is the heat when we'll really get to see what Lewis Mackey can do as he unlocks that raw pace that he has in the Fusion Motorsport awning. Alongside him on the grid, it is going to be Nicolas Mulbach, who is there in sixth on the starting grid. Guillaume Barberin and Drake Janssen will be together on the fourth row of the starting grid, well inside the top 10. Good performances from both drivers there in qualifying yesterday. Enzo Levesque, always keeping himself firmly in the top 10, the man who was the runner-up in last year's Senior X30 category beside Guy Cunnington, who was the European champion. Sadly, he's not with us this weekend. We hope he is doing well. And we extend our best wishes to Guy and Elliot Cunnington, two of the popular characters from the IAME Euro Series paddock, and hope they're enjoying themselves wherever they're racing this weekend. Manuel Sconamilio is the man who lines up alongside Enzo Levesque, and he's already had two very exciting races to start off his weekend. I can almost certainly predict he's going to have another adventure out there on the circuit from 10th on the grid, as Sconamilio really does know, or seem to know at least, every single inch of this place, and can seem to find an overtaking move where no one else would dare to make that move stick. Sixth row of the grid, Laurence de Certua, lining up on the 11th position of the grid as he goes alongside Arnaud Melizia. So Lawrence de Sertoua will obviously want to continue to charge his way forward alongside the Frenchman Arnaud Melizia. Andreas Devatsoglu, the Greek driver, did a great job in qualifying yesterday, made good use of the situation, and he now finds himself there on the 7th row of the starting grid alongside Sami Darri, the Victory Lane Red Speed driver. And then, of course, on the 8th row of the starting grid, Yannis Steven Haydens, another of the consistent Belgians towards the sharp end of the field in Senior X30. He is there in position. And Yannis Steven Haydens will line up beside the Italian star Valentino Baracco, who finds himself into position there in the 8th row of the grid. Then it is Lucas Teilman, who lines up in the 9th row of the starting grid. That's 17th on the grid alongside Samuel De Filippo on his Tony Kart. And that is a very central part of the midfield that the drivers are racing in there. Then we have on the 10th row of the starting grid, Tanja Müller, one of the new faces in the IAME Euro Series this weekend, and we welcome her, obviously doing a great job so far. Alongside her on the starting grid, Charles Roussan, and he is there 20th position on the starting grid. Mika Voss is next up, 21st on the starting grid in the 289. And then we have Andrea Volpato, who is in 22nd place on the grid for this one, on the outside of row 11. Then we have Gustav Jonsson. He is there 23rd on the starting grid alongside Eli Goldstein, 24th position on the grid. Then it is Alessio Mario Abate, who lines up 25th on the starting grid alongside Olivan Veit, the Belgian talent, 26th place. Way down in 27th on the grid. How on earth is he going to fight back from this? Mark Kimber is there on the 14th row of the grid after the most horrific luck in qualifying. So Mark Kimber will spend the rest of this weekend doing what he does best, carving his way through the pack and making up as many overtaking moves as he possibly can. Alongside him on the grid, it is Luciano Morano, the Frenchman. So then we have Yannis Dimos, the Greek star, and alongside Yannis Dimos, we have Andrea Carraro. And that is the entirety of this 30-driver field. The last call's going up then as the competitors are getting ready to head out onto the circuit. Any moment now, of course, the competitors will take out their way to the circuit. As it stands at the moment, Pedro Hiltbrand is the only driver in the field to remain unbeaten. Max Meyer in second in the rankings at this point. Oliver Greenall in third. Danny Cadanini in fourth place. So obviously it comes down to how the drivers in this field will continue to battle. It's not going to be very easy to sort out who's going to be towards the sharp end. The highest ranking driver from this group of drivers is actually Manuel Sconomilio, who's currently fifth, having taken away 5 points from his first two races. So we're sure to see some more excellent battles and squabbles from the contenders in this one. But now it's all going to come down to how the drivers essentially work their way around the course in a very tricky battle. X30 Senior qualifying Heat C versus E. So the drivers will get themselves underway once again. Let's figure out who's going to do what. Callum Bradshaw and Rivaldo van der Westerlaken on the front row of the grid. Samba Lota and Bart Pluch on the second. Then it is Lewis Mackie and Nicolas Mulbach from Guillaume Barberin, André Janssen, Enzo Levesque and Manuel Sconomilio from Laurence Le Sertoua and Arnaud Melizia. Andreas Devatsoglu and Sami Darri, then Yannis Steven Haydens and Valentino Baracco. Lucas Teilman along with Samuele Di Filippo. Tanja Müller and Charles Roussan, then Mika Voss and Andrea Volpato from Gustav Jonsson, Eli Goldstein, Alessio Mario Abate and Olivan Veit. Then it's Mark Kimber, Luciano Morano, Yannis Dimos and Andreas Carraro. So the competitors working their way around the course once again. 28 degrees Celsius air temperature. In these baking hot conditions, the drivers are obviously finding it very, very difficult to keep themselves under wraps. Not an easy situation for the drivers to find themselves in around this course. But Callum Bradshaw and Rivaldo van der Westerlaken working very hard indeed up on the far side of the grid. But what is Callum Bradshaw going to be able to do to hang on to this one from Rivaldo van der Westerlaken? Not an easy situation for any of the drivers to find themselves in. The yellow flags waving to bring them round into their formation. They obviously have to try and keep themselves in those two straight lines. But obviously the competitors want to be in as decent and solid a situation as they can find themselves in. Well, we're not going to find it particularly easy to get the battles down to an easy situation. These guys will push for every single inch tooth and nail around the course. 9 laps of the circuit once again, 1.256 kilometers. And this is all about trying to stay in touch with the likes of Hiltbrand, Meyer, Greenall and Caronini in the previous heats. For Sconomilio, he could really do with a win here to stay in touch with them. Let's see what happens as we go racing to the first corner. Bradshaw hangs on. Is there going to be a better start from Balota? Very nearly got a move on the inside of Bradshaw, but manages to jump Van der Westerlaken to Sam Balota. Lewis Mackie trying to go with him as they cluster together. It's all going to get very hectic, and 2 or 3 cars come together. That is Bart Pluk almost being launched over the top of by the 365 of Manuel Sconomilio. That's definitely held him up as the field try and knits its way through the far side of the course. Everybody's ended up getting a little bit squirrely. So a couple of drivers ending up having to lose a lot of ground, and there's a spin in the hairpin. 2 carts going around there, facing the wrong direction. That is the 352 that's gone around. I'm afraid that is very much curtains for Nicolas Mühlbach, and Laurence de Certua is the one he's ended up tangling with. So problems for Le Certua and Mühlbach. That is definitely not good news from their point of view. Will they continue the rest of the race then from the back end of the field? And look at how the top 5 have basically been able to get well clear of everybody else as a result of all that melee. I've never seen that kind of spread after the first lap, I have to say. So this is already just a 5-man race essentially from the front end of the field. Everyone else is going to have to try and assert themselves as they make up as many places as humanly possible, despite having lost all the ground in the world. So it's Bradshaw, Balota, Van der Westerlaken, Barberin and Mackie. Everybody else has been held up by just being a little bit too close together. So this is a great chance for Guillaume Barberin in his first weekend in the Senior X30 category of IAME Euro Series. As he now tries to close up on Rivaldo van der Westerlaken. Only the top 5 drivers really got away with that one. Everyone else ending up having to basically keep themselves to themselves and let the race go on. Such a bizarre situation. End of lap 2, and only the top 5 are together. Then you've got Malizia in 6th place. Then it's Levesque, Sconomilio, De Filippo, Baracco, Goldstein, Roussan, Müller, Talman, Jonsson and Abate. So a very bizarre situation. Several drivers making up places already. Ellie Goldstein, by the way, is up to 11th in all this. Make that 10th. So Goldstein is making an absolute rout of this race as a result, trying to force his way back up through the field. So Bradshaw, Balota, Van der Westerlaken, Barberin and Lewis Mackie. Then it's Arnaud Milizia from Enzo Levesque, Manuel Sconomilio and Samuele De Filippo, Valentina Baracco and Ellie Goldstein. And now there is an opportunity to go into 3rd position, and Guillaume Barberin has definitely sensed it. He's got a chance here on Rivaldo van der Westerlaken. Is there going to be a bit of a scrap for the position here up the inside? Guillaume Barberin is going to seize 3rd place. He gets there. Excellent work from Guillaume Barberin. Just nailing a nice move into the 2nd corner there. Can be nice and responsive to everything that's happening around him there, and Rivaldo van der Westerlaken doesn't have much chance. Look at the gap back. 5th place is Mackie, and here's the quest for 6th position. It's a long way back. Malizia, Levesque and Sconomilio, all of that tussling on the first lap really has held everybody up, and as a result 6th position on lap 4 is 5.5 seconds off the leader Callum Bradshaw. So a bit of a messy, scrappy first lap has definitely made things very interesting out there. Bradshaw continues his way out in front, Balota in 2nd place, Barberin doing an interesting job there in 3rd, and then Van der Westerlaken in 4th place ahead of Lewis Mackie. Now of course Callum Bradshaw looking good for a win here, but after his spin earlier on that dropped him back to 15th place, Callum Bradshaw is very much on the back foot, trying to gain as much ground as he possibly can. He's got a hope essentially that he can just about squeeze into the top 10 of the grid for the pre-final, but that spin really has cost him dear. He's got to hope that everybody else has a bit of a difficult one as well. But Ellie Goldstein is making a big use of this opportunity. He's up to 9th now and has also set the fastest lap of the race. So Bradshaw ahead of these two who are battling for 2nd place, Balota and Barberin. So what can Balota do to shake off Guillaume Barberin? Barberin definitely putting pressure on the Belgian as they come off the final turn and down the main straight once more. This is going to be where we're going to see Guillaume Barberin really make a good opportunity count. The KBK competition driver giving it plenty of gusto around the course in the hope that he can get one over on Sam Balota. But Balota isn't exactly making this easy for him. He's just keeping the pressure on and keeping the pace very high. Ellie Goldstein, by the way, has caught up to Enzo Levesque in the scrap for 8th position. Manuel Sconomilio gets the fastest lap of the race. So Bradshaw, nearly a second now clear of Pelota, but Guillaume Barberin clearly wants a second place run. Is there going to be a chance here from Barberin? He is not close enough yet. He could make a big gamble, but it's definitely not going to work out in his favour. And we've got a warning flag coming out. It is for Laurence de Certua. Now, Laurence de Certua is going to get the warning. Now, I don't know whether it's because they've adjudicated that he is the reason for that little bit of a scuffle on the opening lap, or whether it's something else we haven't seen. But certainly, Laurence de Certua, who is currently down the order in 29th position, Le Certua is currently being given a warning by the officials. And that warning, obviously, the warning flag comes with a 5-second penalty, which cannot be contested or appealed. So still these two scrap over second place, Pelota and Barberin. Very close to each other. Is there going to be an opportunity for Barberin to snatch that second place? He's certainly thinking about it. Pelota's getting defensive. And he does not want Barberin to have a look at him. He clearly wants to hold on to this second place. I think he's well sussed the fact that Callum Bradshaw out in the lead is not going to be easily caught, and probably won't be caught, certainly in time for the end of the race. But Barberin is definitely going to be a thorn in the side for Sam Pelota if he continues on his way out of the first corner and up towards turn 2. Guillaume Barberin definitely looking for a way to pass Sam Pelota. Through the left, up on the curbs, through the right, down on the curb again. As Rivaldo van der Westerlaken runs there in P4 from Lewis Mackie and Arnaud Milizia, Manuel Sconemilio and Eli Goldstein in the top 10, and then we have Enzo Levesque and Samuele Di Filippo. There's still a lot of drivers who have made some big benefits from this rather crazy opening lap, where we saw so many people back down the order and then a couple of drivers spinning off in the middle of the lap, drivers having to take avoiding action. A lot of drivers that have got a decent armistice from that little melee. Several drivers who obviously tumbled down the order, but others who have been able to benefit. Bradshaw continues into the final lap, well clear of Pelota and Barberin. I'm not sure Pelota's going to concede this second place now. He has pulled in some excellent laps to try and get well clear of Guillaume Barberin. He's managed to extend about 2 kart lengths of a lead there, you can see, over Guillaume Barberin, and that is going to be enough to thwart any opposition, because Barberin will not want to sacrifice a top 3 position, knowing how tricky it's been so far and how consistently competitive the racing is. He will not want to slide out of this top 3, so he will concede that second place opportunity to Sam Pelota. Bradshaw can cruise in. Eli Goldstein's done well to get into 8th place. Has caught up to the back of Milizia and Sconemilio, but is not going to have enough time to go for the overtake. So here is Callum Bradshaw. A win will do nicely after the spin of earlier on. Callum Bradshaw gets the victory. Second place for Sam Pelota. Third for Guillaume Barberin. It's not always about what you're doing when you're winning. It's about what you're doing when you're easing up as well, and when you're struggling to get to victory. A lot of those races dictate how well you're going to do over the course of a competition. So an excellent run for Callum Bradshaw. And good to stay at the sharp end for as long as humanly possible. He knows he's got a chance still of the top 6 of the grid for the qualifying heats, depending on what happens to the other drivers around him. So he's just got to stay hungry, got to keep the focus. And obviously a race win will definitely help keep his feet firmly on the ground, Callum Bradshaw. So there's still some great racing to be had in this one, but certainly from Callum Bradshaw, that is the greatest way for his weekend to continue. Firm, dictatorial, and very quick indeed out here at Siete Larghi. And it's going to keep Strawberry Racing very happy indeed with Callum Bradshaw's pace. He just always seems to unlock that raw energy and that incredible speed. So it's Callum Bradshaw that takes the win in front of Sam Pelota and Guillaume Barberin, Rivaldo van der Westerlaken and Lewis Mackie from Arnaud Milizia and Manuel Sconemilio, Eli Goldstein and Enzo Levesque from Samuel Di Filippo and Charles Roussan, Lucas Thalmann in 12th place, Tanja Müller in front of Mark Kimber, who made up the most places other than Eli Goldstein, Alicia Mario Abate, Valentina Baracco, Yannis Steven Haydens and Andrea Carraro, who made up 12 places of his own. Gustav Jonsson in 19th place ahead of Bart Pluch and Sami Dahri from Drake Janssen and Yanis Dimos, then Andrea Valpato in front of Luciano Morano. Oliver Veit, Laurence de Certua, Nicholas Mühlbach, Mika Vos and Andreas Devetsoglu. Incredibly, every single driver that started the race managed to bring it home to the finish. That's all 30 of them, although there could be a couple of drivers who may need to go and see the powers that be and justify their actions in a few short minutes' time. So, interesting battle once again in the X30 Senior. Good victory there for Callum Bradshaw. There are just 2 races left in the morning session, and they will both be for the competitors in the junior category as everybody is battling away. Are you on television? You might well be, sir. Fabulous stuff. The Junior X30 battle is coming up. So the battle has definitely been very exciting and intense so far in the Junior X30 competition. We've had lots of drivers come from far and wide to battle with it at the sharp end of the dais. Federico Rafai from pole position has been very quick over the course of these first opening heats. He lines up on the grid alongside Will McIntyre, who takes his position for Fusion Motorsport on the front row of the starting grid. And it's definitely going to be an interesting continuation of the young junior drivers weekend. Thomas Starchemanis, the Latvian, a driver that Will McIntyre races against regularly in the FIA karting fold. He is there in 3rd position on the starting grid. Another one he races regularly is there too. Jan Puchu lines up a 4th position on the grid for this one. Bart Harrison, 3rd row of the starting grid alongside Aaron Garcia. And then Japan's Kanato Lee will be on the 4th row of the starting grid alongside Noah Montero of the Victory Lane karting team. Their 9th position on the starting grid will be Ivan Arias, the Spanish driver, along with France's Arthur Poulain. Elia Papacena is next up. He will line up the Swiss driver on the Cosmic alongside Alessandro Minetto on the 6th row of the grid. Then it is Italy's Patrick Fabroni alongside his countryman Ronnie Stefani. And then it is Thibaut Ramakers, the Belgian, who goes alongside Martin Molnar. One of the returnees to the field here this weekend is the Singapore youngster Tiziano Monza, who will be starting 17th on the starting grid. We caught up with him yesterday about his return to the paddock and his step up from mini to junior.
It feels good to be back in junior. It's my first year, so just taking it easy. Just trying my best here. For me, there's some parts that I like and some not really, but it's fun and a bit difficult, but still learning. It's hard, not easy, definitely, and just aiming for top 10 this weekend. Obviously, it's much harder. I need to work harder and my muscles and everything. It's faster, more, and the drivers are much more experienced and better here. I'm hoping for, like I said, top 10, but still, the past few races for me have been quite good. But yeah, just hoping for top 10, making some good overtakes and good qualifying is mainly important. And the heats too, so yeah.
Always very pleasant indeed to welcome back returning drivers, and Tiziano Monza, of course, getting himself settled back into the IAME Euro Series paddock once again. He is there with the same team, actually, the Team Driver Racing Kart squad in the Kart Republic chassis, and lines up alongside Griffin Forrest Peebles, his teammate, who's going to be there up at the sharp end of the field once again. Filippo Parmigiani will line up on the 10th row of the starting grid alongside Dino Stroescu, the Romanian driver. And then on the 11th row of the grid, it is Angelo Melli, the very highly rated Belgian star. Alongside him, it is Sam van Voskulen, the Dutchman, who will go off the 11th row of the starting grid. Then it is Barb Matisse. Barb Matisse will be there on the 12th row of the grid alongside Thibaut Jalard. And then Alexis Constant is going to be alongside Eric Anash on the starting grid. Joan Aluja, the Spanish driver, will go alongside his countryman Jan Peral, the two young Spaniards on the 14th row of the starting grid. Then it will be Mathis Merschout, who will be beside Henk Voigt Jr. on the 15th row of the starting grid. Then it will be Mirko Wouters, Francisco Macedo, Sebastian Murray, and Arthur Valsort that will round out the rest of the grid. Now, this is actually quite an important race for the junior drivers, not the least because it's the last races before the lunch break, but also for the junior drivers. This is their last heat of the weekend to book themselves into the top 30. So they have to get into the top 30 if they want to be in the pre-finals and the finals. Those drivers that don't quite make it into that top 30 of the grid will have to go through the second chance heat. And obviously the winner of that race will go through, as will the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th drivers across the finish line. So you have to be in that top 30 in the interim rankings, which means as many good results as humanly possible. Only the top 30 drivers are guaranteed to progress. The other drivers will have to fight it out for one more heat this afternoon, and the top 6 drivers in that race will progress through to the pre-finals. So it's a very difficult pair of races now for the juniors. Their 3rd and final heat before that stage of the race. So for a few drivers, this will be their last heat of the day. For those who are the most successful, 30 drivers in the field, they can finish early and just sit back and watch the rest of the race unfold, ready ahead of tomorrow morning. But for the other drivers, their hard work will start now, because essentially they've got to try and get themselves into that top 30. And then obviously go back, try and find a better setup ready for the second chance heat later this afternoon, because that is when they're going to have to really find something pretty special to put themselves up into that top 6. So 2 races to go then in the junior category for Federico Rifai. Very fast in qualifying. It hasn't been perfect to come back into the qualifying heats, but as long as he can stay towards that top 10, he still has a great chance of qualifying for the pre-final. You've just got to keep it together and not get too flustered. You just got to keep yourself very hungry in these races and try and make sure it all still works together. So it's not easy, but obviously every driver is in exactly the same boat and in exactly the same situation. So you've just got to keep focused, dig deep, find that resolve, and get yourself into a competitive position. It's always a bit of a minefield, this competition, because drivers are pushing very hard indeed to maximize their potential and get the most out of their weekends. But it's easier said than done. That front row of the grid, Federico Rifai and Will McIntyre from that front row. Thomas Stolchemanis in the second row of the grid alongside Jan Puchu, Bart Harrison and Aaron Garcia on the third row, and then Canato Lee and Noah Montero on row 4. The fifth row of the starting grid, of course, belonging to Ivan Arias and Artur Pulain, Elia Papacena and Alessandro Minetto on the 6th row. Then Patrick Fabroni and Ronnie Stefani on the 7th row. Plenty of local talent, but also plenty of international talent. And amazing to see just how many competitors in the FIA karting championships have returned to the IAME Euro Series grid as well. We've got 3 of them in the top 4 of this very race. 4 if you count Bart Harrison in the 5th position as well, because of course he is representing Great Britain in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy this season and did a fabulous job in the opening season's round at Wackersdorf a few weeks ago. So the contenders will head out onto the circuit once again, and we'll get plenty of excitement, tension, drama and suspense, as we always do from the X30 juniors in the IAME Euro Series paddock. And what can Federico Rifai do from pole position to hold off the attentions of the feisty and ferocious Will McIntyre? Thomas Stolchemanis right behind him on the grid as well. So this could be very exciting and very tense and enjoyable for us to watch on the sidelines indeed, as the 7 laps further in this battle continues. Now, as it stands at the moment, because of how tight it's been in the junior contingents, it is Andy Rattel that currently stands on the top of the junior rankings. Just a whisker in front of Finn McLaughlin and Thomas Stolchemanis. So this could be the race that changes things rapidly. So Federico Rifai and Will McIntyre on the front row from Thomas Stolchemanis and Jan Puchu. Bart Harrison and Aaron Garcia from Canato Lee and Noah Montero. Ivan Arias and Artur Pulain, Elia Papacena and Alessandro Minetto from Patrick Fabroni and Ronnie Stefani. Tibor Ramakers and Martin Molnar from Tiziano Monza and Griffin Forrest Peebles. Filippo Parmigiani and Dino Storescu. Angelo Melli, Sam van Voskulen, Barb Matisse, Thibaut Jalard, Alexis Constant and Eric Enash. Juan Aluja and Jan Baral from Matis Merschout, Hunk Junior Venk. Mirko Wouters, Francisco Macedo, Sebastian Murray and Arthur Valsort. A very competitive field of drivers. They all want to be at the sharp end of the field, and they're all going to have to give it 10 tenths if they want to get into that top 30. It's been ultra competitive this weekend. Nobody has had a clean sweep of victories. We've actually had 4 different winners from the 4 heats thus far in the Junior X30 battle, so consistency is ever so important now from here until the end of the checkered flag in these 7 laps of the heat. You've got to make it work to the best of your advantage. You've got to be right there at the sharp end. It will not be easy to make this one work to their advantage. So the drivers coming through in X30 Junior qualifying heat A versus C. Federico Rifai and Will McIntyre on the front row of the starting grid. So Let's see how this all comes together. Thomas Stolchimanis and Jan Puchu on the second row. They're definitely going to have a bit of tough work ahead of them as the drivers get through into position. They're in their 2 rows now, as you can see. So they will be brought around in the final couple of corners. They have to remain in their tram lines until the lights go out, and then we will be racing here at Castelletto. Final turn, final chance. Lights out! To the first corner. Rifai with a good start. McIntyre trying to squeeze in round the outside of Stolchimanis. Oh, a bit of hesitation from the poleman. And McIntyre drives right round the outside and gets into the lead. Excellent start from Will McIntyre. Stolchimanis breaks through past Rifai. Harrison into 4th position as well as the field squabbles their way through the first couple of corners. Everybody has got through cleanly up and towards turn 5 and onto the back straight. But what a start from McIntyre. Blasts out of the blocks and gets into the lead very nicely indeed. So second place thus far from Thomas Stolchimanis, the Latvian, working his way through nicely. Bart Harrison having a look into 3rd place past Rifai, but he can't quite make it. So he's got to back down from the challenge for a moment and regroup, get himself adjusted in there. Kanato Lee and Jan Puchu, the 2 Asian stars from Japan and China, are pushing very hard indeed to try and work their way a little further forward. So Will McIntyre blasts out of the blocks with a victory in the offing if he can keep this together ahead of Thomas Stolchimanis. But up on the curbs trying to get through. Kanato Lee squeezes past Bart Harrison. That was brave from the Japanese driver, but that puts him up into 4th place. He can be very calm about that one. And it looks like someone's lost their front fairing on the back straight there. And off the circuit goes the CRG in front of my position. That's the 32 going wide. Now that is Juan Aluja, I'm afraid. So Aluja, now there's the missing front fairing. That was one of the red speeds. So that was one of the Victory Lane karting machines that had a problem there. I wonder if that was Noah Monteiro that has a problem. So we'll have to double check up on that one, but that could be the Portuguese driver Noah Monteiro that doesn't have a front fairing. So that is definitely going to be a major problem for the young Portuguese star. As across the line, McIntyre leads Stolchimanis. Rifai is 3rd from Kanato Lee, Bart Harrison, Jan Puchu and Aaron Garcia. So when Stolchimanis going to make the bid? And I can tell you it is Noah Monteiro. Unfortunately, he's getting the technical flag next time by. Well, that's a real shame for Noah Monteiro. He's obviously got a little bit too close together with somebody. He's currently there battling with the 91 of Dino Sturescu, the Romanian, but I'm afraid it's all going to come to nothing because losing the front fairing, it's a technical flag, and it means that Noah Monteiro is going to be out of this race. So McIntyre still holds the advantage over Thomas Stolchimanis. We're on lap 3. They both drifted a little wide onto the curbs there. And up the inside for 3rd, that's Kanato Lee. Kanato Lee gets through on Rifai. Harrison can't quite make it through either. So Harrison trying to get through into 4th position to join Kanato Lee, but now that Lee has got a bit of clear track in front of him, he's going to be charging after McIntyre and Stolchimanis, pushing hard, and he's not the only one with a mechanical flag there. The 81 Noah Monteiro, there's another one in trouble. It's the 118 that's also been called. Now that, I'm afraid to say, is going to put another race up the Swanee. That's Ronnie Stefani. So Ronnie Stefani has also got problems, and I'm afraid the 118 kart is going to have to pull into the pit lane at the end of this lap as well. So Stolchimanis still hustling. Will McIntyre just waiting for his moment to pounce on the Birolart in front of him. The Fusion Motorsport runner still doing a good job here, Will McIntyre, hoping that he can keep the lead of this one all the way through. Thomas Stolchimanis right there in 2nd place. Kanato Lee in 3rd. Federico Rifai is 4th. Up towards the first corner, sweeping through that long flowing right-hander. Now when Stolchimanis makes the move, McIntyre had better be ready for it. As they come through on the far side, I wonder if he's losing the tape that covers up the old name on his race suit. I think he's borrowing a race suit this weekend, Will McIntyre. And he's got something flapping in the breeze. I wonder if it's the tape that covers up his the name tag that's on the back of the suit there, because it's not actually his suit. So I wonder if he's just started to lose the tape on the back there, but never mind. Fortunately, it's not going to affect his race performance. McIntyre, Stolchimanis closing in. McIntyre gets a little bit wide. And Kanato Lee is catching them, so they've got to be careful about this now because Kanato Lee is catching both men. But Will McIntyre and Thomas Stolchimanis are going to try and settle this difference between the two of them as they come through at the end of the lap. McIntyre going well. Stolchimanis right behind in the Latvian in the Energy Core chassis. Trying to make the bid on the inside. Here he goes. And Thomas Stolchemanis is going to take the lead. No, he's not. McIntyre holds his nerve. And Kanato Lee now trying to get up the inside. Lee spins and takes Bart Harrison with him. They both managed to get going, but that was so tight. Kanato Lee saves a massive spin. That drops him back into 6th place. Harrison back into 7th. And that's really held up Bart Harrison. That could have been a run at the victory for Bart Harrison there. But McIntyre absolutely determined. You are not getting past Thomas. No way. No way. He's not giving him any room at all. Stolchemanis is going to try and get it on the switchback. McIntyre trying to squeeze him out. Stolchemanis will not be silenced. Good move from the Latvian. Thomas Stolchemanis takes the lead then. McIntyre has to settle for 2nd place. The problem is around here, once you start getting defensive, you open a door on the exit of the turn, even if you can't get into the entry to the turn. And Stolchemanis read it beautifully. Manages to get the lead away from Will McIntyre. Federico Rafai in 3rd place. Then Jan Pichu, Aaron Garcia, Kanato Lee and Bart Harrison, who are somehow still going after their little moment. But it's going to be a brilliantly crafted victory from Thomas Stolchemanis. This win could give him the front row of the starting grid. He'll come away from his 3 heats with an accumulated 6 points. That is low. You need a single-digit score to stand any chance of running at the front end of the field. And for Stolchemanis, this is pretty much perfect as far as he's concerned. If he gets this win, he will have 6 points. And with the other 2 drivers ahead of him so far going in the next race, he's got a great chance of pole. Thomas Stolchemanis gets the win from Will McIntyre and Federico Rifai. Excellent work from Thomas Stolchemanis. The Latvian knew that Kanato Lee was coming. He knew it was going to be hard push to beat him. But he stayed hungry. He stayed in the battle. He knew that it was never going to be easy to overhaul Will McIntyre, but he stayed in the game, stayed pushing, and managed to get it together in the end. Excellent work. So Thomas Stolchemanis managing to finish the job in fine style. McIntyre in 2nd place from Federico Rifai, who did manage to hang on to 3rd place in front of a fired-up Jan Puchu. So really good racing then in the X30 Juniors, and Thomas Stolchemanis, that's probably the victory that if things go awry for Andy Rattel and Finn McLaughlin in the next heat, that is going to be the race that buys Thomas Stolchemanis pole position for the pre-final tomorrow morning. So it's an excellent run from Stolchemanis. He will have wanted to hang on to this. So it's a good effort from him, and the Latvian can be very pleased indeed with his performance so far. So after a very hectic race at the office, Thomas Stolchemanis takes the win from Will McIntyre and Federico Rifai, Jan Pichu and Kanato Lee from Aaron Garcia and Bart Harrison, ahead of Alessandro Minetto, Elia Papacena and Tiziano Monza. Good fight back. Thibaut Remakers is 11th in front of Patrick Fabroni. Ivan Arias is next up in front of Filippo Parmigiani. Arthur Poulain ahead of Angelo Meli, and then Barb Matisse, who finishes ahead of Griffin Forrest Peebles. Then in 19th position, behind him, we have Dino Storescu, who manages to finish in front of Thibaut Jalad and Arthur Valsort. Sam van Voskulen and Martin Molnar from Sebastian Murray and Mathis Machaut, Alexis Constant and Mirko Wouters. Then Juan Aluja, Henk Voigt Jr., Francisco Masado and Eric Enash. The retirements, well, Jan Paral was out of the race in the closing stages. Noah Montero and Ronnie Stefani were both called into the pits with technical flags after their earlier incident. So 7 laps done. A great race for Thomas Stolchemanis. There's only one more to go in this morning's session, and that is the final heat of the weekend for X30 Junior. Now, obviously, it is the final heat, and there's a big one for the men on the front end of the field. For Antonio Apicella, there's a good opportunity to make a better score from the front end of the grid. He's provisionally running 5th on the grid for this upcoming race, the pre-final tomorrow. The man on the front row of the grid with him, though, Andy Rattel, is currently the favourite for pole position. He has a win and a second, which gives him accumulated 2 points over the course of the proceedings. It's reverse points, don't forget, in qualifying heats of karting races. So 0 points for the win, 2 for second, 3 for third, 4 for fourth, 5 for fifth, and so on. And whoever has the fewest points accumulated from those heats will be on the front end of the starting grid. And the top 30 of those drivers will progress through to the pre-final guaranteed. Everybody else will have to have a second chance race and get to the first 6 positions of those drivers. So it's obviously going to be very tight from the start for Antonio Apicella and Andy Rattel, who both want to get a win under their belts. The second row of the grid is going to see Teofil Nile and Sebastiano Pavan go to battle on the second row of the grid, the Frenchman and the Italian. And then we will see Gaspard Lagaye on the third row alongside Adrian Benito. Then it will be Vinnie Phillips and Finn McLaughlin. A very interesting battle between those two it's going to be. Phillips and McLaughlin know each other very well, of course, and have raced each other a couple of times now. So we'll see some good battles with those two drivers out on the field. And on the fifth row of the grid to round out the top 10, it's going to be Eric Genet and Riccardo Cirelli, who will be there in 10th position on the starting grid. Then on the sixth row, we will have Andrea Pirovano and Kevin Rabin, the Swiss driver, who will go off P12. Iko Sagret, the young man from the United Arab Emirates, will be next up on the seventh row of the grid. He lines up beside Kimi Duron, by the way, the Frenchman for the Victory Lane karting team. Then we will have Thomas Strauven on the sixth row of the starting grid. He is there, the Belgian, for Strawberry Racing on the inside line beside Matteo Quintarelli of the George Gibbons Motorsport team, the young man from the United Arab Emirates, originally, of course, from Italy. Then it is Yaroslav Trukin, the Russian, on the ninth row of the starting grid. He will be there alongside David Dragan, the Romanian, one of the many Romanians that has made their way here for their debut in the IAME Euro Series. Great to see them. Henry Justin on the 10th row of the starting grid on the inside line. He lines up beside the Israeli star Guy Elbag, and he is there in 20th position on the grid. Paul Gayos, the Spanish driver, way down in 21st on the grid. Goodness knows what kind of problems they had in qualifying, because it certainly didn't help Paul Gayos out at all. Junyo Kim is next up, the young man from South Korea, lining up on the 11th row of the grid on 22nd position on the starting grid. Chi Zhenru is next up on the 12th row of the grid alongside Julian Carmen, the Dutch driver for the EGP Eichmann's squad. Then it is on the 13th row of the grid, Aaron Ferrazzano, who lines up there, the Belgian, alongside Dylan Visser, the Dutch driver. And then the last 7 drivers in the field, we have Luca Horton of Bahrain, Nico Lanalati of Finland, Sjerd van den Munikov of the Netherlands, Giulio Olivieri of Italy, Alessandro Cocci of also Italy, Enzo Predom, the Frenchman, and then it is Ethan Ischer of Switzerland. Now, we focus a lot on the drivers at the front end of the field, but it's important that we meet some of the new faces in the junior field as well. We just mentioned the privateer driver Luca Horton of Bahrain. He's making his debut in the IAME Euro Series this weekend, and we found him yesterday morning.
Yeah, it was really fun, very different compared to where I race normally in the Middle East, because there's so much more grip, and the competition's way more competitive. It's very fun, very flowy. There's a lot of grip, so my arms were quite tired and my neck. I just moved up from mini to junior, so it was quite a shock that how much grip there was. I'm just hoping to get a lot more experience in, and that's why we came here, just to get a lot more experience. The first day I was here, it was I had quite a shock because I wasn't used to this. So yeah, I just wasn't used to it, and yeah, it was just quite a big shock. I'm hoping to get into the final, but I'm just going to try to do my best, and that's all I can do.
We all have to start somewhere. Congratulations to Luca Horton from Bahrain, who is here this weekend and doing a fair job in his first Junior X30 outing. You can't win them all in the first weekend. You have to work hard for the rewards to come, and he is doing just that. A fine effort so far. Now, the qualifying heats are about to come to an end for the junior drivers, and the top 30 drivers in the rankings at the end of these races will progress through to the pre-finals tomorrow. As it stands provisionally going into this race, Andy Rattel is currently leading the standings with just a mere 2 points for a first and a second place finish. So excellent work from the KBK competition driver, and certainly the first time we've seen Andy Rattel at the top of the interim standings. Always very good to see a new face there. Currently second in that ranking is Finn McLaughlin, who is looking to be starting from the front row of the grid in the pre-final, if he can keep this together. Thomas Stochamanis, after his win, is currently third on 6 points, but then so too is Teofil Nal on 6 points. So it needs to be a very interesting run from him to get himself up the order, and he's had a pair of third places, so anything could happen from here on in. Antonio Apicella is currently 5th in the interim rankings. He has 10 points from his first 2 races, but he goes off pole position in this one, so he has a good chance to get the win done. Then Yan Puchu is in 6th position in the rankings. A very steady weekend for the Chinese driver so far. And he now has nothing he can do about this race that's coming up except just watch it and hope that he will still be in a relatively competitive position by the time it all finishes up. He will be in a bare minimum of 6th on the starting grid, which is good from his point of view. Sebastiano Pavan is 7th on the starting grid. That is not quite the best he can get, but certainly he won't be starting ahead of Jan Puciu. And Adrian Benito, who is in this race as well, has got to try and beat Sebastiano Pavan to start ahead of him in the grid for this one, because they both have the same number of points. Great to see the drivers giving each other a bit of a good luck message before the start of the race. Some drivers like to do this as a bit of a ritual, to say hello to the drivers that they're competing against and go and say hello to all of them and just say good luck and hope that it doesn't turn into a messy race from there on out. But it's a wonderful crop of drivers that we have in the juniors in 2021. They really are a nice bunch of lads and girls. And we really do have some great competition with these guys. When you're trying to fight for thousands and hundreds of a second per race to see if you can find a bit of an advantage over your opposition, you really are pushing the limit. And people, I keep stating this, and I keep understating it. The world of karting is so ultra competitive. It really does teach you everything you need to know about being a motorsport star, whether you stay in karting and go and compete for the World Championships one day, or whether you stay at this level and still compete. I know plenty of drivers who do and find this to be the ultimate passionate level of motorsport. And even at X30 level, the ambition, of course, is to go and win in the international finals and the IAME and in the Winter Cup, those one-off races, as well as obviously contending and contesting the Euro Series title, which every driver in X30 fold wants to win. So the drivers are getting themselves ready. It's the last race before our break. 1.256 kilometers around the Siete Larghi kart circuit, of course, and with these races being 7 laps in duration, the junior drivers will race for 8.7 kilometers around the course, which is a little over 5 miles. And then obviously at the end of that, they will know which drivers are in the top 30 of the interim standings once everything's been confirmed, signed, sealed and delivered. And then they will have just a few drivers who are not made it into the race thus far. There are 66 competitors, I do believe, this weekend in the junior category alone. So obviously the top 30 drivers will progress through guaranteed. And then the remaining drivers will obviously have to fight it out in the second chance heat a little bit later on. And then we will find out who the winners are based on how they have done in this final heat. But the drivers know that they've just got to use this last race of the morning as an opportunity. Antonio Apicella to the inside line, the local star who knows this circuit very well indeed. Alongside him, Andy Rattel, who's having a great breakthrough year in European karting this season. They're second on the starting grid, and he's the favourite to start the pre-final tomorrow from pole position. All he has to do is what he's essentially done in the first 2 races, a win and a second so far from Andy Rattel. Just keep that kind of pace up, Andy, and pole position is yours. But Finn McLaughlin and Teofil Nall are going to be pushing him all the way from their positions on the starting grid. They want to get a higher position. So it's all going to come down to how the balance of these final 7 laps of junior heat racing will take us. Pole position for the pre-final will be decided in this race, and it could be one of 3 drivers. It's going to be either Andy Rattel, Finn McLaughlin, or Thomas Stolchemanis. We'll find out in these 7 laps. 3 drivers battling for pole position. 1 of them is on the sidelines. 2 of them are in this race. Let's see how it unfolds. Antonio Apicella and Andy Rattel from Teofil Nall and Sebastiano Pavan. Gaspard Lagaye and Adrian Benito from Vinnie Phillips and Finn McLaughlin. Eric Genet and Riccardo Cirelli from Andrea Piravano and Kevin Rabin. Iko Segret and Kimi Duron, Thomas Strauben and Matteo Quintarelli, Yaroslav Trukin and David Dragan from Henry Joslin and Guy Elbag, Paul Kaios and Junior Kim, Chi Ru and Julian Carmen from Aaron Ferrazzano and Dylan Visser, Luca Horton and Nicola Nalati, Siad van den Munikov and Giulio Olivieri, then Alessandro Cocci, Enzo Predom and Ethan Ischer. 33 drivers in this race. It will be very difficult to decide which of the 3 drivers at the front of the junior rankings at this moment are going to be in pole position. Third at the moment in the interim ranking is Thomas Stolchemanis. He's the man who won the previous heat and has 6 points accumulated. The men in front of him are Andy Rattel, who currently has 2 for a win and a second place, so he scored 2 points. For that second place, he scores 0 for a win. And Finn McLaughlin currently has 5 points from his first 2 races because he's had 2 top 3 finishes. So it's all going to come down to how they finish things up in these last 7 laps. It's one of those 3 drivers that's going to be pole position because no one else can get close to their point score. But it's how many points Rattel and McLaughlin take away from this race. That's going to be crucial. So it's either going to be Rattel in pole position, could be McLaughlin, or it could be Stolchemanis. But only 3 drivers now can contest that right. So it's definitely going to be a tough old race from here to figure out how it all plays out. So Apicella, Rattel, Niall, Pavan, Lagaye, Benito, Phillips, McLaughlin, Jenny, Cirelli, Pirovano and Rabin on the grid. This will be a very, very difficult 7 laps, and expect some fireworks from a few drivers in the field as they try and get themselves the best possible starting position coming into the later final. The later pre-final, obviously, in the morning, and the final in the midday of tomorrow. Are we going to go racing? Yes, we are. Straight to the first corner. Rattel trying to get alongside Apicella. Holds it to the outside line. Drops initially to 3rd place behind Teofil. Now there's a spin further back. We've got 2 carts taking avoiding action and a spin from the 35. That is Adrian Benito, I'm afraid. So Benito gets going again, but has fallen down the order now as a result to the back of the grid. And Finn McLaughlin has gone to the back of the grid as well. So Finn McLaughlin is down at the back. Now that's going to elevate Thomas Stolchemanis into 2nd position on the start for the finals. For the pre-final, Andy Rattel still battling away with Antonio Apicella as Teofil Nall creeps up to the front of the field. So Teofil Nall has now got into the lead as they go through the end of the first lap. It's looking great for Teofil Nall, but he's got to try and hang on to this now from Apicella and Rattel. Pavan is in the mix there as well. So a lot of great overtaking moves on this opening tour, that is for certain. But for Finn McLaughlin, it's an absolute nightmare. He did not want to fall from the front row of the grid, and it looks almost certain that he's going to. So he drops way down the field, I'm afraid. And there's a crash, a 113 that's gone. I'm afraid that's Enzo Predom. So Enzo Predom has gone off the circuit on the far side of the course. But it's Antonio Apicella who now takes the lead. So Apicella has got past Teofil Nall and has got into the lead. Teofil Nall coming straight back at him. Thank you very much, I'll take that. And Apicella's trying to get him back on the switch, and it's yellow flags. They can't overtake into the hairpin, so Teofil Nall hangs on to the lead. A good overtake, well timed, just in the nick of time, and they are pushing each other into the apex of the next hairpin. Teofil Nall wants to hold this from Antonio Apicella. Apicella getting impatient, stuck behind Teofil Nall. Nall just about drifts wide through the exit of the curb, but manages to keep the position for the moment. Apicella and Rattel right in behind him. Eric Genet's come through. Oh, and that's Paul Cayos. He's come together with Henry Jocelyn. So Henry Jocelyn and Paul Cayos connect there at the hairpin. That's not gone well for either driver. And a very fed up Henry Jocelyn, very frustrated. Oh, that's Apicella down to 3rd. And who's that down to 5th position? I think that might be Eric Genet trying to work his way forward and has had to be held up. So Teofil Nall leads. Here's Andy Rattel. Rattel's going for his French rival. Side by side, and Rattel's through, and Apicella's through as well. Nall tries to get back in on Apicella and gets into 2nd place. So Andy Rattel, if he stays where he is, he will be pole position for tomorrow's pre-final without any hesitation at all. But Teofil Nall wants to take a little bit more out of this one. Paul Cayos walking away from the scene of his incident with Henry Jocelyn. The 2 drivers well out of it, I'm afraid, now, as we complete lap 3. 4 laps to go, and it's looking great for Andy Rattel in front of Teofil Nall, his countryman. Apicella 3rd place, Eric Genet in 4th from Pavan and Lagaye. There's an opportunity knocking here for Apicella. He's trying to close up on Teofil Nall, but Nall has his sights fairly focused on one man. That is the number 34, the KBK competition cart of the race leader, Andy Rattel. Rattel wants to stay where he is. Checks over his shoulder. Stop looking back. You've got to focus forward. It's just an invitation from the guy in front. It lets the guy behind know that you are basically a little bit frustrated and a little bit irritated and a little bit panicky as well. So Rattel knows that he's got to keep the lead, but Teofil Nall knows that Rattel is vulnerable. Side by side, a little further back. That's the 1-2-2. Yaroslav Trukin losing out there to Iko Segret. So Iko Segret manages to get through into the position. And I think he also lost ground there a little bit to Kevin Rabin, he was battling it out with. And that's another off, I'm afraid. So that is the 93 that's gone this time. Now that is game over for Matteo Quintarelli. Oh, and he's not the only one. The 107's gone with him. That is Guy Elbag of Israel. And I think he's just a little bit winded out of the cart, so he's going to need a little bit of attention there. Antonio Apicella, fastest lap as he closes back up. So there is Guy Elbag. Just a little bit sore after that one, I think. So the officials are just going to make sure he's okay. Teofil Nall has got past Rattel. So Nile passes Rattel, then parks the bus on the inside of the apex. No chance of that one getting sorted because it's going to be a tough one for Rattel to get back past now. So the battle is going to be very intense as the field tightens up. Yellow flags into the left-hander as Rattel desperately tries to get past Teofil Nal. Can't make the move, of course, because of the yellow flags, but it's green into turn one. Watch for Apicella. He's going to try and get the switchback maneuver. Rattel's going to open the door. Nal's going to try and keep it firmly shut. They drift out wide. 3 wide. Rattel's going to try and get the sweep on the inside line of Teofil Nal, and he's there. Andy Rattel takes the lead. Excellent racing from Andy Rattel. Teofil Nal will not be held back, and up to third place for all of that has come the 101, I do believe. Is that Eric Genet? Yeah, it is Eric Genet. Now gets into the lead again. Back past Andy Rattel. Eric Genet has worked his way to third place. Andy Rattel is desperately trying to overhaul Teofil Nal. He goes the long way round on the switch. He's going to try and get alongside and jump back across on Teofil Nal. Nal parks it so perfectly on the exit. He's just tightening it up. So Teofil Nal desperately trying to keep this one from Andy Rattel. Rattel is absolutely resolute to get past. He chops back across. Teofil Nal swarms himself to the inside line. Rattel tries to cut in on the switch on the inside, and he's there. Andy Rattel gets Teofil Nal, and he's now trying desperately to defend and block Teofil Nal's path. Eric Genet and Antonio Apicella have managed to get one over on Sebastiano Pavan. Pavan slips down to about 7th as Rattel hangs on for dear life in front of Teofil Nal. Nal is still being quite resolute to get past, but Rattel is holding it now. Eric Genet might have a chance to get into second place here. He's going to give it everything he's got, and Teofil Nal still tries to make the move. Andy Rattel holds it through the first hairpin. Through the second hairpin, he needs to keep it together. And I think Andy Rattel may just about have held on to this one. What a drive from Andy Rattel. Not an easy situation to be put in side by side with Teofil Nal for half a lap. But it's brilliant from Andy Rattel. He hangs on. And Andy Rattel is going to take pole position for the pre-final tomorrow. What a drive from the KBK Competition squad driver. Excellent, excellent stuff from Andy Rattel. Magnifique, mon ami. Absolutely brilliant from Andy Rattel. That is such a difficult job to hang on to it when Teofil Nal is on the warpath. But Andy Rattel coming of age this weekend. He's had moments of brilliance as Andy Rattel, but nothing quite like this weekend. 2 heat wins and a second. That's enough to put him on the pole position for the pre-final. Teofil Nal works his way up to third position as a result of his brilliant battle. And Jan Puchu will be 4th. Stochamanis will share the front row of the grid with Andy Rattel. But I tell you what, Rattel really putting in an excellent show. Rattel didn't even need to beat Teofil Nal to get the pole position, but he wanted to prove a point. These two clearly going to be the implacable French rivals of the national scene and potentially rivals in the European scene now as well. Amazing stuff. Andy Rattel holds off Teofil Nal in front of Eric Genet, with Antonio Apicella ahead of Andrea Pieravano. Ico Segret in 6th ahead of Sebastiano Pavan, Gaspard Lagaye, Vinnie Phillips and Thomas Strauben. Kevin Rabin and Luca Horton, 12th position. What a comeback. 15 places made up. Chi Zhenru is 13th in front of Junio Kim. Kimo Duron and Yaroslav Trukin in front of Finn McLaughlin and Riccardo Cirelli. Dylan Visser is 19th in front of Sjerd Vanden-Munikov. Julian Carmen 21st ahead of Alan Ferrazzano. Then David Dragan and Alessandro Cocci. Nico Lanolati in front of Ethan Ischier, then Adrian Benito, Giulio Olivieri, and Henry Jocelyn, who got going again, but finishes up at the back. Retirements from Guy Elbag, from Matteo Quintarelli, from Paul Cayos, and on the very opening lap, we also lost Enzo Predom of France. It's time for us to take a break, but now we know the identity of the man on Junior X30 pre-final pole tomorrow. There are still heats to come in the X30 minis and seniors, as well as the second chance heats in junior and senior, as well as the consolation race in the senior battle later on in the day, and the mini second chance as well. Plenty still to do. During our lunch break, we'll treat you to the highlights of the season so far from the opening 2 weekends at Marienborg in Belgium and Zuera in Spain. But we will come back to the action at 13:55 local time when we build up to the next race of the afternoon, which is in the Mini X30 Fraternity. See you in a bit.
Welcome to the 2021 IAME Euro Series. We start our journey at the Karting de Fagnes circuit at Marienburg in Belgium. 1.366 kilometers of tough technical apexes, high-speed straights, and fast sweepers. With 37 races over 3 days and a total of 179 competitors from all 4 corners of the globe, it's the perfect time to find out who the best X30 racers of 2021 will be. So, let's go! A long time on the throttle heading into turn 1 at Marienburg as we ride with Sam Balota on board. It's a fast but technical first corner. The marbles on the outside mean there's only one fast line through. Then a tough second corner which tightens, opens, then tightens again and leads into a prime overtaking spot into turn 3. A lot of accidents happen here too, as it's hard to get right. Then up to 4, a square left that many choose as an overtaking spot to catch out the unprepared. You're back on the power through 5 and 6, working hard to keep the line, fast but strong. And then a double apex right-hander, which again is a perfect overtaking spot for the last of the late breakers. The exit's important to protect too, back through the left and into the complex affectionately known as the escargot. Right and left before a heavy braking zone for a pair of hairpins where drama and action are never far away. Once out of the right, you accelerate out as the corner opens on the run to the pit bend. Many a race is won and lost here in the closing stages. It's a key corner to excel at, as the time gained past the mechanics gantry and onto the home straight can be the difference between winning and losing.
Race I was already in Formula 1, so I took it a bit late to the go-kart world. So I'm discovering lots of things, you know. That's why I try to get a lot of information from the best experienced people around and try to surround myself with experienced and good people that I can trust and that can guide me, because this is really new to me. When you look at the paddock, I mean, this is sometimes better than some of the racing car paddocks, you know. So the level is really intense, very good team. Very good drivers coming up. It's nice to see their evolution. As I said, I'm quite excited by this whole new world for me. I like to discover and to learn about motorsport in general. So whether it's in Formula 1, Junior Series or go-karts, I'm always trying to look at the best opportunities.
I can be more confident now since I've seen how all the drivers drive, and maybe I can get another win. It's fun because you can go fast, and knowing the track from last year, going around it again, remembering. It's hard, the track changes a lot, so you just have to work with the setup. It's good because I can do data and camera after my sessions, and I also have my notebook that I can write down what I need to do in the next session. Well, I just kept improving, and I'm helping my teammates, they're helping me, and in the sessions we practice working together, and when it comes up to qualifying we do a great job. Since I do a lot of wet practice in the UK, I think I'm really confident for the wet. On one of the other days I had a wet session and I did really well. I think top 3 is a good result. Hopefully win is way better though.
We're underway, and it's a great start for Tizi Kushnini through to the first corner. Brilliant start in the first corner from Ben Smith. He gets into second place, and there's contact. That looks like Harrison Mackey's gone around. A spin in the first corner. It's the 922.
To go before the checkered flag, so plenty of things and action to see. And a beautiful move around the outside of the escargot turn. This is turn number 9 on the left-hander, happening through the midfield. We'll wait for confirmation of the gaps as they make their way into the last sector. Beautifully made from the 926.
Max Cuthbert gets the run on Henry Domain, and he's being charged down by Elouan Benyoume, and Elouan Bienami doing a fantastic job there in 7th position.
And there comes a switch for the first position with Kushnini losing a place to Sasha Van Padbosch.
Oh, that's Marianito, a spin for Marianito and Jonathan Landstrom. So those two are going to be battling away. They could snag a podium here if anything happens with these 3. Up the inside comes Kamyab. He storms on the inside of Kushnini. Wow. Talk about timing. I think Van Bosch has done enough here. Kamyab defends. Kushnini launches. Gets in a second on the final turn. Sasha wins it. Brilliant victory for Sasha Van Bosch. He opens his 2021 account with a glorious victory. And Van Bosch, Kushnini and Kamyab have risen to the brim like absolute phoenixes from the flames. Van Bosch is back and he's on top. Sasha Van Bosch wins it from Tiziano Kuznini and Roman Kamyab. Ben Smith in 4th, Jesse Phillips in 5th. Eluan Bianami and Zach Drummond from Henry Domain and Luna Flusha. Jason Bralich and Rodrigo Seabra ahead of Matt Corby and Harrison Mackie. Roman Kamyab, Tiziano Kuznini and your race winner, Sasha Van Bosch!
So all week is good, and in the final and the start, I start 2 and I go to 3rd, and in 2 laps I go to and after to Tiziano Kuznini. In lap 3 I overtake him, I go first, and the rest of the race I go first and I'm winning.
In the first heat we make P3, second heat P4, third heat P4, and at the pre-final we start at 7th and go to 1st, and at the final we start also at 1st and we finish at 2nd. In the final we managed to get up to 3rd, to the 3rd corner, and I overtook Kuznini and I pushed my teammate Sasha away. On the last lap he overtook me because I didn't defend. But yeah, I'm very confident for Zuera since I've done a few laps around it on a simulator at iZone. And yeah, I'm feeling confident.
It's quite different as the weather is very different. It's very hot in the Middle East and quite cold here in Marienburg. But I'm really enjoying the track and really enjoying the time here. The drivers are a lot more skilled and more experienced than back in the Middle East. It's a very nice circuit and I've really enjoyed learning it. We've had some good pace in practice and the team have helped me a lot by improving those little steps. There's a really good environment inside the tent and we learn a lot inside and outside of the tent. Qualifying's always been my struggle, but in the races I plan to move up if we get a bad quali, for example. And over the season just improve out in racing in general. The first session is always the most important. You're adapting on how the day and how the track is affected from the past few days and the weather overnight. Pretty confident. We've shown some good signs of rain in past European races, but we haven't had a session here in the rain just yet.
The juniors will race now up to the first corner, and it's a great start for Taya Vilnal, and Finn McLaughlin is trying to get a move or two on the inside line in the middle of the top 6. Vilnal is already starting to unleash the speed and try and get clear. It is up to Jaden Tian and the man in 3rd position, Leo Robinson, not to let him get away.
1 lap completed and Teofil Nail is doing what it did for the pre-final, and for the back, a switch for 2nd position, beautifully made by Leo Robinson, the Fusion Motorsport driver. Paul Chaos is trying again, and this time around he succeeds in his overtaking maneuver into the hairpin.
And Paul Chaos gets the run on Leo Robinson up at the 2nd place. Finn McLaughlin hasn't read that script. He wants 3rd position and he takes it. Bart Harrison fails to get the move on Jaden Tian. Finn McLaughlin dives for the inside of Pod Chaos. There's room enough for Robinson, but Pod Chaos chops across.
And we're going to keep our focus on the battle for the last 2 steps of the podium, because Paul Chaos is about to lose the 3rd place. Beautifully made by Leo Robinson. Ahead as well, number 23, trying to escape from that very aggressive field. And watch out for Bart Harrison going through as well, Jaden Tian. Increases space, and watch out for Bart Harrison actually going around. A bit of exit. Oh, and some trouble for the 24, I'm afraid. Yeah.
Paul Chaos!
There you go, in the meantime. Beautifully made by the Spaniard who's going through.
Was that is the 143 disappearing off the road. Takes the victory for France and for 2N Racing in the Junior X30 final here at Marienburg. Finn McLaughlin 2nd, Bart Harrison 3rd. Out in front, he starts his season the way he needs to go on. I wonder how strong he's going to be. Teofil Naal is the winner in front of Finn McLaughlin and Bart Harrison. Pod Chaos in front of Leo Robinson. Will McIntyre in 6th ahead of Jaden Tian and Kimi Abraham. Vinnie Phillips and Clement Outram round out the top 10. So our 3 drivers, Bart Harrison, Finn McLaughlin, and your race winner, Teofil Naal!
In all honesty, it was a very tough final, even though it may not have looked that way. Watching it back in my mind made it look easy,
but I was trying to keep my pace up throughout the race as much as possible, because I'm not experienced against this field. It was very satisfying though.
Sunday pre-final, I didn't, it's a bit of a squabble down to 7. Started 7 for the final. First few laps of the final, got up to 2nd, and then the leader was already 4 seconds ahead, so I didn't have enough time to catch the leader. Yeah, I've never been there before, so it's going to be a challenge, so just can't wait to see the experience to different countries, so can't wait.
I managed to do quite a good job, especially with the penalty in the pre-final. I thought I managed to come back quite well, and I'm happy with how I did in the final. I'm very confident. I couldn't go to, well, I could have gone to last year, but we decided not to. So I think we're going to do the entire series this year, and I think I can win it.
Yeah, I feel good here. Yeah, we have good speed for the moment, so yeah, I'm happy. Last year we won here. Yeah, it's good, good memories here. Yeah, it's my circuit. I train a lot here. I need to win this year. I don't know. We will see during the championship, but I will try. I will do all I can to win the championship. No, I don't think it's an advantage because we drive a lot here in the Euro Series also, like 3 years. I don't think it's an advantage, but I like the track, so yeah. It's good. We are going to work hard because yeah, there is good drivers this year, very high level. So yeah, we will see during the year, but I'm confident. Yeah, I think because with the new tires, we have little space to do our time. So yeah, we have to do the times fastest as possible early in the session. So it's difficult to maintain the tires in good condition. We have to think about and do everything to don't use the tire too much.
We're out! Let's race at Marienborg! Perfect start from the inside line as Walker tucks in behind his teammate, and we've got it up in the background. That's one of the Dimes racing carts. I think that's Ravalda van der Westerlaken.
Outside, and there's a crash.
That's Matilda Olsen. Matilda Olsen goes off on the grass. So a great battle. Here comes Nevek on the inside, tucks in front of Walker and gets second position.
Look at him being taken in sandwich, but not for long, as he takes first position in lap number 2 on the hairpin.
Westover gets the move on Kimber, and that's a crash. Unfortunately, we've got 2 of them off the road. That is the 220 of Teresa Babichkova and Lewis Mackey. Bart Pluke is going to try and make the bid on Kimber with some support from Sean Butcher. They both slide through because Pluke runs wide. Butcher gets both of them, and that puts him up into 5th position.
As Enzo Levesque is still leading away for 0.2 of a second faster, and beautifully made the 283 run the inside. This is Dan Steinman run the inside of Mark Kimber, wasn't it? Yes, indeed, in turn number 2.
Mark Kimber all the way down in 9th. Here comes Pluke up the inside of Westover. Nicely done. 5th position for the young Dutchman.
Santiago Valves, I think the fastest lap below. Westover fighting back, and watch out further back because we had Dan Steinman as well, and one of the Vidica drivers, unfortunately, another one having to retire. There was not any Goldstein in this one, but you identified him, Jake.
It's Laurens de Sertua. Yet again, another Belgian superstar falls by the wayside as they succumb to the pressure and the might and the anguish. Kimber, Steinman, Pluke, Pataya, and there goes the move on the inside from Greenall. He gets up into 5th position. Don't forget, this is his first weekend as a senior as well as Aaron Walker.
Run the inside, no, that's Sean Bradshaw who does it, and he takes him with him, and 2 positions lost by Callum Bradshaw, I'm afraid, from 3rd to 5th in just 1 corner. So once again, the worst possible case scenario, and there goes another move, beautifully made in the escargot by Oliver Greenwald, going up to 3rd position.
He definitely didn't see that one coming. Now Bradshaw storms up the inside of Butcher. He really has paid up and pay attention. Here's Kimber, gets the move, and so does Westover on Sean Butcher. He's got to try and do all that hard work again, so he gets on with it. As Westover gets Kimber, so does Butcher.
And there goes a switch in the third position, Mark Kimber driving through, and watch out for Dan Steinman because we had forgotten, and there's another switch, and Butcher taking the place back. This is Ivan Bataler as well, those two might want to get involved, and Dan Steinman goes through as well, Sean Butcher losing positions outside of the hairpin. Oh, unfortunately one of the drivers indeed.
Santi Valve.
Yeah, Santi Valve. As we're going to see Dan Steinman driving around the inside. Oh, that was close, but he actually didn't make that stick. on Kimber. Kimber fighting for position, is actually busy all over the place because Dan Stillman as well as the others.
That's Maximus Meyer!
Yeah, where did he come from actually? Maximus Meyer, we didn't see that coming in ninth place.
He'll launch on the inside and he takes the lead. As these two continue to squabble, Greenall absolutely resolute to get past Westover, forces the issue. Butcher comes around the outside, grabs 5th position away from Westover. Levesque is trying every trick in the book. He squeezes. Walker will not let him have it. He squeezes back into the lead. He's going to get assistance. Oh, he swims on the inside of Levesque. Turn 3. Back on the power. Oh, he's let Bradshaw go on the far side. Walker has opened the door by accident. Bradshaw swims through. Levesque gets there as well. Bradshaw snatches the lead on the final lap. Here comes Levesque. He gets back through. Walker gets alongside his teammate. Levesque is in the lead. This is going to go right down to the wire. Bradshaw tries again. Levesque holds it. Bradshaw absolutely determined. They come together. Levesque and Bradshaw are put over the top. Aaron Walker gets a reprieve. Aaron Walker's going to take the victory after all. Levesque and Bradshaw lick their wounds for 2nd and 3rd, but Aaron Walker wins at Marienburg. Oh my word! Oh my word! Remember where you were when Aaron Walker came to town in Senior X30. He took on everyone. He took on the vice champion. He took on the reigning champion. He took on the world champion. And Aaron Walker is the man on top. Aaron Walker wins ahead of Enzo Levesque and Callum Bradshaw, Oliver Greenall and Sean Butcher from Mark Kimber, Ivan Bataya, Clayton Ravenscroft, Louis Westover and Sebastian Hedin, the original pole position sitter from Friday. Ladies and gentlemen, Oliver Greenall, Enzo Levesque and your race winner here at Marienburg, Aaron Walker!
It was a good weekend. We had the pace right through from Wednesday. We carried it all through qualifying and the heat, and then once we got to the final, we tried to push away with Callum, but he made a slight mistake on one of the laps, and we got through, and then I was catching Levesque every lap, just trying to dig into the gap. At the end, I managed to get through about 6-7 laps to go, and then he caught me again. And on to the last lap, the two in front got into a bit of an incident, and I managed to come out of that all right and into the lead. Yeah, I've showed the grid that I'm good enough to race in this grid and good enough to win. I'm looking forward to Zuera as it's a different track and a new track for me. It's got long straights and it's quite technical in the middle of the track, so I'm looking forward to it.
It was a tough weekend, which definitely had its complications, but in general, we were very fast in qualifying and just as fast in the races, so we can't be too disappointed. I'm quite proud with 2nd place. I hope that everything will be a little better for me at Zuera. We've now got the hunger as a team to win, because we were so close this time. I don't think we'll be happy with 2nd next time. A win is what we want. Merci beaucoup tout le monde, and a massive thank you to everybody here at the Karting d'Espagne International Raceway. We thank our Senior X30 drivers. We will see them and of course you at the Circuito Internacional Zuera in 2 months' time at the end of May. We are so delighted to have continued this 2021 season here in the IAME Euro Series. For the second round of the 2021 IAME Euro Series, the field switches from Belgium to Spain at the fast and frenetic Zuera circuit in Zaragoza. Sunny skies and hot weather greets the teams midweek, but with rain threatening to hit the circuit on Sunday, it could be an adventurous weekend. Battles are likely to be very demanding on the circuit, as Zuera has a reputation for pure speed, high tyre wear and intense competition. The perfect backdrop for the IAME Euro Series to continue.
Flat out on the home straight, riding on board with Paul Chaos at Zuera. The first corner is full throttle, and you've got to be very precise about the line you take, then up to the second turn. No brakes needed, a gentle lift should be enough to guide through this fairly open right-hander. A flick to the left, then comes the first big stop. Into the hairpin, a natural overtaking point, but also a natural danger zone too. Back on the power and approaching a very fast, long left-hander, which tightens dramatically on the exit and can be very slippery in the wet. Then straight into a square right, which leads you onto a short straight. That precedes another big braking zone. This is a busy area of the track in all conditions, a natural place to overtake, but rather difficult on the exit, and it's easy to make a mistake. Now comes a trio of right-handers. Accelerate through the first, balance the kart in the second, then coax the kart in towards the apex of the third, before a gentle pair of left-hand corners to settle the kart back down, but be aware of an opponent nipping into the inside line. Once sorted, you're into the square right-hander, and from here you're flat on the throttle all the way to the second corner. It's one of the fastest circuits on the calendar, engines and tyres need to cope, and drivers need to be up to the challenge.
It's going to be a good start. Let's race at Zuera. Brilliant start from Roman Kamyab from pole position. As the first two drivers on the podium are nowhere to be seen in the top five. Good move there from Hugo Marti. So both of the Oliver Rowland Motorsport drivers struggling to get back in contention. Up the inside, this is Hugo Marti threatening Harrison Mackie. This is not going to be a dominant race for Kamyab at all. Ben Smith's making his bid on the inside, and Ben Smith takes the lead in the final, runs out wide. Kamyab gets him back again. Harrison Mackie getting in there as well now. Mackie for the inside line for second. Ben Smith back on the inside of Harrison Mackie, trying to get through. Ben Smith commits to it. Harrison Mackie holds it, and Ben Smith gets the place. So Luna Flusha working with Marti and Seabra. Here comes Hugo Marti on the inside of Flusha, and Seabra goes to the inside line as well, but Flusha hangs on in 5th position. Marti is through to 4th. Flusha comes back to the inside. Seabra teams up, goes past both of them in one fell swoop. Rodrigo Seabra gets them both, but on the exit gets absolutely sideswiped by them. Marti and Flusha come back. Kamyab in front of Smith. Here we go. Smith on the inside makes the move, and Ben Smith takes the lead at turn 4. And here comes Harrison Mackie. He gets through as well. So Smith and Mackie together, but here comes Kamyab. He's going to get back on the inside of Mackie. Mackie holds it round the outside. Kamyab goes the long way round 2. From Luna Flusha and Sacha Van Bosch. Here goes Kamyab on the inside of Ben Smith. Retakes the lead, but Ben Smith's going to try and get the switch back immediately. Harrison Mackie coming for it. Here comes Hugo Marti. Now we're getting the race battle we wanted. Marti up the inside to 3rd, to 2nd. Gets through into Ben Smith, and up to 2nd comes Hugo Marti. Brilliant from Marti. Now he's there in P2, and a nice move on the inside from Mackie. Ben Smith slingshots, but they get on the exit. On the exit, Marti and Mackie are through, and now Rodrigo Seabra getting through into 4th position. Great run from the Portuguese. 5th is Ben Smith from Luna Flusha, Bosco Arias and Sacha Van Bosch. Here comes Smith and Flusha on the inside of Seabra. There's not a lot of room to play with. Don't lose heart. Here comes Marti on the inside of Mackie. Into P2 again comes the barrel in. But he loses it on the exit. Mackie gets back through on the inside. And still with a great chance of victory, any one of them. Marti on the inside of Mackie. This time he gets in a second again, but Mackie retaliates in exactly the same place. Trying to break the toe again. Kamyab goes defensive. Marti on the far side. Mackie to the inside line. Watch out for them all as they skate wide. 3 wide on the exit. Marti into 2nd. Past Harrison Mackie. Here comes Ben Smith. Ben Smith making a move. Sideways. Ben Smith is in the lead. How did he do that? Now here comes Flusha on the far side beside Kamyab. Luna Flusha takes the lead. And here come Bosco Arias and Rodrigo Seabra. They're coming through to the inside line. Luna Flusha takes the lead. 8 of them dicing for the victory. What a race this is. Bain in the far side. Oh, 2 of them have gone off. Yellow flags. It's Seabra, Marti and Ben Smith. Ben Smith is trying to rejoin. I don't think that's going to work. Ben Smith rejoins. Roman Kamyab technically in second place. Here comes Kamyab making the bid on the inside of Flusha. And here comes Bosco Arias. Bosco Arias has come into this as a late runner. Here comes the chance to come through. Bosco Arias tangles with Kamyab. Flusha on the inside. Kamyab comes back into the battle. So Roman Kamyab hanging on to this. Bosco Arias slides on the inside. Kamyab on the undercut. Flusha on the undercut as well with Harrison Mackie. Mackie's going to storm by. Roman Kamyab wins it from Luna Flusha and Harrison Mackie. Ladies and gentlemen, your drivers on the podium, Harrison Mackie, Luna Flusha, and your race winner, Roman Kamyab.
Half of the race, I was on my own, but as the drivers in my team caught up to me, it started to go into a bit of a race at the last few laps, so I had to defend, and all the drivers were doing the same lap time, so no one really got a gap.
The race was difficult because it wasn't wet, and when you were behind someone you couldn't see because of the visor.
We came here feeling really strong and ended up being really fast. It was really hard to see, but I was on the inside for the start, so I could push with Roman Kamyab and Ben Smith to get through to the end.
Let's go, juniors! Into the first corner. Kanato Lee holds the line from Bart Harrison, and there's carts off everywhere. Oh, there's 5 of them at least gone. Bart Harrison on the inside of Ivan Arias and gets through and recovering onto the circuit again, so someone just drifting off onto the course. Paul Chaos getting in there with Teofil Null and getting onto the grass temporarily as Kevin Rabin fights with Teofil Null. What a start from the Swiss, who was in the middle of the pack as Kanato lead now leads Bart Harrison. Vinnie Phillips and Bart Harrison side by side. Vinnie Phillips gets back into second place. And there's the late move from Bart Harrison into turn 2, and he gets the place. Well done, Bart, and gets the place. But on the exit, he bangs wheels with Ivan Arias, and Arias gets the place back again. Teofil Null commits to the inside line, slides in. Arias moves to the switch back, but Teofil Null's got the place. Well done to the Frenchman. There are parts of the circuit that are very wet. Kevin Rabin slides in on Arias, and Duron can get them both. Nicely done from Kevin Rabin. Duron gets through. Chaos has a look on the inside of Arias, and now he's going to dive for the inside line. He takes them all on, but he's not going to have the speed off the turn, is he? Almost. Arias gets back through. Duron gets through, but Chaos definitely up for the scrap. Duron now on the inside of Arias. Arias cuts back for the switch and gets him back again straight away. Watch out for Dennis Kudavali. He's getting up alongside Kevin Rabin. Excellent racing, and Arias side by side with Duron. They almost bang wheels, and Duron tries to get on Arias. Rabin goes deep on the braking zone. Chaos commits to the inside curve, and Rabin gets squeezed. Dennis Kudavali tries to cut in round the outside. They both drift out. Kudavali gets them both, but Rabin's got traction on the far side. Yellow flags, because we've got a spin further back in the field. And it's the 119. That, I'm afraid to say, is Timo Bramakas. Straight. Here's the move from Duron on the inside of Arias. Go for it, mate, and he's got him done. Goodness me, that would have been the overtaking move of the century if he had held that round the outside. Now he cuts for the inside. Oh, Duron goes off! And here is the battle for 5th position. Arias versus Chaos into the first corner. Chaos gets there! Into the Dragon in 2021. Here comes Kanato Lee, smiling as he goes. Kanato Lee wins in Zuera, his first win in the IAME Euro Series. Vinnie Phillips, Bart Harrison, and your race winner, Kanato Lee. We're racing at Zuera. Up to the first corner, chopping across on the inside line. Bradshaw drifts out wide. Is there going to be a good start as they come up towards turn 1? There's more drama. 3 or 4 cuts going off. That is the 255. Sam Balota going head-to-head with the world champion of 2020. Oh, nice move on the inside from Walker as he banters with Pedro Hilbrand. Slides across, keeps his position round the outside. That is a big lunge from Yannis Steven-Aidens. He can't quite cut in round the outside without getting on the grass, but he gets side by side with Hilbrand anyway and still gets past him. Still holding the mark on the inside line. Hilbrand dueling away with Enzo Levesque, and in there is Nosatua. Oh, Levesque goes wide. And it corrects the centre of gravity of the car. Here comes the move from Kian Shields on the inside of Thomas Fleming, and that gets him up into third position. Well, in front of Westover and Greenall. Here we go. Shields has decided to go for the move. Kian Shields in the second place. Oh, that's Clarissa Dervish. What a shame. Callum Bradshaw. What a lunge from a million miles away from Aaron Walker to tuck into the inside of Fleming. Here comes Steven-Aidens now on the inside of Fleming, and this is what I was talking about. You're going to struggle to have any grip now at all, and cars are sliding around all over the shop. But look, everybody's struggling for grip. Kimber Banzais and gets them both. Amazing. Mark Kimber storms in and gets past Steven-Aidens and Walker. Well, not as much, but Enzo Levesque is going to get the move as a result. Going around the circuit now rapidly. Olsen and Lasautua get the move on Walker. This is not good news for Aaron Walker. There's a good threat of him losing second in the drivers' rankings for this, unless he can get back on the inside of Lasautua quickly, which he does. Lasautua on the grass. Somehow he saves it and manages to recover and get back on the inside of Greenall, while Westover battles with Walker. And here comes Tom Fleming, banging wheels with Lasautua. Fleming trying to hold it. And on the inside of all of them, Greenall tucks in on the cell to where Fleming picks up the pieces. And now Walker trying to battle side by side with the reigning Euro Series title winner. Walker is trying to become the title winner this year. Greenall on the inside of Fleming into turn one. Lucas Tarman out of the race. How it was possible. Out of the race there goes Lazar Latigo. Back on track. Callum Bradshaw wins in Zuera. And it's mighty victory!
So, with Roman Kamyab, Kanato Lee and Callum Bradshaw claiming the spoils from Zuera, the teams will now prepare for the third round of the season at the fabulous Siete Larghi circuit at Castelletto di Branduzzo in Italy, where the action will be fantastic as ever.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the IAME Euro Series 2021 on the Circuito Siete Larghi in the beautiful Italian countryside, just an hour away from the city of Milan in the town of Castelletto di Branduzzo. I'm Jake Stanson. Still great race action to come from the Junior X30, Senior X30 and Mini X30 brigades as we continue to prepare for the finals tomorrow of the Euro Series in each of the three classes. The Minis are about to get underway very shortly indeed. It'll be Matt Corby in pole position from Jesse Phillips alongside him on the front row. Dan Alleman will be on the second row beside David Cosma. And the man starting from fifth position will be the Portuguese star, the racing wolf himself, Rodrigo Seabra. We found out how he's getting on over the course of the weekend.
The practices are going very good. Fast, I'm going fast, and with my teammates, we are pushing forward. I'm doing well, I think so, yeah. It's much better. Now I feel that I'm more confident with myself, and I think we can push more. It's a little bit technical track, and I think in the first, in all the corners, we need a lot of strength with our neck, because it has a lot of grip in this track, and it's always very hot here. I like overtaking here. The setup is okay, it's good. And I think to overtake here it's very nice because we have a lot of grip and we can overtake more people. We never know, depends if luck, sometimes we never know. But let's see if we can have a podium in this weekend.
It's only really a matter of time before Rodrigo Seabra is standing on the podium of a Euro Series finale. He managed to grab a brilliant second place in one of his heats earlier on in the weekend. These are, of course, the two races that will decide the top 30 drivers going into tomorrow's pre-final. Only the top 30 drivers can progress through automatically. Any drivers after that, well, they will obviously be battling their way through the elements in the second chance heat. It's getting very hot here in Castelletto di Branduzzo as well on the Siete Larghi kart circuit. 30 degrees Celsius is the current air temperature, as everybody obviously wants to put on an excellent show from the get-go, but it's a very tricky situation for the drivers to handle in these very hot conditions. But everybody getting themselves ready for an excellent race start, and it will be, as I mentioned before, Matt Corby, who will go off pole position from the front row of the starting grid after an excellent job in timed qualifying. And a formidable lap time from him so far. And Matt Corby can continue to run at the front end of the field if he can just hold everything together off the start. Along on the road side of the grid alongside him, Jesse Phillips, second position on the starting grid for Oliver Rowland Motorsport. On the second row, it is Dan Alleman, who is there in third position. His counterpart there on the pole position, of course, Matt Corby and Dan Alleman, teammates, and they have a good chance to get through the first corner together. Then on the second row of the grid in fourth place, David Cosma will be there in fourth position on the grid. Rodrigo Seabra, fifth position on the grid for the Oliver Rowland Motorsport team. And alongside him on the starting grid is going to be Sascha van Padbosch, the vice champion last year in the IAME Euro Series. Does a fantastic job in 2021 so far, continuing his magnificent rise up the ladder. Sandro Perez is on the fourth row of the starting grid on the inside line in the CRG. And then beside him, the Frenchman Thomas Pradier in the 971. To round out the top 10 of the grid, it is Jason Bralich of the Netherlands, who will be there in 9th position on the grid in the PDB Falcon. And then 10th position, continuing to make great progress, Mattia Proscianotto. And Mattia Proscianotto is going to be there 10th position on the starting grid as he continues to make good progress through the field. So the drivers obviously getting themselves into position. They head out onto the circuit now. So it's going to be a very interesting battle for our competitors as they get themselves up to speed. The X30 Minis in qualifying heat A to C, and they will work very tirelessly indeed to get the fast speed around the course. Here is the grid in full. Matt Corby and Jesse Phillips, Dan Alleman and David Cosma, Rodrigo Seabra and Sascha van Padbosch, Sandro Perez and Thomas Pradier from Jason Bralich and Mattia Proscianotto, Senna Munier and Martin Marquez from Marius Barryberg and Zain El Hamossani, Aliwan Bialemi and Giovanni Toso from Eva Dorstein and Romeo Mello, Roberto Bass and Pietro Baguti, Luca Fedorenko and Leonidis Peruzzi, Bosco Arias and Noah Baglin. From Harrison Mackie, Antonio Giulietta and Christian Velchu at the tail end of the field. Now, with 2 races still to go in the X30 Minis, it's looking very good indeed for the Cosma brothers, Bogdan and David. They have 7 and 8 points apiece, with Sasha Van Bosch currently on 8 points, Mattia Prescianotto also on 8, Sandro Perez has 10, Jason Bralic has 10, and Maxim Bobrishov has 11. But of all the contenders in the field, only one of them has a perfectly clean slate, and that is Luna Flusha. So Luna Flusha has 2 wins out of 2 thus far. And that definitely gives her a very good chance of coming through after a brilliant battle at the front end of the field. Now, interestingly, Matt Corby won his heat earlier on, but that was eventually taken away from him. Rodrigo Seabra was actually promoted to the victory in his qualifying heat, so looking very good for him over the course of the day's activities. It was also, rather sadly, a disappointment for Roman Kamyab, who was given a penalty in that race. He was the first over the line. And Roman Kamyab, rather sadly, was then given a 10-second penalty for being in the incorrect position at the start of the race. So that is why he ended up falling down the order. So both Matt Corby and Roman Kamyab given penalties post-race. So it was Rodrigo Seabra who was able to come through for the victory in the previous heat. So that means that everybody in this field is essentially battling for a front row starting position. Are we going to get underway? No, it's a little bit too eager a start from Matt Corby. So it's a false start on this occasion. And so the drivers will go round again. Looks as though there is a driver out there who's meant to be out there on the circuit, I should say, who hasn't actually been able to do so, and that is Luka Fedorenko. So can't see Luka Fedorenko's kart on the circuit. That is the 991. A new formation lap for the drivers, of course. But with that penalty for Roman Kamyab in his previous heat earlier on, that means that Luna Flusha is looking pretty much spot on to take the pole position in the qualifying heats. So it's looking very, very good indeed for the drivers. A reminder to the drivers that there is going to be a television interview after the day's action today for the drivers who will start in the pre-finals in pole position. So in the case of Andy Rattel, please do not leave the circuit, Andy, because we will be doing an interview at the end of the day for the drivers who will start their pre-finals from pole position. But it's going to be Matt Corby and Jesse Phillips at the front row of the grid for this one, from Dan Alleman and David Cosma. Rodrigo Seabra and Sasha Van Bosch on the third row, from Sandro Perez, Thomas Pradier, Jason Bralic and Mattia Prescianotto. So the competitors will come off the final turn. Is this going to be a good start this time by? Yes, it is, and we're racing up to the first corner. And it's an excellent start from Matt Corby. Jesse Phillips gets a good one too, so they remain in the first 2 positions. It's going to be a good start from Seabra, who will slide through into 4th position. Tucks up behind the 918 of Dan Alleman. So some good starts on the opening lap already. And it's Matt Corby who leads the way. It's Spirit, Oliver Rowland, Fusion in the top 5. As Sasha Van Bosch has also got a fairly decent start. Not so great for David Cosma. Rodrigo Seabra straight into 3rd position. Now, this is going to be an interesting opportunity for the team because you've got Jesse Phillips and Rodrigo Seabra now 2nd and 3rd. They will want to charge their way up towards the lead of the race from Matt Corby. So this could be a fabulous opportunity. Phillips has a look on the inside. It's a late look on Corby, and he gets there. So Jesse Phillips takes the lead. Rodrigo Seabra now working with Matt Corby to close up again. But Jesse Phillips has taken the lead at the end of the opening lap, and Phillips leads the way. Great racing from him so far. Matt Corby 2nd. Rodrigo Seabra gets the run on the inside in turn 1. So the 2 Oliver Rowland Motorsport teammates now 1st and 2nd. Now, if they can unlock the raw pace, they can stretch out a battle over the rest of the field. And it looks as though the 2 karts could disappear out into the distance. They've got good pace in this one. Jesse Phillips and Rodrigo Seabra clearly going quickly, and they'll want to get away from Corby and Alleman. But Alleman is, Corby's trying to get a move on the inside. Seabra is going to take the lead. Rodrigo Seabra leads in Castelletto as he takes the lead away from his teammate Jesse Phillips. Phillips still there in P2. Sasha Van Bosch trying to get his way up into 2nd place. He's made his way to 4th at the moment. And it's now starting to close up on Matt Corby. A big lunge there from Prescianotto. And his teammate in the mix there as well. That is going to be another of the fast-starting CRG drivers. That's Sandro Perez having a good run at the moment. Bit of a run wide there from Matt Corby, and it makes Rodrigo Seabra and Jesse Phillips lead over him a little bit more secure. So the 2 Oliver Rowland Motorsport drivers, they've only got 6 laps of racing, so they've got to make light work of the opportunities given to them. But Rodrigo Seabra now looking very hungry indeed for a solid result here. And if he can finish in victory or even in second place, he's going to be starting the pre-final from the top 10. No problems at all there. So he will continue to put in the pressure here. Rodrigo Seabra still working very hard up at the sharp end of the dais here as he works his magic here with his teammate Jesse Phillips. Very good race from them so far as the challenge continues up on the far side. A really excellent battle between these two, Seabra of Portugal and Phillips of Great Britain. But you've also got Matt Corby running in third place, the Swiss driver, pushing very hard indeed. He's not letting these two get away. Fourth position, still Sandro Perez, having made his work. Oh no, it was Sandro Perez, but Sacha van Perbosch has got back through into fourth position. And now we've got Sandro Perez in fifth ahead of Dan Alleman and David Cosma. So David Cosma is going to slip back a little bit in this one, the way things are currently stacking up. But it's Seabra and Phillips at the front end of the field, with Matt Corby in third position. Excellent run so far, down the back straight. And we're going to see some excellent duels with these contenders. Matt Corby having a look on the inside of Jesse Phillips. Can he hold the position? Yes, he can. So Phillips will not let Matt Corby through just yet. Matt Corby with the fastest lap. And the Swiss driver trying to edge Jesse Phillips towards his teammate. But Rodrigo Seabra still leads the way. The Racing Wolf is definitely looking very strong and very hungry out there, up in the lead of the race. Second position for Jesse Phillips. Third place for Matt Corby. 2 laps to go. And it's looking pretty solid out there from the two Oliver Rowland Motorsport teammates. There's only one rule in motorsport, which is you can race each other, you can push each other hard for position, but you do not take out your teammate. And these two drivers very, very thirsty for a decent finish and a good opportunity at the top end of the field. But they are racing very cleanly and very sportingly at the moment as well. Matt Corby in third position. Sacha van Perbosch P4 ahead of Sandro Perez. Then it is Cosma, Alleman, Brescianotto, Bralic, Marquez, El Hamosani and Munier. So far so good. There's still a bit of a way to go in this one. But we're going to see some excellent results from these drivers if they can hold it together for the next lap and a half. Jesse Phillips looks like he's dialing up a move on his teammate. He's actually pulling clear of Matt Corby a little bit. So this is good news for the Oliver Rowland Motorsport teammates. Rodrigo ahead of Jesse. And as Seabra runs ahead of Phillips, this could be a very interesting run for these two drivers to the flag. Out of the final turn, Portugal leads the way at the moment with Britain in second place and Switzerland in third, as it is Seabra, Phillips and Corby. They come off the first corner. They've only got to do this one more time. It is the last lap, and Seabra looks like he's got confidence in the kart now as he runs through the chicane. Left, right, and down the back straight. Jesse Phillips pumping in a new fastest lap, 55.669 for him. So he's still got a chance to get the lead of this race, but he's got to be careful where he goes for it because Matt Corby is right there on the verge of an opportunity to come through as well. Out of the hairpin. 2 big hairpin turns to go. Seabra just holding his line and holding on to the lead. He just trying to keep his teammate guessing as they come up to the hairpin once again. Seabra keeping his kart nice and clear. Phillips diving for the inside line. They're both going to be very careful on the exit because Corby's coming and Rodrigo Seabra's going to hold it. Phillips in there in second place. That was very tight between the two, but it's going to be an opening victory for Rodrigo Seabra. This time he wins it on the road. Excellent job for Rodrigo Seabra. Jesse Phillips in second place, and it is Matt Corby in third. Brilliant work from the 3 drivers. Seabra, Phillips and Corby gave us excellent entertainment in that one, but the Wolf is here to stay on the top of the bill. Excellent work from Rodrigo Seabra. His teammate Jesse Phillips alongside. They give each other the thumbs up on a fair fight. It was a fair fight from the two of them. They both gave as good as they got. They were sensible. They didn't take each other out. They raced hard and fair. And I'm very sure Oliver Rowland will be delighted with his 2 young charges, Rodrigo Seabra and Jesse Phillips. Boom, 1 and 2. Excellent work from the 2 of them. They were absolutely superb. And that is definitely going to be a threat in tomorrow's pre-final now, because Seabra and Phillips are definitely going to be big factors tomorrow. Excellent work from the young Portuguese, though, in this one. Rodrigo Seabra comes through for a very convincing victory indeed. So nice work then from the youngsters in Mini X30. It's all been pretty gravy as far as the front-running results are concerned. Rodrigo Seabra takes the win from Jesse Phillips. Matt Corby in third from Sacha van Perbosch and Sandro Perez. David Cosma, Dan Alleman and Mattia Brescianotto from Jason Bralic, Martin Marquez and Zain El Hamosani. Senna Munier in front of Giovanni Toso. Noah Baglin ahead of Harrison Mackie. Pietro Baguti ahead of Roberto Bas and Bosco Arias. 19th for Marius Barryberg and Thomas Pradier. Christian Velciu and Antonio Giulietta. Then it is Romeo Mello and Leonardis Peruzzi. And then Eloan Bienemi ahead of Eva Dorstein. The one non-starter, Luca Fedorenko. But what a thrilling battle that was. And now we're going to see Rodrigo Seabra doing a great job in his pre-finals tomorrow. He is provisionally looking at the outside of the second row of the starting grid for tomorrow's final. So it's all looking pretty shipshape. He will be minimum 4th place for the pre-final tomorrow. Excellent work this weekend from Rodrigo Seabra. This is the weekend where he's really come alive. So there's still a battle to be had in the X30 Minis, and this is the race that will decide pole position. For Luna Flusha, it's looking pretty good. 2 races from the start from pole position and 2 race victories as well. So all Luna has to do is stay in the top 6, and she will have done enough to be pole position for tomorrow's X30 Mini pre-final. Top 6 sounds pretty easy, but in this field of very competitive drivers, you just don't know what is coming around the corner. But so far, so good for Luna Flusha. As well as the established names in the field, there are obviously some new ones. People just trying to stay cool down there in the holding area. I love the banter that we have in this paddock. It's wonderful. It's as much as the racing is very serious and obviously very intense. It's great that, you know, there is a nice air of friendliness and good nature between the organisers and the teams. We're all good mates here and we're all good friends. It's a wonderful atmosphere and a wonderful environment. We love racing. We all do it for the same reason. And we really enjoy the action and the banter. Yes, that was on television. Yes, that was seen. And it was great fun. We enjoyed it. Right, there is more great activity to come from the X30 Minis. Before their last qualifying heat gets underway, let's hear from one of the newest drivers on the grid, making his debut in IAME Euro Series this weekend, Max Murray.
They've been going good so far, and I hope that I do well in the Euro Series because it's my first time driving here. It's going good, the team's nice, and they're all looking after me. It's a good circuit, also very fast compared to other tracks. The corners, what I like to overtake on are mostly the right-hand corners. In both ways, it's hard, but for some overtaking moves, say like in first corner in the straights, it's easier, but say turn 7 and 8, it's harder to overtake. What I was learning today, I was learning that I need to go a bit wider going out of turn 1 and then faster through turn 2, 3, 4, and 5. I won't be finishing in top 10, but I think that I could maybe be finishing in like 20th, 15th maybe.
Great to see new faces coming into the grid every weekend, and certainly for young Max Murray, it's the start of what we hope is a very successful journey through the IAME Euro Series paddock. It's definitely been a good start to the weekend for many drivers, none the least of which is the competitor starting pole position for this one, the fast female on the pole position of the starting grid for this heat, Luna Flusha, and she will be there on the 3rd time of asking. And if she just stays within the top 6 in this final heat, she will be pole position for tomorrow's Mini X30 pre-final. We do get the sense that for Luna Flusha, it's a matter of when rather than if she will be on the top step of the podium. It's definitely coming, and she's got plenty of opportunities over the course of this weekend to seal the deal. She's looking more confident and more upbeat than ever before, and I think that's a lot of the work that the Fusion Motorsport team have done with her to strengthen her mentality and resolve. She's got a lot more courage behind the wheel as well now. She'll go for moves that a few months ago she probably wouldn't have done. So it's great to see her really starting to increase her stamina and her strength out there on the circuit. So the battle is going to be tough for her. Alongside her on the front row of the grid is Roman Kamyab, a driver who never backs down from the fight. He's a little unfortunate in terms of his penalty that was picked up from starting out of position earlier on. So now Roman Kamyab is on the comeback charge. He'll certainly still have a great opportunity to win this weekend. It's going to be a little bit harder now as he's obviously had to take some points off of the previous heat. But it means that he'll still have a relatively high position for the starting grid for the pre-final, as long as he can get a relatively good result in this one. Then on the second row of the grid, Ben Smith, who's still looking good for a top 5 starting position in the pre-final tomorrow, as long as he keeps it nice and consistent. he has a chance to overtake the man alongside him on the grid, Maxim Bobryshev, who's looking at current net third position on the grid. He would dearly love to get a little bit more from it than that, though. On the third row of the grid, we have Tiziano Cugnini, the very talented Swiss driver, who's been keeping it very open and consistent throughout the weekend thus far. Alongside him on the grid is Bogdan Kozma, who is currently second in the rankings in X30 Mini, and looking good for a front row start for the X30 Mini pre-final tomorrow, but he's just got to keep it nice and consistent and stay out of trouble. And hopefully that is the way his weekend, in the qualifying heats at least, is going to curtail. Hugo Marti will line up in 7th position on the grid, the Paralin driver, who will line up on the 4th row of the starting grid. Alongside him will be the Hungarian star Tamás Genda, who will be there on the 8th position of the starting grid. And then we'll have Raúl Thanthaden, the Spanish driver, will be on the 5th row of the grid on the inside line. And beside him will be Denny Babicek in the very talented TEPZ racing team. It's an entire family squadron. His older sisters are all obviously in the CDU X30 battle, and Danny Babicek is there in Mini X30 aboard his Paralin chassis. Then it is Giol Carrère, who lines up on the 6th row of the grid, along with Tristan Ilikrizan, the Canadian, who lines up on the 6th row of the grid. Ricardo Repetto is on row 7 of the grid, alongside Manuel Miguez of Spain. And then on the 8th row of the grid, it is Aaron Crier, who will be beside Arthur Wang on the starting grid. Row 8 of the grid, those two together. Then it is Kia Wright on the 9th row of the starting grid, alongside Marie Barry Berg. Luke Tahl lines up in the 10th row of the grid. Not the best of starts to the weekend for him from time qualifying, but hopefully he can still fight his way back into contention. Quinten van Leuven is on the 10th row of the starting grid there as well. Chiara Batig on the 11th row of the grid beside Max Murray, the man we just heard from the United Arab Emirates. And then Jonathan Landström of Sweden is on the 12th row of the grid on the energy course. Alongside him, Georges Nassar from the United Arab Emirates. Then it is Nicolas Ayrton Frank Ari, who is on the 13th row of the grid. Lorenzo Campos of Portugal is next up. And then at the very tail of the field, we have Alberto Junior Folgori, who is in 27th on the starting grid. So 27 drivers in each of the X30 Mini heats, of course. 54 drivers contending the places. And there's only 36 slots available on that starting grid. So all of the competitors in together. There's an interesting dynamic with the teammates on the grid as Roman Kamyab goes over to wish Ben Smith and Luna Flusha good luck from the front end of the field. And the three teammates obviously all in the same stable. But they all want to race each other. They all want to be on the top spot. There are no team championships in karting. So there are no team orders, essentially. Well, there's only one team instruction, really. Go out there, race hard, race fair. Don't drive each other off the road. That's the only team order you'll ever get in karting, because they don't want to deal with the fallout afterwards. That's the only real reason that there is that particular rule in place. But obviously the drivers are doing their best to look out for themselves. They can play the team game when they need to through the course of the race if it can benefit them to work with a partner to work their way further up through the ranks, or certainly to pull out a bit of a gap on the drivers further back. But in terms of the race battles themselves, it's all every man for himself in karting. You've got to play very smart, very cool, very calculated, but also think very much about the long-term game plan. If you just go ugly early in one corner, it can all fall apart. You've got to play the long-term strategy in these races, and the race is definitely not won on the first lap. It definitely can be lost, though. So the Mini X30 drivers have 6 laps of the course. That is the equivalent of 7.5 kilometers, just a whisker over 5 miles of duration around the course. And they will do that 6 times. It's a very short circuit by comparison to some of the other venues we have in the fraternity, 1.256 kilometers. But what that does give you in the mini category is a little bit more room to play with and a little bit more action on track as drivers jockey for position. So for Luna Flusha Cross, she has the chance to become the first female driver this season to start a pre-final from pole position. And this is definitely going to be an interesting opportunity for the drivers in behind to try and get her down the order. So, Luna Flusha, pole position for the X30 Mini qualifying heat B versus D. But alongside is Roman Kamyab, who on the road has not lost a race so far this weekend. He had a penalty come his way, which has dropped him down the ranks. Luna Flusha and Roman Kamyab from Ben Smith and Maxim Bobryshev. Tiziano Cugnini and Bogdan Kozma from Hugo Marti and Tamás Genda. Then Raúl Thanthaden and Denny Babicek from Giolicara and Tristan Ilikrizan And then it is Ricardo Repetto and Manuel Miguez, Aaron Crea and Arthur Huang, Kia Wright and Marie Barryberg, Luke Tal and Quinten van Leuven, Chiara Batig and Max Murray, Jonathan Landstrom and George Nassar, then Nicolas Ari, Lorenzo Campos and Alberto Junior Fagori. So what can Luna Flucia do about the incoming pressure from Roman Kamyab? These two drivers have not lost a race on the road, although Kamyab did get a post-race penalty at the end of his second win for being out of position at the start. So without that, they would be tied on points and tied for pole position. So now it looks as though it's almost certain that Luna Flucia is going to get the job done. All she has to do essentially is let Roman Kamyab through and sit behind him, and she will be pole position for the pre-final. But that is not Luna Flucia's way. She doesn't just sit and go for a position just because she can. She is there always to win, and she is a very, very cool customer, Luna Flucia. One of the best female talents to come out of Spain, certainly since Marta Garcia a few years ago, who obviously won the Academy Trophy for Spain a few years ago. And there's definitely going to be some excellent young talents in this particular field, and we'll get to see some of them at their very best in this particular heat. But let's not forget that in the X30 Mini category, you are improving all the time, and you're getting better and better every time you get out onto the circuit. Everything is a learning curve. And that's a kart stranded there on the far side. That is the 998, I'm afraid. That is game over for Tristan Ili-Krizan. So the Canadian Tristan Ili-Krizan is out of the race before it's even started. That is such a shame. He walks away. Are we going to get a good start from the get-go? Lights out, let's race! Good start from Luna Flucia. Roman Kamyab trying to keep Ben Smith at bay as they go through turn one. They're going to be side by side. Kamyab actually rubs wheels there with Ben Smith. Both drivers determined to get to the corner first. It's Roman Kamyab that has to concede and falls into third position behind Smith. The rest of the X30 Minis make their way through the S's, through 4, through 5, and it's 1, 2, and 3. Flucia in front of Smith and Kamyab. Fourth place at the moment for, I think that is going to be Cosma and Kamas Genda trying to close up on each other there. But the three fusions are 1, 2, and 3 at the moment. Luna Flucia, the Spaniard, in the lead of the race, and she's ahead of ahead of Ben Smith and then Roman Kamyab. But fourth position right behind is already looking to be a very interesting little tussle. Tiziano Kuznini has worked his way into fourth position, the Swiss ace, and still trying to get the gap down to the leading trio. So they come off the final chicane, and Ben Smith is pushing Luna Flucia down the home straight. Roman Kamyab is right there with them. Then Kuznini, Marti, Thuntharden, Bobrashov, Cosma, Genda, Kara, Babicek, and Krea. There is the 936 now off the road. That is Marie Barryberg. So the Norwegian lady is now off the road, I'm afraid. What a shame for Marie Barryberg. Down the back straight. And so far, Ben Smith is putting up the attack to Luna Flucia. As it stands at the moment, it would be Luna Flucia in pole position and Rodrigo Seabra in second place. So this is definitely going to be a very interesting start to the grid. But Luna Flucia looking very hungry at the moment. Up the inside comes Roman Kamyab and steals second place away from Ben Smith. So Roman Kamyab in his second place. Now this could be an interesting one as Kamyab and Smith will settle their differences. Now is Smith going to take that line down, or is he going to try and make a bid for Kamyab into the chicane? And so far so good. Smith is quite happy at the moment by the look of it to follow in behind Roman Kamyab as they duel over the lead of the race with their teammate Luna Flucia up in front of them. Here's the move on the inside line as Ben Smith comes back on Kamyab and gets into second place. So those two now squabbling over who's going to be the one to take on Luna Flucia first. And that's fair enough, because when they get past Luna, depending on how long it takes both of them to pass her, whoever's ahead at the time is likely to be the new favourite to win the race. So from Ben Smith's point of view, he's got to be the one in front of Kamyab for as long as humanly possible. Otherwise, it'll be Kamyab that gets the win, not Ben Smith. So it's all going to need to be about timing and how you make the move stick. But you can't make the move too early, otherwise the other drivers in the field will back down the order. Here comes Kamyab, late move on the inside of Ben Smith and gets into second place. Nicely timed there from Roman Kamyab. So that's P2 now. Behind them, we've got Kuznini being chased down by Marti. Thuntharden is in the mix there as well. Then Cosma and Bobrashov in the background. So still the top three very close together. Is Ben Smith going to have another go at Roman Kamyab into the hairpin? No, he thinks better of it this time. But the battle is definitely very tight at the front end of this X30 Mini field. So what are we going to get to see? As Luna Flucia gets another fastest lap in, 55.9. So far, it's looking good for her to be 3 from 3, and she would be unbeaten over the course of the heats as well. So this is a great stride forward from Luna Flucia. So now Rodrigo Seabra just sits on the sidelines to wait and see where he's going to start the pre-final. At the moment, it's likely to be second. Great performance from the Racing Wolf so far this weekend. As the field works its way through, here is Luna Flusha in front of Roman Kamiab and Ben Smith. Up to the inside of the chicane. And I have to say, Luna Flusha is definitely getting caught now by Kamiab. Kamiab's got a chance in a turn one if he decides he's going to take it. 2 laps to go. And it's now or never. A warning flag for Alberto Junior Folgori. Here comes Kamiab on the inside. And Smith is going to go with him. So they've timed it well. Kamiab is through. So too is Ben Smith. Luna Flusha doesn't have to panic here in 3rd position. She can still be in pole position for the pre-final tomorrow. She can let them go. She doesn't have to overtake them again. So it's an excellent, excellent run so far from the top 3 drivers. But for Kamiab and Smith, this is a bit of pride now. Kamiab wants the best possible starting position now that he's got a penalty. So Kamiab will want to get himself back into a decent run. Ben Smith could really, really go for this. He's got a bit of time to make up, and he's got a few places on the grid to make up as well. He could get to 4th on the starting grid for the pre-final if he can get past Kamiab, which will put him ahead of both of the Cosma brothers, Bogdan and David. So into the final lap. This is an important one for all 3 drivers to get right. If I'm Luna Flusha, I'm just staying in 3rd place and letting them have it. It doesn't matter. You don't have to be unbeaten. You do have to be pole position in the pre-final because it gives you the best possible shot of making progress and moving forward. So now it's all about Kamiab versus Smith. If Flusha stays hungry, if something happens between these two, she could pick up the heat win anyway. So Kamiab trying his best. Smith is holding his line. So Ben Smith still holds the lead of this race at the moment. Kamiab holds the lead of this race at the moment. Ben Smith is right there in behind. So Kamiab trying to hold and protect the lead. Squeezing Ben Smith. Smith is trying to go right the way round the long way. Luna Flusha gets up alongside Ben Smith. Kamiab still holding and protecting. Who's going to get the switch back out of the turn? Ben Smith gets up alongside Kamiab. They hit each other, and Flusha's going to pass them both. Luna Flusha stays hungry, and Luna Flusha's going to take the victory. 3 from 3. Luna Flusha makes it a hat trick. Absolutely amazing. Luna Flusha just let the boys battle and said, right, if that's how you're going to play it, I'll just go right round the outside and I'll snatch the win from the pair of you. Amazing from Luna Flusha. Such wisdom, such forethought. Amazing. She can't quite believe it. She's managed to snatch 3 wins out of 3 just by being sensible, just by staying out of trouble. The 2 teammates collided with each other, Kamiab and Smith. There was contact. They were unsettled. Flusha kept her foot in round the outside. Cheers, boys. I'm off. I don't chase, boys. I overtake them. That's the new T-shirt Luna Flusha needs in her wardrobe. Excellent. Excellent stuff from Luna Flusha. 3 wins from 3. This could be her coming-of-age weekend here at Castelletto. Roman Kamiab 2nd, Ben Smith in 3rd. And that actually costs Ben Smith dear because that drops him to 6th position for the starting grid for the pre-final. But Luna Flusha will be pole position for it. She's driven beautifully all weekend. Luna Flusha secures pole position for tomorrow's pre-final ahead of Roman Kamiab and Ben Smith in this heat. Hugo Marti, Tiziano Kuznini and Raul van Tharen ahead of Bogdan Kozma and Maxim Bobryshev. From Denny Babacek, Tomas Gendia, Aaron Crea, Ricardo Repetto, and then Joel Correa, Lorenzo Campos, Luke Dahl, Kia Wright and Arthur Wang. Manuel Miguez is 18th place for Paralel España. Then Quinten van Leuven ahead of Nicolas Arai, Alberto Junior Folgori, Max Murray, and George Nassar ahead of Jonathan Landstrom. We had retirements just before the start. Chiara Batig did not get the start of the race, unfortunately. So Chiara Batig failed to start. Marie Barryberg was off on the first lap. And Tristan Ilikrizan, the Canadian, was unable to take the start of the race. What a dramatic situation then for the competitors. Excellent racecraft and some amazing battles throughout. But we really had some exceptional stuff there from the drivers as they continue to give us plenty of drama and excitement. What a sensational battle X30 Mini has given us so far this weekend. And it's Luna Flusha that will be pole position for the pre-final with an absolute perfect score. 0 points from the 3 heats because you get 0 for the win, 2 for second, 3 for third, 4 for fourth, 5 for fifth, and so on. It's a reverse golf scorecard. Rodrigo Seabra is set to be on the front row of the starting grid beside her. Then Sasha Van Bosch, David Kozma from Bogdan Kozma, Ben Smith, Sandro Perez, and Matt Corby. What a thrilling weekend it has been so far in Mini X30, there's still a long way to go. The second chance heat will be coming up later this afternoon. Next up, it'll be the Senior X30 drivers. So Senior X30 has definitely had its twists and turns over the course of the weekend so far. Lots of interesting battles still to be played out here at Siete Larghi, with a lot of very talented race drivers pushing their way through to the front end of the field. We've got some great overtaking moves to come as the drivers continue to step up the battle. But now we come into the final two heats for Senior X30 drivers over the course of the evening. They're also going to have their second chance heat a little bit later on in the day, so it will definitely be a tough one as the race day continues to play out. But now we've got ourselves an interesting battle for the contenders. Let's talk with one of the drivers that we haven't caught up with yet, or at least hadn't been able to speak to prior to this one. One of the nice stories from the IAME Euro Series paddock. He'll be coming out in the heat after this one coming out, which will be qualifying heat D versus E. Let's hear from Bart Pluch.
We're just doing some quick settings, chainings in the practice today. So hopefully we can go in the 1/10 to the top. So it will be great, I think. It's getting better and better. It's of course it's new, but it's getting better and better every circuit. So we're testing a lot. So yeah, I like the circuit because last year I was second in the junior. So yeah, that's a really big advantage I've got in the senior. And I really like the track. It's just like grippy, Italian. So no, the kart setup is really it needs to be really good. It just you need to get less grip, but not too much or not too less. So that's everything you need. It's so difficult because you have Bradshaw, you have Kimber. They all already have 2 years or 3 years in the senior, and then you need to you're the first one, just first year. So yeah, it's really difficult, but we were getting great. We're doing great. I think top 10 finish is possible.
It's been very exciting so far for Bart Pluch. He has definitely been in the hunt for race victories over the course of the weekend thus far. So hopefully it's only going to continue. Excellent racing in Senior X30 to come. Pole position once again. It's going to be this young man on the pole position. Maximus Meyer holding his position right from the start. It's definitely been a very exciting tussle for him up until this moment. So hopefully it's just going to continue for him and just get better and better as the day continues on. But he will have some absolutely exceptional performances to come. And wow, it's definitely going to be tough for Maximus Meyer to hold on to. The only race he's actually lost so far this weekend has been against Pedro Hiltbrand. So the drivers obviously trying to keep themselves as cool as possible. Interesting how this morning they were all taking refuge on the odd side of the starting grid. Now they're taking refuge on the even side of the grid and trying to stay in the shade. There's actually a huge tree just off to the right of this position. So everybody is kind of huddled under that tree at the moment to try and stay cool. And no major surprises why. 30 degrees Celsius air temperature at the moment. And it's quite high humidity as well. So it's definitely taking its toll on the drivers in the field. We're going to have some excellent performances from them. So it's a very tough race so far. So this will be a very tricky scenario for all of the drivers, as they obviously have still another 9 laps of each of the race heats still remaining. Because there are so many competitors in the field, we're obviously going to have a very busy time of it with all of the competitors. There are still 2 races to go for the senior drivers. The junior drivers are not far away from confirming, the junior drivers have confirmed their pole position provisionally, and that is Andy Rattel. And of course, now we know the identity of the Mini X30 pole position sitter for tomorrow's pre-final. That is Luna Flusha. So a message to Both Luna Flusha and Andy Rattel do not leave the circuit because at the end of the day, we will have a television interview with you. So that's Andy Rattel and Luna Flusha. Please do not leave the circuit. There will be a television interview with you both at the end of the day's races. So it'll be good to catch up with you at the end of the day. So for Maximus Meyer and Danny Cananini, the battle and the business continues. Third position on the grid, Eliska Babichkova, who is having a very solid day so far. Some great top 5 performances and some great races from Eliska Babichkova at this point in proceedings. Alongside her on the grid is Aaron Walker. So 2 Tony Kart drivers will go to battle, one for Strawberry Racing and one for TEPZ. Dan Steenman lines up 5th position on the grid after his earlier battle with Callum Bradshaw. And Gianluigi Pelego will line up in 6th on the starting grid for this one. It's going to be a really exciting battle for him. Then 7th on the starting grid will be Matilda Olsen. She will be there in position. And there is the drivers. The drivers are now making their way to the grid. Gianluigi Pelego, Matilda Olsen getting back to the kart. Kian Shields now heading back. This is it. Everybody is now just trying to make their way back to the positions now. They waited as long as humanly possible before they actually have to start getting into the karts because they just want to stay cool out there on the circuit. I don't blame them, really. So alongside Matilda Olsen on the 4th row of the starting grid as she drives for Strawberry Racing, the Swedish driver. Beside her is Hugo Trichard, and he is there on the 8th position of the starting grid on the outside of row 4. Then Marlo Bollier of France is alongside Kamal Agar of the United Arab Emirates to round out the top 10. Then in the 6th row of the grid, it is the Belgian racer Sita van Meert. She is there in 11th on the starting grid. Beside her on the grid is Kian Shields. He will be there 12th position on the starting grid for Dan Holland Racing. Luna Claret is next up, 13th on the grid on the inside of row 7. So we'll keep an eye on Luna Claret's progress. Then we will have Matteo Salomone on the red speed chassis. So we'll see how Matteo gets on from the 14th position on the grid. Enzo Le Cruz is there in the red speed chassis. Enzo Le Cruz will be there in 15th on the grid. 16th is actually that of Santiago Valve, the Spanish driver on the outside of row 8. Then Liam Hiesemans, the Dutchman, will be on the 9th row of the grid alongside Belgium's Noah Maton, who's definitely hoping for a little bit more luck than he experienced earlier on in the day. Then we see Lazare Lartigot, the Frenchman. He is there on the 10th row of the starting grid alongside Italy's Andrea Barbieri. And then Petra Babichkova, the youngest of the 3 sisters. She will be there on the 11th row of the starting grid alongside Jaden Post, the Dutchman, who is in his Tony Kart on 22nd position on the grid. I am told that Mashad Al-Mashad, unfortunately, will not be continuing the race weekend due to a light rib injury. He was feeling some discomfort this morning, and they decided to take a safety precaution in deciding not to continue racing, which is unfortunate for Mashad Al-Mashad. I know how much work the Kuwaiti Motorsport Fraternity and the Birol Middle East team have made to get him out here, and obviously has been doing a fairly good job over the course of the weekend. So we wish Mashad Al-Mashad all of the very best. Hope for a safe journey home and hopefully, of course, a safe return to the IAME Euro Series paddock in time for Karting Genk, the home of champions, the season finale in 4 weekends' time. Then after that, so there's an empty gap on the 12th row of the grid. Eloy Gonzalez is the one who'll start it on the outside from that 12th row. Then on row 13, it'll be Giuseppe Guerrieri, and he is there alongside Benjamin Pack, the Belgian driver. And then we'll have Ferdinand Winter of the CV Performance Group. He lines up alongside Adrian Margiulio. And then at the very tail of the grid, it is the Swedish driver Max Sjolander, who had a technical problem in qualifying that has dropped him right the way to the back of the field. All 29 drivers now geared up and ready for the off. There's still quite a lot to do in the X30 Senior Battle. After 3 heats per driver, Pedro Hiltbrand is currently looking at provisional pole position for the later pre-final, which is tomorrow morning. Max Meyer is looking at 2nd from Ollie Greenall, Danny Cadanini, Aaron Walker in 5th, Clayton Ravenscroft in 6th from Manuel Sconomilio and Sam Balota. But a lot can change because there's still 2 heats to go for each driver. So it's definitely going to be an interesting run to the flag. And nobody is quite sure how well it's all going to shape up. But one thing is for definite, it's going to be a tough battle to find out. Qualifying Heat A versus F in the X30 Senior Brigade. Max Meyer and Danny Catanini on the front row of the grid from Eliska Babičkova and Aaron Walker. Dan Steenman and Gianluigi Pelego from Matilda Olsen and Hugo Trichard. Malo Bollier and Kamal Aga from Sita Van Meert and Kian Shields. Lune Clere and Matteo Salamone. Enzo Le Cruz and Santiago Valve. Liam Hiesemans and Noah Maton. Lazar Latigo and Andrea Barbieri. Petra Babičkova and Jaden Post from Mashhad Al-Mashhad, who is not starting, sadly. Eloy Gonzalez, 24th. Giuseppe Guerrieri, Benjamin Bach, Ferdinand Winter, Adrian Margiulio, and Max Sciolanda. So 28 of the drivers will start after the unfortunate absence of Mashhad Al-Mashhad. And as I said before, hopefully we'll see him out again next time when the field travels to Karting Genk. 4 weeks from now, the season finale. And of course, don't forget, there's also the IAME International I-Games, which will take place at Portimao in Portugal in November. All the details on our website, iameeuroseries.com. So 1.256 kilometers around this Siete Larghi circuit. The drivers love the challenge of it. It's always a little bit technical in terms of setup. Get it slightly right and you are absolutely on a winner. Get it slightly wrong and we're talking a millimetre or so out in various positions of seats, components, track rods, whatever it might be. The slightest change of position can make all the difference around this place. It's very, very difficult to get right. And Siete Larghi, the narrow for error, the margin for error is very narrow. So drivers coming to the grid once again. Max Meyer and Danny Catanini, they will be in the two opposing sides of the starting grid and they will be in their two tram lines. And once they are released, we'll be able to go racing once again. Very, very tricky now as we get into the business end of the qualifying heats for X30 Senior. In Mini and Junior, they're already done. It's just second chance races coming up for those classes. But for X30 Senior, there's still a heck of a lot of show still to put on. Out of the final turn, is this going to be a good start? It is! We're racing at Siete Larghi, and there's already a little bit of a jostle in the pack as Aaron Walker and Gianluigi Pelego got a little bit too close together. Somehow they avoid big contact, but up through the chicane, it is going to be Meyer who leads the way, and up to second, Eliska Babičkova in front of Danny Catanini, and Aaron Walker has somehow held on to fourth place despite that jostle with Pelego. So down the back straight, Eliska Babičkova in his second place, Danny Catanini P3, and it's looking okay for Maximus Meyer to head things up at the front of the field for the moment. Keeps the kart firmly in the middle of the apex of the hairpin, hoping to hold on to his position for as long as possible. Eliska Babičkova defends valiantly from Danny Catanini. You're going to have to work hard to get past me, she says. So Danny Catanini looks for an opportunity. Is going for the undercut switch, and that was a little bit of an open door left by Eliska Babičkova. Danny Catanini gets through to second place and is now setting off in pursuit of Maximus Meyer. So the top three remain as they started. In fact, the top four remain as they started. Matilda Olsen has worked her way to fifth position on the opening lap, making up a couple of places already. So the Strawberry Racing teammates could well work together here. Aaron Walker and Matilda Olsen, fourth and fifth position. They go down the back straight together. And so far, so good as they continue to wrestle with the elements. Excellent stuff as Max Meyer in front of Danny Catanini. And there's the move on the inside from Aaron Walker. Walker passes Eliska Babičkova. So there's the overtaking move, nice and early doors. And Eliska Babičkova is now going to have to do some work to try and fend off from Matilda Olsen. Up the inside, that's for the lead. Danny Catanini takes the lead away from Maximus Meyer. That's the first time that Max has been overtaken by anyone other than a Fusion Motorsport teammate over the course of this weekend. And it looks like it could stick for Danny Catanini. So Max Meyer has had to work himself into a bit of a moment. I apologise, obviously Callum Bradshaw got past Max Meyer initially in the opening heat, but then Meyer got him back again and eventually went on to win the race. But still, it's a bit of a threat now to Max Meyer's brilliant weekend so far. He's looking likely to be second in this one now rather than first. And that's definitely going to back him into the path of other drivers. Up the inside, Eliska Babičkova gets the move on Matilda Olsen. And so too does the 360 of Kamal Agar. But now Olsen comes back for retaliation and chops across Kamal Agar. So a great run so far from Matilda Olsen. The door's left wide open for Gianluigi Pelego to have a look at Kamal Agar. It's not going to happen. And Dan Steenman gets a good run off the hairpin, better than we saw from Pelego. So Steenman almost got his move to get past Pelego. To the inside line, Kamal Agar does the move on Matilda Olsen. So Kamal Agar is now in fifth position past the Swedish driver. Matilda Olsen's going to have to regroup and find another way to get back into the top five. But Danny Catanini has the fastest lap, 50.013. as he stretches away from Max Meyer to the tune of half a second. Aaron Walker is third, Eliska Babachkova fourth. From Agar, Olsen, Pelego, Steenman, Lacruz, Claret, Van Meert, Shields, Salomon, Bollier, Hezemans, Maton and Valve. So it's been a very tough battle so far for Matilda Olsen. Kamal Agar is making... Oh! And Matilda Olsen crashes into the side of Kamal Agar! And that has completely ruined her race, and I'm afraid her chances, because that has destroyed the back bumper. So Matilda Olsen trying to get going again, but there is no two ways about that. Matilda Olsen is going to pick up a technical flag. So her race is going to be well and truly run anyway. That is such a shame for Matilda Olsen. She keeps going, but I'm afraid it's all to nothing as Eliska Babachkova sets the new fastest lap of 49.96 for her. But that has absolutely destroyed Matilda Olsen's chances this weekend. She rejoins at the back of the field, but she's going to get the technical flag this time by because her back bumper is trailing off the back of the car. There it is. There's nothing you can do about that. I'm afraid Kamal Agar lost quite a few places as well, dropped back to 10th position. Easily done, but it's definitely not the way that Matilda Olsen wanted her heat to come apart. And that means that her chances are very seriously affected now as well. That's what I meant when I said earlier in the broadcast, all it takes is one mistake, one little momentary blip, and the whole weekend can go up in flames. You've got 89 drivers questing after 36 places on the grid. A moment like that will absolutely end a race weekend. And I'm afraid Matilda Olsen has seen the technical flag and pulled straight in. So her race is over. Luna Claret, she now gets the fastest lap of the race for the Karting Pro squad. 49.829 for Luna Claret. She's having a great race. She's up to 8th place now, doing an excellent job. So even with the absence of Matilda Olsen, we've got 3 women in the top 10 so far. Max Meyer's being caught now by Aaron Walker. So this could be very interesting when these two come together. They've battled with each other before. So Max Meyer hoping for an opportunity to get well clear of Aaron Walker. Eliska Babachkova is still there in 4th place, ahead of Pelego. Lacruz is now in 6th place in front of Steenman, Claret, Agar and Sita Van Meert. So we're going to get some good battles, I think, now from Aaron Walker as he tries to get his way past Max Meyer. They go down the back straight together. And when is this move going to happen? Here we go. Aaron Walker's not going to wait around. He dives for the first opportunity in through the square right-hander. And that will almost certainly have gifted the victory in this one to Danny Cananini, because with 3 laps to go, there's almost certainly no chance now of Aaron Walker getting close up to the back of Cananini. I think Aaron's just cutting his losses here. Has got up to 2nd place. This will definitely help his cause. It's not going to help Max Myers at all, because that's going to drop him behind Oliver Greenall in the provisional interim standings. But certainly for Danny Cananini, he's looking good for a victory here as Max Meyer falls to 3rd position behind Aaron Walker. Aaron Walker is looking at 6 points collected from the heat so far. Max Meyer is looking at 5. So that just shows you how important that overtake was to Aaron Walker in 2nd place, as Kamal Agar is now having an interesting run of things. He's got himself back up the order to 9th place and has set the fastest lap of 49.79 for the young man from Dubai. There's an interesting little battle going on further back down the field. It's not just at the front end of the field that we've got great races. We've also got some interesting battles elsewhere. Oh, hang on. It looks like we got a technical flag. No, it's not a technical flag. Sorry, from him. He doesn't have to push too hard now that he's got that little advantage over Aaron Walker. He can just cruise in on a circuit he knows very well indeed. So Danny Cananini is going to bring the ASD Auto Europeo kart home for the victory at a crucial time in the weekend. Good run from Danny Cananini. That is pretty much spot on the mark, and he can be very happy indeed with that. So Danny Cananini, very victorious indeed, and he certainly needed to be at that point in proceedings. So a big victory there for Danny Cananini, the ASD Auto Europeo driver. He looks back, realises how far back Aaron Walker was, and he can be quite pleased with himself about that one. 9 laps of the circuit done. And Danny Cananini definitely able to pull a decent result out of the bag. That's going to put him 4th position overall at the moment. And still one more heat for him to do, don't forget. Still a long way to go with IAME X30 racing. And you really have to put on as consistent a show as possible in these races, especially considering that in the top 5 you have so much hard work to do. But it's a really good start. And drivers can be very satisfied and very happy with their lot so far. But it's a very good start to proceedings for Danny Carinini this afternoon. He takes the victory in front of Aaron Walker and Maximus Meyer. Eliska Babichkova and Gianluigi Bellego from Enzo La Cruz and Luna Claret. Then Kamal Agar, Dan Steenman and Sita Van Meert, with Malo Bollier ahead of Kian Shields, Santiago Valve ahead of Max Sciolander, who fought his way back beautifully to 14th place there. 15th for Eloy Gonzalez. More places made up for him from Liam Hiesemans, Lazar Latigo and Noah Maton. Then Ben back in front of Matteo Salomone and Petra Babichkova. Giuseppe Guerrieri and Ferdinand Vinta from Andrea Barbieri, Hugo Trichard, Jaden Post and Adrien Margiulio. The only retirement from the race, rather sadly, Matilda Olsen, after her incident with Kamal Agar, and she almost certainly would have made a run for the top 5 had it not been for that. But that retirement has definitely compromised Matilda Olsen's weekend, and it looks very, very tough for her to work her way up into the top 30 in the provisional rankings. So a difficult situation for her, that is for sure, and that really makes things pretty tricky and pretty technical for the rest of the weekend. So it's definitely going to be a very interesting battle for the rest of the proceedings. We've just seen Danny Carinini take the victory around the Siete Larghi circuit. Let's see what it's like with him on board around this fabulous track. So you come off the final turn, power down the throttle, and into turn 1. You carry a lot of speed through this first corner. A dab of brake is all you need. Then you're back on the power, up towards the braking zone for 2. You're still turning all the way through from 1. Then through 3 as you go to the left. Carry plenty of curb on the exit. Still turning for 4, then into the right-hander at 5. You can catch the curb on the exit. Bit of a stretch now up towards turn 6. Danny Carinini's actually decided to back off on this lap and let other people go by. You can see there as the drivers come through on the S's. It's a very tricky and technical part of the course as they go through the hairpin and up on the curbs. And these hairpins can be very, very treacherous as you watch them battle away for position. These are 2 prime overtaking opportunities as you watch the drivers put a lot of pressure on themselves around the course of the lap. And then you've got these final 2 corners, which again need a lot of respect actually to go through. Through the left, catch the curb. Through the right, do likewise. Catch the curb on the rumble strip on the exit. And that's a fast flying lap of Castelletto. So Danny Carinini has proven that he knows his way around here very well indeed. Not only taking a brilliant performance, but a victory with it as well. So lots to be happy with and lots to be very confident about in this one. Now, interestingly, over the last half an hour or so, it looks like there's a bit of cloud cover coming over the circuit. That's an interesting change in proceedings. It makes things a tiny bit cooler, but not by much. Danny Carinini having taken the win in that last race. Now we go to the grid for the next one, and it's going to be pole position for Pedro Hiltbrand, the man who has yet to be beaten over the course of this weekend. So things could become very interesting as we go into the latter stage of the day. Alongside him on the front row of the grid, Rivaldo van der Westerlaken. Then Ivan Bataya is there beside Bart Pluch. And then we have Teresa Babichkova, 5th position on the starting grid with Nicholas Mühlbach from P6 on the starting grid. Kalai Atkins is beside Drake Janssen, the 4th row of the starting grid. And then to round out the top 10, we have Alexandra Zancanaro and Manuel Sconamilio to round out the top 10. 6th row of the grid, Jaime Sanz is beside Arnold Melizia. And then we have Robbie Avidan on the 7th row of the grid, the Swedish driver who lines up beside the Frenchman Sami Dari. On the 8th row of the starting grid, it is Henki Kalteren, the Dutch driver who lines up beside the Italian Valentino Baracco. And then we have Matteo Segre, who is beside Samuele De Filippo. And then Alexandro Mono in front of Charles Roussan, with Hugo Arendi in the 11th row of the starting grid alongside Italy's Andrea Volpato. Andreas Hebert is next, the French driver, beside Belgium's Eli Goldstein. And then we have Koleon Vabitsaliev, the Bulgarian driver, who lines up on the 13th row of the starting grid alongside Olivan Fait, the Belgian star. Then it is Fahed Al-Khaled, the young man from Kuwait. And the man beside him is going to be the Frenchman Luciano Morano. And then to fill out the grid, it'll be 2 Italians, Luca Bertinelli and Andrea Carraro. Now, this is all academic in terms of where Pedro Hiltbrand remains at the moment. All he has to do now is remain in the top 5 for this heat, and he holds on to his position at the front end of the field, although Oliver Greenall currently has 4 points accumulated. And he's going to want to make sure that it stays only at 4. Pedro Hiltbrand has a 0 score, which means essentially he has won all 3 of the heats he's started so far and would quite like to keep it that way. It's been a long time since we saw Pedro Hiltbrand on the top of the dais, but it wasn't that long ago that he was 3rd position in the World Championship at Portimao at the end of last year. So he still has incredible ability and technical acumen to race at the sharp end of this field. Senior X30 being as ultra competitive as it is, it's definitely going to be a bit of an interesting scenario for the drivers as they wheel their way around the course one final time with feeling. So Danny Cadanini is quite happy in his position as he now watches on the sidelines to see how the drivers get on. But the drivers, you don't really stop at any point. Once you've watched your race, a lot of drivers will go and just watch the next one to see what their opposition is actually going to be doing, so they can get a little bit more information and a little bit of data which could help them in terms of figuring out what they need to do next time. So Pedro Hiltbrand and Rivaldo van der Westerlaken will take up their residency on the front row of the starting grid. It's looking a little bit ominous out there on the circuit now, as the multiple changes of conditions that we've seen over the last few days. We had rain on Thursday, we had rain on Friday. It stayed sunny throughout, but it looks as though the clouds are starting to make an appearance now. Hopefully they're just going to stay as presence in the sky and not actually do anything. This is Siete Larghi. You never really know what the weather's going to do around here. Hiltbrand, pole position. Van der Westerlaken, 2nd. Bataya has had good consistency over the heats, but has not really been able to get himself into a race-winning position since the start of the weekend. Has kind of kept himself to himself there in that run for 3rd position. Then we have had, obviously, alongside him, Bart Pluch, who has been very solid in terms of his performances thus far this weekend. The Thierry Del Rey kart chassis, just trying to keep himself very much in the hunt at the moment. Teresa Babičková finds herself on the 3rd row of the starting grid. Teresa Babičková, the eldest of the 3 sisters, and we just saw Eliska have a great battle at the front end of the field of her heat, and hopefully Teresa's going to have one at the front of hers, with Nicolas Mühlbach in the top 6 as well. The Swiss driver running a very solid race weekend thus far. Obviously, there is still going to be more action to come in the 2021 season campaign. If you've only just joined us, you can, of course, like and subscribe and hit the notification bell on the YouTube channel for RGMMC Productions. And there's still plenty of great racing to go back and enjoy from not just the IAME Euro Series, but also from Champions of the Future. And the IAME Euro Series will continue over the course of this 2021 season. With the 4th and final round of the IAME Euro Series 4 weeks from now at Karting Genk in Belgium. Any drivers there who are thinking X30, Karting Genk, yes please. All you have to do is go to the website IAMEEuroseries.com. You can also find the link on the social media channels for Facebook, for Instagram, for Twitter. All of the regular notifications for IAME Euro Series and all the stories and posts you'll find there, of course. And if you're watching via YouTube, you can, of course, like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell on YouTube as well. And you'll never miss a moment of the activity over the course of the weekends. And you can go back and watch some of the best moments from the last few years of activity in the IAME Euro Series paddock as well. So the competition will continue in fine style for Senior X30. Can Pedro Hiltbrand keep it an unbeaten run in qualifying Heat D versus E? Rivaldo van der Westerlaken alongside him on the front row of the grid. Plenty of drivers queuing up to try and take a position or two away from him. It'll all be about who has made the best of it in terms of setup and who is going to get the best of it off the starting grid. But there's still plenty of opportunities for competitors to make a really strong play for that top spot. The 346 in pole position. Pedro Hiltbrand to the left of your screen, heading out onto the circuit with the rest of the competitors as they get out on track. Rivaldo van der Westerlaken is trying to get started from the front row, and he can't get going. Rivaldo van der Westerlaken can't get started. Now that is a big moment for the Dutchman. He lines up on the front row of the grid beside Pedro Hiltbrand. Then it's meant to be Ivan Bataya and Bart Pluch, Teresa Babičková and Nicolas Mühlbach, Carly Atkins and Drake Jansen, Alexandro Sancanaro and Manuel Scornamidio, Yami Sanz and Ana Malizia, Robbie Avidan and Sami Dari, Egi Calto and Valentina Baracco, Matteo Segre and Samuel Willi De Filippo, Alexandro Mono and Charles Roussan from Hugo Arenti and Andrea Volpato, Andrea Sever, Eli Goldstein, Kaloyan Vabitsaliev, Olivan Fait, Fahid Alkhaled, Luciano Morano, Luca Bertinelli and Andrea Carraro. But it looks to me as though it's going to be a tough one for the man in second on the grid to get started. Now, he can't just come out of the pit lane now and join in from the front of the field. He's got to wait until the field all go by for a chance to get out there on the course. Now, I wonder if it's a faulty spark plug or something, because the mechanic is rushing away from the scene to try and grab something. Is Rivaldo van der Westerleken's weekend about to go up in smoke here with a failure to start the race? Because this could be absolutely tragic for Rivaldo van der Westerleken. Now he's getting out onto the circuit. The problem is he's about half a minute behind the leaders, and he only has until the red line on the approach to the final couple of corners on the circuit to get himself back into position. If he can't do that, he's going to have to start the race from the back of the grid, and that is absolutely catastrophic for Rivaldo van der Westerleken. A great chance of a decent starting position for the finals has just been completely ripped from him. So the drivers have now got to get into their starting positions, and there we go. There's the red line, and there is no Rivaldo van der Westerleken. He's still desperately trying to catch the field, but it's too late. Van der Westerleken is going to have to start this race from dead last. What a disaster for the Dutchman. Couldn't have gone any worse for him. So now it's Hilbrand on his own on the front row of the starting grid, as Bataille and Pluch are going to chase after him. Here we go, and we are underway as we go to the first corner. Brilliant start from Bart Pluch. He draws level with Hilbrand. Can he hold it round the outside? Yes, he can. So Bart Pluch gets into second position. A good start. Bataille has to let him go as the field works its way through the S's for the first time. Everybody just trying to keep themselves to themselves and not get into melee. It's already been an interesting start from Rivaldo van der Westerleken as he tries to pull clear of a few karts. He's made a few overtakes. It's up the inside. That is Teresa Babičková getting the move on Ivan Bataille for third position. So Teresa Babičková now in third place, trying to charge after the leading two duo, Pedro Hilbrand and Bart Pluch. There is the man in fifth position. That's the treble two. Fast starting Drake Jansen. So Drake Jansen is trying to shave off the attack from Kalai Atkins. And Kalai Atkins, the Jamaican, is trying to work his way forward. But as they come through the final two corners, it is a good run so far from Teresa Babičková. She is there in third place in front of Ivan Bataille, and Atkins is going for the move in the inside. So Kalai Atkins gets into fifth place past Drake Jansen. So that puts the Jamaican up into fifth position for the moment. And now we can see Teresa Babičková and Ivan Bataille closing up on Bart Pluch, the the Dutch driver, I should say. But immediately it looks as though we've got an investigation on the board. So perhaps Bart Pluch's start was just a little bit hasty because he is now under investigation. Bart Pluch, who raced from the front end of the field on the inside, on the outside of the second row, and that's a spinner. That is the 316 of Alexandre Mono. So Mono has gone wide there up at the very square right-hander. Now Bart Pluch has lost the position to Teresa Babičková. Babičkova's gone into second, and now Ivan Bataille is lining him up. So this is not good news for Bart Pluch. Not only is he under investigation, but now he's going to drop to fourth place. I was going to say third, but now it's fourth as Ivan Bataille gets through into that third position spot. So the AC Motorsport driver has worked his way forward. It's now Hilbrand leading, Babičková second, Bataille is third, Pluch is fourth, and here comes Kalai Atkins. He wants a piece of the action as well in the cross. So the Madcock chassis on the inside line, that'll do. No worries for Kalai Atkins as he dives up the inside of the Thierry Del Rey chassis. But now there is going to be a bit of a fight back from Bart Pluch. He's wanting to get himself back into a decent position. Kalai Atkins is defending. Watch out for Drake Jansen. Watch out for Sconimilio. Manuel Sconimilio is trying to work his way forward as well. So the competitors still giving us plenty of drama. Hilbrand's away with the Fairies out in the lead. No problems there. Babičková and Bataille, second and third place. Atkins in P4. Then Bart Pluch, but not for long. Here comes Drake Jansen, and the door left open for Sconimilio. So Sconimilio has got into the position as well, and Bart Pluch runs very wide. Problems, comes together with Robbie Avidan. So Robbie Avidan and Bart Pluch just tangle with each other, but I think Robbie Avidan is going to be able to get going again, albeit at the back of the field. Robbie Avidan connects with Bart Pluch in exactly the wrong angle and drops down to ninth position. Atkins, by the way, is now overtaken by Manuel Sconimilio, I think. Sconimilio has made the move on Jansen, I should say. Very exciting stuff, but Pedro Hilbrand is checking out as these two battle away for eighth. This is Henki Kalteren, and the 348 in the mix there, that's Zancanaro. So that is Henki Kelterman in 7th, ahead of Alexandra Zancanaro. Malizia is now 9th, Bart Pluch is in 10th place. So some very interesting challenges, but for Bart Pluch in particular, that is definitely not good news from his point of view. Those clouds are coming in very thick and quick, so that could be a bit of a problem towards the end of this race. What if it was? Pedro Hiltbrand, another new fastest lap, 49.874 for him. But the Spanish driver still going well. Up the inside, that's Henki Kelterman. He has caught and passed his countryman. So Henki Kelterman passes Drake Jansen. Jansen's going to try and come back at him. No chance. I don't think so, Sunshine. And now Jansen is desperately trying to keep back the 3:48 of Alexandra Zancanaro. So Zancanaro's not going to be very happy about that one. Nothing wrong with it. He can defend his position. He hasn't pushed him off the road. He's just blocked his path. So Teresa Babichkova and Ivan Bataya still 2nd and 3rd. Here's Kalai Atkins in 4th, ahead of this man, Manuel Scognamiglio, who has just set the fastest lap. Babichkova and Bataya, 2nd and 3rd. Still trying to close up on Hiltbrand, but Hiltbrand is 1.5 seconds clear of the rest of the field. Those clouds really are coming in thick and quick at the moment, because it's all of a sudden come from a very bright, sunny and beautiful day. Now the clouds are coming in. We know how quickly they can fall here at Castelletto de Beneduzzo. Over the last 3 days we have had rain, and looks like we may get a little bit more here this weekend, so on the Saturday. But Hiltbrand is 3 laps away from his victory for yet another go. Bataya into 2nd place now, past Babichkova. So Ivan Bataya has gone into 2nd place. Can he hold the position in front of Teresa Babichkova, or has Teresa Babichkova got something more in the sleeve as she pushes her way forward? Hiltbrand fastest up again, 49.63. Bataya still looking over the shoulders, clearly senses that Teresa Babichkova is going to be fast enough to challenge again on lap 7 of 9. So is there going to be a charge here for Teresa Babichkova? She's certainly had incredibly raw pace over the course of these past few days, and she is definitely a contender for the finals. But Teresa Babichkova looking to try and find another route to get past Ivan Bataya at this moment in time. It could be very tricky indeed. So the competitors continue to quest a way for position down the main straight and across the line once more. So Pedro Hiltbrand, Ivan Bataya, Teresa Babichkova, and then of course Manuel Scognamiglio, who has moved up into 4th place. 2 laps to go. And for Bataya and Babichkova, they are in serious problems now, because Scognamiglio is definitely going to be catching them. There he is. Manuel Scognamiglio is definitely raining down on the parade of these two, as Eli Goldstein sets the fastest lap of the race now, having worked his way up to 10th place. Good recovery from the Belgian. But as they come into the last lap, it's going to be pretty tricky for Bataya to hang on to 2nd place from Teresa Babichkova, who looks very fired up and who knows for a fact that Manuel Scognamiglio is definitely going to be trying to take 3rd position away from her. So they definitely need to get on with this now. Last lap. I think they're just about going to make it through this heat without a change in the weather. Hiltbrand leads the way from Bataya, Babichkova, Scognamiglio, Atkins and Kelterman. Up in 7th is Zancanaro, and then Anna Malizia, Eli Goldstein and Drake Jansen. But this man has been absolutely flawless. Pedro Hiltbrand continues his incredible run as the Fusion Motorsport driver, the former world champion. He's just going to bring this home in fine style. He loves his racing. He is such a supreme kart driver. Knows every inch of these machines now and knows exactly how to get the best out of them. This is it. The 3:46. Pedro Hiltbrand is going to continue on his way. He just needs one more race like this one, and he will start the finals tomorrow, the pre-final at least, from pole position. An excellent run out of the final turn, and it's Pedro Hiltbrand. He gets the job done again. Amazing stuff. So absolutely amazing stuff from the youngster there. What an excellent, excellent drop. So terrific racecraft there from Pedro Hiltbrand. He looks behind him. Where is everybody? Ivan Bataya and Teresa Babichkova still there in 2nd and 3rd, just over a second back at the flag. So Pedro Hiltbrand definitely helping this race come to him. So it's definitely been an absolutely wonderful, wonderful job from him. But Pedro Hiltbrand is looking to join the likes of Andy Rattel and Luna Flusha as the pole sitters for the weekend so far. Excellent work. But we're really going to have a wonderful race day of it if Pedro Hiltbrand can continue to keep this together. He's been unbeatable so far this weekend, the Spaniard, and it's certainly looking pretty good from his perspective as he just keeps things running nicely and smoothly together for him. So it's a Spanish 1-2. This time it's Pedro Hilprand ahead of Ivan Batalla. And then it is Teresa Babichkova in third ahead of Manuel Scognamilio and Kalai Atkins. Heikki Kautonen and Alexandro Sancanaro in front of Eli Goldstein and Arnold Milizia. Drake Jansen ahead of Valentino Baracco. And then Charles Roussan ahead of Jaime Sanz with Bart Pluch in front of Hugo Arendi. Sami Dari is 16th in front of Rivaldo van der Westerleken and Andrea Volpato. Matteo Segre is 19th in front of Luca Bertinelli. And then behind them we have Fahed Al-Khaled of Kuwait and Oliver Fight of Belgium. Andreas Hebert is ahead of Andrea Carraro. And then Samuele De Filippo from Luciano Morano, Alexandro Mono, Kalion Vabatsaliev, Robbie Avidan and Nicholas Mühlbach. Worth noting that despite all of the dramas and the tensions that we saw over the course of that race, there has not been a single retirement in qualifying Heat D versus E. Definitely looked pretty interesting up until that point, though. So the battles and the competition are going to be very, very interesting. The drivers are getting a little bit late to the holding area. Now, this is fascinating. Now, normally when we go to the holding area at this point, everybody's in position. But as you can see, the clouds have come in very thick and very quickly. So what's happened here, essentially, is that the teams have decided to hold back just in case the weather had changed. Now, it hasn't changed, so everything is still very much as it is. The sunshine is now very much a thing of the past, but it's started to come together now. All of a sudden, the temperatures have dropped a degree, and all of a sudden, it feels like there could be some rain imminent around the circuit. So that is a bit of an interesting one, and that's why the mechanics were a little bit hesitant to get out to the circuit, because if there was a chance that they could time it right and put wet tyres on if it does rain, then obviously they're going to try and take that opportunity. But at the moment, certainly, there is only one option: slick tyres. There's no point going on to wet tyres. Even if it does start raining at this point, there is no point going on to wet tyres at all until there is enough water on the circuit to bring up some rooster tails from the tyres. So until that point, there's absolutely no point whatsoever to think about wet tyres. Besides, the race actually needs to be declared a wet race before you go on to wet tyres regardless. So the drivers and mechanics are all sitting around going, well, what do we do? What do we do? Simple. You go on slick tyres. That's all you've got to do. Until you hear otherwise, you're on slick tyres, boys. But you can see that the trolleys have been brought in, and they've been brought in with a set of wet tyres on standby for pretty much everybody, because now they've seen the rain clouds come in. They are very well aware of the fact that this could change in a matter of seconds. And it's definitely not what they want to see. So everybody, as you can see, the karts are being placed into their positions on the dummy grid. They're all there on slick tyres. But as you can also see, most of the trolleys are carrying a backup set of tyres. And that set of tyres is wet tyres now, because obviously with those clouds coming in, it can rain very heavily, very quickly here at Siete Larghi. Right in the countryside and obviously right by a lake. We're not too far away from the nearby mountain range as well. So the weather can change very dramatically here without a lot of warning. So the competitors are obviously getting themselves now into a very hectic position at the end of the dummy grid. We knew that there was going to be, according to some weather forecasters that people have been looking at, there is apparently a 100% chance of rain tomorrow morning, which is in time for the pre-finals. Now, that is certainly going to benefit a few of the drivers that prefer the wet conditions. But for a lot of drivers and a lot of teams, having it midway through the afternoon when they've all set the karts up to be dry, then that's definitely a bit of a minefield. You've got to remember as well that in the IAME Euro Series, the drivers only have one chassis. It's not like in the European Championships where they have two options when you can have a dry kart and a wet kart, essentially. They've got to make the changes to these kart setups pretty darn quickly. There's only a handful of things that you can do in a few seconds to make the kart better set up for wet than dry. Without having to take the karts back to the awning and basically adjust the settings altogether. And you're sitting there at home watching thinking, well, how much can you really do to a kart to adjust it for the wet conditions? The simple answer, everything. Literally everything. There is so much you can do to these karts. It's not just a question of sitting in it and off you go. everything can be changed. The seating position can be changed. Every little component on the kart can be changed. Everything from the seating position, as I mentioned, the tire pressures, the inline of the caster, everything can be adjusted to make the driving style more suited to wet weather driving than it is for the dry conditions. You've got to remember that the lines that the drivers take around the circuit alone in wet conditions are so different compared to where they are in the dry. For a start, on the dry conditions, you hang to the racing line where all the rubber is, and it sticks to the road because of where all the rubber is laid down. The heat of the tyres basically works in unison with the rubber that's already on the road, and it's almost like a Scalextric slot car circuit in the sense that it sticks to that road all the way round. In the wet conditions, you have to deviate from that line completely, because if you start using the rubbered down part of the circuit in the wet, when you've got wet tyres on, you'll have no grip because there's absolutely no correlation with the wet tyres. It actually makes it more slippery if you stick to the racing line. So you have to hang the kart out to the outside line, essentially where all the marbles have come off the tyres. But it's still easier to go to that outside line in the wet conditions than it is onto the dry racing line. So it's a minefield for the drivers in terms of strategy, and it's definitely going to be tricky. It looks to me as though they're all going to have to start the race on slick tyres, because obviously it's not a wet race. It hasn't been declared as one, so they've got no alternative. But if it happens midway through the race, just as well that it's the senior X30 drivers it's happening to, the competitors with the most experience, because if it happened in the middle of a race with the minis or the juniors out there, it really could be a bit of a problem. But at least with the senior X30 drivers, this is the kind of thing they prepare for. There are certain drivers in this field that will actually relish the opportunity of it raining halfway through the race. No, bring it on. I want to give it a go. I want to see if I can actually make up some progress. And you'll get drivers in this field that go out on testing days when it's raining and raining alone, and they won't go out on wet tyres. Oh no, when it's raining, they'll go out for test sessions on slick tyres. Why? Because it could happen just like this in the middle of a race, and you need to know what to do, and you need to know where to find the grip. So the drivers will throw themselves into a difficult situation so that they can learn how to cope with it. This is always a bit of a nightmare for the mechanics and a bit of a nightmare for the drivers. For people like you and me who are sitting along watching it, it's an absolute relish of a situation. And it just adds a little bit more flavour and spice to the scenario. But, well, we're not the ones who are having to do the hard work out there. We're not the ones who are in dire straits. One group of people you should spare a thought for in the middle of all this, of course, is the marshals and the officials around the circuit. They're obviously taking shelter from the huge rays of the sunshine. It's still quite warm, so even if it does rain, it's going to be very warm out there even when it is raining. So they're still obviously having to cope with the high humidity factor. But if it rains as well, then they're going to get absolutely drenched. So a very unfortunate situation for the Orange Army around the circuit. So spare a thought for them if it starts raining in the middle of all this. They are the volunteers, and they are, of course, the real heroes of this sport. Without them, we couldn't go racing at all. So amazing to see just the incredible hard work and dedication and commitment and the amazing acumen that these men and women have to provide us with a safe, secure environment to go racing in. If you want to get closer to the sport, there isn't really closer than the officials and marshals in this sport. And it's wonderful to see the hard work that they do. They are absolute passionate aficionados of the sport. They give their love and their time to it. And without them, we couldn't race at all. So a massive grazie mille to all of the marshals and officials around the course. So that sets the tone for qualifying heat B versus C. Everyone's on slick tyres. How useful are they going to be in this 9-lap heat? We'll find out. It depends on what the Castelletto di Branduzzo weather decides to throw into this one. But certainly, about half an hour ago, it was beautiful, blue, clear skies. Now, it's grey, ominous, and threatening. So what are the drivers going to do in this race? Simple. Cope. Out they go onto the circuit. Qualifying heat B versus C will begin. And it's two of the best out on the front row of the grid. IAME Winter Cup winner from 2018, Clayton Ravenscroft, alongside the reigning world champion, Callum Bradshaw. Bring it on. Second row of the grid, Michael Müller and Sam Balota, Oliver Greenall and Lewis Mackey on the third row from Alessandro Tudisca and Guillaume Barberin, Alfie Prince and Enzo Levesque from Luis Alves and Laurence de Certua, Berend Vandenberg and Andrea Stevatsoglu, then Senevan Solen and Yanis Steven Haydens, Eduardo Borelli and Lucas Taumann, Clarissa Dervich and Tanja Müller from Matteo Levisi and Mika Voss, Kevin Bejanin and Gustav Jonsson, Francisca Quiroz and Alessio Mario Abate Isabella Bass, Mark Kimber, Alex Kobe, and Yanis Demos. Now, this is the kind of situation that Mark Kimber absolutely relishes in, because if there's a chance that it could rain in the middle of this race when he's got slick tyres on, he could make up so many places by just playing cautious and being careful as they run through. So there's one out lap and one formation lap, so they've gone around the circuit once. They will now do an additional formation lap, and that gives them the chance to get the tyres up to temperature. Still very hot here. Let's not forget the fact that, yes, okay, there is the potential for a rain shower any moment now, but it is 30 degrees Celsius even despite that. And even with the clouds coming in, it's not going to cool down the conditions anymore. It is ludicrously hot. If I just open the window of the commentary box for a fraction of a second, I get hit by the heat. So it's a very tricky scenario for the drivers to be in. But if it rains, then that's going to be doubly more intense for them. So Clayton Ravenscroft and Callum Bradshaw will take up their position on the front row of the grid from Michael Muller of Switzerland and Sam Balota of Belgium. An all-British row 3, Greenall and Mackie, Tudiska and Barberine, the Belgian and the Frenchman, and then Alfie Prince and Enzo Levesque to finish off the top 10. Pin your ears back, get yourself a decent seat, because anything could happen. If we get rain in the middle of this one, well, I guess those meme artists had better get ready, because anything could happen in the world of karting, and it usually does when it rains midway through a race. Hopefully it's not going to, but the competitors are getting themselves ready for the start. Callum Bradshaw getting a little bit heated there as they get ready for the start, and we are racing. Clean start. Bradshaw chops across on Ravenscroft, trying to go the long way round to cut across on him, but it's not going to happen. Ravenscroft leads the race. So Bradshaw down into the braking zone for the chicane. Slots into second place. Balota in third, no problem at all. Lewis Mackie and Oliver Greenall creep their way through to fourth and fifth place. Good start from the Fusion twins. Down the back straight. And Ravenscroft leads in front of Callum Bradshaw. Enzo Levesque has made a terrific start. He's up in sixth position now from what was P10 on the grid. So an excellent launch forward from Enzo Levesque. And now Callum Bradshaw trying to get one over on Clayton Ravenscroft. Balota's looking pretty hot out there as well. In third position with the charging Lewis Mackie trying to close him down. Ravenscroft and Bradshaw hold their nerve on the inside of the hairpin apex. And still Ravenscroft is trying to back Bradshaw into the pack. He knows how quickly things can turn around for the world champion if he just keeps him honest and backs him into the rest of the chasing pack. So Ravenscroft holding it, trying to get tucked into the inside. There goes the move for fourth position from Greenall and Levesque. They both get past Lewis Mackie. So Lewis Mackie is down to sixth place in front of Michael Muller. Everybody's kept it relatively clean on the opening lap. No cause for alarms at the moment. Sam Balota hunting down Bradshaw, and he needs to, because Bradshaw's on the warpath on the inside of Ravenscroft. Ravenscroft holds it round the outside to at least keep hold of second place. Here comes the charge from Balota to fend off from Oliver Greenall. Great racing from the top drivers in Senior X30. They still battle away for position, and it's a very tricky roughhouse moment there in the middle of the apex from Sam Balota to try and get back on terms with Clayton Ravenscroft. They come off the final turn. Bradshaw's hoping to run away with this one. Bradshaw, Ravenscroft, Balota, Greenall, Levesque, Muller, and then Lewis Mackie and Alessandro Tudiska. And up the inside, there goes Balota on Ravenscroft. The Belgian is through, and here comes Levesque on the inside of Greenall and loses the car. Spins it round, manages to get back on the road, but he's got to let everybody go through. What a mistake from Enzo Levesque. He just saw the whisker of a gap there in turn 3. It was never going to happen. Greenall now makes the move on Ravenscroft. So a big error in judgment from Enzo Levesque, who loses the back end of his kart, catching the curb on the inside, spins the kart around. I don't think there was actually any contact with the driver in question. I think he just went for a gap that essentially disappeared on him. And so Levesque spun around, trying to avoid big accidents. So Bradshaw leads Balota. Greenall in third, Ravenscroft fourth from Muller, Mackie, Lesertua, Barberine, Tudiska and Alfie Prince. Here's the move from Greenall in a second place. Now, this will be interesting. Oliver Greenall, still in his first season in the Senior X30 category, charging after the world champion, Callum Bradshaw. Can he catch him? So Balota running well in third place in front of Clayton Ravenscroft, who has regrouped and got himself still there in P4. Still has an opportunity to work his way forward. Fifth place for Michael Muller, the Swiss driver, in front of Lewis Mackie. Mark Kimber is charging his way through the field already here, up to 14th place. So 14th position for Mark Kimber. definitely starting to make an impression now on the middle of the field. Onze Levesque, after that spin, has now recovered to 15th position, just a whisker in front of Clarissa Dervic, who is another driver who's making progress through the field and making some overtakes. So behind the top 10, we have Tanja Müller. She's doing a great job in 11th place. Some great works from her. She's made up 9 places already, Tanja Müller. There she is, putting on a good show, the 3:56. Sorry, that's Guillaume Barberin. I do apologise. Guillaume Barberin and Laurence de Sertois. Here comes that chasing pack. Tudiska, Prince and Tanja Müller. So Tanja Müller in the 350. There's the move on the inside. That's Kimber battling his way further forward. As dicing up the inside, that is Tanja Müller making the overtaking move there on Alfie Prince. And that opens the floodgates. Now Tanja Müller trying to hang on here in front of Alfie Prince. The 298 is Mark Kimber. Next up, Clarissa Dervic. And running on the grass, that's Onze Levesque. And there goes Isabelle Abbas. So Isabelle Abbas has gone off there at turn 6. What a shame for the Belgian. Onze Levesque in trouble. There goes the ASD Autoropeo on the inside. So Onze Levesque struggling again as he drops back behind Borelli. So Borelli getting through. And Clarissa Dervic has just made the move on the inside there of one of these Strawberry Racing carts. I think that must be Mark Kimber. So Clarissa Dervic making great comeback strides here. Greenall sets the fastest lap of the race in his bid to close up on Callum Bradshaw. This is not done yet. Yellow flags there at turn 6 after Isabelle Abbas's accident. Fortunately, she's out of the kart. She's okay. Now, here we go. Oliver Greenall has caught up to Callum Bradshaw. He's going for the lead and gets there. Oliver Greenall into the lead of the race then past Callum Bradshaw. Take that, Mr. World Champion. Excellent stuff from both drivers there. Callum Bradshaw knew he was coming by. Are we starting to see a little bit of hesitation from drivers now? Is the grip starting to change? Well, certainly no major raindrops at the moment, but Greenall has pulled a fast one on Callum Bradshaw, and that's given everybody else a little bit of hope in this one. Greenall going well, and if he wins this one, he's looking at a bare minimum of second on the grid for tomorrow's pre-final. If he can hold this together, he will line up alongside his teammate Pedro Hiltbrand on the front row of that grid tomorrow if things keep going the way they are. And up the inside, nice move there from Michael Müller. He goes side by side with Ravenscroft. Ravenscroft tries to get him on the switchback. Müller defends to the inside line. Ravenscroft sets him up for the exit of the second hairpin, but Müller's got more speed off the turn. So well reacted there from Michael Müller, the Swiss. And closing up on both of them, Lewis Mackie is not far away, nor is Guillaume Barberin. So Barberin is running in 7th place. So there's still some good challenges to come in this race. And the challenge is, oh, that's Laurence de Sertois. Laurence de Sertois has had to abandon his car. And now he goes to the marshal post. He's out of the race. What a shame for Laurence de Sertois. So the Belgian pulls off the road as the leaders come through. There is Callum Bradshaw chasing down Oliver Greenall in the hope that he still has a chance to get something done in this race. But I think Callum Bradshaw is running out of time rapidly now. Still, the battles continue to curtail. And Oliver Greenall really has been able to find something extra special in this race. He hasn't just passed anybody, he's passed the reigning world karting champion. Oliver Greenall ahead of Callum Bradshaw. And then it is Sam Balota, Michael Müller, Clayton Ravenscroft and Lewis Mackie from Guillaume Barberin, Clarissa Dervic, Alessandro Tudiska is now down behind Alfie Prince and Mark Kimber, who have fought their way into the top 10. But still, the race battles are absolutely phenomenal. You've got to give credit to Clarissa Dervic, having fought her way up into 8th place. That's one of the drives of the day. Excellent work from the Spaniard. But out in front, it is going to be Oliver Greenall who will hang on here in front of Callum Bradshaw. The rain is held off for this one, but there is another heat straight after one. And you genuinely don't know who's going to get the job done in the second chance heat of the X30 Junior yet. But Oliver Greenall is definitely setting himself up for an attack for pole position in the Senior X30 battle. Out of the final turn, Oliver Greenall gets the win in front of Callum Bradshaw. That is a massive, massive feather in the cap. That will make such a difference. And an excellent, excellent job for the competitors. What a drive that was from Oliver Greenall. It makes such a difference to a driver's resolve. And this one, excellent, excellent work so far. But it's always going to be very, very interesting to see how these competitors can continue going. But we will see a lot more stuff from these drivers with one more heat to go. Oliver Greenall hasn't secured a front row start yet for the pre-final tomorrow morning in Senior X30. but he's definitely one step closer to getting it done. Excellent work from Oliver Greenall in that heat in front of Callum Bradshaw, and that was a mighty performance, Really good job, really, really great, strong performance there. But we are going to have a solid afternoon's race action as the competitors continue on their way. And we will see some excellent displays from the Senior X30s, who have one final heat to go. Oliver Greenall and Callum Bradshaw ahead of Sam Balota, Makin Muller and Clayton Ravenscroft. From Guillaume Barberin, Lewis Mackey, Clarissa Dervich, Mark Kimber and Alfie Prince. What a top 10. Alessandro Tedesca and Lucas Talman in front of Tanja Müller, and then Enzo Levesque in 14th place. Yanis Stephen Hayden's ahead of Matteo Luvisi, Eduardo Borelli and Alessio Mario Abate. 19th position on the grid for Gustav Jonsson. A good fight back again from Alex Kobe. And then Beren van der Berg ahead of Kevin Bejanin, Luis Alves, Senna van Solen, Andreas Stefatsoglu, and Mika Vos ahead of Francisca Queiroz and Yanis Dimos. The retirements, just Laurence Lecertua, 3 laps from the end. Isabella Bass, 2 laps prior to that. So very exciting stuff from the competitors. They've definitely given us plenty of drama and suspense. It's already going to be quite a tight battle for the drivers in Senior X30, as their work is obviously still going to continue. But there's now going to be a little pause in proceedings from the drivers. They've given us plenty of excitement, but we are now going to have another short break in proceedings before we get our next race of the day underway, and that is going to be in the X30 Junior second chance race. That is for the drivers that have qualified from 31st through to 66th in the rankings. And in that race, whoever has come through will progress in the top 6 of that particular field. So only the top 6 drivers in the next race for juniors will progress. And how about that? The stats are showing that there is light rain on the circuit, 30 degrees Celsius and high humidity. But light rain, will they have to go wets or will they stay on slicks? Stick around, because at 4 o'clock exactly, we will find out.
The karting season for IAME racers starts here, as the field descends on Cartodromo Lucas Guerrero in Chiva, a few miles down the road from the marina city of Valencia in Spain. The Mini, Junior and Senior X30 drivers really want to win here, as the victors gain a ticket to the IAME Euro Series 2021. But with rain heading into the circuit for Sunday's finals, anything can happen. Let's ride with Eric Genet on a lap of the circuit. Flat down the main straight, then into a deceptive and fairly open first hairpin. Very easy to get wrong, and the prime overtaking chance on the circuit. Opening out to a left kink, and then a big braking zone to the chicane. These curbs will catch out the unprepared, and many a race has ended here. A pair of right-hand apexes that tighten into the second, then a pair of left-handers which open up and power on the throttle, with plenty of chances to pounce on a mistake from an opponent. You're flat out through the next 2 left turns before building up for another squeeze of the brake pedal. The hairpin is a strong overtaking spot, but you can defend well on the exit into the next right-hander, which opens and accelerates out. The back straight will give you a massive advantage to catch opponents, as the toe can be worth anywhere between 3 and 7/10 of a second. But the final chicane is very tricky. After the right-hand flick, the line has to be perfect, or it could cost you a couple of seconds into the next lap. Right, left, right, and the exit speed can set you up for a marvellous overtake into turn 1.
We were here last year and we were trying to get into the A's and we didn't get into the A, so we went into the B and I were trying as hard as I could to get back into the A final, but we couldn't do it, so this weekend we're hoping for a better position. There's a lot of straights and it's very technical, like through the middle bit, and first corner it always reminds me of Rye House in England because of the long sweeping right at the start. And that session, we went new tyre, but we couldn't really get as good as, well, the track was good that session, even though we went new tyres, we couldn't get the fastest time, but we keep trying and we'll get a better position, hopefully for qualifying. Well, at the start, I thought that I was just gonna go, but then now Rodrigo's proven me wrong, so now I know that Rodrigo can stay with me and Rodrigo can push me, so next time we're gonna go with the pack and then hopefully we're gonna overtake and then we're gonna try and push.
As they come out of the final turn, is it going to be a clean start? That's the big gamble. It is indeed, and we're racing in the X30 Mini 2021 IAME Winter Cup Final. It's Roman Kamyab who's got into the lead, and he's currently in. Here comes the move on Sofronea from Ben Smith. Smith goes up the inside, takes on Sofronea, gets the position. Big gains down the straight, and surely he's going to make his bid onto the inside line into third place, and Luke Tal gets alongside Perez, who defends valiantly, drifts wide in the next apex. Tal could get the foot in and get alongside Sandro Perez. Here comes the move up the inside again from Luke Tal. Sandro Perez is going to drift wide, and Luke Tal into third position. Good move from the Dutchman. P3 is his for now. Up the inside from Hugo Marti. Good move on the inside of Sandro Perez, and he gets into fourth position. The Mustang really is charging forward now. He's being stopped at the end of the pit lane so that he can go back out on circuit once the track is clear. So there goes Raul Martinez. But it definitely seems to be working, as now Smith is going to try and make his bid on the inside of Perez. Perez holds the line. He's not going to let Ben Smith get by. Find speed to out-drag the Fusion. Into the first corner though. Ben Smith is going to try again. Perez goes wide, Smith gets the inside line. What about Sandro Perez on the switchback? So Marti still battling with Smith, who goes for a very late move into the first corner, and it's a lovely overtake from Ben Smith. Boom! Roman Kamyab wins the IAME Winter Cup for X30 Mini. His first win in Europe, and it's a big one. That is what a Fusion Motorsport Mini X30 podium lockout looks like.
I'm excited to try and defend my title, and I think I can do that. So yeah, always trying to find that extra millisecond in testing, and when it comes to the racing you just want to be the best you can and have the best setup, and then hopefully everything goes to plan. It's nice to know that I'm never going to be really struggling too much, but when a weekend comes up where you struggle, it's not nice. So but this weekend we're quite fast. Yeah, you've got to be quite patient, but also you can't let anyone get away because at the front, because you might not catch them. But yeah, you need to be very patient. We're quite fast, and we've got the patience to try and get the win again, and the determination. And yeah, I think we're prepared. Just another weekend, really. Well, that's what I try to make myself think, so I can just perform to my best, and that's the only way I'm going to win. So that's what I try to do.
For Canato Lee and Leo Robertson to form up, they're going to try and go for the start, but that is a false start if ever I've seen one. Oh no, it's not, we are going away. So we are into the first corner in first position. Canato Lee's going to try and hold it through to turn one. And that is an absolutely sensational start from Kanato Lee, who leads Leo Robinson through the first corner. Bart Harrison trying to get in there for third position as the Junior X30 field swarms around. There is the 55, that's Daniel Dalakian going off at the chicane and rejoining on the main straight. So not a great performance from Daniel Dalakian on the first lap. Here comes the move from McIntyre, who dives down the inside there of Adrian Maliero. Maliero tries to come back at him. You see they're a little bit more ruthless in the juniors as Luzio gets on the inside of Maliero. Here he goes on the inside of Maliero. Maliero drifts wide, but McLaughlin can't get by. Next apex they have come, and McLaughlin dives for the inside of Maliero. Eric Genet gets through as well on the inside, does he? Maliero kicks up the backside of the cart, drifts it through. Chops across on Eric Genet, so he only loses one place in the end to Finn McLaughlin, I do believe. No, sorry, that's 7th place. Here comes Luzio on his teammate McIntyre, and he gets by. And that is one of the Kart Republic España drivers. I'm afraid that is game over for Enzo Soares. Is Rattel going to get the move on the inside? Yes, he is. Lovely overtaking move there from Andy Rattel, but he loses it on the exit. Tries again. This time Rattel does get by, and Adrian Mustienis goes for the open door. Mustienis is swarming around behind Andy Rattel. Rattel still trying to hang on to it, keeping it nice and tidy. Is there going to be a solid run on the inside? Mustienis tucks in on the inside line as Soares walks away, and Mustienis gets the place. Another fastest lap in, and Luzio gets past Paul Cayos. So Luzio into 4th place, past Paul Cayos. Aero, Genet, Mustienis, Phillips and Kudavali, and that's Harrison through! Harrison jumps on the opportunity. He leaps forward on Kanato Lee and snatches the lead. Oh, and that's a spin up. That's Jan Pradal. Jan Pradal has spun into the first hairpin, I'm afraid. So a black and white warning flag will come out for Marcus Luzio as we see Daniel Dalakian have a moment. Is he going to get the move on Robinson, which he does in a 3rd position. Luzio snatches it away from the number 37 of Leo Robinson. Mick Barrett racing for Bart Harrison. Fusion Motorsport for Kanato Lee, and Luzio is there 3rd for Chaos Sport, and now McIntyre gets through into 4th position, past Leo Robinson as well. Oh, that's Nea Kitola with a warning flag now. But we're not done yet. Still 3 laps to go, and up the inside, Finn McLaughlin's going to take on his teammate, and they bang wheels. They're going to run side by side. Robinson holds it round the outside. Oh, and that's an off. That's Kanato Lee. Kanato Lee's drifted off the circuit, and Marcus Luzio gets through in a second. Will McIntyre's now going to run at him as well. And now McIntyre's going to launch up down the back straight, and surely he'll get through on that Kanato Lee, and he does. Lee now tries for the switchback maneuver. They're side by side. They rub wheels. Kanato Lee gets back into 3rd place as we go into the final lap. Bart Harrison is back-to-back Winter Cup title winner in Junior X30. With Luzio 2nd on the road, he will drop down, sadly. Kanato Lee, therefore, will have 2nd, and Will McIntyre will be confirmed in 3rd. Bart Harrison for the 2nd year in a row. Well done, buddy. Kanato and Will on the podium as well.
Feels really good. It's a race that is in Spain, for that I am here, and also because my team Monlau Competición is racing here, and I say yes, perfect to come back and to have a bit of racing that it's good, and let's see how it goes. I love karting, and also this track is one of my favorites, so it's perfect to come back. I thought it will be worse, my adaptation to the car and to the track, let's say, but I quickly adapt to the car and go fast. I will try to win for sure, and I think we have the pace, but racing is difficult and you don't know how the races will go, so I will work hard to try to win everything, but let's see how it goes.
Kimber on the inside, McDonald on the outside, ready? We're racing in Valencia! The Senior X30 final gets underway, and McDonald's got the better start, but can he hold it round the outside? He's going to get Marty Boyer going with him. McDonald takes the lead from Kimber. They go wheel to wheel, and McDonald gets there first, and he can't make it happen. Marty Boyer's going to try and get the switch back, and he comes through in 2nd. And here comes Kimber trying to have another go at Boyer. Boyer goes for the switchback. Thank you very much. Into 2nd place goes Boyer, breaking through to the lead. Boyer through to 2nd, and Kimber now having to go defensive from Philip Vava. Vava's got a chance on the inside line of the hairpin, but Kimber going very strong round the outside, gets good acceleration off the turn. Westover, here comes Westover for a move up the inside of Butcher. Marty Boyer running in second place. Here comes Butcher side by side with Westover, who slams the Dorsch family shut. And now Ravenscroft is going to get on the inside of his teammate. That'll do, mate. Thank you very much. It's over as they run. Oh, and Ravenscroft goes a little bit wide. Butcher nearly takes him down there and almost gets the move back. And Sam Balota. Oh, that's Richard Faulkner. So his race is over, unfortunately. And that's Butcher back in front of Ravenscroft. And that's Kimber back in front of Boyer. So Kimber has got past Marty Boyer this time. Ravenscroft back on the inside of Butcher. Retakes the place. Oh, and that's one of the CRGs going off the road there. That's Ruben Moyer. So Ruben Moyer drifts off the road and Fleming cuts through. Nice bit of racecraft in the middle there. But Ruben Moyer was very lucky not to be flung off the circuit. Oh, and that's enough. That's enough there for one of the KR Sport cards. That is the 243 going wide. It's Ravenscroft. Oh, and that's enough again. And this time it's Philip Varva who goes off. Driver, they go side by side. He and Varva out of the first corner. Varva comes around the outside, holds onto the place for the moment. And that is one of the KH Racing cards. I think that's Matilda Olsen, because Westover really is starting to nail those apexes. Boyer makes the mistake. He's got a problem. Westover's going through. McDonald wins the Winter Cup 2021 in Senior X30 at Valencia.
Dean McDonald and Mark Kimber as Strawberry Racing 1-2, Westover in a brilliant third.
I felt confident from the final because in the UK I've been doing a lot of wet practice. So in the final I just kept it consistent. I kept chipping away. I made it through, and as soon as I got that gap from my teammate, it led me through to the last lap and I took the win. Yeah, that's giving me more confidence. Now that I've had my first win, I'll be able to have another second.
For the final, Roman jumped away at the start and I guess I had to spend the race chasing after him. We ended up with a large lead over the opposition. I did manage to close the gap in the final lap, but he finished first inevitably. I'm not sure how this year will go. I'll be racing at every round and I am definitely ready for the challenge ahead. I honestly didn't expect to go so well in the rain because most of the time we're used to racing slick tyres in the wet. Although I am used to the weather, as it rains almost every day in the Netherlands. So this was a great opportunity and quite unexpected. I'm obviously very happy I made it to the podium here, so it's a great start to the season. It's been a really good start and I think I can reach the top step at some point this year, but I guess we'll just have to wait until Marienborg to find out when.
Well, we had a lot of practice here and we felt really confident going to the race week. We got some few good heats and I won the pre-final. In the final I got a really good start and was managed to be P1, but at the end I decided to overdrive and I ended up being second. Well, I think overall it was a really good weekend. It was my first podium outside Japan and I feel really confident going into Belgium with the podium and I'll be looking forward to it.
The karting season for IAME racers starts here, as the field descends on Cartódromo Lucas Guerrero in Chiva, a few miles down the road from the marina city of Valencia in Spain. The Mini, Junior and Senior X30 drivers really want to win here, as the victors gain a ticket to the IAME Euro Series 2021. But with rain heading into the circuit for Sunday's finals, anything can happen. Let's ride with Eric Genet on a lap of the circuit. Flat down the main straight, then into a deceptive and fairly open first hairpin. Very easy to get wrong, and the prime overtaking chance on the circuit. Opening out to a left kink, and then a big braking zone to the chicane. These curbs will catch out the unprepared, and many a race has ended here. a pair of right-hand apexes that tighten into the second, then a pair of left-handers which open up and power on the throttle, with plenty of chances to pounce on a mistake from an opponent. You're flat out through the next 2 left turns before building up for another squeeze of the brake pedal. The hairpin is a strong overtaking spot, but you can defend well on the exit into the next right-hander, which opens and accelerates out. The back straight will give you a massive advantage to catch opponents, as the toe can be worth anywhere between 3 and 7/10 of a second. But the final chicane is very tricky. After the right-hand flick, the line has to be perfect, or it could cost you a couple of seconds into the next lap. Right, left, right, and the exit speed can set you up for a marvellous overtake into turn 1.
We were here last year and we were trying to get into the A's and we didn't get into the A, so we went into the B and I were trying as hard as I could to get back into the A final, but we couldn't do it, so this weekend we're hoping for a better position. There's a lot of straights and it's very technical, like through the middle bit, and first corner it always reminds me of Rye House in England because of the long sweeping right at the start. And that session, we went new tyre, but we couldn't really get as good as, well, the track was good that session. Even though we went new tyres, we couldn't get the fastest time. But we keep trying and we'll get a better position, hopefully, for qualifying. Well, at the start, I thought that I was just gonna go, but then now Rodrigo's proven me wrong. So now I know that Rodrigo can stay with me and Rodrigo can push me. So next time we're gonna go with the pack and then hopefully we're gonna overtake and then we're gonna try and push.
As they come out of the final turn, is it going to be a clean start? That's the big gamble. It is indeed, and we're racing in the X30 Mini 2021 IAME Winter Cup Final. It's Roman Kamyab who's got into the lead, and he's currently in. Here comes the move on Sofronia from Ben Smith. Smith goes up the inside, takes on Sofronia, gets the position. Big gains down the straight, and surely he's going to make his bid onto the inside line into third place. And Luke Tal gets alongside Perez, who defends valiantly, drifts wide in the next apex. Tal could get the foot in and get alongside Sandro Perez. Here comes the move up the inside again from Luke Tal. Sandro Perez is going to drift wide, and Luke Tal into third position. Good move from the Dutchman. P3 is his for now. Up the inside from Hugo Marti. Good move on the inside of Sandro Perez, and he gets into fourth position. The Mustang really is charging forward now. He's being stopped at the end of the pit lane so that he can go back out on circuit once the track is clear. So there goes Raul Martinez. But it definitely seems to be working, as now Smith is going to try and make his bid on the inside of Perez. Perez holds the line. He's not going to let Ben Smith get by. Find speed to out-drag the Fusion. Into the first corner though. Ben Smith is going to try again. Perez goes wide, Smith gets the inside line. What about Sandro Perez on the switchback? So Marti still battling with Smith, who goes for a very late move into the first corner, and it's a lovely overtake from Ben Smith. Boom! Roman Kamyab wins the IAME Winter Cup for X30 Mini. His first win in Europe, and it's a big one. That is what a Fusion Motorsport Mini X30 podium lockout looks like.
I'm excited to try and defend my title, and I think I can do that. So yeah, always trying to find that extra millisecond in testing, and when it comes to the racing you just want to be the best you can and have the best setup, and then hopefully everything goes to plan. It's nice to know that I'm never going to be really struggling too much, but when a weekend comes up where you struggle, it's not nice. So but this weekend we're quite fast. Yeah, you've got to be quite patient, but also you can't let anyone get away because at the front, because you might not catch them. But yeah, you need to be very patient. We're quite fast, and we've got the patience to try and get the win again, and the determination. And yeah, I think we're prepared. Just another weekend, really. Well, that's what I try to make myself think, so I can just perform to my best, and that's the only way I'm going to win. So that's what I try to do.
Fortunato Lee and Leo Robertson to form up. They're going to try and go for the start, but that is a false start if ever I've seen one. So we are back to the track here at the IAME Euro Series 2021, round 3 of the championship here at the Siete Larghi kart circuit at Castelletto de Branduzzo. The rain hasn't really come down in the gap between heats, but I tell you what has happened, the wind has picked up. So if it's going to happen, it's going to happen very heavily indeed. I'm Jake Stanson. We're going to finish off our Saturday of race action. There is one heat still to go in the X30 senior category for each of the drivers. And now this afternoon, we're also going to have second chance races for juniors, minis and seniors, as well as the consolation race in the senior category. Now, obviously, we've got to try and compress these 7 races into a manageable time schedule. All of them together. So how we're going to do it is the junior race will come first. That is the second chance race for the drivers who are classified from 31st down to 66th in the rankings. And whoever are the first 6 drivers across the finish line will join the others in the provisional rankings for tomorrow's pre-finals and finals. So obviously it's a very interesting scenario that we find ourselves in now for the competitors. Here is the current situation out on the circuit. Now the graphic there says moderate rain, but it's only actually raining on one part of the circuit down at the far end at the moment. It's not actually falling all the way around the circuit at this moment in time. So the wind is picking up. There are some spots of rain, but it's not heavy, so it's definitely still slick tyre conditions for the drivers out on the circuit. It's not wet by any means at all. What it is definitely going to do, though, is it's going to create psychological rain, as they call it, for the drivers. If there's going to be spots of rain, it'll happen on their visors, and it won't really affect anything, so that could throw another interesting distraction into the mix. But even though we have got the threat of potential rain, the air temperature is still at 30 degrees Celsius, and as you saw there from the graphic, the humidity is over 50%, so it's very, very muggy here, and that makes the heat very difficult for the drivers to cope with indeed. So this last 7 races of the day are going to be very interesting indeed. Now, to play out the scenario, we obviously have to talk you through the X30 junior drivers that have made it through. The 30 drivers that have made it into the race for tomorrow, for the pre-final, in their order. Andy Rattel will be pole position for tomorrow's pre-final. Thomas Stalchimanis will be second from Teofil Nal, Jan Puchu, Kanato Lee and Antonio Apicella. Will McIntyre, Aaron Garcia, Sebastiano Pavan and Bart Harrison. They'll be in the top 10. 11th will be Finn McLaughlin in front of Andrea Piravano and Federico Rifai, Ivan Arias, Elia Papicena and Artur Purlane from Vinnie Phillips, Alessandro Minetto, Gaspard Lagaye and Kevin Rabin in the top 20. Then it will be Eric Genet from Adrian Benito, Patrick Fabroni, Thomas Strauven, Riccardo Cirelli, Kimi Duron, Barb Matiz, Thibaut Ramakers, Martin Molnar and Tiziano Monza. Those are the 30 drivers that have managed to qualify for the pre-finals up to this point. That means the remaining drivers in junior are all on the starting grid for this race, the second chance heat, and only the first 6 drivers across the finish line are going to make it into the pre-final and final for tomorrow. So this is the last chance for the drivers to get through. It's going to be Noah Monteiro of Portugal who will line up in pole position for this race, with Junyo Kim of South Korea lining up alongside him on the Formula K chassis. Iko Segret will be 3rd place on the grid. Then it will be Chi Zhenru of the Team Driver Racing Kart squad that will be 4th on the grid. Filippo Parmigiani will be 5th on the starting grid from Polkaios in P6. Now, obviously, those are the 6 favourites to get through, but starting in the top 6 definitely does not mean you're going to finish in the top 6. And they've only got, as always, just 7 laps to try and make their way up the order in this one. It is a very stressful situation. There are 36 drivers on the starting grid. Only 6 of them are going to make it through to tomorrow's pre-final and final. So it's now or never. Noah Monteiro and Junyo Kim, the Portuguese and the South Korean, who are on the front row of the starting grid. And they are desperate to stay in those top 6 positions. But there are so many drivers in behind them that are wanting to make a bit of a comeback, wanting to charge their way forward, or just wanting to pull a fast one. Several of them will probably have been hoping for rain to come down on the circuit. There has been a tiny spattering of rain, but it's been nowhere near heavy enough to consider the possibility of wet tyres. So the drivers will come out on slicks. It's very hot still, 30 degrees Celsius, and the slick tyres are still prominent around the circuit. The humidity is high. We've got someone struggling to get out there on the circuit. That is not good news at all. I think that is Ronnie Stefani, who's already got problems off the start, or is that Filippo Parmigiani? We'll double check, but anyway, out onto the circuit the drivers will come. It's Noah Montero and Junior Kim, Igor Segret and Chi Zhenru, Filippo Parmigiani and Paul Caios. From Reni Stefani, Angelo Melli, Dylan Visser and Dino Stroescu, then Juan Alugia and Giulio Olivieri, Sam van Voskulen and Henry Justin, Julian Carmen and Nico Lanarati, Thibaut Gelard and Mathis Merschaut, from Arte Valsort and Yaroslav Chukin. Then it is Alexis Constant and Enzo Predom. We also have on the grid there Alessandro Cocci and Guy Elbag from Mirko Wouters and Ethan Ischier, Griffin Forrest Peebles and David Drogan from Luca Horton, Jan Peral, Sebastian Murray, Stuart van den Runikov, Matteo Quintarelli, Eric Anash, Francisco Macedo and Henk Voigt Jr. Those are the drivers that will continue. Now, it's obviously going to be the top 6 only that cross the line that progress through to the main event. Now, we seem to have had one kart going out late. That is the 91 of Dino Stroescu, the Romanian, but he has been able to get started and should be able to take his position again on the starting line. He's not got a lot of time to make up ground and get back into his position, but the way that the drivers are already starting to form up in their 2 rows and slow the field down, they should be okay for Dino Stroescu to rejoin in his original grid position. He has until the red line to regain his position. If he's not able to do so by then he will not be able to take his position on the grid. He will have to start from the back, and there is the red line. So unfortunately, he's not going to make it. I did wonder if it was going to be nip and tuck, so he will have to start the race, I'm afraid, Dino Stroescu, from the back of the grid. But only the first 6 past the post are going to make it into tomorrow's pre-final and finals, and it is a repeater light, so they are not going to start this time. It's a false start off the bat now. For Dino Stroescu, the Romanian, this is a chance to get himself back into the hunt again, because he is allowed, I'm fairly sure, to make his way back into his position, work his way past the karts and get himself back into his original grid slot. And you can see that he is trying to do so. So Dino Stroescu, the Romanian, is going to try and overtake all of the karts that are in front of him on the grid and get his way back into his original grid position. Now, that is perfectly legal, nothing wrong with that. The only kart that appears not to be starting this race is Guy Elbag, the Israeli, so I don't think he is going to be able to take his position on the starting grid again. Everybody else has managed to get through, and for Dino Stroescu, the Romanian, he is very fortunate because he should be able to get back into the grid again with his position intact. So the yellow flags are waving at the end of that straight as the drivers are now getting into their positions again, and Dino Stroescu has indeed managed to take his position just in time to start from 10th on the starting grid. So the competitors are ready for the get-go. Montero and Kim. Who is going to get the pole position shot and who is going to get the first corner first? Let's find out. Great start as Igor Segret collides with Junior Kim and taken off in the middle of the mix there. Several cars going together and it's caused absolute mayhem. Several karts in big trouble. Now that is one of the Paralins in trouble there at the first corner, and another kart has come to rest in the middle of the course. Now that, I think, is Filippo Parmigiani. Let's come to a stop there. That is indeed Filippo Parmigiani. He was the one who got the worst of it, I'm afraid. So he and Junior Kim going for a big spin. Kim was actually able to get going again, but out of the race, Alessandro Cocci and Mirko Wouters. Everybody else has been able to get going again, albeit at the back of the field, but that was an absolute pandemonium of a start, and I'm afraid that was just too close together for Igor Segret and Junior Kim. Segret has been able to get going again as well, but has lost a lot of ground. So it's Noah Montero who leads the race. Noah Montero out in the lead, looking good to get himself into the race again. Paul Caios is second from Chi Zhenru and Igor Segret, who manages to recover in 4th place from Angelo Melli, Dylan Visser, Henry Justin and Giulio Olivieri. So Parmigiani, Cocci and Wouters all appear to be out of the race. Wouters has actually managed to get going again and rejoined at the back end of the field, but everybody, Parmigiani and Cocci are definitely out of the race. So here is the battle towards the sharp end. This is for the final spot in the race. Dylan Visser and Henry Joslin. Joslin is looking for his way through on the inside line. The Mick Barrett Racing driver gets into 6th position. No problem at all there. Now, it's going to be a tiny bit greasy in certain parts of the course, but not particularly wet because, of course, the heat is still very high. And even the tiny little bit of rain that did fall in between heats has not been enough to really change the conditions and grip of the circuit. It'll just be a little bit shiny in places, as they say. So Igor Segret has lost ground there to Angelo Melli. And now Ico Segret trying to get back on terms with Angelo Melli. Melli does not want to let him go through at all. So Angelo Melli still there in 4th position. Ico Segret is in danger of falling into the clutches of Henry Jocelyn. How has Ico Segret managed to stay in the top 6? I will never know. But the Chaos Sport driver has been able to keep himself neatly in position despite everything that's come across before him in the start of this race. So Noah Montero still running a solid race out in front of the field. And then it is Chi Zhenru, the Chinese driver, who is in 2nd position at this moment in time. Then we've got Paul Kayos in 3rd. There goes Jocelyn on the inside of Ico Segret. So Henry Jocelyn gets himself into 5th position. That puts Ico Segret very much on the bubble. And we've got a warning flag out for the number 88. Now that is Filippo Parmigiani. So that is the driver that ended up having the crash at the first corner. So they've obviously claimed that Filippo Parmigiani, the number 88, has problems anyway. It was obviously out of the race, but still has to be shown the warning flag. So it is what it is. There's not a lot that can be done about it. That is obviously the warning flag that still has to be given in these incidents. It still has to have these problems. So Filippo Parmigiani, just to add insult to injury, unfortunately, has also been added a warning flag. Now that is the 192 of Julian Carmen, very nearly going over the top of his teammate Dylan Visa there. So Dylan Visa almost having an accident with his teammate Julian Carmen, completely outside his own control. 2 retirements to join Filippo Parmigiani and Alessandro Cocci, by the way. We have lost Alexis Constant, who I think has picked up damage, and Joana Lugia has also retired from the race. Here comes Julian Carmen up the inside of his teammate. Still can't quite get by Dylan Visa. And that is the 32 of Joana Lugia. He has abandoned his car up at the hairpin at the end of the lap. So Joana Lugia now walks his way do the Marshall post, keeps himself out of harm's way as Henry Jocelyn sets the new fastest lap. Closing up on Angelo Melli. Here he goes on the inside line. Melli shuts the door. Careful, boys. Ico Segret gets past them both. So Ico Segret into 5th position. Angelo Melli was not prepared to play ball there with Henry Jocelyn at all. And as a result of that, Segret is through the 4th place. Now Henry Jocelyn gets through on Angelo Melli. I know how to make an overtaking move, thank you very much, and I'm going to make it happen. And now the spots of rain are starting to come down on the commentary box window. They're not heavy yet, but they're certainly starting to make an appearance. Montero in front of Chi Zhenru. Balkayos in 3rd position. Ico Segret is in 4th place. The battle there as Angelo Melli is very close to losing his position to Stefani. Stefani runs wide, and you can see he's had a little bit of a punt there as he gets a little bit of damage on the front fairing. I don't think that's going to be enough contact to loosen it, but here comes Giulio Olivieri. Olivieri gets through on the inside, and here comes Senna Van Serlen. Van Serlen is trying to get his way on the inside, and round the outside comes Thibaut Gillard, and Julian Carmen, who has got past Dylan Visser, still trying to shape up his opportune moment, and that's Thibaut Gillard making a big dive on the inside there of Senna Van Serlen, and I'm afraid it didn't work. So now he has fallen back down the field. Last lap, here we go. And the final lap is going to see Noah Montero come through 0.6 of a second in front of Chi Zhenru. And that should be enough for Noah Montero to be the only driver in the top 10 to hang on to their original starting position. Here comes the move from Ronnie Stefani. Stefani gets through on Giulio Olivieri. So there is the overtake from Stefani on Olivieri. Luca Horton actually sets the fastest lap of the race down in 20th. It's not going to be enough to give him a position on the starting grid. Angelo Melli is desperately trying to hang on to it as the rain starts to come down a little heavier now here at Siete Larghi. But is it going to be enough for anybody to lose their position? There goes Ico Segret on the inside of Paul Kayos. So Ico Segret has got into 3rd position past Paul Kayos. And still the battle is raging as Angelo Melli is trying to hang on to P6. But the checkered flag is going to come down for Portugal's Noah Montero. He takes the victory and stays in the competition ahead of Chi Zhenru, Ico Segret, Paul Kayos, Henry Jocelyn and Angelo Melli. They are the 6 that go through. So it was a very tough race in the end then, which started with a little bit of a melee at the first corner. So a very tricky situation indeed for the drivers. But obviously we are going to have some fun in the upcoming second chance races, and there are still some Senior X30 heats to battle with. But what a situation and what a tough battle that was. Angelo Melli celebrating as if he's won the entire weekend there. 6th position for Angelo Melli is enough to keep him in the weekend. He really wanted to keep his weekend going. And he is absolutely overjoyed with 6th position. Look at that. I love that celebration for a job well done there from Angelo Melli. He fought his way back from 8th on the grid, and he can be very, very happy and very proud with 6th position in a field as competitive as this one. Earn your achievements and celebrate your successes. Well done, Angelo Melli. It's Noah Montero in front of Chi Jinru, Iko Sigret, Paul Kaios, Henry Jocelyn, and Angelo Melli. They are the 6 that will progress through to the pre-finals tomorrow. Ronnie Stefani, Giulio Olivieri, Sam van Voskulen, Julian Carmen, Arthur Valsort, Ethan Ischer, then Timo Gelard, Dylan Visser, Yaroslav Chukin from Dino Sabin Strorescu. Junio Kim, what an unfortunate start to the race for him. Spun out of 2nd place, 17th in the end, ahead of Luca Horton, who did a great job to make up places. Sebastian Murray and Mattis Merschout from Griffin Forest Peebles and Jan Baral. Sjoerd van den Munnikov and Matteo Quintarelli from Henk Voigt Jr. and Francisco Macedo. Enzo Predom and David Dragan, Nico Lanolati and Mirko Wouters. And then, of course, we have Eric Anash from Joan Alugia and Alexis Constant. 3 of the retirements. There were 3 others, Filippo Parmigiani and Alessandro Cocci, who went off on the first lap, and then Guy Elbag, who, of course, did not get to start the second chance heat. What a shame. Now, once again, you can see that the contenders are a little bit late in getting to the grid. And that is essentially because they're still trying to second-guess the weather. So the Senior X30 drivers know that there is rain lingering in the air, and it could fall at any moment. So we could see some frantic pit work action as the Senior X30 drivers get ready to go out. Now, I can guarantee you that every single driver is going to be of exactly the same mindset coming to the grid for this one. And that is to say that they would love it if the weather could make its mind up. If it's going to be dry, fine, be dry. If it's going to be wet, fine, be wet. But none of this dilly-dallying and lack of decision-making. Come on, you've got to commit to one or the other. And that is the difficulty they've got at the moment, because the clouds have swept over the circuit, and those are definitely rain clouds. It's going to be very interesting to see when they decide to break over the circuit. It's definitely threatened to rain a few times over the last 25 minutes. And certainly we had a few spots of rain during that race, but it has actually stopped again. So it's very unpredictable. And our cameraman there, our advisor George, clearly deciding to take evasive action, helping us just in case it does decide to come down there. That's a very sensible decision. Because we obviously want to keep the show going for you, but obviously, if it does rain, then we want to make sure that you still get the great coverage that you deserve. But we obviously want to make sure that we can still deal with the situation, because as you saw from the promo footage that you saw a couple of races ago, it can get very wet very, very quickly here. It's one of those places that is a real rain trap. And we've seen some proper heavy showers over the course of proceedings. It happened just before qualifying yesterday, actually. We had a fairly heavy downpour. And that definitely and rather dramatically changed the face of things for the Senior X30 qualifying. It meant we had a bit of a topsy-turvy grid in various elements of the grid. Not everybody had a bad one, but certainly some of the big names, such as Ellie Goldstein and Mark Kimber, really got caught out by the weather conditions. It didn't help them at all. So quite a few drivers have had to try and have a bit of a fight back as a result of the activities we've had on the circuit. Right, back to the Senior X30 battle, and there is just one race to go for all 3 of our groups of heats. So this is the last chance they are going to have of booking their final 30 places on the starting grid. As it stands at the moment, the only driver to go unbeaten in the Senior X30 brigade is Pedro Hiltbrand of Spain. He is the only one to have gone through the weekend thus far without losing a race. And it's definitely going to be interesting for him to see if he can hold on to it in this 5th and final heat that he will have later on. If he manages to do so, then he will obviously secure pole position by virtue of the fact that he has not been beaten. But we've got to wait until the 3rd and final heat of this rotation of Senior X30s before that gets decided. Another big rain drop splats onto my commentary box window. A few more are joining us in timekeeping. And that's slightly concerning, but at the moment, it is still psychological rain. It's not real rain until it actually affects the conditions on the circuit. And at the moment, it's still absolutely bone dry. So that's obviously something that could change over the course of racing. And once again, I have to say it, as I've said it before, at least it's happening during the Senior X30 races, the drivers with experience to manage these sort of situations. As if it was happening with the minis or the juniors, it would be a little bit concerning. But with seniors, they're racing drivers. Let them get on with it. So it's definitely going to be an interesting one this afternoon now as the rain once again decides to throw a bit of a curveball. And the mechanics are basically stood around going, well, come on then. Are you going to rain or what? I'll put wet tyres on if you make me, but I really don't want to be sat here trying desperately to make a decision. Just make the decision for me. And at the moment, it is slick tyres all the way because there's just not enough rain coming down to change the conditions. But the thing is, if it happens during the middle of the race, you ask, what will happen? Well, nothing. They'll just get on with it. It's just going to be a little bit more tricky. That's all. That's the way it is for the Senior X30 drivers in IAME Euro Series. That's why a lot of people encourage testing in wet conditions on slick tyres, because if you have no choice but to be on the circuit on slick tyres, such as it rains in the middle of a race, at least that way you can deal with the situation if it should so occur. But now the rain is starting to definitely make an appearance on the circuit. The big question now is going to be, how big a difference is it going to make to proceedings? Well, if I put my hand out of the window now, it's definitely starting. So this is it. This is the rain shower we've been waiting for. And it's definitely coming down harder. So the big question now is going to be, how long is it going to take before this rain shower affects the tyre choice of the contenders out on the circuit? Well, it could just be a matter of minutes before that decision is made for them. But certainly the race director has decided to make his way out over to the pit lane, has left his position, and essentially now the mechanics are keeping their wet tyres quite close by, because obviously they will be thinking, well, if it gets any wetter than this, we'll obviously have to think about wet tyres. But in reality, there's nothing to be done until the circuit conditions actually warrant this kind of intrusion of wet tyres to come through. And at this moment in time, there is absolutely no question that it still slicks all the way. So the contenders are just there on the starting grid. The drivers are starting to walk forward now because they obviously know, well, it's certainly starting to get a bit wetter out on the circuit. It is now raining. The air temperature is still at 30 degrees Celsius. The humidity is still at a sky high of 52%. Most likely because of the fact that these rain clouds were always destined to come over the circuit. But at this moment in time, I'm fairly sure that was the race director, Martin Bean, just heading over to the circuit, to the drivers in the pit lane and saying, it is not a wet race. It has not been declared. So as it stands at the moment, it is still slicks that the drivers should go for, because it is not a wet race until it is declared as one. And so up until that point, obviously everything stays as it was. But the rain is coming down. It's not heavy yet, but it is definitely coming down. So obviously that could be a bit of a change to the format of the afternoon if things get any wetter than they currently are. But certainly as it stands, it is slick tyres all the way. No change unless obviously you start to get enough water for there to be spray coming off the tyres. That's really when you know. Otherwise, it's just going to be a little bit greasy. And a little bit greasy is what we like, or certainly what I like as a racing fanatic and commentator. I'm not sure the drivers will feel the same way. Maximus Meyer and Rivaldo van der Westerlaken will take up residence on the front row of the starting grid for this one. And then it will be Aliska Babičkova and Bart Pluch that will be on the second row of the grid. Dan Steenman and Nicolas Mühlbach will be there on the third row of the grid. And then it will be Matilda Olsen and Drake Janssen that are on the fourth row. And Marlo Bollier and Manuel Scognamiglio will be rounding out the top 10. Watch out for Scognamiglio. In these sort of conditions on this circuit, he could be an absolute fireball out of the blocks, because he'll know where to find the circuit in these situations. Now the rain really is starting to come down. That's a bit more like it. Again, still not heavy enough for the change of tyres conditions yet, so as far as everybody is concerned, it is drizzling, but it's not wet race conditions as yet. So the drivers will have to keep their wits about them in the opening couple of laps. If it dramatically changes, you'll know about it. Well, a bit of an issue for Eliska Babičkova. Can she get out onto the circuit? Yes, she can. Thank goodness for that. So Maximus Meyer and Revaldo van der Westerleken from Eliska Babičkova and Bart Pluch. Then Dan Steenman and Nicholas Mulbach from Matilda Olsen and Drake Janssen. Marlo Bollier and Manuel Sconomilio, Sita van Meert and Arnold Malizia. Luna Claret and Sami Dari from Anzolo Cruz and Valentina Baracco. Liam Kesemans and Samuel De Filippo. Lazar Latigo and Charles Roussan from Petra Babičkova and Andrea Volpato. And then it is Eli Goldstein on his own, as Mashad Al-Mashad will not continue the race weekend. Giuseppe Guideri and Olivan Fight from Ferdinand Vinter, Luciano Morano, Max Sciolanda and Andrea Carraro. Now you can see the rain is starting to come down fairly heavily now on that part of the course. So the drivers are obviously coming around and trying to feel their way around. Now we've had this situation before where the drivers have obviously been out onto the circuit and they have had rain come down in the formation laps. They're on slick tyres obviously. There's not enough water on the circuit for that to make too much of a difference. It's going to be slippy and greasy in places, but it's certainly not going to be enough for it to cause a major problem. We have had these incidents in the past when it's got heavier during the formation and out laps, and then they've obviously taken the decision to stop the race if they needed to. But I don't really see that being an issue just yet. It is still very early days in this rain shower. And while you can see on the camera lenses that it is starting to come down, it's definitely nowhere near heavy enough to cause a major issue. So the race can continue as it currently stands. The drivers obviously have to cope with the elements. That's what they do. They're racing drivers. So this race, as you can see on that particular camera shot, the rain is definitely starting to be heavy on one part of the circuit. That's over to the far side of the circuit. But it's a bit of a long dimension of the circuit here. It's long and thin in terms of the track map here. It's all compressed into a nice rectangle, oblong diameter around this place. But the racing's definitely going to get interesting if it does get any heavier. But the drivers have got their tyres and temperatures up to as optimum a temperature as they can hope to have at this point. They're in their two tramlands. Are we going to go racing this time? They come off the final turn, and we are racing up to the first corner. It's going to be a good start from Maximus Meyer. A bit of a slide as they break for the first corner, and it's already caused a bit of an issue. Revaldo van der Westerleken with an excellent start round the outside. He gets into the lead. Meyer down to second as he gets a little bit nervous on the braking zone. Everybody tiptoes their way through. And so far, so good. Despite the issues in the first couple of corners with drivers struggling for grip, they've all got round turn 5 without incident. So van der Westerleken in front of Max Meyer. Meyer tries again to take the lead into the hairpin, and he gets there. Managing to shut the door in time for Bart Pluch, though, is van der Westerleken. So he holds on to second position. And now here comes Dan Steenman up on the curbs. Nearly tags his rival as they go through. And that drops in behind Matilda Olsen. Matilda Olsen now goes for it. Steenman on the inside line. Runs wide on the exit. Matilda Olsen back into fourth position. Well read by the Swede. So Olsen is in fourth position. The start is apparently under investigation. So somebody must have been out of their tram lines at the start of the race. But certainly it's good news for Meyer. Van der Westerleken. There goes Bart Pluch on the inside in his second place. So Bart Pluch makes the move into P2. Up and over the curbs. Steenman is back into fourth place on Matilda Olsen. So now the drivers will have their own little badinage out on the circuit as they banter away for every apex and every curve. So Meyer leads, Pluch second, Van der Westerleken third from Steenman, Olsen and Mulbach. Then it is Eliska Babičkova from Drake Janssen and Zolu Cruz and Sita van Meert. Here comes the move from the lead. Is it going to be enough for Bart Pluch? He drifts into the side of Max Meyer's kart, and that drops him back to third place behind Revaldo van der Westerleken. He goes back for the inside line, retakes second position. That will do nicely. So Bart Pluch holds the lead of the race as they continue now. Obviously, as it gets wetter around the circuit, as the rain comes down, the race leader, Max Meyer, is going to have the toughest job of all because he'll be the first one on the apex each time the weather condition changes on each lap. So he's got to be the first one to try and register the difficulty of the conditions and hope that he can get the kart stopped. On the back straight, Max Meyer ahead of Bart Pluch. Revaldo van der Westerleken in third place. Fourth is Dan Steenman, and in fifth place it is Matilda Olsen. So the battle continues. Here's Dan Steenman on the inside of van der Westerleken. The Dutch race is definitely going well now. second, third and fourth. Here comes Matilda Olsen on the inside. She bags fourth position away from Van der Westerlaken. So a good run from Matilda Olsen, and now she's going for third on the inside of Dan Steenman, and she's there. Excellent work from Matilda Olsen. That is P3. Dan Steenman tries to edge her further into the apex and make a run wide, but Matilda Olsen has it neatly done into third position. Steenman has another look for potential run at third place. Olsen runs a little bit wide, and that's enough. Steenman is through, back into third place. Olsen has to let him go. Now Bart Pluk is closing right up on the race leader, Max Meyer, as Max Yolander, another fast Swede, has got the fastest lap of the race done. Yolander is up to 22nd place from starting from the back of the grid, so storming his way through the pack. And Valde van der Westerlaken hasn't quite been able to make the move yet on Matilda Olsen. What about Bart Pluk? All over the back of the race leader. Here they are. So Max Meyer still leads. Steenman is third, but Bart Pluk, as you can see, is getting very close to Maximus Meyer. So this is an opportunity. Can Max Meyer hold on in front of Bart Pluk? Pluk is pushing hard here on the TD machine. Still a good battle going on behind them, but this is Bart Pluk's opportunity to go for Maximus Meyer. You can see that the karts are a little bit looser in these greasier conditions with the rain threatening to come down harder. But certainly for the moment, Bart Pluk is right in there behind Maximus Meyer, hoping for a way past. Luna Claret with the new fastest lap of the race. Bart Pluk might be lining up a move into the hairpin. Will he has a go on the inside line? No, he thinks better of it. Max Meyer still holds the advantage. When is Bart Pluk going to make the overtake? Now he's going to unleash the opportunity on the inside. That'll do. Bart Pluk takes the lead in front of Maximus Meyer. Great run from the young Belgian, from the young Dutchman, I should say, sorry. It's Thierry Del Rey who is the Belgian in that fold. So Maximus Meyer, second place, and it is Thierry Del Rey's young man, Bart Pluk, that has taken the lead here in the Senior X30, the final heat for him. Dan Steenman in third place, Matilda Olsen in fourth. Then it is Nicolas Mühlbach and Rivaldo van der Westerlaken. Then Babichkova, Janssen, La Cruz, Boyer, Van Meert, Hesmans, Claret, Baracco, Lartigo, Ellie Goldstein and Charles Roussan. Lots of great racing still in the offing of this one as Ellie Goldstein is still trying to work his way through the field. He's up to 15th, past Rosal, Lartigo. But it is a fastest lap of the race from him. Onzo La Cruz up the inside there, makes his overtaking move on Drake Janssen. So onto the Cruz up into 8th position, and now diving for the inside of his next opponent. That's a big lunge on the inside of, that's Drake Janssen getting back indeed on Enzo La Cruz. The 284 in the mix there as well as Malo Bollier. And then you've also got Sita Van Meert. She's trying to make her way up through the rankings as well. So Bart Pluk leads the race side by side. Here comes Sita Van Meert, trying to get through on the inside line, and she's there. So an excellent overtake on that particular occasion. Sita Van Meert picking up another move, and now she's lining up the opportunity on Enzo La Cruz. Having got past, Malo Bollier's got past La Cruz, so now Sita Van Meert lining up an overtake of his own. There's Eliska Babichkova, having slipped to 7th place behind Rivaldo van der Westerlaken. He's also slipping backwards down the field. But Bart Pluk is your leader. Maximus Meyer second. Here's the move for 4th. That is Nicolas Mühlbach. And Nicolas Mühlbach gets the run on Matilda Olsen. Now Olsen is having to play defensive card to Rivaldo van der Westerlaken. Shut the door on the exit. 3:52, Nicolas Mühlbach signals in the air. The rain is coming down, perhaps, is what he's saying. As they continue to charge forward, Bart Pluk and Maximus Meyer are long gone. They are 3 seconds clear of the rest of the field. This is the duel for 3rd position. And in P5 there, Matilda Olsen still hanging on to the opportunity in front of Rivaldo van der Westerlaken and Eliska Babichkova on the back straight. Still the rain threatening to come down heavy. Looks like it's okay for the moment. I don't think it's going to get any heavier than this anytime soon. So Bart Pluk leads the way. And up the inside, that's a good run from Rivaldo van der Westerlaken. He gets past Matilda Olsen. Olsen now trying to make their revenge attack. Van der Westerlaken chops across the nose of that cart. And there is no opportunity for her to retaliate yet. Now she's got to keep the cart nice and wide for Eliska Babichkova. But they're going to go into the final lap, and Bart Pluk has got the advantage on Max Meyer. Last lap begins, and he has got the advantage here, no problem. Dan Steenman in 3rd in front of Nicolas Mühlbach. Can Mühlbach get one more place done here on Dan Steenman? Certainly having a think about it as the Spirit Racing driver gets close in behind the PDB Falcon. Is there going to be one final push down the back straight? Nicolas Mühlbach really wants to get the opportunity. He's got a good chance here, and that's well defended by Steenman. Mühlbach has to back out of it and hope for another good run. Stiemann is defending a little bit too aggressively. If he's not careful, Mühlbach is going to pull a fast one on him. Mühlbach rounds the hairpin. Can he get the switchback maneuver out of the next corner? This is where he's going to be backed into the apex. And there is the move from Eliska Babičková. She gets Matilda Olsen on the last lap. But it is Bart Pluch that gets the victory. An excellent run from the Dutchman in front of Maximus Meyer. Third place is going to go the way just of Dan Stiemann in front of Nicolas Mühlbach. In front of Nicolas Mühlbach, I should say. Rivalda van der Westerleken ahead of Eliska Babičková and Matilda Olsen. Very exciting stuff all the way through that field. A great pack of drivers in the mix there, and we saw some excellent driving, some excellent performances, and one driver has actually come straight into the pit lane at the end of the race without going into the rolling lap. So I think a very frustrated Liam Kiesemans, who came through and decided, elected not to finish the full race distance technically. Cruised across the line in dead last and parked it in the holding area. But Bart Pluch, an excellent run from the Dutchman. He really has been exceptional there. And there you go. Race director is very, very happy with the way they drove that race. Martin Bean applauding the drivers as they come in. It was a difficult circumstance of a race there, because obviously they started with a little bit of rain coming down. But the drivers have been very sensible and mature. There's only been a little couple of moments that we got close to the mark, but well done to the competitors. Bart Pluch and Maximus Meyer from Dan Stiemann and Nicolas Mühlbach. Then Rivalda van der Westerleken and Eliska Babičková from Matilda Olsen and Marlo Bollier. Luna Claret and Drake Jansen from Eddie Goldstein and Enzo La Cruz. Sita van Meert ahead of Valentina Baracco, Max Jolanda and Arnold Malizia. Then Charles Roussan ahead of Petra Babičková, who finishes up 18th. They're just in front of Manuel Scognamiglio. What a disaster for the Italian. Samuel De Filippo in front of Andrea Carraro. And then Giuseppe Guerrieri from Andrea Volpato. Ferdinand Winter ahead of Olivan Veit. Luciano Morano, Sami Darri, Lazar Latigo and Liam Kiesemans. Every single driver finished that race. So a very excellent run there from all of the competitors. It was very tricky. Certainly could have had the most drama of all the heats so far. But everybody kept it very sensible. And as you can see, yet again, the mechanics leaving it as late as is humanly possible to get into that dummy grid. As the drivers, they just want to be on their toes. If they've got a chance to get the right tyre strategy change, they're obviously going to take it. But so far, they haven't really needed to. As Callum Bradshaw gets his way to the front end of the grid, and I have a feeling he's going straight to his teammates to ask them about the conditions. He's obviously thinking there, is it actually that greasy out there? Is there enough grip? I'm sure the drivers will say, it's all right. It's not too bad. He'll be going straight to his teammate Matilda Olsen, no doubt, who's just had a brilliant race in the top 10, who will know all about the conditions in that race. And obviously the teammates, they do work together. And they want to make sure that they can obviously share each other's data and get an understanding as to how everybody is in these different circumstances. So some fabulous situations and scenarios for the drivers. They're always going to be pushing right at the sharp end of things. So it's now time to see what the next heat is going to bring us. Only 2 heats to go for the senior drivers before we get to second chance heats and consolation races. And that's going to put Callum Bradshaw on the front row of the starting grid for this one with Danny Canonini. Here the drivers come, finally. Glad you could join us. Just being a little bit late on the call to the inside line. They obviously have to be very careful about this as well, because you've obviously got officials that are desperately trying to get them through the gate at the appropriate time. You can't just leave it till the bitter end and then all fly through at the same time. You've got to be a bit sensible about when you bring your karts to the grid. But it certainly looks as though all of the karts are through there on slick tyres again. And of course, that's a very logical decision, really. Well, if in doubt, always go slicks, because at least then you know roughly what the tyres are going to give you in terms of grip in slightly tricky conditions. But if you go onto wet tyres on a dry track, it's a lot worse than if you go onto slick tyres on a wet track, because all it takes is a couple of laps on the dry tyres with wets, and you've got absolutely no rubber onto the contact patches of the circuit at all. At least if it dries out quickly or it gets a little bit wet, when you've got slick tyres on, you've got a little bit more contact patch with the road, so you've got more chance of saving the kart than you would do if you had wet tyres on when the track is drying out, for example. But even so, the drivers are just finding it a little bit hectic, as of course are the mechanics. They want to be given clear instructions and clear decisions to be made. And if the weather is playing chicken at the moment, which it currently is at the moment, it can't quite make its mind up as to what it's going to do. That definitely makes life a little bit harder for the mechanics' decision making. So the competitors come in once again. It's Callum Bradshaw and Danny Catanini that will run at the front row of the starting grid for this one. Samba Lota will once again take his position right in behind Callum Bradshaw, as Aaron Walker will once again take his right in behind Danny Catanini. Now, obviously, it's the first time that these two competitors on either side of the grid will meet each other for the first time. Always very interesting to observe the behavior of the drivers in the holding area as they get ready to go out. It's a very analytical process, trying to assess what the other competitors are doing. And obviously, Callum Bradshaw and Aaron Walker keeping a close eye on Danny Catanini. Of course, he also has a Tony Kart chassis in the ASD Auto Europeo team. So on paper, there's nothing different between the equipment of the Strawberry Racing team and ASD Auto Europeo. But of course, it doesn't actually come down to the identical chassis. It comes down to how you set them up and how you position yourself in the right frame of mind for each race. And obviously, with a little bit of the hectic tension for getting the karts quite late onto the starting grid, this is always going to be an interesting challenge. And what's also going to be an interesting challenge is you see a couple of the teams are actually going to work on their karts now that they're in position, is tyre pressures. It's such a big minefield for the competitors to get right. If you get the tyre pressure wrong by even as little as half a PSI, it really can make a massive difference into terms of how much speed and grip you're going to get out of your tyres for the 9 laps of racing. Well, certainly for the moment, the rain is holding off. It's in the air, and it's certainly there or thereabouts. And you do kind of get the sense that there's going to be high activity and high pressure around the circuit until it actually falls. We are told that there is a 100% chance by some forecasters that it will fall tomorrow morning. Now, whether that's going to be in time for the warm-up or whether that's going to be in time for the first pre-finals, we don't actually know. But certainly, according to the weather forecast that several people have shown me over the course of today, there is a 100% chance, and I don't see that very often, of rain for Sunday morning. Now, that doesn't tell us anything about this afternoon, but if they do want to play a little bit of a warm-up before the main concert tomorrow morning, then it's certainly going to be something we'll know about pretty quickly. We had a little bit of rain at the start of that previous heat, of course, but it didn't turn into much, in all honesty. So it seems as though it's pretty reasonable in position at this moment in time. So we're just trying to hope that it stays into position, and we hope it's all going to pretty much stay as it is. If it has to come down, the rain, then it definitely doesn't need to be too heavy. But there are several drivers in the field who probably want this opportunity because they'll want something to shake up, and a bit of rain might just do that. There are some spots coming down, evident by my commentary box window, starting to get a little bit more artistic as the raindrops come down. But it's certainly not enough, really, to cause any issues in terms of change of tyre compound. Callum Bradshaw and Danny Catanini, front row of the starting grid. Samba Lota and Aaron Walker there together on the second row of the grid. And it's going to be Lewis Mackey who goes on the third row alongside the best rapper in Castelletto, Gianluigi Palego. You don't believe me? Keep an eye on his social media feed tonight, and I'm sure there's going to be an opportunity to see that over the course of tomorrow. And we will see Guillaume Barberin and Hugo Trichard on the far side of things on the fourth row. And then the fifth row, we're going to see Enzo Levesque and Kamal Agar, who will be there together on the fifth row of the starting grid in the top 10. The sixth row of the grid is going to see Laurence Lecertua beside Kian Shields, two drivers that always have an opportunity to charge their way through and usually take it. Seventh row of the grid, Andreas Devatsoglu and Matteo Salomon on the seventh row. Then it will be Yanni Stevenhadens and Santiago Valve, the Spanish driver. He will be trying to push his way through. And then we'll have Lucas Tuilman, the Belgian, along with Noah Maton, his countryman. Tanya Müller, who's been making massive progress in every race, making some great overtaking moves to get herself back into a competitive position, along with Andrea Barbieri. And then we will see Mika Voss and Jaden Post on the 11th row of the starting grid. Gustav Jonsson and Eloy Gonzalez on the 12th row of the grid, and then it will be Alessio Mario Abate and Benjamin Pack on the 13th row. Mark Kimber will need to make some progress in this one. From 27th on the grid, Adrian Margiulio alongside him, and then Yanis Dimos at the back of the grid. So once again, there's rain in the air, but it's not on the track. That's the crucial thing. And the drivers will head out on slick tyres. So Callum Bradshaw and Danny Cananini from Sam Balota and Aaron Walker, Lewis Mackie and Gianluigi Pelego, Guillaume Barberin and Hugo Trichard from Enzo Levesque and Kamal Agar, Laurence de Sertua and Kian Shields from Andrea Stevatsoglu and Matteo Salomon, Yanis Steven Haydens and Santiago Valde from Lucas Talman and Noah Maton, Tanya Müller and Andrea Barbieri. And then we have Mika Voss and Jaden Post, Gustav Jonsson and Eloy Gonzalez, Alessio Maria Abate and Benjamin Pack from Mark Kimber, Adrian Margiulio and Yanis Dimos. Now, two drivers do not appear to have got out onto the circuit just yet. They are namely Jaden Post and Eloy Gonzalez. They are still in the holding area, waiting to go out. So I don't know whether they've been able to join in at the tail end of the field or not yet, but certainly those two karts are still in the holding area at the moment. So they might well be able to go out onto the circuit once the 358 of Yanis Dimos has gone past. Nope, it looks like both of them are done. Looks like both of them are done. I don't think they're going to go any further in this race, as they would certainly be pushing themselves out of the pits if it were so. So that is devastating news for Jaden Post and Eloy Gonzalez. The way their weekends have gone, we may be about to see them in the second chance heat or possibly even the consolation race a little later on this afternoon, which will be for the drivers that haven't made it through to the opportunity to get to the second chance heat. So Callum Bradshaw just weaving the tyres and brakes up to temperature. And then the competitors can get racing once again here at Siete Larghi. Looks like the rain has ceased again, although it is trying to come down. Fascinating situation as it just can't make its mind up at the moment. So the competitors will come through the final chicane. They look like they're in two good lines as far as I'm concerned. And off the final corner they will come. Callum Bradshaw and Danny Cananini, Sam Balota and Aaron Walker, and the lights go out, so we are racing. It's a good start from the pole position for Bradshaw. Mackie gets a good run in behind Balota. The even side of the grid did not get a good start at all, so it's no problem for Bradshaw, Balota and Mackie. Fourth place Danny Cananini, the rest of the field swarming their way through, hoping to stay out of trouble, but at least go for an opportunity or two. Couple of karts coming together there in the S's, but nothing malicious and certainly nothing race-ending. As the battle continues, the conflagration gets very close together in the far side of the circuit as everybody tries to make an overtaking move. But Bradshaw ahead of Balota, Mackie, and then Caranini up the inside. That is the fifth place run for the 356 of Guillaume Barberin. He really has been doing a good job this weekend, Guillaume Barberin. The start is under investigation, we are told. So that means that a couple of drivers will be out of position at the start, and that could definitely make things very tricky for after the race. But certainly at the moment, Callum Bradshaw doing his best to run away from Balota, Mackie and Caranini. Lesertua in fifth place from Guillaume Barberin. There goes Mackie into second place. So Lewis Mackie gets into P2 as he overtakes the very talented Sam Balota. But Lewis Mackie is now going to go down the back straight and head in towards the challenge from Callum Bradshaw. Up to the hairpin. Is this going to be the move? Straight away for Lewis Mackie. No dilly-dallying and no waiting around. Lewis Mackie clearly feels he's got some pace, so he's going to get straight into the lead and hope he disappears. Still some rain coming down at the far side of the circuit, according to that camera lens position. Callum Bradshaw second. Third is Sam Balota. Fourth, Danny Cananini. So now they come into the S's, and this is where the end of the lap, obviously, there's going to be a little bit of interesting connections between the two into the next lap. Bradshaw putting some pressure on Lewis Mackie once again. But are we going to get to see a move for the lead? No, we're not, because Lewis Mackie chops right across on him. So Bradshaw is there in second from Balota and Caranini. Then it's then it was Laurence de Sertua, but Enzo Levesque has now managed to get through into fifth position at the expense of de Sertua. Pelego back into sixth position as a result of that. So Pelego finds himself now in the top six. And it's de Sertua, Barberin, Walker, Shields, Aga, Desert Soglu, Valve and Steven Aidens. So a very tough battle, that is for certain. You obviously want to get an awful lot of drivers pushed forward to get another opportunity to move past. And Lewis Mackie leads the way here from Callum Bradshaw, Sam Balota and Danny Cananini. out of the final turn. And on the main straight into turn 1 once again. Mackie, Bradshaw, Balota, Carinini. Levesque is in 5th place from Balego, Babarin and Walker. And here's the move. Carinini tries to get through on the inside of Sam Balota. That's not going to happen, mate. You're going to have to back down and figure out some other trick. As Lewis Mackie tries to run clear of the reigning world champion. Mackie, 50.0. Callum Bradshaw, 2nd place. Balota in 3rd. Carinini in 4th. And then a big gap back to Anso Levesque. They're 2 seconds further back from the leading quartet. Obviously some battles for them further back in the pack. But the leading 4, no problems at all for them as they continue to press away from the rest of the field. Balota trying to keep close to Bradshaw. Bradshaw trying to hunt down Lewis Mackie. And at 4th position, Danny Carinini is just waiting for something spicy to kick off. In the final turn, they complete lap 4, 5 to go in this final qualifying heat of their weekend. And this is definitely going to give us an indication as to who's going to be towards that sharp end of the dais. Danny Carinini could really do with a better result than 4th place. And that is a very slow-moving Matteo Salamone. So Matteo Salamone has had a miserable weekend, and it comes to an end as he pulls off on the final chicane. So Matteo Salamone is out once more. Up to the hairpin. But still, Mackie, Bradshaw, Balota, Carinini. But Carinini could not afford really a 4th place finish. Here's Bradshaw on the inside of Lewis Mackie. Retakes the lead. So Callum Bradshaw back to the front. Lewis Mackie wants to reposition himself. Now, Callum Bradshaw using tactics here. He wants to back Lewis Mackie into the path of Sam Balota. It's almost working, but Balota isn't taking the bait. He wants to go with Lewis Mackie to surge the Vision Motorsport driver into their opponent. So this could end up being a fascinating final couple of laps now. Balota feels, all right, I can go for it now. I've got time to go for Bradshaw, so he gets into 2nd place. Lewis Mackie is going to fall into the clutches of Danny Carinini. Bradshaw still looking for a top 6 finish in the finals, because if he finishes where he is, he will be P6 on the starting grid for the pre-final. There goes Lewis Mackie back on the inside of Sam Balota. Balota's going to try again as he comes off the turn. Balota gets back into P2. Don't you understand this script, Lewis? I've got to be the one who runs in front to make it work. And as a result of that, Sam Balota gets into 2nd place. But goodbye, everybody, says Callum Bradshaw. He's going to check out Charlie out in front. 4th place, Danny Carinini could do with these two to continue battling away for 2nd place. Balota swarming around. Mackie dives for the inside. Balota has to let him go. Balota will try again on Lewis Mackie. And Danny Carinini getting frustrated in 4th place. What are you two playing at? We're losing so much time to Bradshaw. And I think that's pretty much signed the deal for Bradshaw to get the victory. There's no chance of a reprieve for the other competitors now. He's too far ahead. Santiago Valdes sets the new fastest lap. Mackie, Balota and Carinini still battling over this 2nd place run. Levesque in 5th place is now only 1.4 seconds back. It was a good 2 seconds at one stage, so they've lost a lot of time scrabbling amongst themselves. But certainly this is great news for Callum Bradshaw. He leads the race comfortably here out in front. So Mackie, Balota and Carinini. It hasn't quite been the game plan we expected it was going to be from the sharp end of the field, as Aaron Walker currently can't get out of 8th place. I thought he would go with his teammate Callum Bradshaw and start to make a bit of an impression of the distance out on the front end of the road. But he hasn't been able to get close enough to help his teammate out. Callum Bradshaw's had to do this on his own. Steve's rolled up. Give it gung-ho. Down the back straight, Lewis Mackie checks over his shoulder. Right there is still Sam Balota. Behind him is Danny Carinini. Santiago Valdes sets the fastest lap of the race now that he's crept into the top 10. But is this going to be enough for these 3 guys to have a decent position for the pre-final? The short answer is yes in the case of Danny Carinini, possibly in the case of Lewis Mackie and Sam Balota. They're not in the top 8. So it could not be a more tougher situation if they do get through, because they're going to be down the order. But into the last lap comes Callum Bradshaw. He's had a moment. He had that spin at the beginning of the morning, but other than that, he's been absolute world class. And despite losing the lead earlier in the heat to Lewis Mackie, he's not only been able to take it back, but has also managed to stretch out a 9/10 of a second advantage. So the race battle has been truly exceptional from Callum Bradshaw. Great to see him give himself a hard time out there and push for the victory even so regardless. But is there going to be a 3rd place challenge from Danny Carinini on the last lap from Sam Balota? Balota edging closer to Lewis Mackie. You've got to be very brave if you send that one up the inside. Instead, he's having to go defensive on Danny Carinini. Carinini's lining him up for a crack at 3rd position in the final hairpin. A big slingshot manoeuvre coming from Danny Carinini, is it? Or has Sam Balota shut the door in time? I think he has. So that will be a non-event then. It's going to be Callum Bradshaw that takes the win. in front of Lewis Macchi, Sam Balota and Danny Catanini, with Enzo Levesque in front of Giuseppe Pelego. So Callum Bradshaw in front of Lewis Macchi, Sam Balota and Danny Catanini, Enzo Levesque and Gianluigi Pelego from Guillaume Barberin, Aaron Walker, Santiago Valde and Laurence de Certua in the top 10. Drivers that all needed to make a good result of this one. But a win for Callum Bradshaw is very well timed, as he is there in 6th position now, looking very smooth indeed and very solid, as his weekend has been building up to a good crescendo for all the right reasons now. An opportunity knocking on the door for Callum Bradshaw. He just needs to keep the faith, keep his head about him. He's still got a good chance to get this final one, especially if in the pre-final tomorrow it ends up raining. If it does, then Bradshaw is the man to call for some good pace. We're still going to find out who is going to be the man that will join Andy Rattel and Luna Flusha as pole position sitters here in Siete Larghi. We'll hear from both of those drivers after the race day. We'll also hear from the pole position in Senior X30, whoever that will be. Callum Bradshaw gets the win in the last heat for him, though. Lewis Macchi in second from Sam Balota. Danny Catanini ahead of Enzo Levesque and Gianluigi Pelego. Guillaume Barberin and Aaron Walker from Santiago Valde and Laurence de Certua. Kamal Agar in 11th ahead of Kian Shields. Then it is Lucas Talman in front of Andreas Devatsoglu. From Mark Kimber in 15th place. Yanis Stephen Haydens is 16th in front of Noah Maton and Mika Voss. 19th place behind him is Andrea Barbieri, and then Benjamin Pack from Hugo Trichard, Gustav Jonsson and Tanja Müller from Alessio Mario Abate, Yanis Dimos, Adrian Margiulio, and the one retirement from the race, which was Matteo Salomone, although we had non-starters in the face of Jaden Post and Eli Gonzalez, who's had a nightmare weekend right from the start. And it's no real surprise that he is bitterly, bitterly frustrated not to even be in the race for his 5th and final heat of the weekend. So that is the qualifying heat for C versus F. Yet again, the teams decide to leave it late to get to the grid, just in case the weather decides to change its mind at the last moment. For the reference, it hasn't. Still there or thereabouts. There is definitely rain lingering, but it isn't going to do anything, so there's no point continuing to talk about it. So the drivers will make their way to the dummy grid once again, and it's going to be a very interesting one this time. Clayton Ravenscroft pole position, and on the outside line it's going to be Pedro Hiltbrand, the man who has been unbeaten so far this weekend. Now, if he can keep this unbeaten run all the way to the dais, then the 346 Pedro Hiltbrand is going to secure pole position for the Senior X30 pre-final tomorrow, and that gives you the best possible chance of being there at the front end of the field after a very exciting run this weekend. So the drivers doing a fair job as they continue to battle away for position, but it really has been a solid effort from all of the contenders as they run around the course of the circuit. Clayton Ravenscroft, 243, there in position on the inside line of the front row of the grid. And he will be there alongside Pedro Hiltbrand. But everybody just getting themselves dialed in and lined up for a very interesting battle. Now, as it stands coming into this qualifying heat, it hasn't obviously been decided and it hasn't obviously been completed, the battles for grid positions. But we're certainly getting close to the mark. The race getting underway in a little under 7 minutes' time. But qualifying heat B versus D is going to see Clayton Ravenscroft in pole position and Pedro Hiltbrand alongside him in second place. As it stands provisionally in the qualifying heat's interim standings, we have Pedro Hiltbrand unbeaten from all of his races. The 2016 world champion finds himself on the outside of the front row for this particular race, but he has won all 4 of his races, including the 1 or 2 where he did indeed start from the outside line of the front row. So it's still achievable from that outside line, as Pedro Hiltbrand has already proved it twice before. Now, he currently leads the interim standings with 0 points. That's because he's won all 4 of his races. And as usual, in the karting world at this level, you get 0 points every time you take a qualifying heat win. 2 points for second, 3 for third, 4 for fourth, 5 for fifth, and so on. And then it's accumulated points all the way down in a golf scorecard style scoring system. Whoever has the lowest points in the top 30 drivers of the rankings are the ones that automatically get through to the pre-final in that order on the starting grid. And then the final 6 are taken from the second chance heat later on in the afternoon. So Pedro Hiltbrand currently has 0 points for scoring 4 wins out of 4. Second in the rankings is currently Oliver Greenall, who will come out onto the circuit in 5th position. He's had 4 points accumulated from the 4 races, which is a very good return indeed from his efforts. Maximus Meyer, who is done for the day, is 7 points on the mark, and that puts him 3rd in the rankings at this moment. So if Greenall finishes 3rd or lower, then he is going to lose that front row grid starting spot. No pressure to Max Meyer, but obviously he's going to have to be very, very alert in this race and get his way to 1st or 2nd on the starting grid. It'll be 3rd or lower for Oliver Greenall, and then obviously that is going to drop him down the order. So he needs to be 1st or 2nd to secure that place on the front row of the grid. Unless, of course, something were to befall Pedro Hiltbrand, in which case there's a good chance Oliver Greenall might be able to fight it to pole position. Max Meyer has finished his races for the day, so he remains on 7 points. And so Max Meyer will get at least 3rd position. That's the worst case scenario for Max Meyer. And to be honest, he'll probably be quite happy if he starts 3rd position, because he'll be 1 place behind Pedro Hiltbrand on the inside line of the 2nd row of the grid for the pre-final tomorrow, which is not a bad place to be starting from. 4th at this moment in time is Danny Cadanini, who didn't really need a 4th place finish at the end of that. He could really have done with a top 3 to give him a few less points to battle away with, but he now has 9 accumulated. Ivan Bataya has 14, which is to the benefit of Danny Cadanini. It means he's got a little bit more of a gap over Bataya, but he's been consistent and solid enough. A 4th place finish should be okay for him to stay on the 2nd row of the grid. Callum Bradshaw will be 15 points to the better, having had his victory earlier on, which means he's going to be ahead of Teresa Babachkova and Clayton Ravenscroft, whatever happens. So Callum Bradshaw will be at the very minimum this weekend for the pre-final in 6th position. That's the worst case scenario for Callum Bradshaw. But now there's going to be quite a few shuffles outside the top 8 as drivers desperately try to get their way into the top 30 for this heat. It's going to be Clayton Ravenscroft and Pedro Hiltbrand on the front row, as we mentioned. Then Michael Müller will be 3rd position on the grid, the Swiss driver, alongside Spain's Ivan Bataya. Then it'll be Oliver Greenall alongside Teresa Babachkova on that 3rd row of the starting grid. And then we will see Alessandro Tudiska and Kalai Atkins on the 4th row of the grid together, the Belgian and the Jamaican. Alfie Prince, will be next up in 9th position on the starting grid. Sorry, Alfie. See you in court. Alfie Prince will be 9th on the starting grid then for the Evolution team. And alongside him on the starting grid will be the Frenchman Alexandre Zancanaro, who's been very strong in the X-Brit chassis all weekend long. Then it is 2 of the recent additions to the field, Luis Alves and Jaime Sanz on the 6th row of the grid. Berend Vanderberg on the PDB Falcon lines up on the 7th row of the grid alongside the Swedish driver for KR Sport, that is Robbie Avidan. And he is there in P14 on the starting grid. Senna van Solen and Henki Kouteren will make it an all-Dutch row 8 as they run together on that side of the grid. Then it will be Edoardo Borelli and Matteo Segre, the 2 Italians for the Tony Kart and OK1 chassis, respectfully. Clarissa Dervic, who's been charging her way through the pack every race. 19th on the starting grid for her so far in all of the races, or certainly from the 10th row of the grid in all the races. But boy, has she been working her way through that traffic and getting herself up towards the top 30. Hopefully she's going to be able to reward herself with a automatic place in the top 30. To continue her weekend through for the AC Motorsport team. Alongside her on the grid is Alexandra Monod of the Victory Lane karting team. Then it is Matteo Luvisi. A very interesting up and down weekend for the TB Kart squad this time. They haven't quite had the same success that we saw from them 12 months ago when Eduardo Villa came to town. Alongside him on the grid, though, is Hugo Arendi, the Estonian. And he is hoping for another strong battle from the Dan Holland Racing team. Kevin Bejanin will be on the 12th row of the grid alongside Andreas Hebert. And then the Portuguese lady Francisca Queiroz is going to be on the 13th row of the grid alongside Bulgarian talent Kaloyan Vabitsaliev. And then we have Isabel Abbas, the Dutch racer. She's alongside Fahed Al-Khaled of Kuwait for the Biralat Middle East squad. And then Alex Kobe of Ireland. And she will line up alongside the Italian Luca Bertonelli. 9 more laps of Senior X30 racing in this one. And it's definitely going to sort out the wheat from the chaff, as the drivers will be pushing very hard indeed in the final 9 laps of Senior X30 racing. Weather update, your guess is as good as mine. Changes nothing at the moment. It's still a dry race. And it's still a hot one as well. 30 degrees Celsius air temperature. Threatening to push to 31, but the humidity is still up in the 52-53% mark. So it's hot and humid. Very tricky. The worst combination for drivers in race suits and overalls, as well as the race suits, helmets and boots and everything. It's a very, very hot day at the office for all of them. X30 Senior qualifying heat B versus D. This will set the top 30 for the pre-final grid as we finish things off. And then later on, we'll have the second chance in consolation races. Clayton Ravenscroft and Pedro Hilbrand from Michael Müller and Ivan Batalla. Oliver Greenall and Teresa Babičkova from Alessandro Tudiska and Carly Atkins. Alfie Prince and Alexandra Zancanaro from Luis Alves and Jaime Sanz. Beren Vandenberg and Robbie Avidan from Senna van Solen and Heikki Kalteren, Eduardo Borelli and Matteo Segre. Then it is Clarissa Dervic and Alexandra Mono from Matteo Luvisi and Hugo Arendi. Kevin Bejanin and Andreas Hebert from Francisca Queiroz and Kaloyan Vabitsaliev, Isabella Abbas and Fahad El Khaled. And then it is Alex Kobe and Luca Bertinelli. 30 drivers all battling away together in this final qualifying heat before we find out who the top 30 drivers in this contest are in Senior X30. They will get automatic grid slots on the pre-final from their ranks in the qualifying heats, first down to 30th. And then obviously the final 6 places on the grid will be decided through the second chance heat later on this afternoon. Those are for the drivers that didn't make it into the top 30. And that's always a bit of a rout of a race because everybody wants to be in that top 36 drivers in the pre-final, and there's only 6 spaces available. The race after this one is also going to be the second chance heat for the X30 Minis, by the way. So they will have one final chance to get into the battle themselves. Only 3 races remain today after this one, but this is the last qualifying heat for the X30 Seniors. So it's obviously going to be quite intense from this point onwards. And we'll see how the drivers cope under the strain of it all. Clayton Ravenscroft, pole position. Pedro Hilbrand alongside in second. Hilbrand has gone unbeaten. If he can keep that going, or if he can finish no lower than third, he will guarantee himself pole position for tomorrow's X30 Senior pre-final. Third or higher will be perfectly enough for Pedro Hilbrand to be pole position tomorrow. So Clayton Ravenscroft wants to deny him of that, and several other places as well, if he can make the stars align. 2 straight lines, just like Madeline. Here we go, racing out of the first corner, and it's a good start from Hilbrand, trying to get right round the outside of Ravenscroft and then tuck in. Müller gets a good getaway as well. And is there going to be a charge forward from Hilbrand? He does have a look at Ravenscroft. He has to back out of it, but it's a very exciting run. Through the left, through the right. The drivers battle away together onto the back straight. And so far, it is Clayton Ravenscroft in front of Pedro Hilbrand. A great tussle for position further back. That's Oliver Greenall trying to keep in front of Teresa Babičkova. As on the inside, Tudiska gets his run on the inside line. Teresa Babičkova has to let him go. And here's the move from Hilbrand. Halfway around the opening lap. That'll do nicely. Ravenscroft wants a piece of him back again. Tries to get him on the switch on the recovery through the second hairpin. Can he get a faster line off the turn? He's definitely chasing him down, but it hasn't changed a thing. Pedro Hilbrand still leads the way as Clayton Ravenscroft is going to push very hard as they continue on the far side of the circuit, back onto the main straight, in through turn 1. Ravenscroft still pushing. Hilbrand is going to be interesting to try and get one over on. Both of these drivers are at their A game at the moment. Hilbrand and Ravenscroft so closely matched here this weekend. So much speed out of both karts and so much speed and endeavour out of these 2 drivers. Here's the move from Batalla. He gets through on the inside of Müller. So Ivan Batalla gets through on Michael Müller. And now we've got Alessandro Tudiska. He's in 5th position trying to make his move. Here comes Tudiska on the inside. Oh, Müller's parking the bus. He won't let him through at all. And that's going to give an opportunity for Babičkova and Greenall to move further forward. Babičkova launches on the inside of Tudiska. Tudiska parks it on the inside apex. Greenall's getting a little bit hectic in behind Babičkova. And it looks as though there might be a few spots of rain again appearing on the far side of the course. Here comes Tudiska. Enough is enough. He'll park it on the inside of Müller. Gets through. Müller chops back across. Babičkova was already alongside. Has to now back off the throttle to let him go. So Hilbrand and Ravenscroft well clear. Batalla is trying to keep in touch with Ravenscroft as they go down the back straight. 1, 2 and 3. 4th place for Tudiska on the Charles Leclerc chassis. 5th place for Müller, Babičkova and then Greenall. Here comes Babičkova on the inside line. Makes the move and Greenall gets there on the inside as well of Michael Müller. So Babičkova is 5th. Oh, and off the road. That is Carly Atkins going wide there. So Carly Atkins unfortunately has to slingshot in behind Robbie Avidan. So Avidan, the Swedish driver, is now up into, what is that going to be, 13th place, I do believe. So a bit of an issue there for Kalai Atkins as he drifts wide onto the grass. But now into turn 1. Hiltbrand, Ravenscroft, Bataya, Tudiska, Babichkova, Müller, Greenall. Looks like a couple of problems earlier on in the field as well. A couple of drivers dropping back through the pack. I think Heikki Kalteren's just fallen out of the top 10. And still the drivers battle on. Tudiska with the fastest lap of the race now on the Charles Leclerc chassis for Fusion Motorsport. Actually carrying the Fusion, not carrying the Fusion Motorsport colours, actually carrying the colours of the Charles Leclerc chassis. I will get my worms out eventually, honestly. Into the hairpin. And still, so far, a good battle from Tudiska as he closes up on Ivan Bataya. Will he slingshot on the inside of Ravenscroft? Not yet. Whoops, we've got someone off on the grass further back. And that's kicked up some grass on the far side of the course. Has everybody got round there? I think so. So it doesn't look like anybody's come off the road permanently, at least. Just a little trip off onto the grass is enough. Oh, that is the 382. I apologise. That is Fahed Al-Khaled. So Fahed Al-Khaled, the Kuwaiti, has had a bit of an off. He has managed to get going again. As Tudiska gets past Ivan Bataya. So Tudiska is into third place now on Ivan Bataya. And oh dear, well, that is the loose front fairing if ever I've seen one for Fahed Al-Khaled. I'm afraid the young man from Kuwait is definitely going to have a problem as he recovers. But the race will continue on for him as the battle is well and truly joined between Ravenscroft, Tudiska and Bataya. And Alessandro Tudiska, he's going to try and get into second place here past Ravenscroft, chucks the kart in, holds it on the apex, nicely parked. And now Tudiska is basically going to play rear gunner for his teammate Pedro Hiltbrand. He's not going to be able to get on the same wavelength as Pedro Hiltbrand up front. But Hiltbrand is going to secure pole position the way things currently stack up. We know that in Mini X30 it will be Luna Flusha in pole position. We know that in Junior X30 it'll be Andy Rattel. But we are about to confirm in Senior X30 that it'll be Pedro Hiltbrand that gets the pole position mark. Excellent work so far from the Spaniard. He's been absolutely invincible through the course of the weekend. So Pedro Hiltbrand in front of Tudiska, Ravenscroft, Bataya, Babichkova, and then we've got Greenall in 6th position trying to make progress too. That's going to hamper Greenall. He's going to fall behind Karanini in the rankings. Bataya makes a big lunge on the inside of Ravenscroft into 3rd place. And that'll do nicely, thank you very much, as far as he is concerned. So excellent performances there and a good display. But Bataya, having made his way through to 3rd place now, finds himself looking at 7th on the starting grid for the pre-final. So this will definitely give him an awful lot to think about. Watching on the sidelines, Callum Bradshaw must be grinning from ear to ear because now he's looking at 5th position on the starting grid for the pre-final tomorrow as Clarissa Dervic bangs in another fastest lap, having worked her way up to the top 10 again. Great racing from Clarissa Dervic. They may have got qualifying wrong, but I tell you what, they've done nothing wrong at all here today in the qualifying heats. So Hiltbrand, Tudiska, Bataya, Ravenscroft, Babichkova, Greenall, Prince, Avidan, Müller, Dervic, Alves and Zancanaro. But this man is absolutely dominating, Pedro Hiltbrand. However, having said that, Alessandro Tudiska is actually closing up on him. So maybe there is going to be a little bit of in-house fighting. As Tudiska is only 3/10 back on Hiltbrand now, 2 laps to go. You never know what's going to happen in this sport. And it is a solo discipline. You may be in teams, but there are no teams championship points. There's no team orders. You can race, provided you don't take each other out. That's the only golden rule. Oliver Greenall, fastest lap of the race now as he closes up on Teresa Babichkova. Here he goes for the move on the inside line, and Oliver Greenall is into 5th place. Good overtake there on Teresa Babichkova in the hairpin. So nicely done. And now through the hairpins. An excellent run here from Oliver Greenall to get himself back up the order a little bit. He could do with a couple more places gained to put himself back into 3rd position on the starting grid for the pre-final. He could do with one more here, but unfortunately he's too far back from Clayton Ravenscroft to make a push for 4th position. So by my mathematics, Greenall is going to remain 4th on the starting grid. He's not quite going to get to 3rd. And there's a warning flag, unfortunately, coming out now for Fahed Al-Khaled. So the Kuwaiti on his Biralat Middle East machine. Tudiska trying his best to close up on his teammate Pedro Hiltbrand, but Hiltbrand is absolutely in the A game at the moment. Excellent run for him. He's in the offing to get the pole position here, Pedro Hiltbrand. He has not looked off form at any point over the course of this weekend. And certainly no other driver this weekend other than Luna Flusha can say they've been unbeaten across all of their heats. Pedro Hiltbrand has had to do it 5 times though compared to Luna Flusha, who's had to do it 3. So Pedro Hiltbrand makes it 5 from 5. And it's high five and handsome from Pedro Hiltbrand as he makes it pole position for tomorrow's pre-final with 5 brilliant victories. Alessandro Dudisca fights his way to second place. That has got to put the smile back on the face of Pedro Hiltbrand, and he's ecstatic with his teammate there, Alessandro Dudisca, who's carrying the Charles Leclerc chassis colours. But what a brilliant fight from Pedro Hiltbrand. He's back! 5 wins from 5, and an absolutely ruthless performance and excellent efficiency from the Spaniard today. Nothing has gone wrong for him at all, and the 2016 World and European Champion has been absolutely flawless here today at an average speed of exactly 90 kilometers an hour. Almost perfect today. 5 wins from 5 starts and the guaranteed pole position for tomorrow's pre-final. Well done to Pedro Hiltbrand. It'll have Max Meyer, Danny Caronini and Oliver Greenall in tow from Bradshaw, Walker, Battaglia and Bellota. That's how it's looking on the top 8 as it stands. Pedro Hiltbrand crosses the line first ahead of Alessandro Dudisca and Ivan Battaglia. Then it's Clayton Ravenscroft in 4th ahead of Oliver Greenall and Tadeza Babichkova. Alfie Prince ahead of Michael Müller. Clarissa Dervich, P9. What a fight back from her all weekend. Henki Kautonen in 10th place. Alexandra Zancanaro and Kalai Atkins from Kevin Bejanin and Luis Alves from Robbie Avidan and Alex Monod. Then Jaime Sanz and Eduardo Borelli in 18th place in front of Senna van Solen and Andreas Hebert. Luca Bertinelli ahead of Hugo Arendi, and then it's Berend van der Berg and Alex Kobe. Matteo Luvisi, Isabella Abbas, Matteo Segre, Francisca Queiroz, Kalian Vabitsaliev and Fahed Al-Khaled. And once again, in rather confusing and tricky conditions at the start, there is absolutely no retirements from that race. They all battled brilliantly, kept it on the black stuff, and brought it home to the checkered flag. So that is the last X30 senior to decide the top 30 in the pre-finals. Coming up next, it is the second chance heat for the youngest competitors in the field. The X30 Minis have one last chance to break into the X30 Mini pre-final tomorrow morning. So this is definitely going to be a tough battle for our contenders in the X30 Mini category. They've obviously had their 3 heats in the build-up to this one. So obviously we're going to have some very interesting challenges from the drivers as they continue on their race progression. Let's tell you the story of how the race has basically built up in the X30 Mini category up until this point. We obviously had qualifying practice yesterday. The fastest driver in qualifying was Matt Corby. He was at the front end of the field from Luna Flusha, Jesse Phillips, Roman Kamyab, Dan Aliman, and Ben Smith. Those were the top 6 over the course of timed qualifying. We obviously had David Kozma, Maxim Bobryshev, Rodrigo Seabra, and Tiziano Kuznini up in the top 10 of that fight as well. 2 races yesterday that definitely gave us plenty to talk about. Luna Flusha taking the victory in the end from Matt Corby, and Raul Thantharan from Sandro Perez, Jason Bralich and Dan Alleman after the man who crossed the line in first, Ben Smith, picked up a 5-second penalty for what was dubbed as a bad manoeuvre by the officials. Then in the second race yesterday, it was Roman Kamyab. Lights the flag pretty much as he made the moves on his opponents out in the front end of the field and managed to get his way up the order into first position from Sasha Van Bosch, Mattia Presianotto, Bogdan Kozma, David Kozma, and then Thomas Pradier ahead of Jesse Phillips and Noah Baglin. That was a really exciting battle yesterday in qualifying heat C versus D. Apologies you couldn't see it. Then we had the qualifying earlier this morning, of course. Luna Flusha in front of Ben Smith. So Luna Flusha taking a win this time on the road in front of Ben Smith and David Kozma. Then Tiziano Cugnini and Mattia Pressionotto, with Sasha Van Bosch ahead of Thomas Pradier, Noah Baglin, Pietro Baguti, and Jesse Phillips. Then the second heat of the day was Rodrigo Seabra's victory. The Portuguese driver hanging on in front of Maxim Bobrishov, and then Bogdan Kozma ahead of Danny Babicek, Jason Bralic and Sandro Perez, with the top 10 finish up by Tamas Genda, Dan Aleman, Tristan Ilikrizan and Marius Barry Berg, after a penalty rather sadly handed out to Matt Corby, who crossed the line in first place. Then it was the final races. Rodrigo Seabra this time taking the win on the road in front of his teammate Jesse Phillips. Matt Corby in third position from Sasha Van Bosch and Sandro Perez. Then David Kozma and Dan Aleman from Mattia Pressionotto, Jason Bralic and Martin Marquez. Not a single penalty in the front end of that race. Only Eloan Bianami, who ended up having an issue right down at the tail end of the field, ended up picking a penalty as well. And then qualifying Heat B versus D, the last race from the X30 Minis, saw Luna Flusha taking the victory in front of Roman Kamyab and Ben Smith after the two teammates had a little tangle on the final lap. Hugo Marti in fourth place, Tiziano Cugnini in P5 from Raul Thanthaden, Bogdan Kozma, Maxim Bobrishov, Denny Babicek and Tamas Gender in the top 10. So it's been a very exciting race battle so far. And we're definitely going to have some excellent displays and some amazing performances from the competitors as things continue to progress. But the qualifying heats, now the total after those 6 races, show that Luna Flusha has been unbeaten over the course of the race weekend. An excellent job from her. Rodrigo Seabra in second place ahead of Sasha Van Bosch, David Kozma, Bogdan Kozma and Ben Smith. Then Sandro Perez, Matt Corby, Mattia Pressionotto and Jesse Phillips in the top 10 of the rankings. Maxim Bobryshev 11th in front of Jason Bralic, Dan Aleman and Roman Kamyab from Tiziano Cugnini, Raul Thanthaden, Thomas Ginda, Hugo Marti, Noah Baglin and Thomas Pradier in the top 20. And the final 10 that have automatic qualification are Marius Barry Berg, Pietro Baguti, Denny Babicek, Senna Munier, Martin Marquez, Zain El Hamossani, a great work from him on his debut, Luke Tal, Tristan Ilikrizan, Ricardo Repetto and Manuel Miguez Gayoso. So that is the entirety of the field having made their qualifying rankings. There are 24 drivers left, and those 24 drivers are contesting just 6 places on the starting grid for the second chance heat, the Mini X30 Brigade. And once again, the rain is having a think about it over the course of this build up to the second chance heat. It hasn't made a decision yet, but it's definitely starting to make its way back onto the circuit again. So hopefully it's not going to be too heavy in time for the Mini X30 second chance heat. But the identities of the 24 drivers that will bid for those 6 places in the pre-final tomorrow are now known. It is Eloan Bianami that will line up in pole position for this one, with Aaron Crier in second place. Arto Huang will be third on the starting grid, along with Roberto Bas. And then it is Gioli Carrea in front of Giovanni Toso. Harrison Mackie will be 7th on the grid, along with Alberto Junior Folgori. Keir Wright is next up in the mix in 9th place, and then Bosco Arias in 10th position. Quinten van Leuven will be alongside George Nassar, and then Lorenzo Campos will be alongside Romeo Melo, Luca Fedorenko and Christian Velciu, along with Nicolas Ari and Antonio Giulietta, Leonidas Peruzzi and Max Murray in the top 10 rows, and then Chiara Batag and Eva Dorestein from Marie Barry Berg and Jonathan Landstrom. So those are the 24 contenders that will battle for the final 6 places in the second chance heat. And this time the rain is really definitely thinking about it. So the drivers obviously getting ready in the Mini X30 for their second chance heat. And still it is only really, I would dub it, psychological rain. It's definitely not heavy enough for anybody to worry about. Just to take the edge off things perhaps a little bit. But you can definitely tell that the pressure cooker is starting to bubble over. And only 24 drivers remain to contest those 6 sole seats left in the rankings. And at the moment, it is the top 6 for Eloan Bianami, Aaron Crier, Arto Huang, Roberto Bas, Gioli Carrea, and Giovanni Toso. You have no idea what's going to happen coming into this one. So many drivers still want their last opportunity to progress. And we're definitely going to have a tough opposition now, as all of these drivers want to finish up in the top 6 places. And of course, they've got to stay out of trouble. You get a front fairing and drop out of the top 6. That's it. you're done. So you have to stay very focused, very motivated, and you have to take it very carefully indeed in the closing stages of this race weekend. There's only 3 races to go here today before we will set the grids for tomorrow's pre-finals, the mini second chance, and then of course we will have the consolation race in the seniors, and then the second chance senior race as well. So it's now or never for the drivers. They've got to quickly turn things around and get themselves out onto the circuit. Okay, yep, I think it's fair to say the rain's definitely now starting to properly come down. Again, it's not torrential, so the drivers just have to keep their wits about them. But the Mini X30 second chance heat could be the toughest race of the weekend yet for these youngsters, and there's only 6 places available in the second chance heat. You've got to make sure you wait on the pre-final. Oh, now that's a problem already off the start, as 2 drivers have a bit of an issue there. Dear oh dear, I think one of the drivers has gone into Natalia Balbo there on the way out of the pits, as they were trying to avoid the 988 of Alberto Junior Folgori. So a bit of an issue there for the competitors. A little bit sore there, Natalia Balbo. She didn't need that in her preparations for the Gearbox season to continue. Eloane Bianemi and Aaron Crier from Arthur Huang and Roberto Bas, Chioli Carré and Giovanni Tozo. Harrison Mackie and Alberto Junior Folgori from Kia Wright and Bosco Arias. Quinten van Leuven and George Nassar from Lorenzo Campos and Romeo Melo. Luca Fedorenko and Christian Velciu from Nicolas Arai. And then alongside Nicolas Arai, it is Antonio Giulietta, Leonidas Peruzzi and Max Murray, Chiara Batig and Eva Dorrestein from Marie Barry Berg and Jonathan Landstrom. So Max Murray was the one who was trying to get out of the pit lane and has now managed to make his way out onto the circuit. And also trying to get his way out onto the circuit, it is Alberto Junior Folgori, and he has managed to do so. So I think they are all going to get out onto the circuit, although Alberto Junior Folgori is going out onto the circuit quite slowly. Hopefully he gets himself back up to speed and is able to join up. Yep, he does manage to do so, because I know that in the first heat this time yesterday, he was not able to get the kart started in the end, and unfortunately, rather sadly, had to park the kart. So was not able to get out onto the circuit after all, and that was a real shame. But fortunately, it looks as though this time he is going to be able to do so. So the X30 Mini second chance heat is not far away at all, as the drivers are going to give us plenty more drama and tension, and the races will be underway shortly. Now there's going to be a short pause in proceedings after this race, because of course there is still a little bit of time to get the senior consolation race underway, which will take place at 10 minutes past 6. But we'll get to that in a little while, as out of the final turn, that is a false start. So a false start then for the drivers is coming. Now earlier on in our little pause, we showed you the highlights of the IAME Valencia Winter Cup. So obviously that was a little bit of a gap in proceedings. After this race, we will show you the highlights from the races that we had at Marienborg in Belgium and at Zuera in Spain, and that will take us into the final 2 consolation race and second chance heats for Senior X30 to finish this mammoth marathon day of race action here at Siete Larghi in Italy, because we obviously have a little bit of a pause between this race and the 2 senior consolation and second chance races. Luca Fedorenko is not out on the circuit for this one, I've just noticed, so that's rather unfortunate. Luca Fedorenko will not take any further part in the race weekend. If he's not in this race, then he's certainly not going to get a chance to race again after this one, so a real shame for Luca Fedorenko. So there's definitely some raindrops coming down on the circuit, but again, as I stress, it is not heavy. So the drivers will obviously just try and cope with the situation and get on with racing. Psychological rain is not the same as full rain. And there is Pasquale Lupi Lupoli just trying to keep them under wraps as they come through the final turns. Is this going to be a good start this time? Eloane Bianemi and Aaron Crier. And we're underway to the first corner. It's a good start from Aaron Crier. He's going to take the lead round the outside. Good start from Aaron Crier. You can see the spots of rain on the cameras at turn 1. So it's obviously going to get a little bit tricky from here on in. Yellow flags. Yellow flags. The battle continues on there up at turn 2. And there was a little bit of an incident there at the corner, so green flags continue to fly around the circuit. It was yellow flags on that second corner by the look of it, so someone must have gone off there. But the race continues on up front, and there's the move on the inside line, the 916 Roberto Bas. So Roberto Bas has the moment there once again, and that's through into 4th position. So Roberto Bas into 3rd position. My apologies for Roberto Bas, doing a very good job at the moment. There's the 988. Oh, as Alberto Junior Folgori is having a little bit of a tussle there with the 994 of Gioli Carrera. And up the inside, that is the 920 getting through. That's Arthur Huang on the inside line there of Giovanni Toso. So Giovanni Toso trying to keep himself in the top 6. An investigation has begun into Keir Wright, the 993. I'm not quite sure what happened there for Keir Wright, but certainly something's not quite right, as Antonio Folgori Jr. has managed to, Alberto Folgori Jr. I should say, has made the overtaking move there to get up into 5th position past Giovanni Toso. Oh no, sorry, with Giovanni Toso, because they both made the move on the 994, I think that is, dropping backwards down the field. That is Gioli Carrera. And now onto the inside line. That's an overtaking move there, I believe, from the 990. That is Lorenzo Campos trying to get his way up into the top 6. So Lorenzo Campos working his magic. A little bit of rain on the far side of the circuit now starting to creep in. But it is Aaron Crier who leads the way at the moment from Eloan Bienemi and Roberto Bas. Only 6 places available, of course. Oh, Lorenzo Campos almost plowed straight into the back of the 994 of Gioli Carrera. That could have been very tricky indeed. Just about manages to keep the car under wraps. And now on the inside, here comes Gioli Carrera up the inside of Arthur Huang, and that puts him up into 6th position. The absolutely precious P6 that will keep the drivers into the action. Lorenzo Campos trying to make his bid now on Arthur Huang on the inside line. Can he get there? And more importantly as well, from Harrison Mackey's point of view, he gets through as well. So that keeps him in the fight to get into the top 6. And he's not the only one. There goes Bosco Arias. So Bosco Arias also managing to get a bit of a fight back on his hands. And George Nassar is now shaping up a move on Arthur Huang. And so he gets through. So Arthur Huang has lost positions big time there at the expense of several of his opponents. That drops him to at least 10th, 11th if George Nassar managed to get through as well. But Aaron Crier has now got Roberto Bas and Eloan Bienemi closing up on him. So Aaron Crier leads the race, but Roberto Bas and Eloan Bienemi is working very hard there to close up on the race leader. Giovanni Toso doing a fantastic job in 4th position. The CRG driver working very hard there, and he has set the fastest lap of the race, in fact, Giovanni Toso, so that proves the point. Down the back straight, and Roberto Bas and Eloan Bienemi are closing up on Aaron Crier. This is going to be an overtaking move, not just yet. There's still a bit of a way to go. 3 laps done and 3 to go. Still a bit of time for things to change here. And it will be a bit of a tricky race as the competitors continue to make progress and move forward. But Aaron Crier is desperately hoping to hang on to this on the Charles Leclerc chassis as he runs in front of Roberto Bas and Eloan Bienemi. Giovanni Toso is very close in behind. We're going to see a great little tussle between these drivers in the final 2 laps if things continue to build to this kind of crescendo. They come down the main straight, and it's Crier, Bas, Bienemi, Toso, Folgori and Carrera. Carrera is the last one in at the moment in the top 6. Is there going to be a bid for position from Eloan Bienemi? Not good enough to get through into 2nd place at least. And now a little bit of a tussle as Aaron Crier loses a little bit of ground in the 2nd and 3rd corners there. So we could see an opportunity in the final straight as Aaron Crier holds on from Roberto Bas, Eloan Bienemi and Giovanni Toso. Lorenzo Campos gets the fastest lap of the race. He's trying to close up on this man. Up in the inside, and he gets past Gioli Carrera. That's for 6th position. That's the final race position on the grid for the pre-final. He knows how important that opportunity is going to be. If he gets into 6th place, that's as good as done. So Gioli Carrera is trying to get back into that P6. We've had an off. We've had an off further back. Someone skating off the road. I think that might have been one of the Cosmic chassis going off there in the background. I think Max Murray. But on to the main straight for the last time. Here comes Roberto Bas for the lead in the 2nd chance heat, and he gets there through turn 1, and he says to Carrera, look, we've got to work together, but Crier completely ignores him and retakes the position away from Roberto Bas. And now there are 7 of them fighting for the 6 positions, all in the line. Crier, Bas, Toso, Bienemi, Folgori, Campos and Carrera into the next right-hander. Bas is there on the inside, can't get through. Here comes Campos, trying to make his bid for P4. He gets there. Toso into 2nd place, past Roberto Bas. So Giovanni Toso is now in 2nd place. Up to the braking zone, and Roberto Bas gets back on the inside of Toso. Toso's got to keep himself on the road. He does. Maintains 3rd position. Campos now going on the inside of Toso. Doesn't get there. Toso keeps it nice and wide on the exit. Excellently done. So it's going to be Aaron Crier from Roberto Bas and Giovanni Toso. Excellent racing. Out of the final turn, Aaron Crier gets it. Bas is 2nd from Toso Campos, Bianami and Alberto Junior Fulgori. Gioli Carrere just misses out in 7th place. Bitter, cruel luck motorsport can be sometimes. But what an amazing charge from Giovanni Toso in the last couple of laps to be there in 3rd position. And a fair job there from Alberto Fulgori Jr., who carries, as you can see on his race helmet, a nice tribute there to the late, great James Hunt. Oh, fabulous. Never say die. He's had an awful weekend leading up to this point. He had all kinds of mechanical problems. He didn't even get a lap in time qualifying, Alberto Fulgori Jr. He had to start every race from the back of the grid, and he's fought his way through from the second chance heat to get into the race by crossing the line in P6. What a comeback story. Great work and relentless efficiency from Alberto Fulgori Jr. Never say never, never quit, never give up, because you just never know what's going to happen next. So in the X30 Mini second chance heat, Aaron Crier gets the victory in front of Roberto Bas and Giovanni Toso from Lorenzo Campos, Eloan Bianami and Alberto Junior Fulgori. The ones who didn't quite make it this time, Gioli Carrere and Bosco Arias from George Nassar and Harrison Mackie, Leonidas Peruzzi and Chiara Batig from Otto Huang and Marie Barry Berg, Romeo Melo and Christian Verchu from Nicholas Arai and Kier Wright. 19th position for Quinten van Leuven in front of Antonio Giulietta, Jonathan Landstrom, Max Murray and Eva Doristein. The non-starter was, of course, Luka Fedorenko. And how about that? Just as the race comes to an end, there is still some spots of rain about, but at least the sun is now trying to push those rain clouds away. Very interesting stuff. Well, there is going to be one more pause in proceedings, of course, as we prepare for the action in the X30 Senior Consolation race. That race is due to take place at 10 minutes past 6 local time. So there is going to be a bit of a pause in proceedings now. So while we let the grids form up for the Senior Consolation race, we will show you the highlights once again from the X30 IAME Euro Series, the previous 2 races that we've had to set things up ready for tomorrow, from Marienborg in Belgium and from Zuera in Spain.
Welcome to the 2021 IAME Euro Series. We start our journey at the Karting de Fagnes circuit at Marienborg in Belgium. 1.366 kilometers of tough technical apexes, high-speed straights and fast sweepers. With 37 races over 3 days and a total of 179 competitors from all 4 corners of the globe, it's the perfect time to find out who the best X30 racers of 2021 will be. So, let's go! A long time on the throttle heading into turn 1 at Marienborg as we ride with Sam Balota on board. It's a fast but technical first corner. The marbles on the outside mean there's only one fast line through. Then a tough second corner which tightens, opens, then tightens again and leads into a prime overtaking spot into turn 3. A lot of accidents happen here too, as it's hard to get right. Then up to 4, a square left that many choose as an overtaking spot to catch out the unprepared. You're back on the power through 5 and 6, working hard to keep the line, fast but strong. And then a double apex right-hander, which again is a perfect overtaking spot for the last of the late breakers. The exit's important to protect too, back through the left and into the complex affectionately known as the escargot. Right and left before a heavy braking zone for a pair of hairpins where drama and action are never far away.
Once out of the right, you accelerate out as the corner opens on the run to the pit bend. Many a race is won and lost here in the closing stages. It's a key corner to excel at, as the time gained past the mechanics gantry and onto the home straight can be the difference between winning and losing.
Race I was already in Formula 1, so I took it a bit late to the go-kart world. So I'm discovering lots of things, you know. That's why I try to get a lot of information from the best experienced people around, and try to surround myself with experienced and good people that I can trust and that can guide me, because this is really new to me. When you look at the paddock, I mean, this is sometimes better than some of the racing car paddocks, you know. So the level is really intense, very good team. Very good drivers coming up. It's nice to see their evolution. As I said, I'm quite excited by this whole new world for me. I like to discover and to learn about motorsport in general. So whether it's in Formula 1, Junior Series or go-karts, I'm always trying to look at the best opportunities.
I can be more confident now since I've seen how all the drivers drive, and maybe I can get another win. It's fun because you can go fast, and knowing the track from last year, going around it again, remembering. It's hard, the track changes a lot, so you just have to work with the setup. It's good because I can do data and camera after my sessions, and I also have my notebook that I can write down what I need to do in the next session. Well, I just kept improving, and I'm helping my teammates, they're helping me, and in the sessions we practice working together, and when it comes up to qualifying we do a great job. Since I do a lot of wet practice in the UK, I think I'm really confident for the wet. On one of the other days I had a wet session and I did really well. I think top 3 is a good result. Hopefully win is way better though.
We're underway, and it's a great start for Tizi Kushnini through to the first corner. Brilliant start in the first corner from Ben Smith. He gets into second place, and there's contact. That looks like Harrison Mackey's gone around. A spin in the first corner. It's the 922.
To go before the checkered flag, so plenty of things and action to see. And a beautiful move around the outside of the escargot turn. This is turn number 9 on the left-hander, happening through the midfield. We'll wait for confirmation of the gaps as they make their way into the last sector. Beautifully made from the 926.
Max Cuthbert gets the run on Henry Domain, and he's being charged down by Elouan Benyoume, and Elouan Bianami doing a fantastic job there in 7th position.
And there comes the switch for the first position with Kushnini losing a place to Sasha Van Padbosch.
Oh, that's Marianito, a spin for Marianito and Jonathan Landstrom. So those two are going to be battling away. They could snag a podium here if anything happens with these 3. Up the inside comes Kamyab. He storms on the inside of Kushnini. Wow. Talk about timing. I think Van Bosch has done enough here. Kamyab defends. Kushnini launches. Gets in a second on the final turn. Sasha wins it. Brilliant victory for Sasha Van Bosch. He opens his 2021 account with a glorious victory. And Van Bosch, Kushnini and Kamyab have risen to the brim like absolute phoenixes from the flames. Van Bosch is back and he's on top. Sasha Van Bosch wins it from Tiziano Kushnini and Roman Kamyab. Ben Smith in 4th, Jesse Phillips in 5th. Elouan Bianami and Zach Drummond from Henry Domain and Luna Flusha. Jason Bralich and Rodrigo Seabra ahead of Matt Corby and Harrison Mackey. Roman Kamyab, Tiziano Kushnini, and your race winner, Sasha Van Bosch!
The whole week is good, and in the final, on the start, I start 2 and I go to 3rd, and in 2 laps I go to and after to Tiziano Kushnini. In lap 3 I overtake him, I go first, and the rest of the race I go first and I'm winning.
In the first heat we make P3, second heat P4, third heat P4, and at the pre-final we start at 7th and go to 1st, and at the final we start also at 1st and we finish at 2nd. In the final we managed to get up to 3rd, to the 3rd corner, and I overtook Kushnini and I pushed my teammate Sasha away. On the last lap he overtook me because I didn't defend. But yeah, I'm very confident for Zuera since I've done a few laps around it on a simulator at iZone. And yeah, I'm feeling confident.
It's quite different as the weather is very different. It's very hot in the Middle East and quite cold here in Marienburg. But I'm really enjoying the track and really enjoying the time here. The drivers are a lot more skilled and more experienced than back in the Middle East. It's a very nice circuit and I've really enjoyed learning it. We've had some good pace in practice and the team have helped me a lot by improving those little steps. There's a really good environment inside the tent and we learn a lot inside and outside of the tent. Qualifying has always been my struggle, but in the races I plan to move up if we get a bad quali, for example. And over the season just improve out in racing in general. The first session is always the most important. You're adapting on how the day and how the track is affected from the past few days and the weather overnight. Pretty confident. We've shown some good signs of rain in past European races, but we haven't had a session here in the rain just yet.
The juniors will race now up to the first corner, and it's a great start for Théophile Nal, and Finn McLaughlin is trying to get a move or two on the inside line in the middle of the top six. Théophile Nal is already starting to unleash the speed and try and get clear. It is up to Jaden Tian and the man in third position, Leo Robinson, not to let him get away.
One lap completed and Théophile Nal is doing what it did for the pre-final, and for the back, a switch for second position, beautifully made by Leo Robinson, the Fusion Motorsport driver. Paul Chaos is trying again, and this time around, he succeeds in his overtaking maneuver into the hairpin.
And Paul Chaos gets the run on Leo Robinson up at the second place. Finn McLaughlin hasn't read that script. He wants third position, and he takes it. Bart Harrison fails to get the move on Jaden Tian. Finn McLaughlin dives for the inside of Pod Chaos. There's room enough for Robinson, but Pod Chaos chops across.
And we're going to keep our focus on the battle for the last two steps of the podium, because Paul Chaos is about to lose the third place. Beautifully made by Leo Robinson. Ahead as well, number 23, trying to escape from that very aggressive field. And watch out for Bart Harrison going through as well, Jaden Tian. Increases space, and watch out for Bart Harrison actually going around. Have a bit of exit. Oh, and some trouble for the 24, I'm afraid. Yeah.
Paul Chaos!
There you go, in the meantime. Beautifully made by the Spaniard who's going through.
That is the 143 disappearing off the road. Takes the victory for France and for 2N Racing in the Junior X30 final here at Marienburg. Finn McLaughlin second, Bart Harrison third. Out in front, he starts his season the way he needs to go on. I wonder how strong he's going to be. Théophile Nal is the winner in front of Finn McLaughlin and Bart Harrison. Pod Chaos in front of Leo Robinson. Will McIntyre in sixth ahead of Jaden Tian and Kimi Abraham. Vinnie Phillips and Clement Outram round out the top 10. So our three drivers, Bart Harrison, Finn McLaughlin, and your race winner, Théophile Nal!
In all honesty, it was a very tough final, even though it may not have looked that way. Watching it back in my mind made it look easy, but I was trying to keep my pace up throughout the race as much as possible, because I'm not experienced against this field. It was very satisfying though.
Sunday pre-final, I didn't, a bit of a squabble down to 7. Started 7th for the final. First few laps of the final, got up to second, and then the leader was already 4 seconds ahead, so I didn't have enough time to catch the leader. Yeah, I've never been there before, so it's going to be a challenge, so just can't wait to see the experience to different countries, so can't wait.
I managed to do quite a good job, especially with the penalty in the pre-final. I thought I managed to come back quite well, and I'm happy with how I did in the final. I'm very confident. I couldn't go to, well, I could have gone to last year, but we decided not to. So I think we're going to do the entire series this year, and I think I can win it.
Yeah, I feel good here. Yeah, we have good speed for the moment, so yeah, I'm happy. Last year we won here. Yeah, it's good, good memories here. Yeah, it's my circuit. I train a lot here. I need to win this year. I don't know. We will see during the championship, but I will try. I will do all I can to win the championship. No, I don't think it's an advantage because we drive a lot here in the Euro Series also, like 3 years. I don't think it's an advantage, but I like the track, so yeah, it's good. We are going to work hard because yeah, there is good drivers this year, very high level. So yeah, we will see during the year, but I'm confident. Yeah, I think because with the new tires, we have little space to do our time. So yeah, we have to do the times fastest as possible early in the session. So it's difficult to maintain the tires in good condition. We have to think about and do everything to don't use the tire too much.
We're out! Let's race at Marienborg! Perfect start from the inside line as Walker tucks in behind his teammate, and we've got it off in the background. That's one of the Dimes racing carts. I think that's Rivaldo van der Westerlaken.
Outside, and there's a crash.
That's Matilda Olsen.
Oh,
Matilda Olsen goes off on the grass. So a great battle. Here comes Levesque on the inside, tucks in front of Walker and gets second position.
Look at him being taken in sandwich, but not for long, as he takes first position in lap number 2 on the hairpin.
Westover gets the move on Kimber, and that's a crash. Unfortunately, we've got 2 of them off the road. That is the 220 of Teresa Babichkova and Lewis Mackey. Bart Pluke is going to try and make the bid on Kimber with some support from Sean Butcher. They both slide through because Pluke runs wide. Butcher gets both of them, and that puts him up into 5th position.
As Enzo Levesque is still leading away for 0.2 of a second faster, and beautifully made the 283 run the inside. This is Dan Steinman run the inside of Mark Kimber, wasn't it? Yes, indeed, in turn number 2.
Mark Kimber all the way down in 9th. Here comes Pluke up the inside of Westover. Nicely done, 5th position for the young Dutchman.
Santiago Valves, I think the fastest lap below. Westover fighting back, and watch out for the back because we had Dan Steinman as well, and one of the Vidike drivers, unfortunately, another one having to retire. There was Nathalie Goldstein in this one, but you identified him, Jake.
It's Laurence de Sertoua. Yet again, another Belgian superstar falls by the wayside as they succumb to the pressure and the might and the anguish. Kimber, Steinman, Pluke, Pataya, and there goes the move on the inside from Greenall. He gets up into 5th position. Don't forget, this is his first weekend as a senior as well as Aaron Walker.
Run the inside, no, that's Sean Butcher who does it, and he takes it with him. Then 2 positions lost by Callum Bradshaw, I'm afraid, from 3rd to 5th in just 1 corner. So once again, the worst possible case scenario, and there goes another move! Beautifully made in the escargot, but Oliver Greenwald going up to 3rd position.
He definitely didn't see that one coming. Now Bradshaw storms up the inside of Butcher. He really has paid up and pay attention. Here's Kimber, gets the move, and so does Westover on Sean Butcher. He's got to try and do all that hard work again, so he gets on with it. As Westover gets Kimber, so does Butcher.
And there goes a switch, another for position, marking the driving through, and watch out for Dan Steinman because we had forgotten, and there's another switch, Sean Butcher taking the place back. This is Ivan Bataler as well, those two might want to get involved, and Dan Steinman goes through as well, Sean Butcher losing positions outside of the hairpin. Oh, unfortunately one of the drivers indeed.
Santi Valve.
Yeah, Santi Valve. As we're going to see Dan Steinman driving around the inside. Oh, that was close, but he actually didn't make that stick on Kimber. Kimber fighting for position is actually busy all over the place because Dan Steinman as well as the others.
That's Maximus Meyer!
Yeah, where did he come from actually? Maximus Meyer, we didn't see that coming in 9th place.
He'll launch on the inside and he takes the lead! As these two continue to squabble, Greenall absolutely resolute to get past Westover, forces the issue. Butcher comes around the outside, grabs 5th position away from Westover. Levesque is trying every trick in the book. He squeezes. Walker will not let him have it. He squeezes back into the lead. He's going to get assistance. Oh, he swims on the inside of Levesque. Turn 3. Back on the power. Oh, he's let Bradshaw go on the far side. Walker has opened the door by accident. Bradshaw swims through. Levesque gets there as well. Bradshaw snatches the lead on the final lap. Here comes Levesque. He gets back through. Walker gets alongside his teammate. Levesque is in the lead. This is going to go right down to the wire. Bradshaw tries again. Levesque holds it. Bradshaw absolutely determined. They come together. Levesque and Bradshaw up and over the top. Aaron Walker gets a reprieve. Aaron Walker's going to take the victory after all. Levesque and Bradshaw lick their wounds for 2nd and 3rd, but Aaron Walker wins at Marienborg! Oh my word! Oh my word! Remember where you were when Aaron Walker came to town in Senior X30. He took on everyone. He took on the vice champion. He took on the reigning champion. He took on the world champion. And Aaron Walker is the man on top. Aaron Walker wins ahead of Enzo Levesque and Callum Bradshaw, Oliver Greenall and Sean Butcher from Mark Kimber, Ivan Bataya, Clayton Ravenscroft, Louis Westover, and Sebastian Hedin, the original pole position sitter from Friday. Ladies and gentlemen, Oliver Greenall, Enzo Levesque, and your race winner here at Marienburg, Aaron Walker!
It was a good weekend. We had the pace right through from Wednesday. We carried it all through qualifying and the heat, and then once we got to the final, we tried to push away with Callum, but he made a slight mistake on one of the laps, and we got through, and then I was catching Levesque every lap, just trying to dig into the gap. At the end, I managed to get through about 6-7 laps to go, and then he caught me again. And on to the last lap, the two in front got into a bit of an incident, and I managed to come out of that all right and into the lead. Yeah, I've showed the grid that I'm good enough to race in this grid and good enough to win. I'm looking forward to Zuera, as it's a different track and a new track for me. It's got long straights and it's quite technical in the middle of the track, so I'm looking forward to it.
It was a tough weekend, which definitely had its complications. But in general, we were very fast in qualifying and just as fast in the races, so we can't be too disappointed. I'm quite proud with second place. I hope that everything will be a little better for me at Zuera. We've now got the hunger as a team to win because we were so close this time. I don't think we'll be happy with second next time. A win is what we want. Merci beaucoup tout le monde, and a massive thank you to everybody here at the Karting de Fagnes International Raceway. We thank our Senior X30 drivers. We will see them and of course you at the Circuito Internacional Zuera in 2 months' time at the end of May. We are so delighted to have continued this 2021 season here in the IAME Euro Series. For the second round of the 2021 IAME Euro Series, the field switches from Belgium to Spain at the fast and frenetic Zuera circuit in Zaragoza. Sunny skies and hot weather greets the teams midweek, but with rain threatening to hit the circuit on Sunday, it could be an adventurous weekend. Battles are likely to be very demanding on the circuit, as Zuera has a reputation for pure speed, high tyre wear and intense competition. The perfect backdrop for the IAME Euro Series to continue. Flat out on the home straight, riding on board with Paul Cayos at Zuera. The first corner is full throttle and you've got to be very precise about the line you take, then up to the second turn. No brakes needed, a gentle lift should be enough to guide through this fairly open right-hander. A flick to the left, then comes the first big stop. Into the hairpin, a natural overtaking point, but also a natural danger zone too. Back on the power and approaching a very fast long left-hander which tightens dramatically on the exit and can be very slippery in the wet. Then straight into a square right which leads you onto a short straight. That precedes another big braking zone. This is a busy area of the track in all conditions, a natural place to overtake, but rather difficult on the exit, and it's easy to make a mistake. Now comes a trio of right-handers. Accelerate through the first, balance the kart in the second, then coax the kart in towards the apex at the third, before a gentle pair of left-hand corners to settle the kart back down, but be aware of an opponent nipping into the inside line. Once sorted, you're into the square right-hander, and from here you're flat on the throttle all the way to the second corner. It's one of the fastest circuits on the calendar, engines and tyres need to cope, and drivers need to be up to the challenge. It's going to be a good start. Let's race at Zuera. Brilliant start from Roman Kamiak from pole position. as the first two drivers on the podium are nowhere to be seen in the top 5. Good move there from Hugo Marti. So both of the Honourable Roland Motorsport drivers struggling to get back in contention. Up the inside, this is Hugo Marti threatening Harrison Mackie. This is not going to be a dominant race for Kamyab at all. Ben Smith's making his bid on the inside, and Ben Smith takes the lead in the final, runs out wide. Kamyab gets him back again. Harrison Mackie getting in there as well now. Mackie for the inside line for second. Ben Smith back on the inside of Harrison Mackie, trying to get through. Ben Smith commits to it. Harrison Mackie holds it, and Ben Smith gets the place. So Luna Flusha working with Marti and Seabra. Here comes Hugo Marti on the inside of Flusha, and Seabra goes to the inside line as well, but Flusha hangs on in 5th position. Marti is through to 4th. Flusha comes back to the inside. Seabra teams up, goes past both of them in one fell swoop. Rodrigo Seabra gets them both, but on the exit gets absolutely sideswiped by them. Marti and Flusha come back. Kamyab in front of Smith. Here we go. Smith on the inside makes the move, and Ben Smith takes the lead at turn 4. And here comes Harrison Mackie. He gets through as well. So Smith and Mackie together, but here comes Kamyab. He's going to get back on the inside of Mackie. Mackie holds him round the outside. Kamyab goes the long way round 2. From Luna Flusha and Sasha Van Bosch. Here goes Kamyab on the inside of Ben Smith. Retakes the lead, but Ben Smith's going to try and get the switch back immediately. Harrison Mackie coming for it. Here comes Hugo Marti. Now we're getting the race battle we wanted. Marti up the inside to 3rd, to 2nd. Gets through into Ben Smith, and up to 2nd comes Hugo Marti. Brilliant from Marti. Now he's there in P2, and a nice move on the inside from Mackie. Ben Smith slingshots, but they get on the exit. On the exit, Marti and Mackie are through, and now Rodrigo Seabra getting through into 4th position. Great run from the Portuguese. 5th is Ben Smith from Luna Flusha, Bosco Arias and Sasha Van Bosch. Here comes Smith and Flusha on the inside of Seabra. There's not a lot of room to play with. Don't lose heart. Here comes Marti on the inside of Mackie. Into P2 again comes the Paralin. But he loses it on the exit. Mackie gets back through on the inside. And still with a great chance of victory, any one of them. Marti on the inside of Mackie. This time he gets in a second again, but Mackie retaliates in exactly the same place. Trying to break the toe again. Kamyab goes defensive. Marti on the far side. Mackie to the inside line. Watch out for them all as they skate wide. 3 wide on the exit. Marti into 2nd. Past Harrison Mackie. Here comes Ben Smith. Ben Smith making a move sideways. Ben Smith is in the lead. How did he do that? Now here comes Flusha on the far side beside Kamyab. Luna Flusha takes the lead. And here come Bosco Arias and Rodrigo Seabra. They're coming through to the inside line. Luna Flusha takes the lead. 8 of them dicing for the victory. What a race this is. Bain in the far side. Oh, 2 of them have gone off. Yellow flags. It's Seabra, Marti and Ben Smith. Ben Smith is trying to rejoin. I don't think that's going to work. Ben Smith rejoins. Roman Kamyab technically in 2nd place. Here comes Kamyab making the bid on the inside of Flusha. And here comes Bosco Arias. Bosco Arias has come into this as a late runner. Here comes the chance to come through. Bosco Arias tangles with Kamyab. Flusha on the inside. Kamyab comes back into the battle. So Roman Kamyab hanging on to this. Bosco Arias slides on the inside. Kamyab on the undercut. Flusha on the undercut as well with Harrison Mackie. Mackie's going to storm by. Roman Kamyab wins it from Luna Flusha and Harrison Mackie. Ladies and gentlemen, your drivers on the podium, Harrison Mackie, Luna Flusha, and your race winner, Roman Kamyab.
First half of the race, I was on my own, but as the drivers in my team caught up to me, it started to go into a bit of a race at the last few laps, so I had to defend, and all the drivers were doing the same lap time, so no one really got a gap.
The race was difficult because it wasn't wet, and when you were behind someone you couldn't see because of the visor.
We came here feeling really strong and ended up being really fast. It was really hard to see, but I was on the inside for the start, so I could push with Roman Kamyab and Ben Smith to get through to the end.
Let's go, juniors! Into the first corner. Kanato Lee holds the line for Bart Harrison, and there's carts off everywhere. Oh, there's 5 of them at least gone. Bart Harrison on the inside of Ivan Arias and gets through and recovering onto the circuit again. So someone just drifting off onto the course. Paul Chaos getting in there with Teofil Null and getting onto the grass temporarily as Kevin Rabin fights with Teofil Null. What a start from the Swiss, who was in the middle of the pack as Kanato Lee now leads Bart Harrison. Vinnie Phillips and Bart Harrison side by side. Vinnie Phillips gets back into second place. And there's the late move from Bart Harrison into turn 2, and he gets the place. Well done, Bart, and gets the place. But on the exit, he bangs wheels with Ivan Arias, and Arias gets the place back again. Teofil Null commits to the inside line, slides in. Arias moves to the switch back, but Teofil Null's got the place. Well done to the Frenchman. There are parts of the circuit that are very wet. Kevin Rabin slides in on Arias, and Duron can get them both. Nicely done from Kevin Rabin. Duron gets through. Chaos has a look on the inside of Arias, and now he's going to dive for the inside line. He takes them all on, but he's not going to have the speed off the turn, is he? Almost. Arias gets back through. Duron gets through, but Chaos definitely up for the scrap. Duron now on the inside of Arias. Arias cuts back for the switch and gets him back again straight away. Watch out for Denis Kudavali. He's getting up alongside Kevin Rabin. Excellent racing, and Arias side by side with Duron. They almost bang wheels, and Duron tries again on Arias. Rabin goes deep on the braking zone. Chaos commits to the inside curve, and Rabin gets squeezed. Denis Kudavali tries to cut in round the outside. They both drift out. Kudavali gets them both, but Rabin's got traction on the far side. Yellow flags, because we've got a spin further back in the field, and it's the 119. That, I'm afraid to say, is Timo Bramaker's. Straight. Here's the move from Duron on the inside of Arias. Go for it, mate, and he's got him done. Goodness me, that would have been the overtaking move of the century if he had held that round the outside. Now he cuts for the inside. Oh, Duron goes off! And here is the battle for 5th position. Arias versus Chaos into the first corner. Chaos gets there! Into the Dragon in 2021. Here comes Kanato Lee, smiling as he goes. Kanato Lee wins in Zuera, his first win in the IAME Euro Series. Vinnie Phillips, Bart Harrison, and your race winner, Kanato Lee. We're racing at Zuera. Up to the first corner, chopping across on the inside line. Bradshaw drifts out wide. Is there going to be a good start as they come up towards turn 1? There's more drama. 3 or 4 cuts going off. That is the 255. Sam Balota going head-to-head with the world champion of 2020. Oh, nice move on the inside from Walker as he banters with Pedro Hilbrand. Slides across, keeps his position round the outside. That is a big lunge from Yanis Stivenadens. He can't quite cut in round the outside without getting on the grass, but he gets side by side with Hilbrand anyway and still gets past him. Still holding the mark on the inside line. Hilbrand dueling away with Enzo Levesque, and in there is Nosatua. Oh, Levesque goes wide, and it corrects the centre of gravity of the car. Here comes the move from Kian Shields on the inside of Thomas Fleming, and that gets him up into 3rd position. Well, in front of Westover and Greenall. Here we go. Shields has decided to go for the move. Kian Shields into 2nd place. Oh, and that's Clarissa Dervish. What a shame. Callum Bradshaw. What a lunge from 1,000,000 miles away from Aaron Walker to tuck into the inside of Fleming. Here comes Stivenadens now on the inside of Fleming, and this is what I was talking about. You're going to struggle to have any grip now at all, and cars are sliding around all over the shop. But look, everybody's struggling for grip. Kimber Banzais and gets them both! Amazing! Mark Kimber storms in and gets past Stivenadens and Walker. Well, not as much, but also Levesque is going to get the move as a result. Going around the circuit now rapidly. Olsen and Lasautua get the move on Walker. This is not good news for Aaron Walker. There's a good threat of him losing second in the drivers' rankings for this, unless he can get back on the inside of Lecertua quickly, which he does. Lecertua on the grass! Somehow he saves it and manages to recover and get back on the inside of Greenall, while Westover battles with Walker. And here comes Tom Fleming, banging wheels with Lecertua. Fleming trying to hold it, and on the inside of all of them, Greenall tucks in on Lecertua. Fleming picks up the pieces. And now Walker trying to battle side by side with the reigning Euro Series title winner. Walker is trying to become the title winner this year. Greenall on the inside of Fleming into turn one. Lucas Tarman out of the race. How it was possible. Out of the race there goes Lazar Lartigot. Back on track. Callum Bradshaw wins in Zuera. And it's mighty, mighty victory.
So, with Roman Kamyab, Kanato Lee and Callum Bradshaw claiming the spoils from Zuera, the teams will now prepare for the third round of the season at the fabulous Siete Larghi circuit at Castelletto di Branduzzo in Italy, where the action will be fantastic as ever.
Well, for those passionate fans who have stuck around for the entirety of the day, from the start all the way through to these final two Senior X30 races, well done to you. Have a biscuit. You've definitely earned it. Excellent stuff. We're at the IAME Euro Series 2021 at Siete Larghi kart circuit at Castelletto di Branduzzo, just an hour away from the city of Milan. And as you can see, the clouds have come in on what could be a very interesting end to the weekend. There has been a little bit of rain this afternoon, but it's certainly not been enough to make anybody make the switch to wet tyres. Slicks is still the order of the day, and it's going to be for the entirety of the last two races, the way things currently stand. Jake Sanson here with you once again in the IAME Euro Series, round 3 of 2021. After some very interesting action that we saw in the freezing cold at Marienborg in Belgium and then in the pouring rain at Zuera in Spain, it's been interesting to get a little bit of heat into the championship battle here at Castelletto di Branduzzo. 30 degrees Celsius air temperature is what we have climbed the height of, and it's high humidity, 52% humidity for the majority of the afternoon. But now we come to the bit in the day when the Senior X30 drivers have basically one choice: win it or bin it. It's a very difficult situation for them as they contest the final 6 places into the grid. We've obviously got to the stage of the day when drivers are obviously now just 2 races away from finding out their fate. For the X30 Seniors Consolation race, I think it's already well established, rather sadly, that these particular drivers are not going to be able to make it through to the final rankings. So there is a race for these drivers, 22 of them that will have the option of taking to the racetrack. But of course, there is absolutely no obligation to do so. There is just a consolation race, one that will finish off the day, and we'll see who comes out on top of it. Matteo Salamone will be in pole position for it. He lines up on the front row of the starting grid alongside Luca Bertonelli, who will be there together with him on the front row of the grid. Andrea Sebea for the Dimes Racing team will be 3rd position on the starting grid. And then in 4th place, it is the Bulgarian star Kaloyan Varbetsaliev, and he will be there in 4th position. Sami Dahri will be 5th place on the grid for the Victory Lane karting team, and he lines up 5th position on the starting grid. Beside him on the grid will be Liam Hiesemans, the Dutchman. There'll be 3rd position on the 3rd row of the grid, I should say, in P6. Then Adrian Marjulio, the Belgian, will be there in 7th on the starting grid. Alongside him will be the Portuguese racer Francisca Queiroz, who will be there 372 on the starting grid. And then we will have Lazar Lartigot on the 5th row of the starting grid. And alongside him will be Ferdinand Winter, 10th position on the starting grid for the CV Performance Group. Now, behind them, some of the drivers have elected to take the start, others have not, so we'll find out who is in and who isn't when they head out onto the circuit itself. 6th row of the grid, we'll see Nicolas Mühlbach, the Swiss driver, on row 6 of the grid alongside the Greek star Andreas Stevatsoglu. Did such a good job in time qualifying, but it's all kind of fallen to pieces ever since then, rather sadly. Petra Babičkova, still recovering from her light arm injury that she sustained earlier in the year, I should say, not earlier in the weekend. And unfortunately for her, she hasn't quite been able to make up the progress that she was hoping to over the course of the weekend. So there's always a chance for her to do so next time. Alongside her on the grid will be Benjamin Pack, the Belgian star for the 295. Next on the grid, Mika Vos of the Netherlands alongside Luciano Morano, the Frenchman. And we'll have Yanis Dimos, another of the Greek contingent. He'll be there, 9th row of the starting grid alongside Italy's Edoardo Borelli. Fahed Al-Khaled, the young man from Kuwait, has not really been able to make the progress he wanted to either for Birolart Middle East. He lines up on the 10th row of the grid alongside Andrea Carraro. And then we should have Jaden Post, Isabel Abbas, and obviously the non-start for Mashad Al-Mashad, who pulled out of the weekend earlier on with slight rib discomfort. So 22 karts should be out there on the circuit. I have a feeling it's considerably less than that. But here is the starting grid as it should be. Matteo Salamone and Luca Bertinelli from Andrea Sever and Kaloyan Vayabatsaliev. Sami Dari and Liam Hesemans, Adrian Margiulio and Francisca Queiroz. Lazar Lartigo and Ferdinand Winter from Nicolas Mühlbach and Andrea Stevatsoglu. Petra Babičkova and Benjamin Pack from Mika Vos and Luciano Morano. Yanis Dimos and Eduardo Borelli from Fahed Al-Khaled and Andrea Carraro. Then Jaden Post and Isabel Abbas. It will be a non-start from Mashad Al-Mashad, who sadly has not been able to take up the start of any of the races today due to a light rib injury. Now, the drivers who have decided not to take the start are Andrea Stevatsoglu, Eduardo Borelli and Isabel Abbas. So they are the 3 drivers who will not take the start. And that is rather unfortunate for them, but obviously the race has come to an end for those drivers, as they will hopefully contest next time when the field congregates once more at Karting Genk, the home of champions, the 4th and final round of IAME Euro Series, which will take place from the 26th to 29th of August at the end of the month. So the drivers getting themselves geared up for racing. This will be the last race of the weekend for these particular drivers, the Consolation race. It's not quite going to be enough to get them onto the starting grid for the finals tomorrow. They will obviously have to just take acceptance of the fact. Oh, problems before the start, the 372. That is Francisca Queiroz. So I'm afraid Francisca Queiroz is off the road. She has had a mechanical failure on the formation lap. So that is unfortunate for Francisca Queiroz. She will not take the start. That is a rather disappointing and rather sad way for her weekend to finish. She could have had a great chance of at least bowing out on her terms, and it will not happen on this occasion. What a shame for her. Right, so the race will continue despite that. Matteo Salamone, Luca Bertinelli, then Hebert, Vabatsaliev, Dari, Hesmans, Margiulio and Queiroz were racing up to the first corner. And the drivers already charging their way forward up into turn 1. A little bit of a light tap into the first corner there. That was Liam Hiesemans and Andreas Hebert getting a little close together, I think. So the drivers work their way through in the first corner. And it's a great start for Luca Bertinelli. Bertinelli gets the whole shot jump up the order. So Luca Bertinelli is the one that makes the jump forward and takes the lead away from Matteo Salamone. Andreas Hebert in 3rd position. And that looks to me like Kaloyan Vabatsaliev, who is still present there in P4. The 370, so the Bulgarian still doing a good job there in 4th position in front of the fast starting Ferdinand Winter, I think that is, that has worked his way up into 5th place. So still skating around, trying to get a little bit of heat into the tyres on this opening lap, as drivers are obviously still racing each other whilst trying to make progress through the field. A couple of drivers going off the road there at the far side of the course, as 382, that is Fahed Al-Khaled, I think has got into an incident somewhere on the circuit. And Francisco Queiroz was not able to take the start. I think it might have been Yanis Dimos and Luciano Morano who had a problem there. So problems already from the start of this one. But out in front, it is Luca Bertinelli from Salamone, Hebert, Vabatsaliev, Winter, Pack, Margiulio, Davri, Hezemans, Lartigo and Babičkova. So Luca Bertinelli hoping to steer clear of trouble, as Matteo Salamone is still there in 2nd position. But are we going to see Andreas Hebert make a challenge for the position? Only 9 laps of racing around this circuit again in the heats for Senior X30. tomorrow's races will be considerably longer in length, as the drivers will get a little bit more out of it. Whoa, a big slide there from Kaloyan Vabatsaliev. So Kaloyan Vabatsaliev having a bit of moment out of the final turn. Bertinelli, though, still trying to extend this gap to Matteo Salomone. Andreas Heber, third position. Vabatsaliev in front of Pack and Winter. So Benjamin Pack has worked his way now up into fifth position at the expense of the German Ferdinand Winter. Adrian Marjulio and Sami Darri. Then it is Liam Hiesemans and Petra Babichkova who's worked her way up into 10th place ahead of Mika Vos and Lazar Latigo. Nicholas Mühlbach is having a very difficult time of it. Just had no luck at all this weekend, Nicholas Mühlbach. What a shame for him. Jaden Post, Luciano Morano, Yanis Timos, Andrea Carraro and Fahid Al-Khaled is the rest of the race order. Rather sad that Francisca Queiroz was not able to get things underway from her point of view. So Luca Bertinelli still trying to pull clear of Salomone. This is the battle for third. Kaloyan Vabatsaliev is going to go on the inside line, and Vabatsaliev is into third place past Andreas Heber. So a good run there from Vabatsaliev. And that puts Luca Bertinelli on another fast lap, 49.765 for him. Way out in front of the others. Pulling a second clear now of Matteo Salomone. Not quite what the Frenchman wanted to see. Bertinelli pulling that far clear. But despite not being able to make it into the second chance heat, at least they can still end on their terms as Benjamin Pack now gets the move on Andreas Heber. As Luciano Morano is given a warning flag, and Heber gets back on the inside of Ben Pack. Pack comes back on the inside and takes it back again. Nice dueling from these two. But sadly a warning flag for Luciano Morano. So the Frenchman is going to get a 5-second penalty for that. That's what happens in karting at this level in the IAME Euro Series. You get a 5-second penalty if you get the warning flag. So I'm afraid that is not the way, again, that the 326 even of Luciano Morano wanted to have that kind of comeuppance in the final race of his weekend. Now Kaloyan Vabatsaliev has caught right up to Matteo Salomone. They're going to battle it out for second place now. They're on your screen. And Matteo Salomone pushing hard in front of Kaloyan Vabatsaliev, the Bulgarian, still working hard. Third position in the hope that he can leapfrog past Matteo Salomone, but he needs to set him up for a good manoeuvre. They're coming to the end of lap 5, and that will give them just 4 more laps of racing. Luca Bertinelli still in front of Salomone, Vabatsaliev and Ben Pack. So Ben Pack has now got up to the front of this queue, 4th position, still making steady progress, making light work of things. Here we go, Vabatsaliev dives on the inside of Matteo Salomone. I don't think Salomone was prepared for the fact that Vabatsaliev was going to be there, so had to back off the throttle and also turn out of the corner a little bit as well. But Luca Bertinelli continues to charge forward, a 49.45 for the Italian out in front, as Kaloyan Vabatsaliev, the Bulgarian, has now edged his way into second position. And that is Benjamin Pack in the background there, trying to close up on them for 4th position at the moment. Andreas Heber, Ferdinand Winter, Liam Hiesemans, Adrian Marjulio and Petra Babichkova in front of Mika Vos, Sami Darri and Nicholas Mühlbach. Then Lazar Latigo, Jaden Post, Luciano Morano, Yanis Timos, Andrea Carraro and Fahid Al-Khaled. The 18 drivers still going. There's Luca Bertinelli. Absolutely monstrous speed from him in this final race of the weekend. He may as well finish the weekend his way. He may not be able to get further into the race weekend than this consolation race, but at least he can bow out with a win. Certainly doing as good a job as he can. So good to see him finish up with a victory of sorts. Vabatsaliev and Salomone are now 2.2 seconds further back. So Bertinelli obviously frustrated by difficulties in qualifying. That meant he wasn't able to work his way through the field to the speed and extent that he would have liked to have demonstrated. So now at least he can show it in the second chance in the consolation race, I should say. And hopefully next time out in Genk, we will see him return, and Bertinelli and the rest of these guys can hopefully do themselves even more justice when we go to the season finale. So Kaloyan Vabatsaliev is still there in second position in front of Matteo Salomone. But this is not going to be easy to separate these two, because both drivers have plenty of reason to push for the higher position, and plenty of them have a good opportunity to do so in this final tour. So Matteo Salomone just trying to get one last trick up the sleeve on Kaloyan Vabatsaliev, but he just doesn't quite seem to have the grunt out of the slower corners to stay with Vabatsaliev. And is actually in danger of losing that third place spot to Benjamin Pack. Andreas Hebert still there in 5th position. Ferdinand Winter in 6th place ahead of Liam Hezemans and Petra Babachkova, who has now moved herself up into 8th position. So she is making as much progress as she can, but she's running out of laps. We're on to the final lap of this heat now. And Luca Bertinelli is going to get the job done in fine style. It's not been easy for him, having to try and fight his way through after a terrible state of bad luck in qualifying. But you've just got to go with the cards you're dealt, don't you? You just have to keep pushing and hope that it's going to work out. On this occasion it did not, but at least Luca Bertinelli can finish his weekend showcasing that raw pace and speed that he has as he extends the gap over Kaloyan Varbetsaliev to pick up a victory. And it's still a victory, whether it's the consolation race or not. Luca Bertinelli will bow out of the weekend with a win, and fabulously done. That'll do nicely. 2nd place for Kaloyan Varbetsaliev, and in 3rd place, Matteo Salamone. So a fairly clean race, good to see. 18 of the 19 drivers that went out onto the race circuit managed to come through for the finishing result. Several drivers actually pulling straight into the pits after their race. They should actually go round again, because that is the manner in which you're supposed to do that. Problems, I think, actually at the end of the race there for Andrea Carraro, the Italian. Actually had mechanical problems there towards the end of the race, I think, and that dropped him down to 18th of the 18 starters. 19 went out onto the circuit. Obviously, Francisca Queiroz was the one who was not able to start the race. So good job from Luca Bertinelli to end the season on end the weekend, I should say. Sorry, not end the season. We've still got a weekend to go after this one. Genk in Belgium at the last end of August. And of course, we have the IGames in Portimao in Portugal in November. So a long way till the end of the season. Luca Bertinelli gets the victory in that one to end his weekend strong. Kaloyan Varbetsaliev in front of Matteo Salamone, and Benjamin Pack in 4th place from Andreas Hebert and Ferdinand Winter. Liam Hezemans in front of Petra Babachkova, Adrian Margiulio and Mika Voss. Then Nicolas Mühlbach in 11th place from Lazar Latigo. Sami Darri, Jaden Post, Luciano Morano and Yanis Dimos from Fahed Al-Khaled and Andrea Carraro. Those were the only finishers in this race, as rather sadly they were the ones who were not able to get through to the second chance heat, which comes up after this one. Francisca Queiroz was supposed to take the start of this one, but the Portuguese driver, rather sadly, was unable to make it to the start. Mechanical problems keeping her back from doing so. And obviously non-starts as well for the Greek driver Andreas Devatsoglu, for Italy's Eduardo Borelli, and for the Dutch racer Isabelle Abbas. She did also not manage to take it to the starting grid, unfortunately. Marshad Al-Mashad was supposed to be on the starting grid as well, the young man from Kuwait, but he pulled out of the weekend with some rib discomfort. Well, it's two rather unusual names at the starting grid of the X30 second chance heat. Let's talk you through the drivers that have made the progress in Senior X30 to get through, and then it will give you a bit of an idea as to how difficult it's been for the other drivers to get through in the current ranks. Qualifying heats from all 5 races. Pedro Hiltbrand remains unbeaten and took victory in all 5 of his heats, and that puts him on the top spot for pole position for tomorrow's pre-final. The other drivers in the top 10 with him are Maximus Meyer, who will start with him on the front row of the grid, Oliver Greenall, who will be 3rd on the starting grid. Danny Cadanini will be in 4th from Callum Bradshaw and Aaron Walker, the 2 Strawberry Racing drivers. They'll be together on the 3rd row of the grid for the pre-final. And then we will have Ivan Bataya, Sam Balota, Clayton Ravenscroft and Teresa Babachkova, who will line up in the top 10 of the grid tomorrow in the pre-final. Then from 11th down to 20th, we will have in 11th place Eliska Babachkova. And then we'll have Lewis Mackey, Guillaume Barberin and Michael Müller, Kamal Agar, Enzo Levesque, Gianluigi Palego, Kalai Atkins, Manuel Scornamilio and Santiago Valve. And then the last 10 drivers to book their places in the field were Rivaldo van der Westerleken, Clarissa Dervich, Drik Janssen, Alexandra Zancanaro, Marlo Bollier, Arnaud Malizia, Enzo de Cruz, Kian Shields, Bart Pluch and Luna Claret. So those are the drivers that have automatically booked their places in. The 36 drivers who have yet to do so, well, there are some big names in this field. That shows you how tough it has been to get themselves into the rankings so far. So the drivers that are there, pole position for this second chance heat, And don't forget that there are only 6 places available in these second chance races. Ellie Goldstein will be pole position for this one, alongside Matilda Olsen, 2 drivers that you would expect to race for the overall victory, never mind the second chance heat. 2 drivers have had no end of bad luck so far this weekend. Certainly have had the speed to be at the front, but have not had the fortune. So Goldstein and Olsen are going to be pushing for the victory in this one, in the hope that both drivers can get through and remain in the competition. Dan Steenman, the Dutchman, will be 3rd position on the grid for this one, alongside Alessandro Tudiska, who ended his heats very strongly behind teammate Pedro Hiltbrand, and that's booked him a decent starting point for the second chance heat, but he's had no good luck really other than that last race. Valentino Baracco will line up 5th position on the starting grid for this one, and beside Valentino will obviously be Henki Kalteren, another of the Strawberry Racing drivers, the Dutchman, who's had a lot of misfortune leading up to this one as well. Charles Roussan will line up 7th position on the grid. So hopefully Charles Roussan is going to get a good run off the start line. And then 8th position on the grid will be Alfie Prince for the Evolution Racing team, hoping to charge his way into the top 6. And then in the top 10, 9th position on the grid will be Sita van Meert of the EGP Racing team. And then 10th position for Euro karting will be fellow Belgian Yanni Stevenadens, who is regularly fighting his way forward in the top 10. It's been a tricky weekend for him so far, but hopefully there's still a chance he will make it happen. Andrea Barbieri for the TB Kart Racing team will line up 11th on the grid for this second chance race. 12th position, Mark Kimber. So he's not far away from qualifying, but he's still got to overtake at least 6 karts and hope that there's no front fairing issues to come. Lucas Teilman of the Euro karting squad will line up 13th on the grid for this one, alongside the Italian star Matteo Luvisi of the TB Kart squad. Then 15th on the grid will be Jaime Sands for the LLK Belgium operation. Max Sjolander for AD Motorsport will come next. And then 17th on the grid will be Tanja Müller, one of the very star privateers in the field this weekend. Kevin Bejanin, another of them, will start 18th position on the starting grid. 19th will be Matteo Segre, and then 20th position, Gustav Jonsson. Just a gentle reminder to the drivers and mechanics to make sure you return your transponders and collect your licenses at the end of your day's racing. So return your transponders and collect your licenses, as they cannot be posted to you due to the current pandemic. Logistical issues prevent us from doing so. So if you are done for the race weekend, please remember to return your transponders and collect your licenses, as they cannot be posted to you. 21st position on the grid in the second chance heat will be Samuele De Filippo. Alongside him on the grid will be Hugo Arendi. And then 23rd on the grid will be Alexandra Mono on the Victory Lane karting squad. 24th place to Alessio Mario Abate for the Newman Motorsport team. 25th place will be Giuseppe Guerrieri of the Strawberry Racing team. Then Luis Alves, the Portuguese driver for the Kart Racing Company. And then Eloy Gonzalez, who's had no end of bad luck over the course of this weekend so far. Eloy Gonzalez finds himself down in 27th on the grid for this one. Andrea Volpato is going to be starting from 28th on the starting grid there, alongside Gonzalez. Then on the 15th row of the grid, Senna Van Solen of the WJS Racing team will line up in 29th place. Alongside him will be Laurence Lecertua, who's had a lot of speed, but unfortunately a lot of bad luck as well. A couple of incidents and then an exclusion for being underweight, I believe, in one of the heats. Beren van der Berg, 31st position for the PDB Racing squad. Robbie Avidan is going to be 32nd on the grid. Then Ollie van Veit will be there in 33rd. Noah Maton will be in 34th position on the starting grid. And the final row of the grid will be taken up by Hugo Trichard and the Irish racer Alex Kobe of the KR Sport squad. So as the contenders get themselves ready for their last hurrah and their last bid to get themselves onto the starting grid for tomorrow's pre-finals, it's obviously make or break for all of the drivers out there. They want to be in the best possible frame of mind, and they want to ensure that they're going to be competitive enough to charge forward. But there's only 6 places available. There's no two ways about it. They've only got 6 places remaining. So the competitors will want to obviously put on an excellent show. So it will be an absolutely magnificent show going into tomorrow's races. A gentle reminder once again to the competitors who are finishing their weekend after this race. Please remember to collect your licenses and return your transponders. Your licenses cannot be posted to you. So please ensure that you return your transponders and collect your race licenses. Please make sure you do this, especially if you are leaving tonight. So please return your transponders and collect your race licenses. So Luca Bertinelli finishing off his weekend in style then in the Consolation race with a victory. For the top 6 drivers in this race, their weekend will continue. The other 30 will have to leave empty-handed. So it's going to be Ellie Goldstein from the front of the grid, Matilda Olsen alongside him, and Matilda Olsen will want to get a very strong performance in this one. 3rd position for Dan Steenman. Alessandro Tudisca in P4 on the grid from Valentino Baracco and Henki Kalteren, with the 7th place on the grid taken up by Charles Roussin, and 8th place for Alfie Prince. And then we will have Sita van Meert and Yanni Steven Haydens in the top 10. So now it's all going to come down to the drivers who can force their way to the front and make some good overtaking moves and keep it nicely balanced in the closing phase of today's race action. It's the last race of the day and certainly the last race before we go to the pre-finals tomorrow, which means that after today there will be 6 races remaining in the weekend and they will all take place tomorrow, and they are the point scoring races in the IAME Euro Series. So this is the last race before tomorrow, the X30 Senior Second Chance Heat. The first 6 drivers across the finish line will continue their weekend and their quest for supremacy. The other 30 drivers will not be doing so. So Ellie Goldstein and Matilda Olsen from Dan Steenman and Alessandro Tudisca, Valentina Baracco and Henki Kalteren, Charles Roussin and Alfie Prince from Sita van Meert and Yanni Steven Haydens, Andrea Barbieri and Mark Kimber, Lucas Talman and Matteo Livisi, Johannes Sands and Max Yolanda, Tanya Müller and Kevin Bejanin, Matteo Segre and Gustav Johnson from Samuele De Filippo and Hugo Arendi, Alex Mono and Alessio Mario Abate, Giuseppe Guerrieri and Luis Alves from Eloy Gonzalez and Andrea Volpato, Senna Van Solen and Laurence de Sertois from Bernard van der Berg and Robbie Avidan, Oliver Veit, Noah Maton, Hugo Trichard and Alex Kobe. Looks to me as though there is one driver who will not take the start of this second chance heat, and that appears to be the Belgian Laurence Le Sertois. So it looks as though the LLK Belgium driver may have some problems of some kind or has just elected not to do so, thinking that maybe he's too far back to make progress. The other 35 drivers have decided that you never know what can happen here at Castelletto di Branduzzo, and a lot does. So it could be absolutely anybody's charge to move forward. So Goldstein, Olsen, Steenman, Tudisca, Baracco and Kalteren favourites to get through just based on the fact that they are starting in the top 6. That this is the one chance that the drivers are going to have to continue their journey this weekend at Siete Larghi. So they're obviously going to be pushing incredibly hard to try and make up the deficit that they currently carry into this race. Ellie Goldstein, the Belgian talent, pole position. And obviously Ellie Goldstein from a very prolific family. The ancestry that includes Francois Goldstein, one of the most talented kart racers of all time and a multiple world champion. Matilda Olsen, second on the starting grid. She's shown flashes of pace every single time she comes out to the circuit, but again, misfortune has dogged her weekend. So hopefully it's all going to come together. Are we going to go racing? First time of asking. We certainly are. Here we go. Good start from the front of the grid for Goldstein. Tudisca trying to knit his way through to second place, and he has done so. Olsen is boxed in a little bit behind Dan Steenman. So Olsen now trying to run the kart right round the outside and boxes clever into 4th position in front of the 218 of Henki Kalteren, and there's problems further back. 3 karts come together, 3 karts taking avoiding action, and we've got 3 karts off the road at the back end of the field as Alfie Prince has his look on the inside of Henki Kalteren and gets through. We've lost Samuele De Filippo, Alex Mono and Alessio Mario Abate. So those 3 drivers have all come together and have all rejoined, except for the one that is now holding up, Henki Kalteren and Mark Kimber battling away with Alfie Prince into the braking zone for the hairpin. Samuele De Filippo tried to get going again and has now parked the kart with too much damage. So his race is over. And Ellie Goldstein still leads the race now from Steenman, Tudisca and Olsen. The battle for 5th position is 3 wide as up the inside comes Mark Kimber. Mark Kimber gets into 5th place. Henki Kalteren now trying to squeeze into P6 as they dive up the inside of the 212 of Yannis Steven Haydens. So Yannis Steven Haydens trying to get in, as too, of course, are Sita van Meert, Valentina Baracco, and, of course, Matteo Livisi. So there's a lot of drivers queuing up to get their way into that. Alfie Prince is down to 8th place, as we know. So a very tricky race now, a good battle cropping up for these competitors as they all want to try and finish up in style, but the only way to get through is in the top 6. So they've got to work hard here. That's Enki Kalteren, currently in the box seat in P6 as Dan Steenman battles with Alessandro Tudiska, and Matilda Olsen has caught them both. So as they come down the main straight, Matilda Olsen trying to book an even better position on the grid for the pre-final. Because where you finish this race, they're going to be in the last 6 carts on the grid. There goes Olsen on the inside of Dan Steenman up to 3rd place. Good race from the Swede so far as she now moves up to 3rd position. Onto the back straight, chasing after Alessandro Tudiska. But it's Ellie Goldstein who leads the way, and it looks like it's going to be a very deserved victory for the Belgian at this moment in time. Already a second clear of his countryman, Alessandro Tudiska. And Matilda Olsen wants to get into 2nd place. Mark Kimber is trying to chase down Dan Steenman to move out of 5th position. Enki Kalteren is the man on the bubble, 6th position, with Janne Steven Haydens and Alfie Prince not far away. This is definitely going to get interesting as we finish up these 3 first laps. 1/3 distance in this second chance heat. And it's Goldstein, Tudiska, Olsen, Steenman, Kimber and Kalteren that are going to continue their weekend the way things are. Still a long way to go and still a lot to play for. But Matilda Olsen is giving a lot of pressure to Alessandro Tudiska. Ellie Goldstein sets the fastest lap, and that's not good news. That is a side pod that has come off the cart. That's a nice memento for the marshal. It's Andrea Volpato that has lost the side pod there, the 359. So I'm afraid to say that is likely to be Andrea Volpato out of the race as Matilda Olsen gets the run on Tudiska. So Matilda Olsen now in a 2nd position as Tudiska battles away again to try and move further forward. Oh, and that is a spin from the WJS car. I'm afraid that is curtains now for the 234 of Senevan Solon, and I think he's come together with Charles Roussan. Charles Roussan appears to have a puncture on the left rear quarter of the car, or certainly damage to that quarter at least, if not a puncture. But Matilda Olsen going well. 3rd position is Tudiska, but queuing up we've got Steenman, Kimber, Kalteren, who sets the fastest lap, but Tudiska and Steenman battling away to the nail. Kimber's going to try and work with them to edge past Tudiska up on the inside line. Kalteren's got space to come through. So too has Janne Steven Haydens. That is disastrous for Alessandro Tudiska. He's gone from 3rd place to 7th in a heartbeat. And now he's trying to keep Alfie Prince at bay. Because if he loses ground to Alfie Prince, then this really is game over for his weekend. He's got to try and find his way back into the top 6 somehow. Olsen's been given license to charge after Ellie Goldstein, so the first 2 are still in the top 2. Mark Kimber has worked his way to 4th place with his teammate Enki Kalteren in tow. And up to 6th place now has come Janne Steven Haydens. But the last thing Alessandro Tudiska needed was for Alfie Prince to get the overtake, which as you can see is exactly what he's done. So Prince is up to 7th, Tudiska down to 8th in front of Valentina Baracco and Matteo Levisi. Here comes Kimber on the inside of Dan Steenman and gets the move. So that is Mark Kimber into 3rd place, Steenman 4th, 5th is Kalteren, 6th is Janne Steven Haydens. If these 4 stay together, they're all going to get through, but Janne Steven Haydens wants a bit more than 6th place, thank you very much. He wants a P5 charge on the inside of Kalteren. Kalteren dives for Steenman. Janne Steven Haydens commits to the move as well. Onto the grass goes Dan Steenman and nearly collides with Janne Steven Haydens as he overtakes. So Dan Steenman down to P6 and already trying to shake off the attentions of Prince and Tudiska. Prince goes round the outside. Tudiska's door is left open. Tudiska gets through and he's trying to get past Dan Steenman. Steenman hanging on for dear life now. So this is definitely going to be pretty tricky as Goldstein leads the way. Olsen in 2nd place, and there's a warning flag gone out to Eloy Gonzalez as Dan Steenman desperately tries to hang on to Tudiska. Loses ground. Up on the inside now comes the 355. That is Valentino Baracco. So Baracco gets through into the position, and queuing up for a chance now is Max Sjolander. So the Swedish driver trying to join his fellow Swede Matilda Olsen, who is currently in 2nd place, trying to get through into the pre-finals as well. Matteo Levisi is trying to get through in the TB car. So here is Kimber 3rd, Kalteren 4th, and Steven Haydens 5th. At the moment, it is Dan Steenman who finds himself in 6th position. There he is, but he's got pressure from Alfie Prince. Alfie Prince on the penultimate lap wants to try and get through and take that 6th position away from him. It's the place that keeps him in the weekend, so he really wants to battle for it. Dan Steenman shutting him down in the braking zone for turn 6, up to the hairpin, and again just holding him at bay, parking the kart on the apex, not giving him any space, but watch out because Valentina Baracco will want to go for it as well. Prince on the inside, that'll do nicely. And Dan Steenman desperately trying to get back into position. Watch around the outside, you've got Max Yolanda. He's going to dive past all 3 of them. Max Yolanda has got them all. So busy dawdling, Max Yolanda has just swept past a lot of them. That's fine, guys. You jostle for position. I'm going to take 6th place away, and I'm going to get through. Max Yolanda from 9th position to 6th in a heartbeat, and now Dan Steenman and Alfie Prince are wrestling too much, and they've gone wide, and that's it. It's all over. They've fallen back down the order. I don't see them getting back into the top 6 from that. So Max Yolanda, what an absolute steal. Charges his way from 9th place, gets past all 3 drivers that were battling away in front of him. Baracco, Prince and Tudiska in one fell swoop. Dan Steenman is down the order, of course, as well. Excellent racing, and it's going to the flag, but Max Yolanda is going to be there. Ellie Goldstein takes the win. Matilda Olsen, brilliant in 2nd place from Kimber, Kauteran, Steven Aidens, and take a bow, Max Yolanda. What a recovery drive from the energy course. Max Yolanda had no business at one stage being in this one. He was dead last after qualifying, and he has fought his way through magnificently. So now Max Yolanda has fought his way back into contention. He will be in the pre-final and final tomorrow. What a job from Max Yolanda. That was absolutely superb. So the hero of the day then, getting that final place into the pre-final, the number 231, Max Yolanda. And he will finish up 6th in this race, but he stays the course. He's going to finish this weekend his way. So many drivers thought they had that one done at various points in the race. Dan Steenman thought he had it. Alfie Prince thought he had it. Alessandro Tudiska thought he had it. But no, the man who did have it was Max Yolanda. So it's a victory for Ellie Goldstein in front of Matilda Olsen. Good recoveries from Mark Kimber and Henki Kauteran. Yannis Steven Aidens in 5th place, but Max Yolanda sweeps into P6, the final space in tomorrow's pre-final. Unfortunate for Valentina Baracco and Sita van Meert. Close but not close enough. Laurence de Sertois climbed 21 places to get to 9th, but sadly just fell short. Alfie Prince in 10th from Jaime Sands and Dan Steenman. Matteo Levisi and Alessandro Tudiska. Gustav Jonsson, Matteo Segre, Andrea Barbieri and Giuseppe Gururi. And then behind it is Kevin Bejanin from Hugo Arendi and Eloy Gonzalez, Beren van der Berg and Alex Kobe, Hugo Trichard, Olivan Veit, Luis Alves and Tanya Muller from Charles Roussan, Alessio Mario Abate, and then Alexandra Mono, Noah Maton, and Lucas Talman. The retirements, well, Andrea Volpato, Senna Van Solen and Robbie Avidan had their coming together. And then, of course, we had the non-start, which was Samuele Di Filippo. Well, the retirement, I should say, at the start of the race, Samuele Di Filippo. Well, we now know who's going to be in pole position for each of the classes tomorrow. It'll be Luna Flusha in Mini X30. In Junior, it will be Andy Rattel. And in Senior X30, it will be Pedro Hiltbrand. So the race battle is going to be epic tomorrow. We get back into the action once again tomorrow morning, bright and early, for pre-finals and then the finals. It's going to be an epic conclusion. Join us tomorrow as we conclude the IAME Euro Series Round 3 2021 from Siete Larghi here in Italy.